Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and today we're starting Saturnastra Ahi. Like Ahi is like the last book of the Saturnastra series. While it's the last book that I had yet to read, so sit back and enjoy. Chapter 1, Petite Malice. Location: the continent of Bersame, region of Verona, in the township of Praga. The township of Praga was an important rest town for the berserkers and lords and masters of the continent of Bersame. The township was 10 miles between the berserker capital of Veragero and 20 miles from the elf forest of Gremir. And for now how the township looked like any regular town. It was barricaded on the left and right by a forest, and the main road sliced the town in two, connecting Veragero with the elf forest. And only the main road was made of stone, and the rest were dirt roads which dated as far back as the founding of Praga. The houses on the left were made of humble wood, and the leftists were subsistence farmers and their fields dug into the very heart of the forest, and those on the right were made of fancier pine and granite. And the right distributed wood and stone with the occasional berserker visitor, and in the right one of the houses stood out above the rest. A five-story high manor made of granite, stone, and pine, and it had been the first building made in the region, and at the time it served as an inn, and now it served as the home of the mayor. And in times of war, they used to get visited often by the berserker, and in times of peace, the berserkers rarely passed by, and for the last 10 years, the town had been suffering from age and poverty. And many of the houses now looked broken down or were abandoned, and in the first year, the townships tried trading with other towns. However, their remoteness made trips too expensive, and an unusual cold winter caused the first great famine that the town had ever experienced, and the famine had been so horrible that many had resorted to cannibalism, according to the rumors. Other braver souls survived by hunting animals in the forest, and even on the 7th year, the townspeople discovered why the berserkers kept warning them from entering the forest which surrounded the town. That forest was a breeding ground for feral dragons, and the average female feral dragon weighed 5 tons and was 17 by 9 meters in size. And they were fat and had chubby legs and arms, and the tiny wings were just for show. And the male dragons were smaller, weighing only 1.5 tons, and their size was less than 9 by 20 meters. And unlike the females, they were wingless, skinny, and snake-like. And they had also long catfish-like whiskers, and both the male and females had thick yellow mane, and their scales were emerald green. And all feral dragons had small opposable thumbs. And these thumbs allowed them to grab items and make tools like the noble ape-men. However, due to their progress, they never felt the need to make any rudimentary weapons like spears or swords. And all the possible thumbs were unique to feral dragons, and this was but a hint of the massive intelligence of these so-called feral creatures. And this made their feral name quite misleading. And they were one of the few legendary beasts Bersame had failed to tame. Ergo, they were called feral dragons. But it's not like they're like feral. Nobody was able to conquer their souls. The feral dragon's main diet consists of deer, antelope, granite, stone, moss, oak, and the occasional humans. Feral dragons usually mate once every 5 to 10 years in the spring, depending on the availability of food, and on average all dragonets take 13 years to form, and they take another 7 to hatch. Though they vary in color and texture, all dragonets were about the size of an adult human male's head. And feral dragon younglings tended to develop faster than most dragons, and younglings reach adult size just 2 years after hatching. And during that time, younglings must be fed large quantities of food, and dragon mothers live off their stored fat, focusing all their energies in feeding their young. If not fed correctly, the younglings will overpower and devour the adult mother, according to the rumors. Leaving the younglings to starve wasn't an option for feral dragon mothers. And when they reach adult size, dragonlings still depend on their mothers to hunt for them until they become 4 years old. And when they reach that age, mother and child part ways, though they still preserve their bonds. And should the child ever get in trouble, its mother will come to its aid, regardless of how old they are. Despite their size, the feral dragons move silently to the forest, and the berserker headhunters who study feral dragons marvel at their mobility. And stealth was second nature to them, and thanks to their camouflage, people only become aware of the dragon's presence when it is too late. And most feral dragons keep to themselves, and whenever a human would get near them, they would simply camouflage their massive frame, and thus have provoked the ire of the dragons by attempting to steal their favorite egg, were never heard from again. And the ones who had discovered such a secret was a local patron named Figaro, which was recruited by the egg hunters, and based on their previous observation, Figaro learned more or less how the berserker egg hunters acquired the eggs, and the egg hunters all wore scale armors made from the dragon scales within the forest. And to his own Rani said to him that the egg hunters took many eggs, as many as they could carry. Figaro did not notice that the berserkers always left one egg behind, and this egg was always set aside from the others. And this year there was another famine, and in the first month the Shah, who was now a man, took it upon himself to save the town. And Figaro dressed himself in a dragon scale armor and ventured into the forest, and he stole a single egg from the most harmless feral dragon he could find. And she was a second-generation dragon, and her mother was one of the first feral dragons to migrate to this forest, and at her tender age of 5,951, Flaminka, as the berserkers used to call her, spent her time in her lazy reverie of nature, and when she got bored of looking at birds and the beasts, she would venture to the outskirts of the town to observe the humans. And unlike the rest of her kin, Flaminka was a little less feralish, mostly because her father had been an alabaster dragon, and this gave her a brownish, scaly luster which marked her apart from the greenish feral dragons. And she was also twice as small, and a little less fat than the average feral female dragon, measuring a measly 6 meters in length and 9 meters in height. And since she was a half-breed, most of the male feral dragons avoided her like the plague, and they recognized her as an outsider, and some of the female dragons did feel sorry for her and allowed her to take whatever egg Nina felt like raising that season, as was tradition among feral dragons. As a result, Flaminka developed the habit of raising adopted feral dragons to ward off her loneliness, and the egg which was stolen from her was the first egg she had ever laid. And she had finally obtained some much-needed attention from a silver dragon named Mordred. And Mordred had arrived to town disguised as a human 15 years ago, and he had been traveling along with the berserkers to fight in the war. And what she remembered most about him was his pale blue eye and his massive silver wing, his long slender neck, and his icy cold breath. And from their union she had gotten a single egg from him, and this was unusual since most dragons usually lay 5 to 15 clutches of eggs. And the day the egg got stolen, Flaminka was counting leaves, and Figaro had enough common sense to make the armor out of Flaminka's discarded dragon scales, and therefore Flaminka did not smell Figaro coming, though she heard some odd noises near her nest. And twice did she return to check up on her nest, and twice did Figaro flee, however necessity urged him on. And eventually Figaro did manage to steal the dragon egg, and he did not reveal his theft to the townspeople for months. And when he first certain that the dragon was not coming back for the egg, he showed his people that he's fine, and the ill-fated egg was paraded to the town, and its round, hard, brownish surface became a beacon of hope for Praga. And an expedition was formed of 50 strong men from the village, and together with Figaro they left towards Veragheron to sell the dragon egg. As for Flaminka, it took her a week to notice the theft. And at first she thought she had moved the egg, and after searching for it all over the forest for 5 months, she realized that her egg had been stolen. And she took to attacking other feral female dragons, imagining that they had stolen her egg. And after forcefully checking every nest and every newborn, Flaminka resigned herself to the loss of her egg. On this day, the town was vibrant, filled with expectation, and a party of 10 from the original expedition had returned home with the news of the egg. And the mayor Thomas, a corpulent man of 50, was the first to greet the party, and raising his hand in the salute, he said, "Welcome back, took you long enough, and what's the food?" And the man riding up ahead of it jumped off his horse and hugged the mayor, and unable to sit still, he removed his riding coat and hat, and Mayor Thomas' face illuminated when he saw the face of his eldest son, Figaro. And the mayor passed his hand over his ever-balding head, and taking the reins of the horse, he led his son back to the manor. And the other 9 just smiled at each other, not desiring to break such a candid reunion. And in the old days the mayor had been splendid, and now instead of pelleted carpets and sandalwood chairs, the mayor sat his son in a humble wooden chair, and his wife sat close to a small fire knitting, and the second Figaro stepped within. His blind mother said, "Figaro, you return." And Figaro walked over to his mother, and he kissed her fragile, wrinkled hand, and his mother's mouth showing the few teeth that still remained. and for being only 68, she had the air of someone who looked 100, and she had aged many years during the last famine when they buried the bones of Figaro's two youngest brothers. And to Figaro it seemed that grief had aged his mother even some more so, and the past few months, in a trembling voice, she said, stroking his hair, I thought you would never come back, and part of me wanted you to leave this ghost town, and another part of me feared you were dead. Hush, mother, don't say such things. I am here, now you may rejoice, he said, and he reached into his pocket and he brought out a bag, and he entered his contents in his mother's lap, and he showed tasty banana bread, sweet biscuits, chocolate, and an apple, and his mother ate the food eagerly, and Figaro also fed his own men. And after eating, Mayor Thomas asked, and was there any money left after the food purchases? Plenty, said Figaro, jiggling a bag of coins. And taking one of the coins, he placed it in his mother's hand, and then he said, feel this, mother? And this is money, and there's more where that came from, and we made a big mother, and so it took so long. And the mayor dragged the wooden chair across the dusty floor and sat before his son, and then he said, go on, tell me everything. Later, father, I want to rest from my weary travels, and tonight when the rest of the food and supplies arrive, we shall have a banquet in the manor. And then Figaro said to his mother, Mama, I bought you so many nice things, now you won't have to walk in rags ever again. You shouldn't have, honey, she says. Come on, Marty, don't deflate the boy. And tonight let's party from dusk till dawn, said the mayor excited, and Figaro and Marley simply smiled, seeing that the mayor's joy. Alright, so that's the end of chapter 1 over here. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and today we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 2, Fool's Gold. Praga, same day and nighttime, interior of the mayor's manor. By nightfall the manor had been refurnished, and the banquet was held in the ballroom, which was located in the center, and the main part of the little cell was 2 stories high. It usually took from 5 to 6 men to open both doors. The roof was held by 4 solid columns, each at the corner of the hall, and there was also a smaller wooden column supporting the rest of the structure. These structures also supported the weight of the other bedrooms that surrounded the ballroom. Despite its humble design, the mere size of its 3 floors high hall was massive enough to impress the peasantry of Praga. It had been many years since last they found an excuse for a celebration. All the guests wore luxurious attire brought by their family members who had accompanied Figaro. All who had gone to the expedition had returned home filthy rich. Even after the money they had spent in Veragheron, they each had 1,000 gold coins in their pocket, with another 50,000 in the bank. As for Figaro, he had brought home 5,000 gold coins, and more than 10,000 gold coins were stashed away in the vault. Dragons were the backbone of Bersame's economic war machine, and the money that Figaro had obtained was nothing in comparison to the gold the dragon could find. All dragons had a keen sense of smell designed for finding precious minerals, and minerals were an important part of their diet, and in the others finding precious minerals involved a lot of guesswork, and with the domestication of dragons, gold had become as common as iron. This fact was well kept secret among the berserker dragon tamers. The continent of Besame had quite a modern banking system. However, the bank was only available for the rich and powerful, and they were usually situated either in the capital or in rich city-states. Eagle-sized pudgy dragons were used as messengers among the banks, and effort had been made to record the speed of these little dragons, and when flying at top speed, the average little pudgy dragon flew at Mach 2. Only we were able to get such measurements. Aside from being small, pudgy dragons simply looked like miniature versions of their larger brethren, and many were sold as domesticated animals to facilitate communication among interested parties. Figaro had even gone as far as purchasing his own little pudgy dragon, a miniature silver dragon the size of an owl, which was worth 10,000 golden coins, and he was parading it for all onlookers at the party, and they shouldn't jeer and laugh at it, and the dragons simply glared at them with disdain. Despite his small size, he carried himself with the arrogance of a true silver dragon. Figaro's cousin, a girl aged 5, asked him, "Can I pet the pretty dragon?" Figaro looked at the dragon, shrugged his shoulders, and opening the cage, he beckoned the child to pet the dragon. When she was just inches away from touching the tail of the dragon, the dragon said, "Don't you dare." The frightened girl ran away, and she went to cry while hiding beneath her mother's skirt. Her mother simply laughed heartily. Because of his small size, his outburst had caused the same effect of a barking of a little chihuahua. Figaro closing the cage commented, "So it talks." The dragon simply shrugged his wings with disdain. He was already used to the stupidity of humans, and getting bored of the dragon, Figaro hung the cage by the window. And then he went to speak with the rest of the partygoers. The ballroom was large enough to hold 3 times the town's population, which was not a lot by this point, mind you. And before the first Great Famine, the town had 4,700 people, and now they only had 1,600. After much coaxing and insistence, Figaro felt like telling his tale. He started as thus. It was anything but welcoming. "How big are true berserkers?" interjected his father. "Big, mighty big, almost 2-story high, so I was like wondering like a fool when this albino walked up to me and offered to show me around, and I was like, nah, 'cause the kid was like a toddler, but he insisted on helping us," continued Figaro before being interrupted once again, and raising her tiny hand, the little girl asked, "What was his name?" "I think it was Marmaduke or something. Oh wait, Marduk, yeah, the kid called himself Marduk, Mish by judging by his white robes. And still the Duke part of his name made us trust him. And we being simple folks assumed that the king really was a duke, even though he had no servants or nothing. Anyhow, he took us to a shop to have the egg appraised. And Marduk paid for the appraisal from his own pocket, and he left after seeing us to the cheapest inn he could find," continued Figaro. And his mother commented, "Marduk, what a nice lad, his parents must have taught him well." Figaro smiled and took out his appraisal papers, along with a copy of the auction papers. And the appraisal document stated that the egg was a rarity, and based on its texture, hue and color and taste, the baby dragon was a crossbreed of a silver dragon and a half pharaoh, half alabaster dragon. And the market price for such a baby dragon was 6,000 gold coins. It could have been a million had the dragon not had any pharaoh blood in it. After passing the papers around, Figaro continued his story, and you can imagine 6,000 gold coins for 1 egg, and my friend wanted to sell it to the shopkeeper, and Marduk suggested we auction it to get more money out of it, and the auction took longer than expected, and word got around of our egg, and by midsummer a lot of rich people had signed up for the auction, and by fall we ran out of money, and we took to begging while we waited for the promised date. And it is a good thing we were already used to starving to death, commented grinning one of Figaro's friends. So in the 8th month on the 4th day at noon, the auction took place inside Bersame's audience hall. And that was the first time we ever saw our King Bersame, and he was a demon of a man and proud of it too. And the bidding started at 10,000, and there was a lot of back and forth among the native nobles and visitors, and suddenly Bersame made an offer. And the other nobles naturally backed down, and Bersame was certain to keep the egg, but then this beautiful man shouted another offer, and this made Bersame really angry. Oh, the horror of his flashing blood-red eyes, and I thought he was going to murder the fellow. And their back and forth went on for a couple of minutes that felt like an eternity, and by now the egg was priced 2 million gold coins. And when we got to 3 million, Bersame looked mighty vicious and said, "My patience is growing thin, Mordred." And in response, this Mordred fellow raised the bid to 4 million, and in a seductive voice he said, "Forgive me, sire, I don't know why, but my instincts tell me that I must have that egg. I will do anything to have that egg, so please." I remember this part cause it made my stomach turn, the way Bersame licked his lip, oh, that wicked smile, the way he said anything. The long story short, the man kept the egg and we got 4 million gold coins, concluded Figaro. A faint drizzle started to fall when Figaro concluded his tale, and one of the students noticed that the pudgy dragon was laughing, and she walked up to the dragon and asked while holding the fireplace poker menacingly and said, "What's so funny, dragon?" And still sniggering, he said, "There's no point in telling you, seeing as though you're going to die soon." The girl mimicked the dragon's arrogant laugh and said, "As if a tiny dragon like you can hurt us. You misunderstand me, Ashley. It will not be my fan we shall be tainted by your blood," he said, opening his own cage. As he was getting out, the girl tried to strike it with a poker. However, he was far too swift for her, and he flew out of the building before anyone was none the wiser of his escape. The girl threw the poker into the fireplace and returned to her friends, and she was happy to notice that no one knew the dragon had disappeared. and she kept his disappointment to herself. As the night progressed, she forgot about the ominous warning of the little dragon, and by nightfall everyone was feeling calm, drunk, and a bit lazy. And a few of the more drunken guests had been accommodated in the guest rooms of the manor, and suddenly the wind and the storm died down, and a strange dull thud sound was heard outside, and none of the guests had noticed the sound, and the eerie silence was broken again by the sound of something splashing in the water. And Figaro thought there was a traveler outside, so he decided to go outside to offer hospitality. And Figaro walked cautiously to the door holding the lantern, and he opened the last two portal doors with little effort. And normally opening such doors took a lot of strength, and yet in his drunken stupor, Figaro did not bother to wonder why the door was opening so easily. When he looked outside, all he saw was darkness, and he felt the wet wood groan with each step he took. And he could hear the water dripping from the rooftops of the manor and the nearby houses, and again he heard another strange sound. And this one was made by the little pudgy dragons gliding over the puddles of water, and his tiny voice making the sound akin to hummingbirds. Since it was dark, Figaro only saw a small shade, and shrugging his shoulder, Figaro went back inside. The doors closed softly behind him, and in a loud voice he said, "Relax, it was only a bird outside." And one of the guests asked, "Does it feel stuffy, or is it just me?" And Figaro noticed the heat and said, "Yeah, it does feel hot." And the mayor motioned to his new servants to open the windows, and despite having the night air in the ballroom, the interior still felt hot. "Ah, you tripped me," yelled one of the little girls at a kid reclining against one of the columns. "I did not," he snapped. "Yes, you did," she rebuked, rising from the floor. "I did not, you just tripped on your own clumsy feet," growled the boy. "Did not," said the girl. "Did do," responded the boy. And one of the drunkards nearest to Figaro started talking to a chair, and in anger he said to the chair, "Why are you winking at me? Are you flirting, or is there something on my face?" And Figaro laughed, hearing his drunken rambles, and his laughter was cut short by his mother's scream, and yelling at the top of her lungs, running wild like a maniac. Her mother kept yelling, "Everyone out of the house, there's something inside the manor. Out, escape with your lives." And Figaro intercepted his blind mother and asked while holding her frantic frame in his arm, "Mother, have you gone mad? There's nothing here." "And can you hear it?" she continued, ignoring him. "Can you see it? By the gods, it's so massive. Mother, control yourself." Flaminka did not allow Figaro to finish his sentence, and to the onlookers, Molly and the left side of Figaro's body had disappeared in an instant, and what remained of Figaro fell limp against the wooden floor, tainted in blood, and the entire crowd froze, gazing blankly at what remained of Figaro, and Flaminka enjoyed with gusto the effect that she caused, and her green eyes glistened red under the candlelight. At least it would have had her massive frame not maintained her camouflage, and she was reminded of her resolution by the misshapen chunks of human flesh and meat. And Flaminka found the taste unpleasant, and she showed her ringtails once and spitted it back out again, to the horror and amazement of her human audience. And not daring to speak, some of the humans closer to the back started walking slowly towards the other doors and window, and they wanted to put as much distance between themselves and the dead bodies. The only person who dared to take a step forward was the mayor, and in a trembling voice he whispered, "Molly, Figaro." The moment he took another step, a large brown cloud crushed what remained of Figaro, and the people inside the ballroom saw the unwelcome guest in all of her splendor. Lying before the door rested little Flaminka, and she eyed her visitor with the same amusement of a cat eyes a rat in its clutches. And the guests at the party once again stood frozen, and the tense silence was broken by the crying of a sobbing child. Flaminka heard the sound and sniffed the air, and then she took a deep breath and exhaled smog. The second attack created quite a panic, and the people ran screaming and shouting, not knowing in which direction to escape. And Flaminka responded to the chaos by creating chaos of her own, and she went swiftly all over the ballroom, crashing into the furniture and squashing guests under her talon. Though she could see the humans through her smoke, her attention was distracted by something else, and she would try to reach for it and claw it, and when it fled into one of the rooms in the second floor, Flaminka caught her way through the room, frightening the drunken guests who rested within. And her massive frame got stuck between the balcony and the roof of the second floor, and feeling herself trapped, and her movement caused the entire second floor balcony and part of the doors to collapse under her weight. And the entire process bruised her belly and scratched her wings, and feeling herself wounded made her snarl and snap her jaws. And she raised her neck and stretched her frame, and she took another deep breath and cracked her tongue, igniting her breath. and since the manor was mostly made of wood, it caught flame rather quickly, and by the time Flamingo had ignited the flames, about half the guests had managed to escape the manor. Some ran towards the road, away from the town. Others went to hide inside their houses. However, all avoided the forest bordering the town. A gracious rain helped to naturally quell the flames of the manor. However, the foundation had been shaken to the core, causing the manor to collapse into the ballroom, and by sunrise only the ruins remained, and Flamingo was nowhere to be seen. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and today we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 3. These really the Dragon Slayers. Date year 3 months to day 30, 10 a.m. A week after the incident, the townspeople had finished looking through the ruined manor, and about 378 men, women, and children had died in the fire. The mayor and his family did not survive, and among the things they had managed to salvage were the coins from the dead. And the new mayor, a distant cousin, took charge. The mayor, Gabran, was a middle-aged, sensible sort of man, and despite being 35, his head was already bald. And his main characteristic was his simple mindedness and ignorance of the world. And unlike the former mayor, Gabran had been a farmer all his life, and he never so much as learned to read, nor had he ever traveled further than 5 miles from his hometown. And when his cousin died, he became the mayor because no other man wanted to pursue the arduous task of reconstruction. And after his little son counted the capital, Gabran decided it would be easier to hire someone to slay the dragon than to do it themselves. And Gabran realized that Figaro's lack of experience with us being had brought doom to their town, and he was resolved not to make the same mistake again. No new attacks had occurred during the week, and still a cloud of doom and gloom hung over the village. And a new party was assembled to travel to Veragheron to hire some berserker mercenaries to handle the dragon problem, though they might be a bit more expensive than the typical dragon's bane, and the mayor felt they needed professional help. And the party took 2 months to return with their promised mercenaries, and while there, they also took care of the irregularities in the bank accounts caused by the sudden death of the account holders. During that time, no new attacks occurred, and some of the citizens began to wonder if hiring mercenaries was the right course of action. These people reasoned that since Flamingo had gotten her revenge, she had not bothered to the town again, and still those who lost family members and friends wanted revenge. And the slaves which arrived this morning were not what the villagers had expected, and the monthly crew which arrived was led by a beautiful nymph, and this nymph wore no armor, and instead she sported a loose greenish pink dress with a golden sash around her waist, and the sash was held by tiny bottles. And the dress had left her shoulders and arms exposed, and the skirt was only knee-length, and her hair was long and curly red. And she rode her bay horse of black mane without any reins or saddle. And being a natural-born leader, she rode ahead of the entire group, and her name was Undine, and she was a poisoner of sorts. And her eye color would change depending on her mood, and since she was itching for a battle, her eye color was red. Behind her followed her fine henchmen, followed by their clients, and the townspeople looked at her and her follower with a high degree of skepticism. The first 2 who rode behind her were barely entering their teens, and one was Puck, a blonde little knave, 15 years of age, and the other one was Bismarck, age 14, named after a place that his father had read in a bookmark once. And both were excellent sharpshooters and trackers, and when it came to the dragon slaying, they had an excellent track record, and Puck had defeated 15 silver dragons, 10 poetry dragons, and 5 emerald dragons, and assisted in 180 kills, and Bismarck had slain 5 silver dragons, 19 ruby dragons, and assisted in the capture of 4 other dragons. And both were something that resembled the plain leather armors along with a red coat. And the armors were made of skin scales of an alabaster dragon, and unlike armor scales that naturally fell off, skin scales had to be ripped from the carcass of a newly slain dragon. Their coats were made of the mane of a ruby dragon, and their bows and arrows were made of dragon bows and fangs. The 2 who followed behind were slightly older, though more fair-looking than the nymph herself, and they wore pitch-black robes and clawish black gloves and death masks of comedy and tragedy. And these had not been their original masks, and the pair had changed the design thanks to a reasoning of a strange pale maiden that they had met during their journey, and the one with the comedy mask was Malabar, and his tragic friend was Lucinda, and both dressed in such attire since they were dark elves, and when their skin was exposed to any light, they would undergo a horrible metamorphosis. And the pair had been brought by Bersame as house slaves, and when they lost their light and stopped being pretty, Bersame transferred them over to his wire division, and thanks to their service they have won their freedom, and for the townspeople they seemed like the most legit. And many imagined that the pair could cast magic due to their dark robes. The last hunter was a short dwarven woman wearing a strange cemented plate armor, and the segments of the armor were arranged as to fit a variety of dragon scales of different shapes and sizes, and when it was hollowed out, it seemed like an armor with a lot of strange pattern, and beneath her helmet one could discern her satirical smile and blood-red eyes and curly red hair. And tied to the saddle was a large bodice which weighed as much as her, and her name was Arminda, which in Latin meant little armed one, and she was named by Bersame, who was her adopted father, and this gave her a great prominence in the army. And naturally none of the townsfolk knew all these interesting facts about the people they had hired, and the first person to greet them was the Mayor Gabran, and he gave them the strangest and unenthusiastic salute, and Undine stopped her horse before the man and returned the salute. And she jumped off with the swift elegance akin to her kin, and she gave the usual martial salute akin to the berserkers, and then amused herself while her eyes still glowed red. "So where is this dragon you want us to hunt?" It was the custom of the region. Mayor Gabran ignored her completely, and he went past her and addressed tragic Lucinda. "Are you men the dragon slayer?" "No," said Lucinda, and Gabran frowned when he heard a female voice behind the mask, and then he spoke to the dwarf and was equally disappointed to hear another woman's voice. And nobody used to sympathize. Undine took Gabran's rudeness with some levity, however deep down she wanted to slay her patron, and for that reason her eyes changed color from red to pitch black. And Gabran felt a bit unnerved when he saw Undine eyeing him with her black eyes, and she stroked lovingly the mane of her horse as she led it to the farm. Gabran then spoke to his son Nemo, age 25. "Are these women and their kids really the dragon slayers?" "Yes," confirmed Nemo. And Gabran glanced at the strange group and then asked, "Are you certain? Are you absolutely certain?" "Dad, don't be rude. We pay good money for them," he said. Not desiring to argue in front of strangers, Gabran made arrangements to have their guests stay in his house, and Gabran lived in a 2 4-story house made of wood, and he had built it from the ground up, and after moving his family around, he managed to reserve for the strange growth tree bed for them to sleep in. Undine was not amused by the mediocre lodgings, and in the end she decided to go sleep in the forest with her horse, and the man's had nocturnal habits, so they slept from late morning till dusk. And this convenient arrangement made it so that each hunter did not have to share a bed while they went about their business. As per the original arrangement, Gabran spent his time arguing with his son inside his study, and again Gabran would ask, "Are you certain that these people really slay dragons?" "Yes, I am certain. Prince Mardu was the one who suggested them to me," said Nemo, warming his hand near the fire. "Again with that Mardu character, don't you find it odd that this is the second time he has lent our village aid?" said Gabran, passing his hand over his bald head. "And each time he did, he would lose 1 or 2 of his black curls. It's not the same Mardu from before, and I think that's just a popular berserker name, and this one had black hair and black eyes. And he was playing inside the castle courtyard with one of the elders, and if I remember correctly, this Mardu would stutter when he spoke." "Father," explained Nemo. "By your teaser, you fool, taking a bite from a child," exclaimed Gabran in exasperation. "The dragon could attack at any minute, and you waste your money on these charlatans." "Watch what you say, Father. Charlatans or not, they are still berserkers, and don't forget, all berserkers have anger problems, and an angry berserker is a dangerous one," warned Nemo. "Pah! Armed or not, there are only 2 young men and 4 women," snapped Gabran, rising from his chair. And at that point, Carmen Malabar kicked the door open and said in a soft, hissing voice, "Quiet down, my wife is trying to sleep." And seeing them startled, Malabar smiled, and like Undine, his desire to slay his patron was growing by the minute, and despite being an elf, Malabar had berserker blood running through his veins. Alright, so then that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 4. You can't just slay a feral dragon. Well, you can try, but it never ends well. Day year 3 months till day 30, 10 a.m. The next day, The next day, the town people elected a new mayor, and no one could say how Gabaran had. The next day, the town elected a new mayor. Nobody could say how Mayor Gabaran had died, and his wife awoke to find him dead beside her. And Undine volunteered to examine the body, and upon closer inspection, she concluded that Gabaran's heart had simply stopped working, and the townspeople naturally assumed that Gabaran had died of a heart attack because of the stress of managing the town. And this time the leader that came forward did not belong to the mayoral family. The new mayor was called Iago, and like Figaro, he was named after a character from a play his mother had seen a long time ago. He was a sensible man, aged 27, and he had the build of a scholar, and his most striking feature was his cold blue eyes, and his family traded lumber and stone with the berserker. And being a trader of sorts, had allowed Iago the opportunity of learning how to read and write, and among his greatest treasures were the only 6 books he owned, and this education made him less narrow-minded than the regular townspeople he interacted with. And he was the sort of man who would let you crash and burn before coming to your aid. When Gabriel was murdered, for indeed he was murdered, Iago was chosen against his will to lead the town. And after the funeral procession, Iago invited the berserkers to dine at his home, and after dinner, he sat outside the portico with Undine, and both sat on a rocking chairs, and Undine sat with her legs to the side, indifferent to how much of her was seen in such an unladylike way of sitting. Iago too sat in a relaxed pose while he smoked a cigar, and the portico faced his neighbor subsisting crops of wheat, rice, potatoes, and tomatoes, and despite the dragon incident, the crops had yielded disproportionate amounts of food, and it was almost as if they had been blessed by abundance. And taking a friendly tone, Iago said to Undine while looking at the farmers working, "You must excuse my predecessor's rudeness, and I have made arrangements to provide for each of you your own room and bed, unless I feel they will not be in the same house." "Worry not, good sir," said Undine with her usual playful voice, and Iago had read in one of his books which color I stood for wish over moods. Today Undine was in a good mood, judging by the soft pink hues of her eyes, and she was always in a good mood after killing someone, and carrying on, he said, "Now about the dragon, how long do you think it will take you to kill it?" "It depends on what kind of dragon," said Undine, taking on a serious professional tone, and her eyes shifted to emotionless white. "Well, the dragon is about 1.5 feet in height and about a crop in length, and he has a large, powerful claw, and is really wide with large black wings, and his skin is copper color, and his mane is pitch black, and his eyes and fangs blood red," he said, describing the dragon that he remembered. Undine frowned when she heard the description. She had seen a strange copper dragon in the forest, however the one she saw was a lot smaller than the one Iago had described. And based on hearsay, the dragon she saw was Flamenca, and Undine could not fathom how such a docile little creature had imagined enough fury to attack the town. And she was better able to size the dragon when Iago told her of the ideal fated night, and after jogging her memory a little, she brought to mind the dimensions of the ballroom, and the first time she had visited it was about 178 years ago in one of her many campaigns with Bersame. And if the ballroom had not been ridiculously elongated, then perhaps the measurement she was receiving had been exaggerated by fear. Still, if the coloring was the same, then the dragon that attacked the village was not Flamenca. Flamenca's mane was reddish, with a few golden streaks, and her eyes were green, not red, and she was certainly not long, nor did she have giant claws and wings, and the description Iago gave her was more akin to an alabaster dragon. And by nature, alabaster dragons were territorial, and this would have explained the reason for the attack. Regardless, Undine resolved to investigate the matter further. "And if I take you to the dragon, will you be able to identify it?" she asked. "No," said Iago, shocked. "Indulge me, I don't want to kill the wrong dragon by accident. And don't forget, you guys only paid enough to slay one dragon, and if we kill the wrong one, you will have to pay more money," she said, sitting straight to look at Iago in the eyes. And Iago saw the resolution painted on her stern green eyes, and Undine added, "Don't worry, I know how to avoid the other feral dragons who live in the forest." "If there's no other choice, then I guess I will go," said Iago, giving a sigh of frustration. Undine leaped to her feet and then said, "All right, let's go. The sooner you identify the dragon, the sooner we can kill it and get out of this godforsaken town." And Iago frowned when he saw Undine eagerly beckoning him to take her hand, and when he got up, she took his hand in hers and poured a few droplets of one of her vials into his palm. and the yellow liquid had a distinct smell of wet dark orange juice combined with sulfur. And about to explain further, Undine guided Iago by hand towards the forest, and as Iago got closer to the edge of the forest, he was able to see at its edge Flaminca tanning herself, and her entire frame was spread out over the grassy ground, and only her left wing was stretched out in its full length, barely touched the grassy ground, and in all respects her wings were too small to support Flaminca's size. And Flaminca heard the strangers approaching, and she opened one of her large green eyes and surveyed Undine and Iago with disdain. And yawning, she closed her eyes again, and Undine walked over to the pharaoh dragon and sat on her snout, like on her nose. Flaminca did not mind, since she had already eaten, and plus she did not particularly like the taste of nymph blood. And smiling coldly, Undine asked Iago, "Is this the ferocious beast which attacked your village?" Iago got closer to the dragon, and in the daylight Flaminca seemed harmless, and her passive nature unnerved him. And for a moment he doubted his own memory, and he had drunk more than usual that night. The dragon attacked, and he was about to dismiss the thought altogether when he saw something which caught his attention. Flaminca had at the tip of one of her foreclaws a ring, and Flaminca's instinct warned her of Iago's changing mood, and Iago was no longer afraid of her, and Undine too noticed the ring stalking in the dragon's claw. And she said to Iago, "Certainly there is a logical explanation for this ring, and pharaoh dragons have an affinity for shiny baubles, and you can often find it in their nest all sorts of trinkets." And Undine got off the dragon's nose and walked towards Flaminca's foreclaw. And Flaminca was now eyeing her with keen interest, and she saw the ring reflected in Undine's eyes, and it was the first time Flaminca had noticed the ring. And she pointed her foreclaw towards Undine, who gingerly removed it. Most of the ring was covered in blood, ice, soot, and dirt, and Undine cleaned it using another one of her vials, and despite it stripped, the ring was still more or less in one piece. The ring had a message written inside. The part of the message that was still legible said, "Forever yours, Thomas." And Undine frowned when she read the message in the ring, and again she watched the ring to brighten it, and when Undine handed the ring to Iago, the message had been purposely corroded. And finally Iago said, "I am very certain that this was the dragon." "And for your sake you better hope it's not," said Undine, and her eyes wide reflected but no emotion, and Iago felt unnerved by Undine's changing attitude, and this time he said with more certainty, "The more I look at it, the more certain I become. This is the dragon I wish you to slay." Undine's eyes changed back to playful pink, and laughing, she said, "You can't just slay a pharaoh dragon." "Come again," he said, taking a step back away from the dragon. "Pharaoh dragons are stronger than the regular dragon, and their wounds heal faster, and they have more stamina. Their instincts are sharper than most pharaoh beasts, making it impossible for you to sneak up on them, and they are immune to magic. On top of that, they can camouflage, and of whoever fought one has died. Trust me when I say this, you can't hunt a pharaoh dragon. It's not happening. I don't want to die." The pharaoh dragon hunts. You can't hunt a pharaoh dragon. The pharaoh dragon hunts you. And if you wanted to destroy your village, you would have done so the first time she attacked, said Undine. That was the same way she spoke to her student. And Iago thought a moment and then said, "So this dragon can be killed?" And Johnny, she said, "Let's go. I'll write you a banknote and we'll get 10% for making us waste our time. And other than that, you may be happy to have your money back." "I still need a body," said Iago, scheming. "There is a dragon river graveyard a few miles up into the forest. Take a dragon head and call it quits," she said, starting to depart. And she stopped midway and then said, "And for future references, avoid talking about the egg. I think this one understands human tongue." "Oh," said Iago, and then he said to the dragon, "Do you understand what I'm saying? Will you leave our town in peace?" Flaminca nodded in response, though she did not understand why Iago spoke to her as if she had done anything wrong. And she just acted in a fashion which would have made Iago less hostile to her, and in the other she would have challenged with equal firmness Iago's arrogance. However, she restrained her violent temperament to secure the life of another. Remembering her charge, Flaminca lifted her wing to get a better look at it, and Iago and Undine's jaws dropped when they saw a small human shell clinging to the dragon's wing. And the way the dragon carried the shell was in the same fashion pharaoh dragons carried about their young. And the shell looked like he was either 5 or 6 years of age, and he sported an immaculate blood-red rose with golden borders. He had a pretty curly face and long red curls, and his hide had blood-red hue, and his name was Ahi, the powerhouse, the child of the wizard and Lady Godiva, and he had gone to with his 2 siblings to save Saturnastra, and since he was too powerful, they had him on standby in case they had to fight something ridiculously strong. And Undine set alarm when she saw Ahi. What the hell? And Iago took a step back and grasped, it's a human, a small human child. Flaminka understood that they were surprised and alarmed. However, she interpreted the surprise in a way which made her worried about her Ahi. She growled softly at the child and petted it with her wing, and he relaxed his grip to allow his mother dragon to pick him up by the ends of his robe. And she placed him gingerly on the ground, and John and Ahi rolled his eyes, and he started to sniff the air and crawl in all fours. And when he sniffed his way to Undine, he looked up and smiled, and he found Undine's aroma rather pleasant, and the next person he surveyed was Iago. And unlike Undine, Iago hissed at Iago, and Flaminka too started growing hostile towards Iago when he saw Ahi hissing at him, and indeed she trusted Ahi's instinct more than she trusted her own. And Flaminka sat up on her hind legs, and she stretched her wings and arms and took a deep breath. And Iago started running back towards the town, imagining that Flaminka wanted to burn him alive, and instead of shooting flame, Flaminka simply stretched her limbs and shoot us. Afterwards, she stood on all fours, and he said to growled at Flaminka, and Flaminka simply purred in response, and she lowered her head and allowed Ahi to nimbly make his way to one of her wings. And once Ahi was settled down, the other pair went on their merry way, and Undine watched this incident with curiosity, and by the time the pair was gone, she had come to a decision. Still, Undine had to clear Flaminka's name, and Undine chased after Jan in order to keep him from alarming the town. And since she was a faster runner, it did not take long for her to intercept him, and she caught him while he wandered aimlessly out of breath out of the woods, and her initial instinct was to slay the poor fool. However, she restrained herself because she needed him alive for the time being, and giving a quick excited breath, she said, "You are a fool, Iago," and the dragon was simply stretching it, and had she wanted to attack you, she would not have wasted her time breathing fire. And when the enemy is inches away from a dragon, their instinct is to snap at them. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Iago started coughing while reclining against a tree, and he said while holding his chest, I thought it was a goner." "Relax, my poor man," she said, patting his back. "I'll walk you home." Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 5. Rudeness. How rude. Year 3, month 5, day 17, 15:31 p.m. Oh, in Saturnastra the days have 30 hours, by the way. True to her word, Undine and her companions fetched the skull of a recently deceased dragon, and though putrefying, there was still enough skin to be convincing, and Iago was mighty pleased with the find indeed. And indeed, its size and putrid color matched the exaggerated descriptions of the dragon which had attacked them, and it was roughly 3 times larger than Flaminka. And the villagers paraded the head for weeks until the smell became intolerable, and Undine and her companion did kill the dragon head and left the bones bare for display purposes. And Iago apparently planned to use the money that Undine had returned to build himself a true mansion. And its construction was well on its way when Undine graced him with an unexpected visit. At the time, Iago inhabited the few complete rooms of his new mansion, and the first floor he had built was his study better than a library. And his family still lived in his own home, and he was currently inside the library, and since his grandfather gave him his first book, he dreamed of owning a library, and the library he built was 2 stories high, and the room was furnished with cushioned chairs and a large sofa across the fire. And near the fireplace he had a work desk and a throne-like chair made of velvet, and the bookshelves covered most of the walls, and the windows were large to allow light to enter, the morning light to enter, and for strength he had the windows made of leaden iron bars like glass stained windows, and the library was the most solid room in the entire mansion. And the bookshelves were all fully stacked of books of any subject. And most of the light came from the fireplace, which provided heat and light for the entire room, and the fireplace had mirrors which intensified the hidden light, and on the roof there hung 3 tear-glass chandeliers, and the droplets glistened beautifully when bathed by the gentle flame emitted by the candles. And these chandeliers were a novelty for on Scarborough Fair, which had visited Veragam a few months back, and they had become quite commonplace in the city. And the candle flames were magical, and one only needed to touch a room pattern on the wall to light the metal candles, and to keep fueling the fire, one needed to add oil to an urn which had the same runes as the one in the wall. And while Iago was reading, he heard a gentle knock by the door, and a weak rain started pouring, and something about the strange air of the night reminded him of the time when Flamenca attacked, and cautiously he made his way towards the door, and this time he knocked on the door, became firmer and more insistent, and the doorknob began to rattle as if somebody was trying to get within. And just when he started to reach for the doorknob, the door opened with such strength that it knocked Iago back a pace. He saw Undine went from head to toe, and apparently she had kicked the door down, seeing as though Iago was not feeling like opening them. And indeed she had seen a light inside the study. In anger she said, "How rude, leaving a lady outside in the rain." "I'm sorry, I thought you were," and Iago stopped mid-sentence when he realized the foolishness of his thought. Indeed, he was the only person in the village who lived in dread of another dragon attack. Undine laughed heartily when she heard it, and her laughter was echoed by somebody within the room. And since Undine was focused on Iago, she did not know that she had an echo, and taking off her traveling coat, boots, and hat, she made her way towards the fire. And shivering, she barked, "Go take care of Fiero, and I don't want my poor horse to catch a cold." And so when reluctantly Iago put on his coat and he went outside the rain, and barely able to see anything, Iago petted the horse in search of a non-existent reins and saddle. And in the darkness he heard a voice, "Are you done filling me up?" And Iago looked around before searching for the sound of the voice, and again the voice said, "Lead me to the stables quickly before I..." And when Fiero sneezed, Iago realized that the horse was talking to him. And too cold to care or even ask, Iago led Fiero to his family's stable, and he dried the horse with a blanket as best he could. And he also laid some fresh pasture for Fiero to eat. And Fiero, ignoring the meal, he ordered, "Give me like 50 blankets or something, I'm freezing to death." And Iago obeyed Fiero and laid on top of him all the blankets he could find, and when the horse felt comfortable, he lay down to sleep. And indeed Undine and Fiero were cut from the same cloth, and after settling Fiero, Iago made his way back to his incomplete mansion. While he walked, he noticed a strange bird flying over the puddles of water, and because of the rain, he was not able to see that the bird was actually the pudgy dragon. And much to his annoyance, it started raining the second he got inside his foot through the door to the study. It seemed to him that the sky was only raining for just to annoy him. And sighing wet from head to toe, he went within, and once inside he saw Undine attacking his tea, biscuits, and cake. And she sat in the rug before the fireplace surrounded by his snacks, and again he sighed and got a change of clothing from his study, and he always kept extra clothing in bed there, just in case it started raining. His sneeze was changing his attire, and he saw he was catching a cold, and while Undine ate, she became aware of a pair of red eyes looking at her. And Undine, pretending not to notice, she left one of the biscuits unattended, and she saw from the corner of her eye a small hand cautiously reaching for it. And Undine heard Iago's footsteps, and she turned around to greet him. "Hello, Iago, I see you are doing well for yourself," she said, smiling, and she was pleased to see that her biscuit had been stolen. "That's none of your business," shouted Iago. "You're right, and what you do with the money you embezzled is your business. Then again, had you returned the money, they might have suspected that we did not kill the dragon. And if you think about it, you acted wisely, and try not to spend it all like your foolish brother, and at the rate they're going, in less than a year," continued Undine, sipping her warm tea. "What do you want?" said Iago, too tired for pleasantries. "How rude," snapped Undine, and giving her most seductive smile, she said, "You're lucky you're cute. I kill men for less." And Iago stiffened when he saw Undine's changing mood, and he had enough common sense to distrust Undine's flirtation, and again he asked, "What do you want?" "Frowning," she said, "have it your way." "By the gods, just tell me what you want already," said Iago, exasperated. Gee, you don't have to bite my head up. I swear you must have berserker blood flowing through your veins if you can handle a little bit of teasing. Anyhow, I came to educate that pharaoh child. I took a leave of absence from my duty," she said, smiling proudly, and she had full confidence in her skills as a teacher. And a nagging sob was banging in the back of her head. Still, she thought she had yet to flourish, and she only hoped. And Iago started laughing when he heard this, and looking at the corner in the room, he said, You educate Ahi? What nonsense? Ahi? Asked Undine, making a weird face. And she thought it was the most stupid name she had ever heard. She then said, "Oh, you mean Ahi, like the sauce. Why do you name the feral brat Ahi?" "That I did not name the child. That is what he calls himself," explained Yago, sitting down near the fire. "So he talks," said Undine, more to herself than Yago. "Really, most of the time he speaks and acts like a big baby, and when he does stuff he almost sounds like a different person. I think he's insane," commented Yago. Regression. I have seen it happen more than a few fellows, and sometimes a bad things happen to someone, and the person regresses to the childhood state. And it happened to one of Bersame's wives, Librana, a real mess of a woman, said Undine, looking into the flames, and she was lost in her remembrance. "What happened to her?" asked Iago with curiosity. "The usual. Her family wanted to get big with a big man, so she was married off at the age of 16, and you see, Bersamet only likes certain kinds of women who look a certain kind of way for a certain amount of time, and he usually loses interest in them when they stop looking like his long-lost love. So like Librana liked the idea of marrying Bersamet until she met the man in the flesh, and after the first night together she went completely bonkers. And she's 56 now, but still the Mad Queen of Erageron. Something about her name," explained Undine. "Ah, yes, the Mad Queen. I met the lady myself. Quite the eccentric character. I hear she calls him Blood Red," commented Iago. "Ah, yes, she's a real watcher, and Bersamet can be the Blood Red. Blood Red is a pure distraction. Sure, Bersamet kills, but only to bring order to this godforsaken world. And you may complain now, but things were a million times worse 200 years ago," said Undine, putting her tea aside to rest her head on her knees. "So I have been told," said Iago, disinterested. He had no concern for past legends. A laughter in the dark interrupted the conversation, and it was followed by the sound of books tumbling over, and Undine rose to inspect the corner of the room. And there she saw he and another girl, and they were stacking the fallen books one on top of the other. The girl beside her, he was 3 years his senior, and unlike him she was dressed in rags, and her face was muddy, and her blonde hair a ball of yarn, and her slender flame had many cuts and bruises and bite marks, and most of her injuries were self-inflicted, and her most striking feature were her stunning green eyes. And she would have been beautiful if only she took care of herself, and Iago frowned when she saw Undine looking at the girl. And in answer to Undine's stare, he said, "Eleanor, she's a bird brain, and my sister has all but given up on the poor girl. And still not limits herself to just feeding that thing twice a day and bathing her once a week when she manages to catch her." And covering her nose, Undine said, "I was wondering about that foul smell. He's not like Eleanor, and he has enough common sense to take care of his hygiene, and his teeth are always sparkling white, and his rose immaculate. You can't say he learned such habits from a dragon, can you? Though Flaminka has started to apishly imitate his libation. It is quite hilarious, truly," said Iago, remembering. "Interesting," said Undine, disinterested. And she got up and sat in front of the two children to wash again, and she really covered her nose because of the inhumane smell emanating from Eleanor. "Can you fix Ahi, and will you also fix Eleanor if I pay you?" asked Iago. "Sure, why not? I have experience with these cretins, and it's going to be painful, but I will whip those kids into shape," said Undine, smiling sinisterly. "Do what you must, just try not to scar the girl beneath all that soot, and as there lies a pretty little girl," commented Iago, looking at Eleanor. "Relax, I'm a professional," said Undine, flexing her muscle. And she gave her most irresistible seductive smile, and the smile she used on her latest victims. And when the children felt alluded to, they gave Undine their undivided attention, and they both seemed too happy to be having the attention of such a pretty lady. Eleanor felt especially happy looking at Undine, and Eleanor adored Undine's flaming red hair, and when her dirty hand reached for it, she was shocked by the pain, and she would have started crying, but instead she flinched when Eleanor raised her hand again for a second slap, and Undine did not need to strike the child a second time. "Oh, we're gonna have so much fun," said Undine, reaching into her pocket and getting out a cookie. And she gave the cookie to Eleanor, who devoured it quickly to forget the pain, and in essence Undine was initiating her vicious carrot and stick education, and she would be the source of both pain and pleasure for her charges, and reinforcing behavior she liked with sweets and discouraging negative behavior with pain. Yes, pain and pleasure was something which all beings, regardless of their intelligence, understood. She then said to Ahi, "Speak." "Ah," said Ahi in his usual baby dog, and said how he was a special case. Instead of a slap, she balled her hand into a fist, striking the child in the mouth, and red blood flowed from his mouth and an eerie silence followed as Ahi stood straight up. And even Undine had to admit that his posture was unnerving, and he had the air of someone with immense power. He lowered his hood to get a better look at Undine, and his eyes had a strange glow akin to blood red. And for all her training, Undine was unprepared for what occurred next, and she was shocked by his shrill laughter. He had the laughter of a madman, and indeed he found the situation hilarious, and Undine did not understand why he was laughing at her after getting struck. Regardless, she was infected by his boisterous laughter, and Undine saw while he laughed his perfect, razor-sharp teeth, and the sight of those white teeth covered in blood deeply unnerved Undine, and she realized that he would prove more trouble than he was worth. Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and today we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. Not Chicot, we're reading Ahi today. And this is chapter 6. I don't mind the pain. Date year 5, month 10, day 1, 14 a.m. 2 years rolled lazily by in the village of Praga. By now, everyone except Iago has forgotten about the dragon incident. The new talk of the town was Ahi and Eleanor. During their first weeks of training, the townspeople were appalled by the brutality which Undine displayed towards her charges. Sure, like any medieval town, Praga had a culture of child beating. However, even they found that Undine was taking things a bit overboard. The first one to complain was Eleanor's mother. She was shocked by all of the bruises in her daughter's frail body, and her motherly indignation changed to admiration when she noticed drastic changes in her daughter's behavior. In the first week, Undine managed to build proper hygiene into Eleanor. Undine had managed to program her using her infamous reward and punishment system, and having experience with torture, Undine knew where and how to strike in a manner which produced the most pain without scarring the body, nor wounding the bones and organs. The other method she changed Eleanor's habit in such a way which included personal hygiene. Needless to say, she was no longer a smelly girl, for which her mother was grateful. For the second stage of her training, Undine had Eleanor punish herself whenever she made a mistake. In doing so, she assured Eleanor would correct herself without requiring Undine's supervision. The third part of the training required more meditation on Undine's part. Still, using Eleanor's compulsory repetitive behavior, she managed to teach Eleanor simple farming and knitting and cooking during the first few months of training. Undine also instructed the mother on how to teach her daughter a new recipe or sewing pattern. At first, Eleanor's mother was reluctant, however she yielded to Undine's reasoning. As Undine explained to the mother, life is harsh and then you die. You won't live forever to protect your girl. She must learn how to be self-sufficient, or how to at least pass for a stupid girl and not a cretin. This world isn't fair, and it will kill you if you let it. Undine was always twice as harsh on Eleanor due to her own failures with Ahi. Ahi had proven to be too much for her, and whenever she would strike Ahi, he would always laugh it off. For him, the strikes felt like a combat training, and Undine even caught Ahi once playing the same game with Eleanor. And Eleanor would act as Undine, who would punish him for being a bad little boy. And the dark twisted turn of her method were taken with Ahi, even disgusting Undine, and she decided not to use pain to punish Ahi. And today Undine was once again searching for Ahi, and in the days she planned on training him, he was always nowhere to be found in town. And most of the day she was spent looking for him, and she almost had the sneaky suspicion that he was playing hide and seek with her. This day she found him in the forest, and he was with his dragon mother and 3 other large feral dragons and 3 infants. And perched on the tree was a pudgy dragon who was watching the scene with his usual draconic curious disdain. And his mother would growl at her all the 3 peers, and they in turn would purr back at her, and because of her size, Flaminka was always viewed by her kin as if she was an eternal child. And such a gathering among mothers was not too unusual among the feral kind. and they were usually sociable whenever they had young, and like humans they would converse on the latest hunting tricks, the weather, the deer population, new ore deposits, and the kids. And in all those meetings, Flaminka was always the loudest, and she was eternally offended at always being treated like a little kid even due to her size. And while the mothers argued, the dragons played games while maintaining a respectable distance from their mothers. Their games vary greatly depending on the intelligence and ingenuity of the group, and at his place fellows always vary greatly in size but not in age. The first was a large 2-year-old male drake, and the second was a hungry 6-month-old girl twice as big as he. And the third was a 1-month-old male, the same size as he, and together they were devouring the carcasses of 25 deer that their parents had hunted. Undine found hilarious that the drake was being intimidated by 2 dragonlings, and the drake kept circling around the other dragonlings to try to get a piece of the meat. And whenever he would get near, a he or a dragonling would growl at him. And whenever this occurred, the drake would back away. And when he was full, he stepped back and went to clean himself in a nearby brook. And when he was done, his eyes went hollow for a second. It was the sort of blank stare one gets from a person who is measuring something. And he nodded after he came to a resolution, and he crawled on all fours and he hissed like a cat at the other 2 dragons, and the smallest dragon tackled at him, who nimbly landed on all fours just some distance away. And the dragon stood on 2 legs and making him the same height as he, and he breathed in, but he closed the dragon's mouth with his hand, and the dragon started coughing smog and small fire embers. And he then started to claw at him to make him release him, and the battle was becoming more serious, and the dragon jumped into a nearby bush and was lost from sight. And from time to time the leaves would fall from a tree or a branch and would break under the weight of the invisible little pharaoh dragon. And 10 seconds passed while the 2 playfellows eagerly watched the battle, and apparently this was not a new thing. He tensed up as he waited, and his red eyes scanned the surroundings, and his nostrils sniffed the air. And suddenly he swiftly jumped to the side, and something invisible crashed against the floor, dragging the dirt and leaves across the ground. And he stood up and walked towards his invisible target, and again the leaves rustled in an undetermined spot. And the sound was followed by the snapping of teeth and the sound of small feet running across the floor. And again he would graze around searching for his target, and again the dragon would try to surprise attack him, and he would always easily dodge him. And the last time he attacked, instead of moving aside, he took a slight step back, and he grabbed at the air and used the force of the dragon's jump to hurl the beast against a nearby tree. The dragon's back broke against the bark of the tree, and he started snapping his mouth and crying most bitterly. And his mother knew no reason for his cries, but chose to ignore him. She wanted to break him out of that stupid habit of always escalating a play fight into a real battle. He felt sorry for him, went to hug him, and in response to his approach, the dragon bit down on his shoulder, and his red rose deepened into a darker velvet color as blood flowed from the injury. He simply laughed, and the dragon eventually released his mouth, and he started licking at his wound. And the dragon stretched his injured frame over the soft grass, and he waited a few minutes for his back to heal. He lay down in imitation of his rival, and he then saluted the drake, which was finally able to eat his fill of the meal. And at the moment Undine realized why he did not mind the pain, nor ordinary human would be able to endure such wounds with a straight face. And by the time the meal was finished, he and his rival were back to the usual play fightings, and the other fellows simply limited themselves to watching the show. And by noon the dragon had gotten bored of fighting with and at that time he started sniffing the air again, and he then exchanged meaningful glances with his rival, who nodded in response, and he then growled at the drake, which disappeared. And Undine was deeply perturbed by how all the trees in the ground around her started to shake. And it seemed to her that something massive was circling around her, and indeed the drake lacked the charm to hide his movement, and he made up for it by causing too much of a ruckus, and this made it seem like he was coming from many places at the same time. And Undine tried to flee from all of the strange noises which surrounded her, and in desperation she threw her bottles in all directions, and the smoke which emanated from the bottles eroded the trees. And the drake had enough instinct to avoid the corrosive smoke, and he allowed for his prey to think that he had escaped by letting the distance grow between them. And he had seen his mother hunt many times, and he knew his prey was always most vulnerable the second he stopped to catch his breath. And indeed, Undine stopped to catch her breath for a second when she was at the outskirts of the forest, with the town within sight, and suddenly she felt something huge that had fallen behind her. And the shockwave of the drop made her skinny body fly off the ground, and before her body struck the ground, a swift claw had gingerly wrapped itself around her waist, and while the dragon carried her back, Undine made a mental note of what she imagined were her last moments in this world. When she saw Ahi again, she was annoyed by his domineering posturing. He was in the hollow of a tree, the same way Berthame used to sit in his throne, and indeed the child had a striking resemblance to King Berthame, not in looks but in mannerisms, and Undine had suspected that the child was probably the king's bastard. And she said none of this aloud or to anyone. It was simply a nagging thought in the back of her mind which had yet to rise to the surface of her conscious mind. And the drake presented Undine to the others the same way a little girl shows off a flower to her friends. And he sniffed Undine's hair, and then he dragged her closer to the others for the other dragons to smell her. Of all of his dragons, it took turns smelling Undine from head to toe, and the humiliation was more than she could withstand, and she was clenching her fists in impotent fury. And he then gestured to the drake and said, "Ah." And in response, the drake released Undine, and in anger she straightened her dress and her messed up hair, and he took a branch from a nearby tree and he snapped it. And his rival stood on his hind legs and also took a tree branch in imitation of Ahi. And in perfect common tongue, Ahi said, "It is either me or the gibbet." Undine started trembling from head to toe. "And what the hell are you talking about? I don't understand what you want, brat." And when she said this, a large tree branch whipped her in the back, and she doubled over in pain as she tried to regain her breath. And the drake had acted based on Ahi's intention. Ahi then spoke again. "This won't do, Eleanor, start the pattern again." Undine then realized Ahi was simply repeating the random phrases like a parrot, and he was mimicking one of her training lessons, and when Ahi saw Undine being unresponsive, he poked her arm with a stick and said, like Ahi's giving her a taste of her own medicine, "Come on, girl, we're not done yet. The fun has just begun." And the torturous retribution went back and forth between Ahi and the other dragonlings, and indeed they were enjoying Ahi's new game. And by nightfall, Undine had been reduced to a bloody living corpse and too bruised to move, but not wounded enough to die. And Undine remembered the first person she had ever tortured, and how her mother's pain had made her feel warm on the inside as a child. And she had always been a sadistic lass who took pleasure in the pain of others, and for the first time she felt her own victim's pain in her flesh. And she lost consciousness when the sun came down, and the last thing she remembered was his laughter, and his laughter was unlike his previous mocking laughter. No, his laughter was a perfect mimicry of hers. And when Undine came to, she was surprised to find herself resting in the guest room of Iago's mansion, and she was even more surprised by the fact that she was in one piece, and she did not have a single bruise or scratch, and he was sitting in a rocking chair beside her bed, and he was looking at a picture book upside down, and when he saw her awake, he gave his usual apish smile, and in perfect English he said, "Don't worry, Iago, I promise I won't scar her pretty little body." Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 7. Yeah, it was 7. Fiero stands still. Year 7, month 3, day 19, 14 a.m. Laja would have told you that Undine should have hated Ahi for what he did to her, and indeed any regular woman would have spent her time plotting Ahi's death. However, Undine, instead of hating Ahi, she grew to respect and admire him, and like Iago, she could not tell if Ahi was either a cretin or childish. Once it was certain, Ahi was completely out of his mind. And thanks to Ahi's bidding, Undine went easier on Eleanor, and she devised new insidious methods of curbing what she perceived as Eleanor's bad habits. And by then Undine had groomed Eleanor into something that resembled a proper lady, and the metamorphosis had been astounding. And Eleanor was even more refined than a nice bride, and from time to time Eleanor would regress to her original habits when no one was looking, and still she corrected herself out of fear of getting reprimanded, and in the long run Undine modified her teaching skills along the lines of reward or no rewards, or reward or punishment of an innocent bystander. And an innocent bystander was often a cat or a doggy, and she would give the poor animal as a gift and allow Eleanor to fall in love with the poor critter, and then she would use it as a hostage to make Eleanor more obedient. And via this method, Eleanor began to associate the pain of others with her own failures. Even an incident as silly as a shell falling from a tree, Eleanor would imagine that it was that her fairy had brought about such a calamity. Needless to say, Eleanor's poor mind was wrecked beyond repair, and in response to this new turn of events, he sent a random note to Undine, and Undine saw on her desk the note, and when she opened it, she saw the odd colorful runes similar to the ones written on his robe, and guessing what the note was about made Undine worry. And at the time, he was trying to kidnap the horse Fiero, and he was tormenting the poor horse using Undine's animal poker and mimicking Undine's voice. He said, "Stand still, Fiero." And Fiero in response said, "Leave me be, child. Whatever beef you have with Undine, leave me out of it." And he started poking the horse, and his eyes went blank for a moment. And Fiero took that moment to kick Ahi with both of his back legs, and the pain aroused Ahi from his reverie, and he started laughing as he always did whenever somebody struck him. And Fiero snorted and said, "A real lunatic." And he simply continued laughing in response, and in the sudden burst of curiosity, Fiero asked, "Where are your parents?" And he sat up and he gave a few vicious glances at Fiero, and in a strong, deep voice he said, "Mother." And the way he said this deeply perturbed Fiero, and again Fiero dared ask another question, "And your father?" And his eyes suddenly watered in mimicry of another person, and he said in a girly voice as he ran out of the stable, "Oh, the father, how could you?" And this last offer left Fiero with far too many questions to answer, and indeed he had the ears of a raving lunatic, either by accident or by profession. Undine came into the stable as he was departing, and when he saw her, his mood changed and he started giggling. And Undine frowned when she saw he coming out of the stable, and she was relieved to see her horse Fiero more or less in one piece. She asked, "So what did he want? To poke me with a stick," commented Fiero with his thing. "Ew," said Undine, seeing the stick among the straw. And she picked up the stick and played with it in the air as if it was a sword. And Fiero watched the entire progress and did not comment, and Undine gave a sigh of exasperation and exited the stables, and she saw outside he playing at the edge of a low fence by walking and jumping back and forth while maintaining his balance. At the end of the fence, a cat was watching him with disdain, and whenever he drew near, the cat would scratch at the folds of his robes. And the cat was an odd-eyed Turkish van, and he had one blue eye and the other amber, and his coat was pure snowy white, and his tail was long and fluffy, and he had the appearance of a one-year-old cat. And when it comes to cats, even with our technology, it is impossible for us to determine their age. And the cat's name was Van, and he was followed by 13 siblings to the world of Saturnastra without them knowing, and he was curious about the world which was built for the sole purpose of creating magic users. So far Van was not impressed, and for the time being Van was amusing himself by trying to scratch at the end of his robes. Undine sighed, and I just noticed something grimly amusing, and it takes months for the kid to recognize a problem and come up with a solution. Indeed, he is a slow madman. Then again, a being which lived for a long time will have a different time schedule than the rest of us mere mortal. This and many other times ran in Undine's mind. Undine sat on the fence and continued musing a little longer, and by now she had given up on educating him, and she was also starting to fear his slow burning retribution. Though he took forever to come up with a solution, the solution he always concocted was always the most sinister. And at times Undine wondered if the royal being had been nothing but a nightmare, and she was only convinced that it had occurred whenever she ran into his dragon friends, who would chase after her with a stick. And since that incident, Undine avoided the feral dragon forest like the plague. How she loathed the fact that they have opposable tongue which allowed them to grab objects or people, and this was a trait unique to feral dragons. And he sat beside Undine and started gibbering, and Undine pouted her lips and asked the question in the back of her mind, and she did not even hope for a definite answer. "Tell me, what are you really? Are you even human? Are you a dragon or demon?" "We are what we became of the humans from planet Earth," said he with unusual eloquence. And Undine was unnerved by his answer, and she used to think that he was nothing more than a madman, and in the back of her mind she feared that he was something much worse. And it also did not humor her the way he was suddenly speaking of himself in plural. "Who are you?" "You are not like the other child," said Undine as she was taken aback. And he replied with his newly found eloquence, "Castor, one of the Gemini twins." "And why are you telling me this?" asked Undine a little on edge. No reason, I am just bored. Gotta enjoy the few minutes a week when I am in control, continued Castor. Huh? Answered Undine, even more confused. Wow, said Ahi, looking concerned. And Undine sat a moment, and then she relaxed, and then she went back to sit next to Ahi, and her intuition suddenly told her that he was harmless for the moment. At least she imagined her intuition was telling her that. However, she was still under the influence of Castor, and his persona still lurked in the surface of his psyche. And Castor had an uncertain charm which inspired maternal feelings in woman. And Castor smiled at her when she returned to his side, and Undine's heart skipped a beat. And she was starting to feel something she had never felt before, and for a teacher, Undine had never felt any maternal warmth or love for her charge. And she felt disdain for maternal roles and mothers in general. And Undine had relegated all of her bastards to her slaves, and she felt a special disdain for her own mother, for her kindness, for her weakness. And Castor observed her with his childlike simplicity, and he knew how he was messing with Undine, and he enjoyed every second of it. He was about to call Undine mother to complete his charms, but he did not allow him. And Castor simply shrugged his shoulders and returned to bask in his own magnificence. And with his departure, Undine returned to being a jerk. Undine was thoughtful for a few moments, and then she concluded that her maternal feelings had been a lie. And she was somewhat annoyed at Ahi or Castor for manipulating her. And in the end, she concluded that Ahi was akin to Marduk. And then she said to Ahi, I am going home. I will teach Eleanor about money before departing, and she should be able to handle things on her own from here on out. And as for you, Ahi, you have been a worthy rival, and my only regret was that I failed to break you. Ahi gave Undine his usual warm, inviting smile. And then he said more gibberish. Ah, yes, I see it, Undine continued. Now I understand why I'm not able to break you. You are my dear brother, the brother of the boy who came to save this godforsaken world. He shook his head and shrugged his shoulders, and he could see past Marduk's good intentions. No, Marduk had not come to save the world. Undine observed his mannerisms and wondered, and she knew that Ahi had spoken the truth. However, she could not tell which statement Ahi had said no to. And she was certain of one thing, however, Ahi was indeed Marduk's younger brother. Still, a foreboding thought was in the back of her mind. Many years would pass before she would realize the full implication behind such a thought and what it meant for the future, or lack thereof, of Verageddon. A dark cloud was literally hanging over her head, and a single raindrop fell on Undine's nose. And the prophet of the coming storm made her forget about Marduk, and she said to Ahi while getting up, It's going to rain soon, we should head back. Ahi simply gazed at the sky with dazed eyes, and he seemed to be lost in thought. And Undine gave her hand to Ahi, who in turn kissed it, and Undine took a firm grip in Ahi's hand and then said, It is going to rain soon, honey, let's go home. Ahi allowed Undine to get him back to Iago's home, and Ahi also took the cat along with him, and he wrapped the cat beneath the folds of his robes to keep it out of the rain. A downpour followed seconds later, and Undine started running ahead while guiding Ahi home, and something about the scene and the way Ahi laughed reminded Undine of her own mother. Yes, it had been on a rainy day just like this when Undine had killed her mother, and the memory of that day made Undine laugh as well. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 8. Year 7, month 3, day 19, 7 p.m. We suppose it's a good time as any to mention the odd time schedule of Saturnastra, and an entire day is 30 hours, and 1 hour in Saturnastra has 90 minutes, and 90 seconds, and 810 nanoseconds, etc. All months have 30 days, which are evenly divided into 2 weeks, and the year has 30 months in total. And on average, each region of Saturnastra gets 5 months of spring, summer, fall, and winter. And because of the odd time scale, the humans in Saturnastra technically live longer than the humans of yonder times. Then there are the added fertilizers and youth hormones, and this allows for the humans to live up to 160 years. In Saturnastrian years, mind you, and these humans reach puberty at the age of 13 or 16, and their bodies start breaking down at the age of 65. Ironically, the average lifespan for most humans in this world is 54. They would live longer if they weren't such warmongers. Now let's get back to Ahi's story. Undine and Ahi returned home being Iago's mansion, and the pair had taken a residence there, and at the curving junction Ahi would spend 5 or 6 days living among humans, and the rest of the 15 days of the week with the dragons. And for that reason Iago converted one of the closets into a bedroom for Ahi. And there Ahi had a small pile of beds, a small simple bed and a coffer. Iago did offer to give Ahi a bigger room, however he seemed intent on sleeping in that broom closet, and sometimes Iago would come into Ahi's room and find him eating the crystals. Iago always wondered where he obtained those crystals, and he also wondered why the crystals never did him any harm. Over time, Iago became convinced that Ahi was not human, but a dragon disguised as a human. Ahi liked the closet for the same reason: marble-like mirrors and wooden reflecting ponds and shallow windows and Karina's crossroad. And whenever Ahi wanted to wander the house of creation, he used the closet as a waypoint. And for outsiders, Ahi simply looked like a weird kid cowering in a dark corner, and upon closer inspection they would see Ahi with his eyes open, showing rapid eye movement, and via meditation, arcane spirits would travel those mysterious halls in search of knowledge. And in Ahi's case, he would visit his father to get new crystals to eat, and at other times he would travel there in the flesh. However, Saturnastra was a closed world protected by an area, and no portals to Saturnastra were currently closed off, and the only way to exit this area was in spirit form or by killing the area master wherever he may hide. Moving along. When Ahi went home, he rushed to his little corner inside his bedroom. As for Undine, she left to Iago's study, and she found him there trying to read a medical book, and she smiled when she saw that it was a book she had written, and Iago was frowning while he read information about mushrooms. And when he saw Undine sitting before the fire, he asked, how is processed glaucoma injected into your veins a cure for dysentery? I don't know, commented Undine. It just does. I don't question the cure, I just administer it. Iago then went back to reading the book, and he stopped mid-sentence when he asked again, can you explain to me how the kinds of herbs which grow nearby serve as a predictor of the kinds of illness which will befall your city-state? Undine mused a little before saying, the goddess of the earth of Tisa produces herbs for your convenience, and you can use the kinds of herbs that grow to predict the kinds of illnesses which will show up this year. And most of the time, the kinds of herbs which grow are used to treat winter fever, and during wartime we get some serious illnesses like the bubonic plague, dengue, or yellow fever. And King Bersame created the printing press to mass-produce books which used for information like my book, and pity that only the nobles know how to read, and they hog all the interior and watch their peasants squirm. And Iago chuckled when he heard this, and he remembered how he had struggled with learning how to read at the age of 10, and he was lucky that his dead grandmother Lenore was a fallen noble, and she always took care that her entire clan knew how to read and write. And when she finished educating her family, she took to educating the peasants. And she was quite the philanthropist of knowledge, which was the only thing that remained of her when she lost both her youth and her money. Both Iago and Undine said nothing to each other for a few minutes, and each person was lost in their thoughts, and Iago was thinking of his grandmother, and Undine was thinking of returning to Veragerum. And Besame's letters were bordering on desperate, and indeed he was growing impatient with her prolonged vacation. Undine was the first to break the silence. I am going home soon. King Bersamen is starting to miss me. Miss you, and that's a bit of an understatement. Who sends letters reading with blood-red ink? And one need not read his letters to know its contents, and never before have I seen such a furious cursive script, commented Iago. That isn't ink, you know, said Undine, looking at the flame. And Iago bit his lower lip and said nothing. He said, like, that's not ink, that's red. He wrote that in blood. Not his blood, someone else's blood. A soft knock helped put an end to the tasteless conversation, and Eleanor entered the room wearing an immaculate white dress, and the dress had long frilly sleeves, and the skirt too had long laces. And her blonde hair was cut short and combed to enhance her natural curls, and needless to say, the transformation was almost complete. And she stood before the open door with her hands on her back, and her green eyes stared shyly at the floor. Eleanor was anything but shy, however Undine had conditioned her to feign shyness to discourage interaction with normal people. Eleanor waited a moment and then said in a soft voice, "Uncle, teacher, please forgive my rudeness, and Mama wanted to tell you that dinner's ready." Iago closed his book and he said to the girl, "Thank you, Eleanor. Now go fetch Ahi. He should be in his broom closet." Eleanor nodded in response, and she rose up the stairs and went to one of the guest rooms, and since no one was watching her, Eleanor allowed herself to run after Ahi. And much to her annoyance, she heard Yundi's rebuke from downstairs. "Ladies only run away from bad men, Eleanor, and there better be a mugger upstairs for you to be running." Eleanor went back to walking for a few steps, and then she looked left and right before taking off her shoes to continue running towards Ahi's room. And without bothering to knock, Eleanor opened the door unceremoniously, and she found Ahi reclining against the wall. And he had his look lower and his head down, and his legs was crossed over his right, and he had his hands folded. And she found when she found him with his head against the wall, and it was impossible to make him move whenever he was like that. And still, she ventured to try to wake Ahi whenever she had a chance, and so far she had tried to tickle, poke him with a stick, and even kick him in the balls, and this time she had a new idea. And she remembered a few days ago Undine kissed Iago, and Iago had been sleeping on the couch, and when Undine had lightly kissed him on the lips, he had awoke. And Undine had taught Eleanor all sorts of kisses in preparation for her wedding night, and as was the custom of the time, Undine did not teach Eleanor of the birds and the bees. Anyhow, Eleanor stood before Ahi, and she lowered his rude, and as usual, the strange, happy grin in his wide, unblinking eyes frightened her. And he seemed to be seeing something she could not, and Eleanor held Ahi's head in both her hands in imitation of Undine, and she drew closer and closer, and she had never been so close to Ahi before, and her hands got tangled in his long red curls, and she brought them closer to her nose and smelled them, and on the surface Ahi smelled of ginseng, caramel, lilac, grass, and a bit like orange, and mixing with all of the pleasant smell was the almost imperceptible smell of metal and blood. Ahi used to wash his hair with aromatic waters acquired in the hollow creations. Fortunately for Ahi, a human nose was not as keen enough to pick up the scent of blood. Still, Ahi did smell of it, and despite all his effort, he could never get rid of that stench. At most, he could only mask it. And as we said, Eleanor smelled Ahi's hair and found its aroma intoxicating, and she then went to smell his robe, his breast, and his neck, and cast a smile when he saw this, and Eleanor too saw the faint smile, and this made her flinch, and indeed her behavior was the most unbecoming of a lady. And upon closer inspection, she noticed that Ahi had not changed his position. Still, the new smile painted in his lips shook her entire resolution. It almost felt as if Ahi's unblinking eyes were watching her. And she placed his hood over Ahi's head, and she said with a faint whimper, "Dinner's ready." Castor smiled at her and said, "I will be right down in a few minutes, honey." Eleanor turned pale white when she heard Ahi speak normally, and for some reason whenever he spoke as though she was terribly frightened. And turning around, Eleanor left the room, and closing the door behind her, she whispered below her breath as tears rolled down her cheeks, "Castor, so scary." And Eleanor then ran downstairs, forgetting her shoes in Ahi's room, and the second she arrived at the dining room, she was greeted by Undine's grimace. And it was then Eleanor realized she had forgotten her shoes, and forgetting her manners, she half yelled, "Teacher, sorry," and but Castor scared and can't, just can't. And at other times, Undine would have rebuked the girl. However, Undine was interested in hearing more about Castor. And Iago too seemed to wonder who was this Castor, and Undine rose from her chair and hugged the child, and then she said suddenly, "Come down, child, and tell me everything. Who is this Castor?" And Eleanor was about to answer. Sleeves, cares not, does not, Castor harmless, like a statue. Castor slave and his master, and coming herself, Eleanor said, "Oh, nobody, teacher, just a servant, and he's the master, Castor the slave." The moment she said that, he entered the room holding Eleanor's shoes in his hands, and Undine returned to her seat to watch as he put Eleanor's shoes on, and the dinner went on solemnly as a funeral procession. And no one seemed to inquire about his so-called slave, and Undine was too spaced out to scold Eleanor for eating with her hands. And while eating a fruity dessert, Undine said to Eleanor, "Eleanor, have you seen money before?" "Yeah, you use it to buy things, and the more you have, the happier you get. And even a lady like me understands money," responded Eleanor, remembering her lessons. And her entire speech was a series of memorized lines combined with a bit of improvisation. I see that you remember your lines. Undine sipping her tea. Speak openly, Eleanor. Numbers need more practice, said Eleanor, fiddling with the napkin rested on her knees. And the conversation about math and numbers went on for a bit, and he got bored listening to them. And he left Iago study, and he picked up 2 quills and ink in a notebook. And he started copying a math book he had seen in his father's study, and the information of this book was stored inside his mind. Was stored in the ultimate weapon. The ultimate weapon was a computer system we all share, and we say we will refer to people from our home planet, and this weapon system solved complex problems for us and had a backup of all of the vision and sound data of all of the residents of our home. And while he wrote on this, spent her time teaching Eleanor the basics of finger counting and the value of each coin in relation to each other. And around midnight, he entered the dining room with his book, and he placed it on Undine's lap, and he smiled, and Undine opened the book and gave a sardonic smile, and she said sarcastically, "How nice, you wrote me a math book. Now let me see, I got the plus and the ones and the sigma. Now this weird little round character, what does it stand for?" He said it before smiling. And Undine closed the book and continued her lessons without giving it a second glance, and indeed she had recognized the characters written in Ahim's rows inside the book. And after giving the book a quick glance, she concluded that Ahim's writing was just incomprehensible gibberish. And he could have written the most brilliant of math books, but without the ultimate weapon to interpret the characters by tapping into his memories, the book was pretty much useless. He was not aware of this fact, seeing as though he assumed that everyone was like him, and his mother had raised him to treat others as his equals. And you know the usual mumbo-jumbo of not targeting for termination based on race, power levels, looks, etc. And Lady Godiva taught this lesson to her children so they would not grow up to be jerks. And needless to say, he did not get the whole concept, the whole equality thing. For him, it translated to him imagining that all were as powerful as his kin, and even if the ultimate weapon told him otherwise, and that he wasn't learn to see the truth with his own very eyes. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and today we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 9, Blood Red. The year 8, month 13, day 13, 13 a.m. Aside from Eleanor, he didn't have any other humanoid friends in that town. Iago thought he was a pest, and he only tolerated he out of fear of the dragons. And when he dealt with other children of town, he used to get beat up on a regular basis. It also didn't help that he used to laugh every time he got struck, and some of the children grew afraid of Ahi, and the more bossy children bullied Ahi even worse, and some of the beatings he got would have killed any normal human child. And he only bred to amuse his tormentors, and the more he bled, the deeper crimson his rose became. During these proceedings, you would imagine Flaminka would have interfered. However, fighting was a common game among feral hatchlings, and today he had truly inspired the ire of the other children. Around the time he arrived, a lot of things went missing. Needless to say, he had stolen them. And he had a thing for shiny baubles, like glass, crystal balls, ornaments, diamonds, gold, etc. And whether the item was worth something or not, it did not matter to him. He simply had to bite down on it to see what it tasted like. And when he did not like it, he played with it. And he used the reflection of the item to see something only he or his father and a few of his siblings could see. And when he did manage to see it, an imprint of whatever he saw became part of the item. In essence, if another person angled the item in the right direction, he too would begin to perceive the unperceivable. And once the floodgates are open, they can never be closed. And thievery was not a big deal in our world, and our technology made it impossible for items to be truly stolen. Anyhow, he has stolen a few personal items from the creepiest kids we had ever seen. And I put fancy 18th century European dress like putting rags on a pigs, and overnight these street urchins have become noblemen on account of having rich parents. And they may have looked the part, however, on the outside they were still brutish, tyrannical bullies. And by now we observers were fed up with those kids, and we wanted to interfere in the storyline, though it was against our primary function. And the leader was a 14-year-old brat, and he got a inside his house munching on his fancy pocket watch. And as if it was the custom of the town, the leader dragged Ahi by his long red curls into the stream. And unlike before, the bride whom we like to call Peter the Nice drew his fancy dagger and drew a line across Ahi's neck. And as it was to be expected, Ahi started laughing, and it was the first time one of the natives had assaulted him with a knife. And naturally, Ahi found it hilarious, him being so powerful. And Peter yelled, you little cretin, can you understand that I'm going to slice you to ribbons? Can you see that you are going to die? Ahi cleaned the blood running down his neck with his sleeve. And he then smiled at his attacker, and Peter too smiled, and he said in an ominous tone, all the more better. And his friend started laughing as Peter dug on his shoulder, and once again with his knife, he got like stab. Once again he started laughing, and since the attack was occurring at noon, Eleanor was able to see from her study what was occurring. And like always, she would run to her uncle, and in a trembling voice she said, Ahi, Jerry, do something. And Iago closed the book and he said, again? Not hurrying up, Iago rose from his seat as Eleanor dragged him by his hand, and during the 5 minutes which took him to reach the door, Peter and his friends had been in Ahi far worse than before, and Peter had even tried to take one of Ahi's fingers off as a souvenir. However, his knife would not cut what lay beneath Ahi's skin. Not that it matters much, since the blade was imperceptibly losing its edge due to the corrosive nature of Ahi's blood. As for his friends, they struck Ahi with sticks. And when Iago saw the knife, he yelled, oh, by the gods, do you brats wish to become murderers? And Peter said to Iago, stay out of this, old man, and I got a real beef with this brat, and before we were just playing, but this thing, he's the one who's been stealing from us, and I caught him in the act. Don't kill him, yelled Eleanor, and she reached into her pocket, and she drew on the floor all the coins she had, and she also removed her ring and her laces and pearls. She said, this is all I have, please just leave him alone. Peter slowly picked up the items from the floor, and he licked the blood from his knife, big mistake, seeing as though blood-red corrosive blood flowed through his veins. Haha. Guys, remember we were professionals. Alright, back to the story. And Peter heard our laughter, though he imagined that the laughter belonged to his friends. And his friends too imagined our laughter belonged to each other. And only Iago and Eleanor knew that strange laughter had not come from them. And fearing something was afoot, Iago said with a trembling voice, taking a step back, be mature, boys, you are going to be grown men soon, and leave Ahi alone if you know what's good for you. And Peter misinterpreted the fear in Iago's eye, and his bloodlust he imagined that Iago was afraid of him. And Peter's eyes widened into a grim. It almost mimicked the same insane grimace of Ahi, and Peter said in a soft voice, I can and I will do with this cretin whatever I want, and I can kill him right now and nobody will care. And when they find out he's been stealing from us, they will be glad that I got rid of this pest for good. But I'm no killer. Still, he had to be punished to be made to understand. Iago said nothing, and he knew that the child spoke the truth, and at that moment Iago decided not to interfere. Come what may, thought Iago, and I wonder what kind of dragon he really is. And he is obviously not a feral dragon, and I hope he doesn't destroy the town when he eats those little brats. And Iago placed his hand on Eleanor's shoulder and shook his head, and for the following 2 hours Peter had fun with Ahi, and when he got tired of stabbing Ahi, he had his friends beat him up. And news traveled fast in a small town, and by now all knew that Ahi was the thief, and that Ahi was getting what he thought deserved, and the town had shown their so-called hospitality, and in exchange Ahi had stolen from them. And throughout those gruesome hours, Ahi did not stop laughing, and some of the townspeople thought that Ahi had gone insane. And the beating was stopped by Peter's father, and while his son bullied Ahi, Peter's father was cashing on his leave, and now that he had money, he was going to do what he loved best, which was to sleep. And the commotion awoke him, and when he looked out the window, he saw that his son was covered from head to toe in Ahi's blood, and Ahi was face down on the floor in a pool of his own blood. And when Peter saw his father coming, he stopped the onslaught, and throwing the knife on the grass, he giggled and said, hi, Pops, Ahi has been robbing the town blind all these years, and I'm just administering a little bit of mob justice. And his father looked at Ahi and then at his son, and yawning, he said, that's enough, boys. Relaxing up. I want to go to sleep. Yes, father, said Peter sweetly. And then he turned to Ahi and he stripped him of his robe. And Peter threw the robes on the floor, and then he urinated on it. And when they took the road, he got up slowly from the ground, and the way his body was covered in his own blood was reminiscent of the creature known as Blood Red. And his long curly hair looked straight and straightened with blood, and at the moment he was a mirror image of the Blood Red from yonder times, and he had the same green Blood Red wore whenever he was about to commit a massacre. And when the townspeople saw him, a chill ran down their spine. They had a subconscious fear of the creature that was known as Blood Red, and they thought that they had forgotten his name. They thought that they knew nothing of his story, and the fear of the man that ran deep in their veins, and a fear they had inherited from their forefathers. And Yago whispered below his breath while trembling from head to toe, "Blood Red." And at that moment he realized the difference between his kind and the humans, and his smile faded, and when he saw the defied robes of his father, and he walked over to his robe and he picked them up, and he tossed them in the air and neatly folded them into a bundle to carry them beneath his arm, and without saying a word he made his way back towards the forest. And when Eleanor saw he departed, she ran after him yelling, "Ahi, come back, please don't go." And she was about to touch his shoulder when he said without turning around, "Don't touch me." Eleanor flinched when she heard he snap at her, and she clutched at the ends of her dress as tears rolled down her cheeks, and she repeated, sobbing, "Don't go." And he said nothing, and he simply left the town without saying anything else, and many years would pass before he would dare to step foot in Praga again. Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're continuing in Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 10, Charity. Year 10, month 2, day 6, 7 a.m. The Ornas Fjord was located in the southeast region of Pfizer, and the southern region was naturally fertile. And even during the dry period, the Pfizer region continued to produce grain at its unusual rate, and in other regions productivity increased for more than 50%. And this brings us to the Ornas Fjord. This fjord was among those which increased their fuel production, and they mainly produced cash crops of sugar, coffee, and cotton. And due to the fertility of their land, they only required 10% of their fields to produce the wheat, rice, field potatoes, and corn they ate. The nearby meadows provided grass for their cows and sheep, which combined with the river provided their protein intake. Despite this bountiful food, the commoners of Pfizer were experiencing a man-made famine. Duke Rebon van Unheit the Fifth had a brilliant idea of selling his surplus of food in regions struck by a famine, and he would charge 5 to 10 times the market price in towns ravaged by the famine. And over time, the feudal king started tapping into the reserves, and this year the fertile feudal Ornas experienced its first man-made famine. To relieve the famine, our charity group had been dispatched, and the charity group was composed of concerned mothers from different worlds. And this group of mothers had the lofty idea of abolishing starvation. And during the Conquistador era, this world had experienced all sorts of poverty and abuses. And thanks to the ultimate weapon's prodigious memory, they still remember how painfully it felt to starve to death. And like most of our organizations, charity was founded by Lady Godiva, and due to Mardu's insistence, Godiva limited her interference to her charity side project, and following Godiva were 6 of the maidens who shared her lofty goal of abolishing starvation. And the first 2 were Katia and Tina, granddaughters of Darphinus, and they were a pair of serious level-headed maidens with a big heart, and the other 4 were Miriana, Mary, Fatima, and Karija, and Picos was their mother. Overall, they came along for the trip because they had nothing better to do. Plus, Lady Godiva had some convincing arguments and another. And as a support group, Charity had the armed escort of Nalini's crystal knights. And like their namesake, they were nice dressing armors made of quartz crystals. And though made of crystals, the oddity of the refraction made it impossible to see the figure being closed by the armor. And all of the crystal knights were open maidens and a few young men who were rescued by Lady Godiva, and she raised herself baby as if they were her own children, and they were a grand total of 1,000 knights, and as part of the charity escort, she took with her the 5 crystal knights. And we don't want to get the wrong idea about us because of the Conquistador era. We have a strong belief in non-interference, and some have noble aspirations, like Marduk, while others become a public nuisance, like our dear Nalini, and nobody's perfect. The Orna's feudal looked like any other feudal, and it had a bunch of half-baked homes surrounding a stone citadel, and the citadel was large enough to house the ruling family, and some 5,000 knights, and the citadel had a ditch around it, and to enter the citadel the guards had to lower the bridge, and the exterior looked as dismal as the outside, and it was built like for defense, and Duke Juan was no fool. He knew the price he had to pay for the life he led, and this cold-blooded realization made him into a monster wearing the flesh of a human. And the man he saw was a handsome devil, jet black hair, black eyes, Roman nose, noble frame, and somewhat muscular from his 7 years of playing soldier boy in Bersament's army. And since he was a runaway duke's brat and somewhat useless, he got preferential treatment in the army. And when his berserker blood awoke at the age of 21, he realized how useless he truly was without his rank or his money. And at the age of 22, he packed his bags and he returned home. And since then, he has been taking out his sadistic rage and thus unfortunate enough to live under his domain. And this morning, Charity had brought the supply wagons, and the group was raided by 2 knights, one in iron armor and the other in bronze. The bronze knight saluted the group, and he was not too alarmed by the caravan, seeing as though they only had 5 knights escorting them, and he was traveling about with the Charity. And he had left the forest to go with them one sunny afternoon, and he apparently wanted a change of scenery. Also, he had reached that age when feral dragon mothers and their kids go their separate ways. And for the last few months, he had been traveling from town to town distributing food, and he was usually stationed within one of the supply wagons just in case the guards tried to decommission the supplies. And he had changed quite a bit since last we saw him, and at the age of 12, so to speak. He was the size of a 10-year-old brat, and one of the girls of the caravan had given him a haircut to have his look match one of his favorite paintings, and his hair was now the true color of blood, and his face was more boyish, but it still maintained some of the girly airs like bright red lips. And instead of his robes, he wore black Flemish Baroque attire, and the attire came with an elegant black hat and brown leather gloves. And the guards looked at the supply wagons with suspicion, and their suspicion faded when they noted that all of the drivers were teen maidens, and the only one leading the pack was a woman, Lady Godiva, and she sported a simple white medieval dress made of cashmere, and his body had a usual decorated golden gibberish, and Godiva had red flaming hair and green eyes, and her most striking feature was her long-fingered hands. Behind Godiva followed Katya and Tina, and they were dressed in desert robes, and both had the same large black eyes and long eyelashes, and the black eyeliner they wore made their eyes look even larger. And their veil was held in place by an arbitrary crystal orb. And Midian and Mary were twins, and they did everything together, and the pair were dressed in yellow medieval dresses, and both had ebony skin and wore their long black hair braided. And Fatima and Karija wore medieval dresses of similar design, and Fatima was dark blue, and Karija wore a pure white one, and they had monolith eyes, which was unusual in the continent of Bersamen, and she was the one who caught the guards' attention, and the guards soon forgot about her when they gazed at Karija's "I am going to kill you" gray eyes. And the Iron Knight got the reins of Godiva's horses and led the group to the inn stable, and once they were settled in, the Iron Knight asked Godiva, "What brings you fair ladies like yourself on this long trip?" And Godiva made a curtsy and said, "We are Charity, and we came to relieve the famine." "What famine? We got plenty of food," commented the knight. Godiva said nothing, and she removed the reins of the saddle from her horses, and after she made a sign to the girl who started unpacking. And the crystal knight left the stable to prowl about town, and the Iron Knight frowned when he saw that the ladies were ignoring him, and sighing he made a motion to his partner and said, "Go inform the Duke." "Yes, sir," said the Bronze Knight sadly, and he dreaded being the bearer of bad news. And while Godiva held a box in her hand, the Iron Knight had the nerve to put his hand on her shoulder, and Godiva smiled with content as the Iron Knight removed his hand quickly, and he felt as if his hand had been shocked by lightning. And the knight then thought Godiva was possibly a witch, and feeling stupid, the knight said, "Do you require assistance?" "No, we got it," said Godiva, putting another one of the heavy boxes down. And the Iron Knight looked left and right before saying below his breath, "You should leave before the Duke finds out you're here. That man is a monster." And your point is you can either warn us of the Duke or play your gentleman's card and unload these heavy boxes for us, snapped Godiva. And then I did as Godiva demanded. While taking out the boxes, a shade inside the car jumped out, and the shade was none other than our dear Ahi. And the force of Ahi's jump knocked the knight out of the cart, and brushing himself off, the knight bowed and said, forgive me, young lord, I was not aware you were inside. And he simply smiled, and he went to stand beside Lady Godiva. The war progressed slowly, and the only sound that entered the barn came from Ahi playing with his female companion. And the game varied from tag to patty cake, and the only one who didn't join in the game was Carija. And she sat on a bench outside the barn, and she busied herself with sewing. And Godiva jumped from time to time, and she was in the mood to ride her horses, and her horse Arion neighed restlessly inside the stable. And the whole acting like a normal horse scene was getting on his nerves and on the nerves of all of the other horses that had to play pretend. Arion had the appearance of a black gypsy banner, and he was larger than most banner horses, and his long mane, tail, and felt locks were white, and his eyes were pitch black, and whenever he got up at full speed, his legs emitted lightning, and he too could feel his master growing restless, and it was his respect for Lady Godiva that kept his temper in check. And normal humans dealing with horses were starting to notice certain peculiarities about them, and something about their unnatural calmness, and the fact that they weren't eating the hay laid out for them, and the fact that they didn't smell like horses made the knights uneasy. And after an hour, the knights finished unloading the boxes, and Godiva smiled and said, "Thank you, Sir Knight." And she frowned when she saw the Duke approaching, and the Duke came into the scene riding on his horseback, and he spotted a luxurious golden armor which outshone the sun. And the girls stopped their grins and giggled when they saw him approach with 30 other knights, and all the girls but Carija greeted them. And Carija just kept sewing, stoically ignoring the visitors. And since they had pretty faces, some of the knights returned the girls' welcoming salutes. And he snorted when he saw the knights, and he couldn't tell who smelled worse, the knights or their horses. And the Duke surveyed the woman with an eye of disdain, and he was about to give a stupid order when he saw something shiny in the corner of his eyes. And the knights too noticed the Duke growing restless, and the Duke saw the crystal knights in random corners, and the crystal knights were surrounding them, and when the Duke saw that there were only 5, he started laughing. And his knights too laughed as well, and with his usual arrogance he asked, "Is this it? Are these all the knights you have brought for protection?" And Godiva folded her arms and sneered, "Oh no, you got it all wrong, Duke." "Is that so?" said the Duke entertained. "Those knights, they are not here to protect us. They are here to protect you," she said coyly. And the knight started laughing, and only the Duke did not laugh, and his berserker blood told him that the maiden spoke the truth. And upon closer inspection, he saw the girls looking tense as if they were preparing to strike him down. And after an eerie silence, Godiva said, pointing to the girls, "These girls are dangerous criminals, and if we weren't here, these girls would butcher this whole village." Again the knights laughed, and again the Duke said nothing, and what Godiva had said had piqued his interest, and his berserker blood told him that she spoke the truth, and still he was not convinced, and against protocol the good Duke descended his horse, and he walked over to Tina, and he said in a gentle voice, "Let me see your hands." And Tina gave a nervous look to Godiva and then to Ahi, and the pair nodded, and then Tina then gave her hands to the Duke, and the Duke looked at them from the back and front, and he asked Tina, "A poisoner perhaps, a message security in Veragerum." And Tina took one of the Duke's hands into her face, and she looked so very dreamy, and he almost felt like he was falling in love in her eyes, her face, and she said softly, "I don't poison men, I love them, and I love you too, Duke Unhai." And she drew closer to the Duke, and he felt her hot breath in his mouth, and he allowed her to draw him in closer until Tina suddenly backed away with a face of disgust, and her expression greatly wounded the Duke's pride, and he said, frowning, "If I were you, I would keep a tight leash on that one." "If I kept a tighter leash on her, she wouldn't be able to work," commented Lady Godiva. "I see," said the Duke condescending, "and if you want the girls to work, they may keep my men company for a few nights." And one of the other knights said, "We don't mind the crazy one, worst comes to worst, we can tie them up." "That will violate the terms of release for Tina and Katia. And they may only sleep with virgin men during the breeding seasons, and since it's not breeding season and none of you are virgins, I must decline your generous offer," said Lady Godiva stoically. And this strange rule intrigued the men gathered there, and he simply watched the scene with disdain. And the Duke asked, pointing to Mariana and Mary, So what's their crime? Mariana likes to torture people to death, and once they are sliced to ribbon, Mary seasons the remains and adds garlic and pepper and other seasonings, and once they are cooked a la mode, she eats them. Then I fried when they heard Godiva say those words so casually. And that one, asked the Duke, pointing to Famila. She did not keep it to herself, said Godiva. Huh? Asked the Duke. She knows what she did, said Godiva, frowning. Fatima said, giggling. That was bad. And what did she do? Insisted the Duke. Fatima pretended to be a goddess, and she got collection money, offerings, and everything, said Godiva disapprovingly. Ah, a scammer, the Duke added. Good for her. And the quiet one over there, asked the bronze knight. Karija is a baby killer, and she can't stem them, so she kills them, and she killed about 5 before they caught her. And said she hadn't graduated at the time she was judged as a minor, explained Godiva, whose frown deepened into a grimace. And the bronze knight commented, wow, you weren't kidding when you said that these were dangerous criminals, and why haven't you executed them? You only get capital punishment for treason, and only the Brute Prince has the authority to condemn people to death, continued Lady Godiva. Well, enough of this nonsense, said the Duke, sighing, and he added, your girls may be dangerous, but I'm certain they can keep me entertained for a night. What a pain, said Godiva, folding her arms. And Karija said to Godiva, I knew that the fools wouldn't listen to reason. And the Duke placed his hand over Godiva, and he said, don't worry, honey, it is just a friendly meal. News travels fast in the continent of Bersamin, and I am familiar with all the rumors about charity and what happens to the leaders who do not cooperate. So feel free to feed my people, blow them up like pigs. You can even eat a few of their children. I don't care. Some of those rumors about us are just big misunderstandings, said Godiva, not amused. Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Chapter 11 of Saturnastra Ahi, Lady Godiva. Location: the first card tower of the citadel facing the village, secret underground tunnel, A6. Year 10, month 3, day 15, 9 p.m. Since when a lot smoother than Lady Godiva could have anticipated, and Duke Unhai was a clever monster, and he figured that he could still make money from his grain reserves and keep the population happy. And this was all thanks to the words of charity, and at night Godiva acted in honor of her namesake by riding Arion nude, and during this time Ahi was sneaking to the citadel, and he smelled iron and minerals, and was naturally drawn to the palace to supplement his draconic diet. And tonight, like all of the other nights, Lady Godiva had gone on a joyride, and as usual the girls had ridden before her to warn the townspeople that Godiva was going on her usual expedition. And the Duke was watching the proceedings with mild amusement, and while inside his castle the Duke wore more comfortable noble attires, and his guards too were watching the scene, and while he watched, the Duke ate an apple, and the Duke had never tasted a fruit like apples, and apples tended to grow in the other continents, and Godiva had felt like introducing it to the continent of Bersamin, and the Duke said aloud, "She's been rather lively lately." "Yes, sire." The Duke went back to sulking, and while the Duke continued looking at the scene, and he had climbed down a ditch and made his way into one of the hidden passages, and originally the Duke's father had built many underground passages for the Amencia citadel, and he made his way across the dark corridors, and he did not need to use torches, and his eyes could see all in the darkness. And all the corridors were nesting grounds for fat rats and spiders, and the place was narrow enough for at least 5 people to pass by side by side, and the roof hung low, and a full-grown adult would have lowered his head to avoid hitting the roof, and said how he was built like a child, the roof was just right for him. And he liked the secret passage and the darkness around it, the dust, it felt almost nostalgic. And he would spend many hours inside this dark passage, and sometimes he would feed the rats and the spiders, at other times he would moan in order to frighten the people at the other side of the wall. Oh, you're pretending to be a ghost. By now, Godiva had finished her nightly rounds, and the Duke had the gates lowered for Godiva to return, and musing he yelled at her, "So you leave naked and return clothes?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" said Godiva coyly, and she added, "We leave at sunrise tomorrow." "What? Leaving so soon?" said the Duke sarcastically. "And there are more mouths left to feed in my territory?" "Nah, if I fed them anymore, they might get fat and lazy. and gave them the tools and the techniques to help themselves, said Godiva, dismounting her horse Arion. You don't say, said the Duke, thinking of his own fat and lazy family members. A fat, ugly wife who gave him 3 fat, ugly boys, and on top of that, the Duke had to put up with his wife's fat, ugly relatives, and they knew how he felt about them, and they mutually avoided each other like the plague. And whenever he was in his citadel, his family was out visiting this relative, and whenever his family were in the citadel, he chose that day to go out hunting. And as of now, the being closest to his heart was his favorite hunting dog, Francesca. And after this brief exchange of words, Godiva guided Arion to the stables, and from there she went to look for Ahi within the hidden passages. And when she found him, she said to him, Ahi, we will be leaving tomorrow. Ahi said gibberish softly. Okay, so yourself, said Godiva, not questioning Ahi. Said Ahi. And she took his hands in hers and said, take care of yourself, son, and don't let those ants push you around. Ahi nodded in response. Godiva went to get her things prepared, and Ahi went to fish out a new attire from his traveling bag. His nightly excursion had all of his attires covered in cobwebs. After Godiva left, Ahi started exploring the feudal towns, and he still was teased by the other children, and the teasing stopped when rumors about him came flooding in. And in time, no parent would allow their children to play with Ahi, and since the people in town were avoiding Ahi, he started focusing his attention on the citadel. There he always found a lot of shiny baubles for him to stuff down, and one day Ahi set his eyes on the Duke's crown, and the crown had been passed down from generation to generation, and it was 1,390 years old, and at the time the Duke's family had conquered the southern portion of the continent, and when the third king failed to have any male heirs, the ruling class went to war, and the one great empire broke down into little feudals, and all that remained of their own house's former glory was that crown. And the Duke did not care much for the crown, and he simply had it stored away under heavy cigar points, and the soft part of the head was made of velvet cashmere, and the horns of the crown had many jewels, and they followed the pattern of big jewel triangle followed by a smaller one. And the smaller one was a pearl at its tip, and the biggest one had an emerald tip, and overall it was a luxurious piece of jewelry of a bygone era. Unlike his previous death, this item was the easiest one to steal, and most of the security was focused on the gates of the palace, and once you were on the inside, it was easy to move around. And due to his frequent visits, some of the servants had started thinking that he was part of the family, and also he was always dressed for the part, and some even started thinking that he was one of the Duke's many bastards. And those are his presence went unnoticed during his nightly excursions. And tonight, like the other night, he entered the citadel through one of the many underground passages, and this was a newly discovered passage which led to a broken-down chapel in the outskirts of the town. And the outskirts had a few ruined buildings here and there, and in the former glory days, the town was an industrious city, and over time, war and poverty had caused the city to shrink, and for that reason, the town was surrounded by many vacant, crumbling buildings. And what remained of the city chapel were a few columns, the atrium, the altar, and of these only the altar did not look as if it was crumbling, and the burnt stones and wounds and the rest seemed as if it would fall apart any minute. And he liked this chapel because he had a rose window at the atrium, and only half of the window frame remained, and the shadows hinted at its once glorious decoration, and behind the altar, the marble floor had an uneven tile, and whenever springs were grown, was slowly opening the hidden passage. And tonight he wore a Dutch Baroque attire, and it was a sort of domineering walk, blood red took whenever he was entering the battlefield, and his posture, stride, and blood red eyes echoed battle, and he showed his face in playful smile, and the way he had his hands shyly behind his back echoed innocence. And indeed, he prided himself in being a walking contradiction. And when he got behind the altar, he went on all fours to feel for the depression on the floor, and he removed his gloves to better feel the ground, and he already knew where the depression was located. However, he enjoyed to sacrilegiously sit on the altar, and he watched with amusement the dark pit open before him, and then he jumped within, and the sound of his shoes touching the stone ground made echoes across the empty hall, and he said below his breath in imitation of someone, "Then silence and stillness nice were the universe." And the echo repeated, "Verse, verse." And as he said, "Hello," the echo responded, "Oh, oh." A bit of a gravel from the roof fell on his head, and this reminded him of why he was underground in the first place. And the trip into the citadel was rather complicated, and from time to time he had to dig through some broken corridor or to take a different adjacent route. And many detours, digging and pushing and scurrying through narrow passages, and he arrived into the treasure room. And he pushed through the tile above him, which gave way to his strength, and this made the rusty mechanism open the path into the treasure room. And while the floor above him opened, a shower of golden coins fell upon his head, and the sound made echo across the empty corridors. And he covered his head annoyed, and when the shower of coins ended, he was waist deep in golden coins, and he used the coins as leverage to climb to the floor above him. And he looked into the darkness and saw golden coins glittering under the faint light that came into the room. And he frowned when he saw this, and he said as his eyes filled with tears, "Oh, what a bother." And he shook his head with resolution, and he pressed the uneven tile, which closed the hidden path, and he moved some nearby coins from the pile to mask its entrance, and he took care to remove any coins from his clothing. And when he was done, he took a few minutes to peruse the treasure room. 7 ceremonial armors, one in each corner, with 3 lined up in the center of the room, and all of the armors were made during a different era, and they were made solely for the purpose of the king's coronation. And the last armor, a golden armor, was the one that the Duke had worn, and he only wore it whenever he wanted to dazzle the crowd. And aside from the armor, there were a few weapon stands with ceremonial claymores, bows, swords, and knives. And there were 10 safes. Each one was filled with precious stones and other items. Only the Duke and he knew the password. And on the wall there were hung a single painting. The Duke had stashed it there since he could neither stand to look at it nor could he bring himself to part with it. The painting was covered behind a velvet curtain to keep people from looking upon it, and the rest of the room had boxes and cabinets filled with treasures. And littered in the floor were hundreds of money bags and coins, and the Duke was making so much money this day that his men simply threw the bags in there unceremoniously, without bothering to count them. And the crown covered by a heel was hidden inside one of those safes, and he had seen it when the Duke had returned it to its resting place. And he went to the safe, and it was a single combination lock, and the password was 43 to the right, 14 to the left, and 97 to the right. And the safe opened with a low groan, and he ignored the jewels, the pearls, the parcels, books, and other items very important. He held the crown in his hand as if mesmerized by it, and his red eyes glowed like twin flames. And he smelled the crown from side to side, and he removed the velvet top to reveal more of the metal of the crown. And he took a bite of the pearly top, and the pearls and the golden plates made a dull crunching sound within his sharp fangs. And he ate the big pointy star of the crown, and he decided to save the rest for later. Such a delectable treat couldn't be eaten altogether at once. He went to the place where he had entered, and he dusted the ground with his feet, and he frowned when he removed every golden coin from the ground, and he felt that his arm was holding on to the crown, and the mechanism which opened the door had gotten jammed by the fallen coins. And he sighed with frustration, and he took a small bite from the crown before walking towards the single door of the treasure room, and he knocked unceremoniously. The guard sleeping on the other side awoke with a start, and the guard's armor had a leather vest with the insignia of the Duke. And the insignia was a stylized 4-pointed star, and it was a representation of the northern star Polaris, and it symbolized the Unhai's aspiration to conquer the north. And the guard thought he had heard a knocking in his sleep, and again he settled down to continue his nap, guard duty, and again he knocked on the door. And growing impatient, he was almost tempted to break the door down. And the second time he knocked, the guard got up and he opened the door, and when he saw he frowned. "I still half asleep," he said. "Boy, did you get locked in there by accident?" And he nodded in response. And the guard walking up a bit looked at his head, and he noticed that he was looking at his head, and he removed his hat to allow the guard to get a better look at him. And when the guard saw his blood-red hair, it felt as if someone had thrown a bucket of cold water at him. The guard said, shaken, "What are you doing? Never mind. It is not as if you would understand the last thing I needed." And he put back down his hat before taking a small bite from the crown. And the guard noticed that he had bitten down on something shiny, and the guard thought, "The Duke is going to kill me if he finds out. But if the kid took something, how would I explain the missing item? So I then retained the brat against his will. What would I do?" And the guard then said to Ahi, "Can you show me what you're eating?" And he showed what was left of the ground, and smiling, he said in imitation of someone, "Bon appetit." And the guard saw the man go remains of the ground, and he started laughing, and he too joined in his maniacal laugh. And in no time the guard's laughter degraded into a wail, and crying, the guard brought his hands to his face, and crying and laughing, he said, I am ruined. The kid, he ate the crown. He bit it with his sharp little dragon teeth. How did this calamity come to happen? And he feeling bad for the guard. He petted his back. Oh, what am I going to do? I'm ruined. You ruined my life, continued the guard, wailing. And he felt sorry for the man, and he went into the dressing room, and he gave him a handful of coins. And the guard frowned when he saw what he considered a kind gesture, and the guard took a deep breath, and then regaining his composure. And he said to himself, it's okay, I can just blame it all on the kid. He's probably related to the Duke, seeing as though he knows the password combination. And again gave him a sideways look in his mouth, and the way his mouth reminded the guard of his toddler. And the guard took his hand, and he led him towards the night of first living quarter. And while walking, he started humming, and something about his humming made the silence of the night even more dreadful. The more the guard walked, the better he felt, and as he kept walking, one of the guards on duty detained him, and he asked, what are you doing outside your post? I found this intruder. He snuck into the dressing room using one of the secret passages, said the guard in a hurry. The other guard lifted his head, and he frowned. Only Ahi and Bersame had blood-red hair. And the other guard looked at Ahi, and he asked, how long have you been sneaking into the palace? And he shrugged his shoulders in response, and the second guard said, yep, that's Ahi. The townspeople have been spreading all sorts of rumors about the little devil. All he says is ah, with an occasional psychotic phrase. So what did the little freak steal? If it is not too valuable, we can replace it. The first guard sighed, and he said, funny you should think so. No, this item cannot be replaced. Ahi. And he then showed the second guard what was left of the ground, and the second guard too became infected by the same insane maniacal laugh that had struck the first guard. And after the second guard finished laughing, he said in a long one, oh, we're fucked. Alright, so then that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Chapter 12 of Saturnastra Ahi. Curiouser and Curiouser. Location, interior of the Citadel, year 10, month 3, day 20, 9:30 a.m. During the last few hours, the knights and the guards planned the best way to break the news to the Duke. As it was customary, the Duke was greeted when he awoke by his current favorite maid, and she was wearing the blue dress he liked best. The Duke frowned when he saw this. His sense of foreboding kept growing when he put it on his slippers. They were warm and freshly ironed, and for breakfast they fed the Duke his favorite, 2 toasts with melted mayonnaise, 1 crunchy slice of bacon, and 2 scrambled eggs with hand cut into tiny square pieces. And this attention to detail, the orange juice instead of wine, everything was made in such a way as to remind the Duke of happy yonder days. And indeed, the Duke was in a good mood that morning. Still, he had a terrible sense of foreboding. And the Duke knew from experience that whenever his servants paid extra attention to detail meant that they were going to give him bad news. And while the Duke sipped on his orange juice, he wondered, had Bersame found out about his secret money stash? Maybe Godiva had found out about the stolen goods, and when was the wife and the bride supposed to be back again? And this and many other thoughts ran through his brain, and indeed the Duke was making himself sick with worry. And eventually he walked meekly towards the audience hall in anticipation of the dreadful news. And his knights were surprised to see him there beforehand, and the Duke sat on his throne with one leg on the armrest while he rested his head on his hand. He made certain to enter as quickly as possible, and the throne was originally made of hardwood, and the Duke refurnished it to make it comfortable with the addition of cushions. And the carvings had dragons coiling around the sides of the red cushions, and the chairs were scroll-shaped. And the top had several scrolls with skull at the tip. And at the tip was the 4-pointed star Polaris, and the audience hall was held up by dominant columns. And on the walls behind it were torches, and a red carpet led towards the throne. And the walls were still preserved their old stone brick looks, and there were 3 doors in this room, and 2 were the throne, and the last one was the entrance portal, and 4 large paintings hung on the aisles, and each was depicted as scene of the Duke's life, his birth, youth, war period, and coronation. A feast painting behind the Duke was kept behind a curtain, and this one showed the Duke with his wife and children, and this painting was only unveiled during the few moments that the family was together under one roof. And once a day, at 12, the Duke used to sit there for 2 hours hearing briefing, reports, complaints, etc. Though it was early, the generals and the elite guards, the noblemen, and his jester were assembled, and the Duke observed his underlings talking in a circle by the entrance portal, and they only did this whenever they planned to deliver terrible news. And his knight of fire whispered to the jester, "No, you tell him." "No, Mrs. The last should do it," said the jester, pointing to the Duke's favorite maid, Matilda Dawes, and the blonde maiden with big gray eyes and shapely body had grown up with the Duke. And when he was younger, the Duke wanted to marry her, and naturally this did not occur. And Matilda knew the Duke like the back of her hand, and the Duke in turn was acquainted with all of Matilda's demons. And though the love had faded away, Matilda was the only woman the Duke still respected and admired. And in an indirect fashion, Matilda acted as the Duke's regent, and she took care of anything that the Duke did not feel like bothering with on that day. And this day Matilda wore a blue rococo dress with lots of frills and pink ribbons, and its design was reminiscent of Madame de Pompadour. And her blonde hair was combed up in a simple bun, and for jewelry she wore the former Duchess' pearl necklace, and she also wore twin pearl bracelets. The second person of interest was the jester, Archie. Archie was a dwarf by stature and not by species, and he was about half the size of an average man. And while working, Archie wore a red and gold jester outfit, and his red shoes had golden bells at the tips, and other parts of his clothing integrated bells into his design. And for jewelry, Archie wore a golden six-chain necklace and a simple golden ring with an opal, and Archie always carried with him a scepter with a golden bell at its tip, and the scepter was used to look under the maids' dresses. And his most striking feature was his stylishly curved mustache, and his satirical black eyes were as dark as night. And he had ebony skin. And when he removed his outfit, Archie became Archibald Armstrong, age 42, adopted son of Bersamin. And Archibald would regularly spy on nobles who contracted his services as a court jester, and Archibald put it up with all sorts of humiliation for the sake of his adopted father. And he was part of a large group of fools who served Bersamin out of love and not out of fear. And as of now, Archie had been spying on the Duke and sleeping with anything that moved for more than 7 years. After a lot of conversation between those gathered there, it was decided that Matilda would deliver the bad news, and when this was decided, they went to assume their places. And the knight of first was the first to notice the Duke, and the Duke asked in a lazy sort of fashion, "What happened this time?" Matilda bowed before the Duke and said, "Ahi." The Duke gave a low moan and said, "Don't tell me the dragon boy has made a nest from my treasure room." And shaking her head, smiling, Matilda said reassuringly, No, nothing that serious, though. He is in town and based a report. He came with charity, and he has been sneaking into the palace via the underground passages." "And," insisted the Duke. Matilda said to Archie, "Bring in Ahi." And the Duke sat up on his throne with expectation, and Archie went towards the portal, and he unrolled a large scroll, and he yelled in a high-pitched voice, "Presenting the illustrious Ahi, the fatal dragon bride, spawn of blood red, bringer of plagues, and all that nonsense." The guards outside opened the gates ajar to let Ahi enter within, and the Duke found Ahi's face familiar, and he half remembered seeing Ahi when Charity arrived. And the Duke noticed a strange-looking crown in Ahi's hand, and smiling benevolently, the Duke asked, "Ahi, can you show me your jagged crown?" Ahi nodded in response, and frowning, the Duke said to Ahi, "I forget the kid has pudding for a brain." Archie took Ahi's hand by the hand, and together they skipped towards the Duke, and the Duke, seeing the odd pair, shrugged his shoulder. And Ahi still held the long scroll and folded flapping behind him as he went, and the Duke had a what is going on type of expression. And was standing before the Duke, Archie bowed and said, "Methinks, your sire, for the lad is occasionally lucid, and his calligraphy is most exquisite when he has the mind to not play the part of a fool, and it takes a fool to know a fool, mind you, sire." So, like, what the fool is basically saying that he doesn't have pudding for a brain, he just fooling around, putting on an act, because he's bored out of his freaking mind. Archie handed the Duke the long 1-meter scroll, and the scroll had a sample of his calligraphy, and he made a perfect duplicate of the writing sample offered by the other knights. And he smiled when he saw the Duke's bewildered expression, and the Duke then said to Archie, "So the king knows how to write." So he just pretended to be a cretin so the townspeople will go easy on him. And I have wanted posters of him all over Praga. I've seen wanted posters of him all over Praga, and he apparently a notorious pickpocket. Again, your sire, he dares not pretend, and his intellect waxes and wanes like the phases of the moon. As for his personal property, it seems to be a concept which eludes the child, said the jester, pointing at Ahi with his scepter. He gave a slight bow with his hands behind his back, and when his Asian bow was unfamiliar to the Duke, and had he understood its meaning, he would have been greatly displeased. And the Duke frowned at his gesture, urging him to try to explain this mannerism, and Archie was at a loss for words. And the Duke then asked, "Does anyone know how we can get rid of this pest?" And Matilda thought a moment before saying, "Forcing Ahi to leave may not be wise, and I heard some kids in Praga chase Ahi out of town, and after 10 days one of them died of a horrible death, and the other kids went insane." And then I first thought it, and I heard rumors of a lad visiting other towns with charity, and he usually lives with them of his own accord, and the fact that he stayed behind this time does not bode well for us. "I see," responded the Duke, and Archie then started playfully poking at his cheek with the bell of his scepter before saying, "The lad is harmless if unprovoked," and he pushed the scepter aside before whining, "Stop!" And Archie in response struck Ahi in behind with the scepter, and in response Ahi started running away from the jester, and Ahi moderated his speed to allow the jester to hit him from time to time, and the pair ran all over the audience or bumping into others assembled, and from time to time the jester would purposely hit either a knight, the Duke, or Matilda. And the little game went on for 5 minutes until the Duke snapped and yelled, pointing at the jester, "And now for your buffoonery." The pair started running when the Duke snapped, and in imitation of someone, he said, "You meanie, I haven't done anything wrong." And he fell on the floors, and in imitating the tantrum of a 5-year-old little girl. And Matilda and one of the knights had a hard time suppressing their laughter. And as she sat beside her, he tried his best to console him, and he said in a soothing voice, "Don't cry, lad, the Duke is a truthful, and dry your tears, child, all is well." And by now the Duke was starting to get a headache, and he had never had a patience for crybabies, and sighing he said, "If you had nothing else to report, then take that thing out of here and go about your business." By now he had calmed down, and he was not truly sad, rather he was pretending to annoy the Duke, we think. And Archie got up swiftly, and he took the crown from his hand, and bowing before the Duke, he said, "Presenting the queen's crown of your ancestor, or what's left of it, and he has been eating it." The Duke took the crown in his hand, and he looked at it, and indeed the top looked as if pieces had been beaten off. And chuckling, he said, handing the crown to Ahi, "You can have it back. At least you gave it a better use than I ever did." The Duke's underlings gave a sigh of relief when they saw that the Duke had taken the news so well, and indeed the jester was an expert in delivering bad news, and he also knew that the Duke's great disdain of his illustrious past and his ancestors. And the Duke then asked Archie, "And why hasn't the boy eaten the rest of the crown?" "I think he's saving it for later, sir," said Archie when he saw Ahi taking a small bite from the crown. And the Duke then said to Ahi, "Ahi, go and open your mouth wide." And the Duke and the jester opened their mouths wide in order to Ahi to follow by example, and Ahi imitated their mannerisms. And while Ahi kept his mouth open, he could not help but notice the Duke's golden teeth, and even Archie was missing a teeth or two, and with his 2.5 fangs, and in turn the Duke and his underlings noticed the perfectly even razor-sharp fangs of Ahi. And the fangs alone proved to them that Ahi was not human, and the Duke wanted to check the sharpness of Ahi's fangs, though he worried that the key would bite off a finger. The Duke then said to the jester, "My, what sharp, perfect white teeth the lad has, and put your finger in there and tell me how sharp those teeth are." And this time Archie was not amused, and he folded his arm, and he said earnestly, "What if he bites my finger off?" "You either lose a finger, or my knife will cut off your entire arm," said the Duke in earnest. Archie looked at his hand, and debated which finger he planned on losing. And eventually he started to forego his left pinky. And by now he had gotten the gist of the conversation, and for that reason he started snapping his mouth as Archie's finger grew closer. And the crowd waited in anticipation for Ahi to bite off Archie's finger. However, when he smelled Archie's finger, he grimaced, and he made a motion as if he was about to barf before saying in imitation of some and this made the Duke and all of the others present start laughing at the gesture, and when the Duke recovered, he said, Archie, by the gods, when was the last time you washed your hands, and where has that finger been? And smiling sinisterly, Archie pointed at the Duke before saying, why don't you smell my finger and find out, sir? And the Duke covered his nose and said, P.U., I can smell it from where I'm sitting. All those present had a hearty laugh at the expense of Archie's foul smell, and Archie bore with the laughter and feigned good humor. After all, he was a professional buffoon. And before bowing before the Duke, he said, would you like Ahi to perform some tricks for you? If you can manage, and go for it. Things have been so dull lately, said the Duke, yawning. And Archie bowed again, and then he clapped, and in a high-pitched voice he said, fetch me the fancy violin. And the Duke made a sign to Matilda, who was going to fetch the violin, and on second thought, I think you should bring it the cheap one, in case he decides to eat it. He sat down on the floor while he waited, and the knights reclined against the wall. And the knight first made a sign to some of the servants to bring chairs, seeing as though the meeting was going to drag on. And traditionally, it was obligatory for all to stand before the king or duke or whatever he chose to call himself. And seeing it was an informal meeting, the duke did not mind that his underlings broke protocol. The servants also brought for the Duke a cushioned leg rest, and he was the only one without a chair. And the Duke yawned, and he yawned as well, and after 10 minutes Matilda returned with the cheapest violin she could get her hands on, and she handed it to Ahi. Ahi got up and he inspected the instrument with the expertise akin to an antique dealer. And Ahi was naturally inspecting it, rather the ultimate weapon was analyzing the violin to determine the tuning requirements for the instrument. And after a brief analysis, Ahi tuned the violin. The Duke commented to his jester, who sat at his right hand, as if he was a queen. So far so good. When the violin was attuned, he played the violin concerto in D minor by Sibelius. Needless to say, none of the Saturnastras assembled recognized the song, and we also added orchestral music in part of the concerto, which demanded, and the environment produced by our music took the audience to a faraway place, and when he finished, he smashed the violin against the floor in imitation of a rock star, and the sudden ending started the audience back to reality, and the Duke shifted uncomfortably in his throne before saying, It is a good thing we gave him the cheap violin. I can't tell if he's a genius, a cretin, or a madman. Maybe he's a little bit of everything, suggested Archie. Perhaps, said the Duke, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. And Matilda then suggested, why don't we have the kid do some simple tricks, like juggling? The Duke made a sign to the jester, who went to fetch oranges from the kitchen, and he gave some oranges to Ahi, and he gave the rest himself. And Ahi frowned when he saw the oranges, and being a carnivore and a metalivore, Ahi was not fond of fruits or vegetables. Ahi then swiftly returned the oranges, and Archie then said to Ahi, they are not to eat, but to play with, and Archie gave the oranges back to Ahi, and Ahi held the oranges in his hands with his stain, and he watched the gesture throw his first orange in the air, and then another and another. And Archie juggled the 6 oranges skillfully, and Ahi watched the gesture with green amusement, and after watching him for a bit, Ahi concluded that the gesture wanted him to play along. And to amuse Archie, Archie juggled the fruits in perfect synchronicity. And the Duke found this eerily, and after juggling the oranges, Archie and Ahi did their silly acrobatics while juggling, and after his performance, the Duke clapped, and the child's mimicry was amusing. And the Duke made a sign to Archie to stop his performance. Smiling, the Duke said, I had decided to keep Ahi for a pet, and Archie settled him in and get some gold from the vault and make a bed for this dragon. Are you certain? Asked Archie, scratching his head. Yes, rumors about Ahi will make us stronger than the other holes. And you said so yourself, if Ahi gets pestered, he will kill. And should anything happen, we can just throw him into the battlefield. And Besame's favorite holes have dragon, and since he won't give me one, I will use this one, he said, pointing towards Ahi. Ahi gave a sideways look and looked rather confused indeed. And then the Duke added, yawning, take that thing out of my sight for now, and be gentle, you don't want him going crazy and killing you as he did the others, said the Duke sinisterly. And Archie took Ahi by the hand and led him out of the audience hall. And the group watched the odd pair leave in silence, and aside from the Duke, no one seemed too thrilled to have Ahi as a permanent resident. And we guess now would be a good time as any to explain a few things. And at the end of the observation too, Ahi had been chased out of town by a gang of evil kids. And the Devil of Fate was responsible for the rumors surrounding Ahi. And if you remember correctly, Peter had licked Ahi's corrosive blood. Bloodless blood is corrosive, and its parts weaken the bonds between the molecules, and the effect is almost imperceptible at first, and it was even slower on solid objects like knives. And the blood also acts like a virus, tainting everything that it touches, and when the blood comes in contact with other blood, it becomes like him. And needless to say, in less than a few hours, Peter was starting to feel a burning sensation in his tongue. And this pain was complemented by the pain in his esophagus and the newly formed ulcers in his belly, and the multiple pains would have lasted for days if Iago had not put the child out of his misery. And even in death, the spark blood kept corroding the boy, and eventually the blood finished depolarizing, thus losing its effect. And when I was said and done, Peter's funeral was a closed casket. The other bullies suffered a fate worse than death. He has tendencies for three reasons: to eat, to see, to play with. The things that the bullies do were the things that he used to see. And once that he saw things, using the refraction of those items, the items became imprinted with the essence of whatever he saw. And when the bullies took his possessions, they began to see and hear things after carefully inspecting the goods. And at first it started with a shade or a whisper, and eventually the bullies could not stop perceiving the things that were not meant to be seen. And when he sees something using stolen goods, the owner might as well give up on recovering those possessions. And so the bullies started seeing things, they naturally went insane, and in their insanity they created new and more frightening phantoms which began stalking them among the real ones. And the incidents helped create the myth that he was a magic dragon, and those who saw him covered in his own blood spread the rumor that he was blood red, reincarnated, or returned. And those who heard those rumors distorted it, and the newest rumor was hardly amusing, and it was said that Bersame had gotten drunk one day and had slept with a feral dragon, and that he was the sin-born of that unholy union. And the only people who did not believe the rumors were the Berserkers and Bersame himself, obviously, and they knew that Bersame was infertile in a sense that no woman could bear him a seed of malice. Guys, be professional, rebuked Wicked Sophie. Sorry, Sophie, we responded. It was a general opinion that he was a magical dragon, and his blood-red hair made everyone believe that he was akin to Bersame, and he was his son, cousin, or idiot brother. And now that we're up to date with all of the weird rumors around Ahi, let us continue the story. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 13, Ahi and Archie. Location: interior of the Citadel, year 10, month street, day 20, 12:30 p.m. Archie has spent a few hours trying to accommodate Ahi within the palace. At first, Archie tried to settle Ahi inside the treasure room. After much talking, Ahi realized that the treasure room was going to be his bedroom. Ahi did not like the treasure room. It gave him a bad vibe. And from the treasure room, Ahi spent an hour sorting through the coins in search of refined gold. He figured it was a good time as any to start living like the dragon that he truly was. Their search for a bedroom was cut short when the pair went down for supper. The nobles in the palace were thrilled by their new pet. At the end of supper, Archie continued walking the palace with Ahi, and their party was struck by a tired servant carrying the golden coins, which would become Ahi's dragon bed. On their search, Archie went to Matilda's room, and Matilda was in the middle of being dressed by her servant. And she frowned when she saw Archie entering the room with Ahi. In grimacing, she said, "He's not taking my room, is he?" "Maybe," said Archie, checking under Matilda's bed. Ahi started sniffing the floor, the sheets, and the bed, and Matilda said, pointing to Ahi, "Ew, get that thing out of here. He's dirtying all my things." Archie gave Matilda a sinister smile and said, But my dear, his hygiene is impeccable, and unlike you, he has all of his shiny white teeth. Baga, snapped Matilda. Ignoring her, he and Archie continued with their work, and he grimaced when he finished getting the vibes of the room. And Archie asked him, "No dice?" And he rose from the ground and gave Archie a sideways look. And then, he shaking his head, he said, "Stinks, bad juju." "And what the fuck is bad juju?" snapped Matilda, exasperated. She had the habit of acting like her true self when the Duke was not around. It meant that she curses a lot freely. Giggling, Archie brought his hand to his lips to stop himself from saying something offensive, and he knew that if he pushed her too far, she would get him fired or worse. When he calmed down, Archie said to Matilda, "You are in luck. You will not lose your quarters to Master Ahi." After saying this, the group left Matilda's room, and while they walked, the servants carrying the money spoke amongst each other, and one of them complained, "It's been more than 5 hours. When is a kid going to pick a room?" And another one commented, "If it is not the juju, then it's the vibes, the smell, or the Wi-Fi. And by Lara, if you ask me, the kid is screwing with us." The conversation was cut short when he turned around abruptly, and the glare he had given reminded the servants a bit too much of Bersamin, and the glare was only painted in a heat for a second, and when he turned into a shouty smile again, and then he gave them the thumbs up before turning around to continue with his search. And he really did not get what the servant was saying, or so we fancied. However, based on their tone, he probably guessed something was bothering him. And giggling, Archie commented, "Master he dislikes wolves who speak ill of him behind his back." "And how can you be certain that he understands a single word we're saying?" demanded the servant. "Call it woman's intuition," said Archie, holding up an imaginary skirt. "Whatever you say, my lady," said another servant, giving a sigh of frustration. Their back and forth lasted for a couple of more hours, and the conversation was cut short when Archie bumped into Ahi. He had walked a few paces ahead to see why Ahi had stopped, and because of his size, Archie had to stand on his tippy-toes to get a better look at Ahi's face. Ahi's eyes were wide open, too wide, and Archie gulped when he saw Ahi sniffing the air a bit too fast like an animal. And he stood on all fours and growled, and one of the servants shivered and said, "Oh God." And Archie took a step back, and he unsheathed his scepter as if it was a weapon, and then he started pacing back and forth like a dog, and eventually he caught the scent of whatever he was looking for, and he walked on the floor and pressed his eyes against a hole in the ground, and his eyes dilated when he saw something even we could not see. And when he saw it, he plugged the hole with his finger, and seconds later the entire citadel shook to its very foundation, and the hidden entrances to other hidden passages began to glow as well, and the servants fell, and the coins splattered all over the ground, and Matilda fell down the stairs, and then at the first accidentally stabbed his sparring partner, and the earthquake was felt as far as Veragerum. And from the hall, a tiny mist rose to the servant, and the servants thought that the walls were possibly on fire. In a stern voice, he said in imitation of someone, "You should not be here." And he made a sign to us, and then he pointed to the ground below. And Wicked Sophie said to us, "5 of you stay behind, and the rest come with me." And the servants and Archie became aware of our presence, and they saw the earth passing through the ground like specters. And after checking the ground below, we assured Ahi that the intruder was either gone or vaporized. After analyzing his observation, we concluded that the intruder was an extremely powerful otherworldly being. It was a being so powerful that it warranted Ahi's special attention. Archie was the first to speak, and in a trembling voice he said, "Is it gone?" And he turned around and he gave him a warm smile before he said, "Bye-bye, all safe." The servants and Archie breathed a sigh of relief, and he started picking up the coins from the ground. The servants started to help him as well. Apparently he had been searching for the presents all along, under the pretense of searching for a room. And when the problem was taken care of, he led the group where he truly desired to sleep. Archie was distraught by the path that he had chosen, and this path led him to the dungeons. The room he had chosen was the torture chamber. The torturer was in the midst of torturing his latest victim, and since the victim was new to the game, the torture was starting with a standard whipping. The victim was a teenager who supposedly had hunted in the Duke's forest without his permission, and they had used as evidence the fact that he had been caught eating venison. Archie called us to let the torturer know of his presence, and while petting his beard, Archie said, "Sorry to interrupt, but you're going to have to take your business elsewhere. This room now belongs to Ahi." was still brandishing the whip, the torturer yelled, "And what did you just say?" Taking courage, Archie said in a commanding tone, "You heard me. Take your crap and get out." The torturer started packing his secret ink equipment, and one of the servants released the basin and escorted him out of the citadel. The victim was a distant relative of that servant, and while the torturer packed his things, he mumbled beneath his breath. He pointed to the torturer's instruments, and then he said, "Ah!" And the torturer glared beneath his black hood, and he said to Ahi, "What now?" She said, timidly pointing to the instruments, "I think Ahi wants to keep those." "What? My tools have been in my family for generations," snapped the torturer, grabbing Archie by the arm tightly. And Archie said ominously, "Don't you ever dare touch me again with those filthy hands, and remember your place." The torturer released Archie from his grip, and in this court, rank was based on who had more influence over the Duke. And Matilda had the most influence, and Archie was just below Matilda, and in the end the torturer ended up giving up his tools to Ahi. And he had threw his leather satchel into Ahi's hands, and had it been someone else, they would have crumbled under the weight of those evil tools of pain and death. And for Ahi, they felt as light as a feather. And when the torturer left, Ahi started rearranging the furniture to his liking. And the torture room was dark and dank, and the walls were made of blank stone, and from time to time you heard the rats scurrying around the floor. The room had no windows, and the bit of air entered through a shaft on top of the roof. And on the right corner of the wall hung a variety of torturing tools, which ranged from maces to skin hooks. And the centerpiece was an iron bed with shackles and a standard furniture in the room bed dungeons. And on the corner there was something which resembled an Iron Maiden, and the face was a replica of Bersament's face when he was in a killing mood. And the round body of the man had the carvings of his armor, and for the victim it almost looked as if he was giving you a killing hug. And beside it there was a pole for simple whipping, and a few meters away was the roof hanger with mobile chains in case the torture felt like using the skin hookers. You know, like the things that you use to pull skin, like this. The latest item was a triangular banded horse torturing device, and though the room was large, it had modest furnishing, and the torturer only had those things for show, seeing as though he preferred a more hands approach with his victims. And Ahi and those with him perused the torture room, and most had never seen the interior, and Archie smiled when he saw the iron Bersamen, and he wondered grimly who had designed such a monstrosity. And when Ahi got bored looking at the place, he laid the torturer's bag on the table, and he opened it to get a better look at the items, and the tools seemed more like surgeon's operating kit, and the scalpel was rusted with blood, though the edge was still sharp as ever. And Archie asked him, "So where do you want the money?" He took one of the money bags of gold, and he emptied it in the left corner of the room, and the others emptied the bags for him. And the dude had given him permission to take as much gold as he needed to build a proper dragon's bed. And the bed ended up as large as a pile of gold, which was large enough to fit the frame of an adult, all around 2 feet in depth. And in our attention was distracted by some odd noises on the other side of the walls, and we were still a bit on edge as a result of the intruder. And by the time we started paying attention, Archie had finished whispering something to Ahi, and we missed the nature of their secret conversation. And after Archie finished speaking with Ahi, he escorted the servants out of the room, and before departing, Archie gave Ahi the keys to the dungeon. And when Ahi found himself alone, he lay down on his gold pile, and he rolled around a bit before finding the spot he liked. And when he did find it, he stretched his young limbs and yawned before closing his eyes. Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Saturnastra Ahi, Chapter 14, Alpha the Crystal Knight. Day year 12, month 3, day 3, 1:30 p.m. A year passed uneventfully. The dude was preoccupied with his new dragon to bother his citizens, and after a year the novelty had passed, and things were back to business as usual. The prolonged winter in the north ruined the harvest, and today the duke decided to raise the food tax on his population, and he was about to create a second man-made famine. And this afternoon the duke's knights were about to carry out his command when the second that the gates were lowered, the men on horseback saw a crystal knight. The crystal knight stood at the other side of the dish, and the knight leading the duke's men muttered into his breast, "You." The crystal knight folded her arms and waited with anticipation, and the leader of the tax collector was debating on whether they should engage the mysterious crystal knight. And beneath the armor the crystal knight seemed petite, almost childlike, and the armor was made of quartz-like material known as moon glass. And this crystal was made from the moon sand, and if one did not remove the impurities, the crystal armor lost its transparent qualities while maintaining a quartz-like luster. And visually speaking, it looked as if the knights were about to engage a crystal statue. The crystal armor had an unfamiliar design, and it was a segmented plate on top of a chainmail, and the plates unlike the muscles of the figure and the flat chest. And the boots were one solid plated unit, and the back resembling the armor of dragon scales, and this thorny look was repeated in the shoulders armor and in the gauntlets, and two crystal oars held in place a long cape, capes being eternally trendy in our home world, and the helmet had an arbitrary round crystal held up by a stylus stringhorn flame. And the helmet had a long horn-like ears born from two crystals, and the face was a crystal skull, and for the weapon the crystal knight had an elegant rapier. And the pommel was enormous, and the knuckle guard and the rear guard looked in twin double helices connected at the tip of the knuckle guard to form a stylized snake. Eventually the fear of the Duke overcame their prudence, and they came to the foolish conclusion that the armor was just for show, and the first of the Duke's knights to advance on the crystal knights. And the moment that the horse got close to the knight, it grew into a frenzy and knocked down its rider. Its instinct warned him of imminent danger. As the knight rose from the ground, he said, taking out his claymore, "Stupid horse, afraid of I'll smash this glassy statue myself." The crystal knight stood still like a statue as the enemy knight came wielding his claymore, and he raised his blade and drove it down on the crystal knight, desiring to cut her in half. And to the untrained eye, it looks as if the claymore shattered like crystal when it smashed against the knight's helmet. However, if you slow down the frame, you will see that the crystal knight unsheathed her rapier and sliced the claymore into ribbons before it made contact with the armor, just as fast as it sheathed her rapier and assumed her original position for the effect. The enemy knight looked at the handle of his once great claymore, stupefied, and he took a step back, away from the crystal knight, and he said to the other, "This thing is more dangerous than it appears." "I don't know, it looks pretty dangerous to me from the beginning, and the horse had the right idea," said a different knight. And the fallen knight raised his fist to signal the archers on the tower, and the archers nodded their eyebrows and waited for the signal. And one of the archers said to his nearest comrade, "Oh, this is a bad idea." "I know," repeated the other archer. And the leader gave the sign, and the archers unleashed hell, and much to their surprise the arrows fell in such a way as to form a heart. And the archers who were on the walls and the towers were able to see that they heart from their posts. "And this wouldn't have come out so perfectly even if we had done it on purpose," commented the first archer that had spoken. The crystal knight removed his mask, and the attackers were able to see the face of a maiden, and the girl had large almond-shaped blue eyes, and her nose was small and delicate, and her blonde eyebrows were thin, and her lips were small and pink, and her chin and forehead were small, and she had the typical facial features akin to the elves from this continent. And the name of this elf girl was Alpha, the Night of First, and she was among the many elven children that Godiva had raised. "So the crystal knights are all elves," commented the knight's leader. "I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I must," said Alpha, putting her hand on the hilt of her sword. The leader looked at the knights and asked, "Does she speak the truth?" And the knight said, "No, the girl lies. She really wants to hurt us and just desiring a provocation." Alpha gave a big sign, and she looked at her crystal mask sadly, and she put the mask back on, and then she said, "There's a big difference from what we want to do and what we end up doing, and you guys don't want to fight me either, but we do obey our orders." An eerie silence followed, and the mask and the helmet slowly cracked, and the only thing which remained of the helmet was the arbitrary crystal. And the knights were able to see her long blonde hair and elf ears, and her face was resolute. And she unsheathed her sword and started dragging across the floor as she ran towards her enemy. And she could have run faster, however she moderated her pace for the effect. And the blade threw sparks as he dragged across the floor, and when she was inches from the first knight, she saw her blade cutting him in half. And the other knights and archers tried in vain to slay her, and the arrows missed her, and the blades were sliced to ribbons before they made contact with her head. And as a final gamut, the good guards raised the gates, which Alpha swiftly jumped over, then landing gracefully in the center of the courtyard. And at the same time, the Duke was hearing a lot of commotion, was sitting inside the audience hall, and he waited with anticipation for Charity's revenge. And he figured that his luck had finally run out, and with any luck, he would come to bail him out. The gates to the awning house were forced open by flying carcasses of two of the Duke's knights, and Alpha's crystal white armor glistened ruby red due to the blood of her victims. And the blonde lass had a most sinister smile on her lips, and like before she gave a slow jog on her way to the Duke while dragging her bloody rapier. And suddenly a hand broke through the door and floor and caught a hold of Alpha's leg, and the last words that the Duke heard from her as the hand dragged her down below the earth was, "Ah!" No sound was heard for 15 minutes, and the Duke and the few knights crowded around the small hole which had opened beneath Alpha's feet. And while reopening the path, the Duke heard strange echoes of scraping stone and other noises. And after removing a bit of dirt, the Duke recognized the masonry of one of the oldest hidden paths of his citadel. And the Duke motioned for a torch as he went to explore the path, and the walls below looked badly scraped. And the part which mostly disturbed the Duke was a hole in one of the walls, and it had the semblance of a tunnel. And the Duke felt a strange motion beneath his feet, and moving aside he saw two hands slightly raised the tiles below, and the Duke stood back, fearing that he would be the next, and he was relieved to see that it was Ahi. Ahi dusted his crimson attires, and a larger imitation of the one worn by Archie, and the Duke made a motion to his men who threw down a rope, and Ahi simply jumped out. And once outside, the Duke said to Ahi, "You haven't been tunneling beneath the citadel, and if you break the foundation, this whole place will come crashing down." As usual, Ahi grinned and said, "It's fine, it's fine." "And what's fine, me or the citadel, and is the elf dead?" insisted the Duke, shaking Ahi. Ahi looked up and gave the Duke a sideways look, and the Duke sighed with exasperation, and he knew that it was pointless to continue. And still Ahi had saved his life, and for that the Duke was thankful, and says that he started beside him that he had stopped 5 burglaries, 7 assassination attempts, and 1 invasion. This may sound like some serious business, however the Duke was used to dealing with sticky situations, and he would have managed wisdom without Ahi, and the attack by charity was an alien element that the Duke did not know how to handle. Together with Ahi, the Duke went to check on the damage, and the elfin girl had left a wave of carnage, and the courtyard was littered with mangled bodies. Ahi checked the bodies one by one, and like a dog he would sniff the ground, and those that showed signs of life were painfully healed, and a healing method tended to feel rather painful, and is more organic in the sense that we stimulate the body's healing capabilities by combining with our own natural healing powers, and this stimulation will cause the pain receptors in the victim's body to skyrocket, and though all the treated knights and archers got their limbs back, none felt too inclined to repeat the experience. Let's take this 41-year-old knight for example. Alpha has so graciously relieved him of the burden of his left arm, and the slice was a perfect line cut on a knife from the collarbone to the armpit. And while he held his sides together in pain, he moved the man's arm to the side, and he then clawed against the skin and bones and started pulling back. And visually speaking, it looked as if he was digging from the raw skin new bones and muscles, and the healing process looked both gory and painful. And after the reconstruction of the main parts, it was followed by the veins and nerves, and this reconstruction was the one which the knife really started screaming bloody hell, and his eyes almost seemed to pop out of his eyes, and the veins all over his body became overly pronounced. And knowing full well this procedure felt painful, Ahi would try to perform it as fast as he could, and depending on the injury, the procedure would last from 1 to 40 seconds, and Ahi would have done it faster, however, a fast painless healing would be too unnatural. And Ahi had to give time for the patient's body to respond to his alien self-defense system, and at the end of the process, the hand would come out a bit reddish like the hand of a newborn babe, and it would return to its original color after 3 days. And after some physical therapy, the new limbs will be better than the originals. The Duke watched with interest at his healing process, and after watching 3 healings, the dying screams of agony became too unbearable. And even the Duke said, "You finish up here and call me back when you're done." After 3 hours, Ahi finished the healing dose that could be saved, and the Duke and the Knight's family members waited for the wells to end before seeing what had become of the Knights, and the Duke sent Archie with a few Knights to check on Ahi after an hour of silence. And Archie was the first to sleep outside, and just as quickly he went back inside and closed the door behind him. And despite his small frame, he barred the other Knights from going outside, and the first one asked him, "What is wrong?" "Oh, nothing, and he's just finishing up. Yeah, it's best if I go talk to him myself." "And we don't want him to think you're too injured as well," said Archie, somewhat evasive, urging the Knights to let him go out alone. And the Knights said nothing, and they were not too eager to see the carnage outside, and nor were they too convinced by his so-called healings, and they imagined that the Duke had given the child leave to torture the survivors for their failures. and Archie rested his back against the closed portal, and he looked at his jiggly shoes, too afraid to look forward. Yes, the several knights were fully healed, and though all had fainted from the pain and were delirious, and this was not the sight which had frightened Archie. Archie had seen a lot of weird things in his career, and he had seen Bertha rip someone's head off with his bare hands, and he had seen Undine's victim's skin change color as it foamed from the mouth. Heck, he had even seen his petite mother tortured to death by a gang of thieves when he was a child. Still, not one of those horrible sights could have prepared Archie for the sight he beheld. No, what had brought terror to his heart was the fate of those who were dead, and he was eating them. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 15, 1-5, Closed Casket. Year 11, month 3, day 3, 13:30 p.m. After he finished eating, Archie went back inside the castle to break the news in private to the Duke. The Duke did not sound too surprised. After all, he was a dragon. It was about damn time he started acting like one. He only worried about the funerals he would have to hold later on tonight. The coroner and his attendant had a hard time making the bodies look presentable. A good number of them were missing an ear, a nose, or the eyes, and the majority's faces clearly had bite marks. And his bite marks were sharp, clean, and jagged, and it was a gory sight to behold. All the bodies were stitched together to form one solid cadaver, and to keep the family members from asking too many questions, the coroner decided on having several closed caskets, and to make certain no one would get curious, the caskets were nailed shut. The official excuse was that the questioner had shot a fireball spell which had burned and disfigured the bodies, and some of the noble wives were prone to arguing. However, the Duke quickly put them back in line. And in the future, whenever a massive death occurred, they would host a group funerals, and the caskets would be paraded around town and eventually brought to the graveyard. And since it was such an unusual death, the Duke hurried up the funerals, and instead of burying the bodies after a day's wake, the Duke only allowed the family members 2 hours of mourning before having the bodies quickly taken to the cemetery. And while the coroner worked on the bodies, the workers in town dug shallow graves, and everything about the proceeding was outside protocol. And the Duke did not even wait for the family members to buy tombstones for the night, and not only this had everyone suspicious. And currently the priest of Arasa was performing a short 10-minute version of the funeral rites, and he was present at the wake, and all who wore solemn red attires, and in the continent of Bersame, blood red was the color of mourning. And this had been chosen, and this became the chosen color of death because of the creature known as blood red. And even Archie was now wearing his jester attire, and without his costume, Archie looked as somber as those gathered there. And the only person not wearing such attire was he, and he wore a sombre black medieval attire without any laces or frill, and the Moors imagined that he was too simple to mourn for people he barely knew. And he did understand. However, in our world, black was the color we sported at funerals. And the funeral took place in the courtyard, and the coffins were simple and made planks of wood and nailed together, and normally the nobles would get fancier coffins. However, the coffins there hung wreaths of irises and other purple flowers, and the only light came from the freshly lighted torches in the courtyard and the candles held by the priest's sleepy attendants, and the torches held by the designated male relatives. And despite his best effort, 95 knights did not survive Alpha's attack. And as they walk in the fields of irises, be confident that they know peace, and they feel no pain or sorrow, and nothing else can harm them, and all that remains is a peaceful slumber. And Arasa will give them eternal rest, said the priest, who wore blood-red robes. And the crowd echoed, Arasa give them eternal rest. From where he stood, he could barely see the top of the priest's hood, and he gave a sigh of frustration before tapping at the shoulder of a knight who stood before him. And another knight said, "Shh, quiet, oh, wait, it's you. What do you want?" And this black knight was twice at his size and was solely responsible for blocking at his view. And like a little child, he stretched his hands and said, Up, please. Pretty please, ugly please. And the black knight rolled his eyes, and he picked up a heat, and from this new vantage point, and he was able to see the rest of the ceremony. And something about the strange hair of the knight made his mystic eyes start acting up, and he did not pay attention to any other proceedings, and he watched with grim amusement the ungrateful dead sobbing over their bodies. And like most of the recently deceased, they were still getting used to the idea that they were now dead. and a good number of them had faded away already, and their knights were curious fellows, and in life they had laughed in the face of death, and they were too proud to even consider the possibility of dying anywhere except in their deathbed. And even without the wars, they carried themselves in a fashion akin to gods or immortal, and they took life for granted almost as if it was going to last forever. And these men took death the hardest, and they were too stubborn to believe that they were dead. And he admired these knights, and he looked forward to seeing them again in their next life. And most to his chagrin, a presence entered the room, and the presbyter was bringing something most wicked. And he heard the sound of his approach, and as the sound grew closer, he heard a soft whisper, and it sounded like the sound of a candle being blown out, and the whisper turned into a humming, and the humming to a song, and the sound was composed of only vowels, which broke into a hiss at the end. And the god Arasa glided down from the roof and started circling over the coffin, and the robes that the god wore were long and violet, and they hovered in a strange fashion as if the god was on the water. And he had a humanoid face, and his eyes were completely black and had no eyelids, and they almost seemed to be completely hollowed out. And his nose too was absent, and it looked like the host of a skull. And his hair had the same color as the top of his skin, and it seemed to be pressed into his neck, and the hands were hidden beneath frilly sleeves which were scaly, and the surface had a nice shimmery golden brown color. And his sleeves were longer than those of a human, and his neck too was slightly longer. And the way he floated, and it mimicked the movements of a snake moving through the grass, and eventually Arasa landed on top of the first coffin. And had he any eyelids, he would have looked like a sleepy fellow. And he placed his hands to his mouth, and he yawned, and he was able to see his sharp teeth. And with his presence, the vibrant night so relaxed, and they were filled with the same tranquil lethargy as all of the other dead comrades. And he frowned, and Arasa was taking all of the fire out of the knights. And Castor said to Ahi, "Death gods are such a pain, and you would think that they were the god himself the way that they parade their powers." Ahi, still staring at Arasa, whispered, "Arasa, death, no life after life." And then I came in, and he asked, "What are you staring at?" And his eyes suddenly changed to cyan color, and it was such a sudden change that then I looked at the reflection in his eye. And in there he saw Arasa sitting on top of the coffin, and when he looked up, he was surprised to see Arasa in the flesh. And Arasa yawned and gave those gathered there one smile, and the smile was more for Ahi and the Black Knight. And Arasa realized that they were able to perceive him, and Arasa then waved his hand in a friendly salute, and the dead knight's souls were corroding on the ground, and in time they turned to violet flowers. And Castor said to the knight, You shouldn't have looked into my eyes, and now you will always see Arasa. It matters not, death god or not, we are used to seeing death, and Arasa simply does it up, and even he is destined to die one day. His divinity won't change that, said the knight carrying Ahi. How astute, commented Castor. Not really, I'm just a berserker, and we see the world for what it really is, and no one can lie to us, not even ourselves, said the knight sadly. Because that's how the berserker curse works. That it's not only do they can tell when somebody's lying to them, they see truth. You know, they see past all of the illusions of the world, for better or for worse. That's why they have a short fuse, because being able to see the truth all the time, it just puts you in a foul mood. Ignorance is bliss, said Ahi in imitation of someone. And Arasa picked the flower which the knights had become, and he went away in the same whimsical manner he had arrived. And he said in an ominous tone, "Blind God Arasa." And then I shook his head, and he knew that he spoke the truth. However, he did not understand what he meant by blind God. And in answer to his question, Castor said, "It means that he thinks he's the god of death, and he cannot see that things would die with him or without him." "I see," said the knight thoughtfully. And the conversation was interrupted by the movement of the crowd, and since the funeral was packed, he and the knight were forced to follow the funeral procession to the cemetery. And the night was clear and tideless night, and this allowed for the people to see the stars and the smaller moons in the sky belt. And the constellation of Libra was slowly making its way to its zenith. And shadowing Libra was the ever-watchful constellation of Cancer. And he noted that the Libra scales at night were slightly tilted towards the left, and this observation made the child frown, and even for us this omen did not bode well. Just where was the true body of Libra? and it was pointless for us to think about it, and the cemetery was located in the outskirts of the town surrounding the ruined church, and violet flowers grew all over the ground, and a single dead willow tree casted an ominous shadow over the freshly dug graves. And the undertaker lowered the coffins into the graves and quickly threw dirt over the gaping hole. And on the way back to the castle, the nobles spoke in harsh whispers, and they wondered why the bodies were so quickly buried away. And neither the coroner nor his assistants seemed inclined to betray his secret. And they knew the nobles would grow weary of Ahi if they found out of his taste for freshly killed humans. And those who knew considered themselves lucky Ahi had not gotten hungry up until that moment. And the duke smiled as he entered the castle gates, and in the last year he had his thought about his true draconic nature, and the sudden burst of cannibalism, or should we say carnivore instincts, proved the duke that he was a true dragon. And the only person who remained in the graveyard after everyone was left was Ahi. And when he felt he was completely alone, he started smelling the freshly dug graves. And when he found the smell he liked, he started clawing at the ground, and when he was halfway down, a cold wind carried a familiar scent, and he looked up and he smiled. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Okay. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 16, 1-6, Horsey. Year 11, month 4, day 10, 7:21 a.m. A month passed without anything occurring, and the dog had finally learned his lesson, or so we fancy, and he kept his taxes within the reasonable feudal parameters, and this assured the people had enough to live and it avoided future problems with charity. The dog was not the type of man to learn lessons, however he was deeply disturbed by the rumors of the size of the Christian Knight's army. And some rumors said that there were 10,000 knights, and others estimated that they were in the millions. And the true number for this unit is just 12,000, and they belong to the non-combatant release unit for a standing army of 144,000. Outstanding army numbers never went as high as that number, and they were supplemented by numerous allies, mercenaries, and well-wishers. And we would only tap into the reserves during the purges to replace those who have fallen. In currently Saturnastra there were 4 legions of Christian knights, and 2 of them were in the continent of Bersame, and the rest were scattered across the globe. With the charity issue resolved, a strange sense of normalcy returned to the feudal, and today the duke had gone on a hunting trip in the nearby forest. The duke was accompanied by Ahi, Matilda, and 32 knights, and 10 page boys, and 10 hunting dogs. For his trip, he wore a reddish Persian dress with a white cuff and white pants, and his white turban had a peacock feather attached to a red orb. He had purchased that attire from the Persian. The Persian was a traveling salesman, and you could find him selling goods in just about any world. And we have recently spotted the Persian selling his goods in a ruined church that he frequented. And the shell, bowl, and quiver were given to him by the Duke himself. And the Duke's brats were not into hunting, and he figured that he would give Ahi those items instead of having them rot away in the armory. The Duke also gave Ahi his son's horse, which the king never used. The horse was a brown Arabian stallion, and they were brought to this world to populate the southern desert region, and this one had been purchased in the neighboring port from a privateer. The horse had been crossbred to produce a albino color. His legs were white from the hoof to the knees, and he had a large white section in the back over the mane of the tail, and the rest was a brownish-red color. The seller claimed that the horse was 3 years old, and in fact it was 10 years of age, and this one aged a bit slower because his great-great-great-great-great-grandmother had been a unicorn. The only hints of this odd crossbreed were his blue eyes, which were the dominant color, and unicorns had unusual eye colors for horses like red, white, blue, green, and pink. The Duke's son had only ridden the horse once before suffering a dangerous fall, and since then his brother had quit riding altogether. And the horse was quite the gentle one, very easy to ride, and he would respond to whatever name you gave him, and when he saw the horse, it was love at first sight, and he hugged the horse's face and he said, "Horsey." And the Duke smiled and asked Ahi, "So what are you going to name him?" He gave the Duke a sideways look and thought a moment, and he was trying to understand the question, or so we wager. And then he repeated, horsey. He got on the horse and rode slowly around the stable, and he was testing horse's bearing. And when he was settled in, the Duke mounted his own horse and rode ahead of his hunting party. He had never ridden a normal horse before, and he was deeply troubled by the slowness of his mount, and he imagined that there was something wrong with him. And holding the reins, he would say to him, faster, faster. And when Horsey heard this, he would run at full throttle. His erratic horse ride greatly disturbed the hunting trip, and whenever the Duke or a knight would get close to a deer, he would jump out from the side at top speed, and at other times he would shoot the hats off the nobles. And his accuracy was a bit unnerving, and the Duke half hoped that he would employ the bow a little better to shoot an animal or something. It almost seemed to him that he was hunting humans. After an hour of making the hunting possible, the Duke tried to send Ahi back to the castle, and says that his wild ride made conversation with him impossible, and I was sent to catch the brat and take the reins off his horse. And the knight's mount galloped in a frenzy after Ahi, and he was just simply laughing. And the knight clenched his teeth and he galloped behind the shout, and to elude the knight, Ahi took an arbitrary left turn, which made his horse jump over an edge. And the horse landed wrong, and the pair rolled down the edge, bashing into branches and trees, and while Ahi fell, he laughed like the maniac that he was. And when Ahi got off, his hunting attire was covered in leaves, and his brown and arrow lay broken in a pile. Horsey had his back twisted at an angle, and a pointed tree branch had impaled the beast's stomach. The poor animal was dying fast. When Ahi noticed, he started sobbing most bitterly, and he yelled, "No, no, Horsey, no!" The knight nodded and said to Ahi, "What do you think was going to happen? You're riding like a lunatic." He removed the tree branch, and part of the guts of the horse spilled out, and with his hands he jammed them back inside, and still sobbing, he beat it, I'm sorry, ah!" And he had the horse and cured it the same way he cured the others, and during the healing process, the horse made some ungodly wails. And the horse would have run away if only his back was not broken. And then I watched watching the healing grimace, and he now understood why the other knights did not want to talk about his healing abilities. The horse did get healed, and he even allowed Ahi to ride him again. And after he healed the horse, he went to heal the ball and quiver, and this ended up with a strange mutant, blue and green at the areas where they had broken, and they still function more or less like a regular bow and arrows. And the greatest change was how was felt by the wood. Was felt by the bow, and he was able to nod it further back, and the horsehair string felt firmer, and this gave greater strength to the bow. And since he saw the horse was broken, he made some adjustments to his overall strength, and made the horse a little faster. And now the horse went from running at 40 miles per hour to running at 50. And it was a minor adjustment, nothing too serious. It was still enough to make chasing after Ahi pointless. The shout kept disturbing the hunt on a regular basis, and then I was only able to catch Ahi whenever the pair fell down a hole or gave a bad turn, and after 7 falls, the speed and strength and maneuverability of the horse had become unnatural. And the horse now ran at 120 miles per hour and could bash through trees with great ease. And he would still get hurt, but his regeneration had greatly increased, and by now the hunting party got out of the forest. And the night settled in tents on a plain overlooking the forest, and Matilda started cooking the meals that they had managed to catch. And she was aided by the page boys, and she combined the fresh catch with mushrooms and other gimmicks she had found in the forest. And she also had taken with her some spice jars, and despite his occasional intervention, the Duke and his men had managed to kill something. And they managed to hunt 15 deer, 5 wild boars, 3 foxes, and 7 rabbits. And was enough to keep them fed and damsoned, and he returned to camp when he got away for a burning meat. And the dog chuckled when he saw him coming out of the forest, and he said to Matilda, "See, I told you he would come the minute he smelled the meat." "How dull, he's almost like an animal," she commented, looking up from her work. He saluted the party. After saluting the party, he galloped in their direction, and the Duke gave a silent voice and commented, "Does that horse seem faster to anyone?" "Not really," said Matilda, not bothering to look. He then slowed down his pace, and he got closer to the camp, and he got a horsey to a nearby stream, and then dismounted. The horsey went to go mingle with the other horses' brethren while he went to have dinner with the humans. And by the time he had joined, the knight that was training after had arrived and briefed the Duke on the horse's new condition. After hearing this debriefing, the Duke said, "So stronger legs, and maybe the soldiers got stronger too. Sir Pence, do you feel any stronger?" The knight he was talking to flexed his hand and said, "I fear not, my lord. Maybe if we break it 7 times and have it repaired 7 times more, then maybe, said the Duke, speaking his thoughts aloud. I'd rather not, my lord. 1 time was more than enough, thank you, said the knight, shaking his head. You don't have a choice in the matter, Sir Pants. Remember yours. Your arm is for me to use as I see fit, said the Duke, pointing at his knife. The knight bowed and gulped and said, Yes, my lord. Matilda sneered when she heard this, and the Duke made a sign for Ahi to come. Ahi sat on top of a tree trunk facing the Duke, and he had a sinking position. The Duke, not getting the reference, said, Ahi, what did you do to Horsey? Said Ahi, scratching his head, and the Duke repeated his question, What did you do to Horsey? Ahi simply shrugged his shoulders and said he did not understand the question, or he was pretending not to understand. The Duke raised his hands to the sky in his desperation and said, talking to the skin is impossible. In imitation of the Duke, he raised his hands to the sky and said, talking with this Duke is impossible. The Duke snorted before saying, Nah, he's just messing with me. The dinner went by uneventfully, and after dinner the Duke and his knight stretched out his hand, and the Duke personally sliced off his servant's arm off with a great axe, and the knight was quite the trooper, and he shook his head when he saw the gory scene, and Jose shook his head and said to Ahi, No, he'll do chop limbs, and the other simply heard Horsey neighing, and Matilda wondered if Ahi could talk to animals, and Ahi went to the knight and raised his finger, and the knight holding his wounded arm side dragged himself to the floor to get away from Ahi, and Ahi looked at Horsey, and Horsey nodded, and Ahi touched the wounded side with his finger, and Ahi looked intently at the horse, and he nodded as if coming with a decision. And Ahi touched the wounded side, and the healing was swift, and the knight did not feel any pain, and this healing was superficial. Ahi did not regrow the arm, and in defiance of the Duke, Ahi took the severed hand and carried it on his shoulder, and his blood dripped over his red attire, and Ahi stamped on the ground twice with his right foot, and then he walked over to his horse and mounted. Before leaving, he grimaced and said to the crowd, And Horsey galloped swiftly back to the castle, and the Duke shook his head as he saw Ahi departed, and he would have whipped Ahi into obedience, if only he was not so afraid of him. And when Ahi rode back, he pondered on what to do with the hand, and part of him wanted to eat the hand, and Castle suggested he kneel it in his dungeon to make a point. And in the end, he decided to eat the arm, and since he was busy eating the arm, he let go of the reins, and Horsey slowed down to a normal trot to let Ahi eat his fill. And this slow pace gave the town plenty of time to gasp and point at Ahi, and they all had heard rumors of the dragon. Still, nothing they had heard compared to reality. He was finished with the arm halfway into town, and he even broke the bones to get at the marrow, and what most shocked the townspeople was that Ahi ate the entire arm, bones and all. And feral dragons ate their meals entirely, and they rarely went to the bathroom, which caused some females to bloat up, and their stomachs kept corroding the bones and skin, and when confronted, the dragons would vomit while they could not digest of the meal, and this vomit would come out in the form of sticky, corrosive sludge, and at other times they would breathe out nauseous gas. And by cracking their teeth, feral dragons created fire, and a fiery sludge was as persistent as a burning of crude oil. And this only applied to female feral dragons, and the male was tended to completely burn off their food, and they would exhale in the form of fumes or flames. And since he was raised by a feral dragon, he had picked up the habit of eating raw meats and bones. And after he ate the hand, he frowned. He took care to wipe the blood from his face and fangs, and after he finished, he gave a deep sigh and guided the horse back to the castle. And Horsey said to him, Worried? And he nodded in response, and Horsey stopped suddenly before the gates, and he seemed restless and reluctant to step within. And he patted the side of the neck of the horse to calm him down, and Horsey made his way to the stable somewhat reluctantly. And he saw outside of the stable Archie talking with someone, and based on his scent, he concluded that the stranger was a dragon. And his instinct told him that the dragon was of the murderous variety. The human form of the dragon had short blonde hair, and his blonde hair was combed back, and he had large, expressive green eyes and thin aquiline nose with somewhat thin lips, and he had a strong chin and normal cheeks, and his face could either pass for a boy or a girl, and since he had short hair, he looked manlier, and his friend looked just about average, though in the dress he might have been called a delicate maiden. And he pondered on much of those inconsistencies, seeing as though most dragons' human forms had nothing to do with their true form. So he looked like that on purpose. The man was wearing a traveling coat over his noble attire, and he had his travel hat beneath his arm. All tongue-speaking dragons had human form, and this human form was acquired via magic or through special enzymes. And this dragon had acquired such form because they lacked opposable thumbs, and human form was chosen because humans had the most complex hand bone structure, and it was useful for more refined draconic hobbies like magic. Archie saluted Ahi when he saw him approach, and Ahi dismounted, and then one of the Duke's servants took Horsey within the stable, and Ahi noticed the small blonde girl petting one of the horses, and he did not get a look at her, since Archie had dragged Ahi in front of the magic dragon. And Archie said to Ahi, "This is Mordred, an old friend of mine. He's a magic dragon just like you." And Ahi gave Mordred a sideways look before saying, that's all. The Duke had brought us hunting after 4 days, and when he returned he was surprised by Mordred's surprise visit. And usually any surprise visit by a nation of Bersamen was bad news. And Mordred claimed to have visited to meet Ahi, and the Duke's berserker court convinced him that Mordred was telling a partial truth, and it was pointless to press the issue. Mordred was accompanied by a weird little girl, and she was actually a dragonling, and she had hatched from Lincoln's egg, the egg that was sold by Figaro 8 years ago. And she appeared to be 9 years old, and her human form had long blonde hair and blue eyes, and she carried herself with the same serious demeanor as her father. And she usually had her hair braided out, guarded by a hairnet, and she wore a student dress with a blue apron and a red dress, and whenever she went, she carried a drawing notebook under her hand, with a worn-out charcoal pencil. The girl never smiled, and she peered at you with the same disdain akin to the older dragons, and she was too serious for being an infant 6-year-old dragon. And her official human name was Brunhilda Teoshallow, Duchess of Albion, 115th Princess of Vergerum. And she, however, never responded to her official name, and for a strange reason that bewildered her father, she answered only to a soft purring. And the first syllable of her official name was an approximation to the sound that she responded to. And the girl had taken to following Ahi around, and the pair were never too far from each other, and Brunhilda was a shy child, so she trailed Ahi at a distance. And today the Duke was conversing with Mordred, and they were sitting in the Duke's favorite guard tower, which faced the sun. The Duke asked Mordred, "Why isn't Bersamen here yet? You said he was coming today, so where is he?" "Who knows? He might have found something which piques his interest. He's not a man bound by schedules or decorum," said Mordred, smirking, and to them Mordred spotted an immaculate white noble attire. And from the high tower the Duke noticed Ahi entering the palace, and he was sporting his usual black noble attire, and a few minutes later he saw Brunhilda following after Ahi. And she would hide behind a column or in a dark corner whenever Ahi turned around, and Ahi found her behavior humoring. And he took to walking in circles around the courtyard in a sort of green like red like type of game. And the Duke looked down and asked, "Are they playing a game?" And Mordred looked down and pouted his lip, and he rested his head on his left hand, and he tapped the railings of the tower. He took a deep sigh, but he shook himself, remembering where he was, and the sigh turned into a light cough as he swallowed down the smoky fire he had almost breathed. And the Duke commented with disdain, "You should really have that cough checked out, and you are always coughing as of late." And ignoring the Duke said to himself, "Dabor kipa karumata." And dragons had no spoken language of their own, and they communicated via a series of growls and gestures, and the more evolved dragons had developed the ability to speak complex languages, and indeed they excelled in learning the language of other species. However, they interpreted the language based on intonations and not on the spoken words per se, and when they came in contact with other beings who spoke language, the dragons were compelled to make up their own language. It was all for show, and they only used the language in the presence of humans. And they also created their own written language, and like the spoken words, they were arbitrary and whimsical, and only dragons were able to tell what was written there, since their written language was based on color, gestures, and patterns. The Duke did not know this. He simply assumed that Bersamen liked to play favorites, and any language other than English was forbidden in this kingdom, and just speaking it was grounds for capital punishment. Mordred noticed the Duke staring at him with interest, and he gave the Duke a warm smile, and he said, "Forgive me, my lord, I sometimes forget myself." The Duke frowned when he noticed that he was no longer within sight, and Brunhilda was looking left and right in search of Ahi, and her breathing became faster and sharper. It was almost seemed like she was angry, and the girl was simply sniffing the air for any faint traces of Ahi, and Mordred noticed that Ahi disappearing. and he asked the Duke, "Where did the weird kid go?" "Which one?" asked the Duke, laughing at his own joke. And Maud removed his shoulders as if flapping non-existent wings, and had the Duke paid attention, he would have noticed that such a mannerism was not human. And Maud removed his left head and then jerked it to the right at the sound of something flying overhead. And had he been in his dragon form, Mordred would have snapped his tail on the back of the stone like a whip, and the motion would have been slightly jerking of the behind up and down, and this dragon mannerism too went unnoticed, and Mordred watched the ground with intent and had his arm in a pose akin to a cat about to jump at his prey. He said, and in a plain photon, the Duke pointed to the ground. He said, "Keep your eyes behind the girl and wait for it, wait for it. Ah, there he goes." And at the moment that he had swiftly broken through the ground behind the girl and stretched his arm, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Boo!" And the girl jumped forward, yelling at the top of her lungs, and her scream sounded almost unnatural, and she would have fallen under her notebook had he not caught her. And he grinned at her, showing his razor-sharp teeth, and the girl's expressionless face twisted into a grimace. And from his high tower, the Duke was not able to see the girl's expression, nor was he able to make out the kids' conversation. And Matilda, who was passing by, was able to see and hear everything, and she hid behind a column to eavesdrop, for she was a gossiper at heart. And shaking both her fists, Brunhilde said, "Parati harkun," and he simply laughed at his pride, and breathing in anger, she walked in circles around him, and from time to time she would draw closer to him and snap her teeth. And she was starting to hunch her body to change form, but her instinct warned her that her father was watching. And Brunhilde curbed her fury and decided to take her revenge on a smaller scale. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Divine God bless. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 17. Brunhilde. Since he had caused her to drop her book, she would make him drop something he liked. She looked at him from head to toe, and then she swiftly took his hat and she jumped on it until it was flatter than a pancake. And he frowned, and his hand reached for her hairnet, but Brunhilde anticipated that response, and she jumped backwards and landed on her behind. Brunhilde was not used to bickering in her human form, and not waiting for her to get up, he ran towards her and he took her hairnet before she had a chance to get up, and laughing he ran away from the girl, and she ran after him, yelling. And while running after him, she tripped on her dress, and her instinct made her give a four-legged step, and she incorporated herself quickly, realizing her mistake. And to the onlookers, it seemed like she had tripped and had done an awkward cat run to incorporate herself. And when she saw that she could not catch him in her curving form, she did what all feral little babies did when they ran into trouble. Brunhilde took a deep breath, and she screeched. To make more emphasis, she shook her tiny fist in anger, and Mordred could feel that Brunhilde was about to throw a tantrum, and he, feeling sorry for the girl, returned her hairnet, and he also walked over to where her book and pencil had fallen, and he returned them as well. Brunhilde put it on her hairnet, and then she lifted her head proudly, and she showed her canines to Ahi, and she swept dust with her shoes, and she threw it in his direction. And dragons did this whenever their pride was insulted. And to show that he was sorry, Ahi gave an unnatural low bow with his hands outstretched, and this was the universal dragon apology pose. And Brunhilde turned around not to look at Ahi, and she left with her nose held high, and she then left the courtyard without looking back. And when she left, Ahi picked up the redness of his hat, and she shook his head smiling, and then he walked over to the hole he had made and threw dirt overhead, partially sealing it. Afterwards, he shook his hat twice in the air, and it regained its original shape. And he put it on his hat, and he started making his way towards the stable, and he smiled when he noticed his stalker following close behind. And he pretended not to notice it until he gave a quick turnaround, and this startled Brunhilde, who snapped. And then he folded his arms, and he rested his back against the wall, and he waited for the girl to get closer, and Brunhilde bit her lower lip, approaching slowly. And the Duke asked Mordred, "Where is the girl's mother?" And Mordred simply shrugged his shoulders in response, and he had suspected that the girl was his daughter, and he did remember he had a fling with Flaminka once. However, he had heard that he was her son. and for reasons he did not understand, and he smelled like he could be his son, and his senses told him that he was a distant blood relative. However, his instinct told him that he was not of this world, and these discrepancies made him give him the dragon much to think about. And originally he had visited the castle to meet the infamous Ahi, and he was curious to meet his so-called son, and he also wanted Brunhilde to meet her brother, and aside from her father and a few pet pudgy dragons, Brunhilde did not interact with others of her kind. Since she had feral blood, Brunhilde was untamable, and even her father had a hard time controlling her temper. And the common logic was that female dragons would rear their young, and being a male dragon meant that mother could not relate to his child, and this was true among most dragon kings. And there were other dragons that reared the young together, like pudgy dragons and the alabaster dragon. And Besame had let Mildred keep the dragonette to watch him squirm. Mildred insisted on taking care of her out of a strange paternal sense of duty he had picked up from the humans. And indeed, Mildred had lived far too long among humankind. And the Duke suggested, I know how much of a playboy you are, but you should really consider finally getting married. The girl is too weird, and it is your fault. It may be cute now, but when she grows up, nobody's going to marry her. Thank you for your unsolicited advice, said Mildred in a soft, hissing whisper. And Matilda got bored watching Ahi and Brunhilde after 40 minutes, and she said to herself before departing, that girl is not human. And since Brunhilde was not coming closer, Ahi went to her and took her hand, and Brunhilde gave Ahi a sideways look showing she did not get it, and Ahi also gave her a sideways look to show that he would share her perplexity. Year 11, month 4, day 21, 3:17 a.m. Bersamet arrived late, like Mildred had predicted, and we spent all day trading Bersamet and Ahi to see if anything interesting would happen. And much to our chagrin, Ahi ignored Bersamet's presence almost altogether. It almost seemed as if Ahi was avoiding Bersamet, and Bersamet was too busy being keen to pay attention to Ahi. And for the time of Bersamet, Ahi was simply a pebble in his path, a piece of a puzzle that did not fit together. And tonight the pair happened to coincide in one location. And Bersamet was on his way to the treasure room, and Ahi was on his way to the dungeon, and Bersamet's massive form made it so hard that he had to lower his head a bit while walking the hallways of the citadel. And he had the ears of an elf, the bulkiness of a dwarf, and at 12 feet he was almost a giant, and his eyes were large, almost and shaped like those of the nymphs, and they changed color depending on his mood. And his short hair was an unnatural blood red color, and his face was strong, no jaws and all, and it was the sort of face you could not look at for very long. And he knew this, and he reveled in the effect that his face caused. Since Bersamet was not in a worrying kind of mood, he sported a blood red noble outfit, and his usual intimidating face looked bored and somewhat sleepy. And he yawned as he walked through the empty hallways, and he stopped and he yawned again, and he felt something small scurrying past his leg, and turning around he saw Ahi had passed by his side. And Bersamet's eye turned a misty blue as he thought that was probably a cat, and focusing his gaze more, Bersamet noticed Ahi's blood red hair, and he said to Ahi, "Boy, come here." And he turned around when he heard Bersamet speaking to him, and he gave him a sideways look, and he shrugged his shoulder, and Bersamet beckoned Ahi to draw closer with his hand, and Ahi came to stand in front of the king. And the size difference between Ahi and Bersamet was staggering, and Ahi was only as tall as Bersamet's knee, and to look at him better, Bersamet sat down on the ground, and he said to Ahi while yawning, "This all causes her real pain," and he passed his hand over the wall before continuing, "A poor design built with poor materials, and this hunk of junk could fall apart at any minute. The useless home of a useless pawn." And Ahi frowned and said to Bersamet, "You're a pawn too." And Bersamet's eyes changed to pitch black, and he rested his hand on Ahi's hair, and he petted it. And then he closed his hands tighter on Ahi's head, and he lifted Ahi by the head to see him eye to eye. He said, and he said in a soft whisper, "Who are you? Why is your hair blood red?" And Ahi responded to the pain by laughing, and his laughter echoed in the darkness. And Bersamet grew furious, and he started to squeeze harder, and Ahi's skull did not break, though the skin did. And Bersamet released his hand in pain, and Ahi's body fell limp on the ground. And Ahi slowly lifted himself off the ground for effect, and he took a proud stance and he took a proud stance. And his face was very covered in his own blood, and Besame felt his blood in his hand, and he had the same corrosive blood that flowed through his veins. His face whitened, and then he said, "It can't be. You are just like me." And Castor laughed cynically, and he said to Besame, pointing at his shed, "So Liberarus curse you as well. You should never have gotten involved with that creature." And Besame gave a sideways look, and he yawned as he got up from the floor, and he craned his ear before saying, And Castor folded his arms, and he continued, "Look at you, completely tame, and you used to be the cool blood red, and now you're just a shadow of your former self." And Besame was not the kind of man to take criticism with a straight face, and he was not used to being talked down to someone who was smaller than himself. And he reacted the same way he reacted to anyone who dared to stand up against him. And he stepped over Ahi as if he was a small critter, and he kept stepping on Ahi into a bloody powder mane. And he grew angry when he felt that his blood corroding the soles of his shoes, and all the while Ahi's laughter echoed in the darkness. And he said to himself, "Stupid brat, damn you." And Castor said to Ahi, "Is that really all we have?" Well, the pity. All that remained when Besame was done was a pile of blood and raw skin. The blood seeped into the stone and to the underground levels, and Besame continued on his path as if nothing had happened. And he fancied that he was technically dead, so he dismissed the kid from his thoughts. And he knew that he was lying to himself. Still, he was not in the mood for dealing with whatever he was. Yes, he was irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, a pebble in his shoes, nothing more. He watched Besame pass by while hiding beneath the ground, and he recreated his form when Besame was at an adequate distance. And he looked in the direction of Besame, and he gave him a sideways look before pouting. And then he continued on his way towards the dungeon, and like all feral dragons, he had a strong regenerative properties, although this was just a little on the extreme. Though this was quite normal for a thing for back in our home world. And while he walked, Besame had arrived to the treasure room, and the guard watching the room was sleeping on duty, and Besame shook his head and yawned. And he took the keys to the bar from his pocket, and he opened the door and took a peripheral view within. And things were just as he had expected. And the king shook his head and took a deep breath, and he held his hand to his chest and said, "Another useless pawn. This world could have true peace, if only, but the flesh is stubborn and the heart is weak." And he had entered his dungeon, and the dungeon had a new additions, including a tear-glass chandelier, mirrors with candles standing before them, and crystals and marbles scattered all over the floor, and a shelf filled with dried meat. And he sat down on the floor to play with his marble, and the marbles were a gift given to him by Mildred, and his so-called father had noticed that he liked shiny round things, and he bought them in town for some children. And the children were shrewd salesmen, and they had bled Mildred to the bone, and he ended up paying 1 gold coin for a common marble, and 5 coins for a special marble, and 10 for a rarity. And to Mildred, all of these marbles looked pretty much the same, except for their interior. Still, he did not like to argue with lesser beings, and he resolved to eat those brats the first time he got, because he'd be a dragon, he'd be like, "I'll just murder them later." He liked the marbles, and some had interiors like kaleidoscope, and what he liked best was the sound that they made when they struck the walls, and he used to throw them all over the place, and before doing so, he would make certain that there were no holes for the marbles to fall into. And he started throwing his marbles all over the place until he forgot to close the door, and when he did notice, he swiftly went to chase after the marble that had gotten away. And he ran after the marble with his hands outstretched, while he yelled, "Sorrow, come back!" And he had named all of his marbles, including one that he called Sorrow. And while he showed such a name bewilders us and time again against protocol, he would have given us the same answer had we asked him why he had called the marble like that. Anyhow, he chased after his favorite marble, and the marble eventually entered the hallway and rolled around the floor. And suddenly Wicked Sophie stood before us and said, "Guys, you think I'm stupid?" And marble just don't bounce up the stairs and stop interfering with the story. So yeah, like the narrator people were using telekinesis to make the marble like move away from Ahi because they found it amusing to like see him running around and stuff. Because the narrators be documentary alien type of people with cameras, and then they just watching the show. Just reminding you of that. Like we had planned, the marble rolled in front of Bertha, who was making his way to this room, and he heard the weird sound of the marble rolling over the tile, and he also felt like he had stepped on something, and he lifted up his foot and saw the marble, and he groaned as he hunched over to pick it up, and he brought it close to his side, and he frowned. Marble, and who is playing with marbles at this time of night? And he looked down, and he felt something was clinging to his leg, and when he had finally made it to Bertha's hand, he came face to face with the man again. And then Bertha met Johnny said, "And you, and what are you doing here?" And he allowed for him to recover his marble. As he struck by an idea, Bertha punched his palm before saying, "Punching bag, you're a punching bag, and I can strike you all day, but you will not simply bounce back like a punching bag, will you?" And then he looked at us and said, "And you, don't think I will allow myself to be manipulated by you creepy little will-o-wisp, and everything always goes my way in the end." And we fled when we saw that we had been seen. Only Wicked Sophie remained. Bertha stared back at Wicked Sophie, and the pair said nothing to each other, and he smiled and said, "That is more likely. Just stay there and do nothing like proper will-o-wisp that you are." And we asked Wicked Sophie, "How can he see us?" The berserker Blanca was cursed with truth by the abandoned Libra, and even if Abandon gets killed, the curse could never be lifted, explained Sophie. We see. So is that the reason why he can see us? Pretty much. Our team split into two fields, and the first one went to check on Bertha and the man who had just entered his room, and he sat on his bed to smell for his side, and the wound groaned, and the wood echoed his groan. And Bertha pushed his short hair back from his face and said, "At this rate, I am going to end up sleeping on the floor." And he yawned again, and he thought, "How long has it been since I was last called blood red? I don't know." And then there was silence, and Bertha started bleeding from all of his pores, and he crawled into a fetus position like a child, and the entire bed turned red. And the more he bled, the more the bed and the floor corroded, and even his surface started corroding. And Bertha said nothing while he occurred. He just kept thinking, "It burns, it burns." And his frame burned and corroded to reveal as his smaller true form. And the man caught up in the bloody bed was 5'7", and his body was slender and hardly muscular, and he looked so fragile and weak, covered in his own blood. And his face was handsome with large, beautiful eyes, and his hair had short, delicate curls, so unlike his previous pointed knife ears. His face was also weirdly similar to Ahi, and what we found most charming was his delicate, small hands and feet. And he had lady fingers, and his feet were somewhat small for his size, and despite having the size of an average adult, Bertha still retained his boyish charms. And the blood started swirling around him as if it had a life of its own, and he said to his blood, "Enough already." And the blood settled down, and then he said, "Not you, the will-o-wisp. And they won't leave me alone today. They never leave me alone, always watching but never saying or doing anything." One would think that they would have developed a different hobby. We lingered a little, but eventually we decided that we had seen enough. And Sophie suddenly stopped and asked, "Where's Fiji?" "I thought he was with you," we said. And Fiji had passed to the ground and said, "You're not going to believe what I just saw. Show us, show us." And we saw Matilda sleeping in her bed, and a single drop of the blood fell on her head, and she woke up and she started yelling. And "What the hell, that man on here, you crazy psycho, wax on my forehead, you could have blinded me." And again another droplet fell, this one on her hand. And then she noticed that the curtain was completely red, and parallel to this event, as he was on his way to the dungeons. And when he got inside, he saw Matilda setting a tray of food on the floor of the nightstand, and next to his spout, and Matilda was wearing her night dress, and she had been awoken early by Brunhilda, who annoyed her for 2 hours until she figured out that he was hungry. And Brunhilda even had to draw her 3 pictures to show Matilda what she wanted, and this was not an unusual request. And sometimes he felt like eating a lot of hours, and she was just one who always cooked his meal, because he would not eat anything made by anyone else. And it was both flattering but also annoying, especially at this ungodly hour. And Matilda yawned and started to leave, and after leaving his food, and he got up and stood in the doorway, blocking Matilda's exit. And Matilda said, "Shoo, let me pass, I'm sleepy." And he said to her, "No, you're not going." And Matilda raised her skirt and walked over him, and in response he held on to her leg, and he yelled, "Don't go, please stay." And Matilda grasped when she saw his cyan colors, the color of cyan, and she stopped and walked away and said, "What the hell?" And she only noticed the change for a brief second, and she blinked and his eyes were back to normal. And as it always happens in such a case, Matilda pretended that the eyes had played tricks on her, and most humans tend to ignore the bizarre omens and portents and prophecies, and they would rather pretend that their eyes were playing tricks on them than accept the truth. And he eventually decided to let Matilda pass, and he lingered a little as he watched her walk away, and he whispered to himself, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then he nodded to himself and strode along, and Matilda entered her room and closed the curtains, and she was soon fast asleep. And as he passed in front of her door as he continued his countdown, and close to the end he felt a strange presence, like a water dropper, and Arasa lazily passed through the roof, and he frowned when he saw Ahi, and he said, "I go weary of your interferences." And as he folded his arm, and he hissed at Arasa, and Arasa too showed his fangs as he hissed at Ahi. And as he simply stood there and waited, and Arasa started choking him, and he started laughing, and the grief relaxed as he coiled, and he said to Ahi, "I see, so that's what you are. I suppose I can kill you outside of my domain. And if you are to die, it will be by another hand, such is my frustration with creatures such as you." And Matilda struggled under her bedsheets, and she put a pillow over her head to drown out the noise that he was making, and in response he kept laughing, and he had to hold on to his eyes to keep himself from falling apart. And Arasa narrowed his eyes, and he said, "You disgust me, hypocrites. You, they're standing in my way, and not even the animals eat their own, but you." And Arasa spat venom on the floor before saying, "You win this fight, little dragon." No, human. And mark my words, one day it won't, and I shall make you slay the one closest to your hearts, and in death that person will be mine forever. Arasa lazily started to fly off the roof, and as his presence departed, he said, "I wonder if you can eat them as well." And when Arasa left, he looked startled, and he had barely understood half of what that creature had hissed, but he knew that he had been cursed, but did not understand the nature of that curse. And he lifted around the towel from the floor and was lost from sight. And when I entered the room, it looked like a bad horror movie, and everything was covered in blood, and the one white curtain was stained red with blood, and I passed through the tainted veil, and now we were all together to watch the scene of Matilda being burned to death by blood-red corrosive blood, and some of us seemed reluctant to be there, and the blood drops were burning through our spherical armors. And we observed Matilda's worried expression, and she pulled out her bedsheets over her head in a vague attempt to protect herself from the occasional droplet. And according to our estimates, the curtains were going to completely corrode in 30 seconds, and by the 15th second, Matilda felt the ground rumbling beneath her, and his hands had reached down and dragged her away from danger. And if I had caused the woman to faint, it would have fallen after the bear, but the ground below us was quickly sealed away. Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Saturnastra Ahi, Chapter 18, Losing One's Marbles. Ahi left the dog's bedroom, and he took care. The dog woke up with a start, and he looked left and right, and then sat back down again when he failed to notice his bizarre entrance. Again he heard the sound of the glass breaking, and again he awoke, and he saw he standing on top of the broken glass, and the mirror in his room was broken. And the dog was John still half asleep, and he sat back down in the bed, and this may look weird, but the dog had drunk a lot that night. And as he placed Matilda gently beside the dog, and he tucked her in, and Matilda looked as pale as a ghost, but at least she was more or less in one piece. He left the dog's bedroom, he took care to close the door gently behind him, and he went to Matilda's room to survey the damage, and most of the things had completely corroded. And as he shook his head and he yawned, and he went back to his own bedroom, and the second he opened the door, a tiny marble struck his forehead, and Brunhilde was playing with his marbles, and she was tossing them around while lying in his golden bed. And he closed the door to make certain that they would not get out again, and he frowned when he saw his meal was cold, and he yawned again, and he ate his meal in silence, and the silence was only broken by the high-pitched sound of the marbles cracking against the wall. Things settled down after the blood-red incident, and Matilda was still a bit traumatized, but she pretended nothing bad had happened, and no one could explain how her room had melted off, and there was no blood visible, and Bersamer was back to his old solid self. And the strange phenomena had also occurred in his room, and Bersamin feigned ignorance, and he pretended not to have noticed his surroundings corroding. And after much investigation, everyone agreed to blame it on Charity. And after a few months, normalcy returned, and still a dark shadow hovered everyone, and blood red moon was going to be visible this month, and whenever that occurred, war and conflict was put on hold while the eye of blood red shone over the sky. And based on their knowledge, the blood red moon was going to be out and about for 15 days, and Bersamin said so as well. And on the day when the moon would depart, the Duke felt like having a party. And the people would use the rest of the days to make preparations, and most of the planning was made by Matilda. And on the first day, she asked the nobles in the castle to invite whoever they felt like it. And she asked them to be realistic about the invitation, not to bother to invite anyone who couldn't make it. And Bersamin invited Unda, Cano, and Belladonna, and the pair were in the middle, were in a nearby feudal, and they could make the trip in less than a month. And the Duke invited for his family to stay the hell away from the castle for 15 more days. And Mordred had his little girl, so he was not in a particular mood to be with anyone. Still, he decided to invite Rimaru, Lamina, and Suberus. He did not know them personally, though he had heard strange rumors about them. And Rimaru was a party girl, regardless of what party he was certain to attend, and Lamina was a little sphinx like Canon, and Mordred figured that he could hook them up. And he was also curious to meet the new master of the tower, of Suberus, and his new master adopted the name of the previous master, and as such no one knew the original names of all of the masters of the mage tower. And he was mighty pleased that Mordred had invited his brother Rimaru and his sister Lamina, and Mordred did not know that they were related, and he figured that he should have invited all of his siblings to the party. Heck, he even invited his own man. And he also invited Wicked Sophie and his mother and the blood red to the party, and as usual no one was able to read his crazy little invitation. And thankfully there were the party dragons that were able to interpret his awful calligraphy. And he also hand-delivered a few of the invitation, and how he delivered such an invitation was a mystery to all. And his disappearances was starting to get a little bit more annoying and creative, and as such we lost sight of him for about a week or so. And long story short, there were a lot of strange weirdos at the masquerade, and masquerades have always been fashionable and trendy in medieval society. And the masquerades were introduced by the maiden named Georgina, Duchess of Devonshire, and based on observations by Lucy, the Duchess introduced such a practice foreign to Saturnastra, and days before the party was completed, Matilda was distraught that the wine shipment had been liberated by bandits. And even if they confiscated all of the booze from town, they would still not have enough for the party. And Castor explained the problem to Ahi, and Ahi decided to tackle this problem to release some of Matilda's burden. And Ahi had blueprints to make any type of liquor, and with her power it was a simple task to change the oxygen and the hydrogen molecules into sucrose and glucose. And sure, the fermentation did cause the dungeon to explode a couple of times, but no matter. And 2 days before the party, I had finished making the beer, the wine, and the vodka. And the beer was seki eki, and the blueprint for the beer was guaranteed to make you drunk without the bad side effect of a hangover. And the wine was blood wine, and it's warm and fuzzy feeling stayed in your mouth for months. And as for the vodka, it was tasteless, harsh, like a punch to the mouth, and when it went down your throat, it felt like swallowing acid. And this version was called essence, and it was commonly used to add alcohol to spice out the fruity drinks, and his version brought out the best flavor of whatever drink it was mixed with. And he explained all this in details, notes nobody was able to read, and the flavor alone was enough to convince the barkeep to use them. And the food was provided by Charity, and to win the nobles over, Charity used to supply them with exotic food in exchange they had to stay out of her way. It was a sort of food diplomacy. And the party was going to be held in the ballroom, and it was located in the heart of the citadel, and being a citadel, the ballroom had limited capacity. And it was only 2 stories high, and the space was wide enough to accommodate 500 nobles. And for nobles to be comfortable, they needed at least 5-meter distance from each other, and for masquerades, the personal spacing was pushed to the commoner levels. And this masquerade was definitely overcrowded, and around the times more and more people happened to appear out of nowhere. And the ballroom tonight was decorated with red velvet curtains, and they hung from the stained glass windows, and they were pushed back by masks tied together by crimson roses. And the stained glass windows were only at the back wall facing the outside. In the second story there was a round rosetta window, and that had a stylized depiction of the night sky, and the glasses showed 12 constellations circling around Saturnastra, and how they thought that the planets looked like was pretty interesting, and the geography was a bit clunky, and it only showed the continent of Persephone and a few of the surrounding islands. And the world was a giant sphere, and the sky belt was depicted like rocky circles around the planet, and it only showed 7 moons, with the largest the Titan moon. The sun too was depicted like a moon revolving around the planet, and they had a Ptolemaic model view of the world, and on top of the Rosetta window was Jupiter, aka the eye of blood red, and he gazed down on Saturnastra like an ominous shadow, and the 4 smaller windows below in the first floor depicted the 4 seasons, and the spring season showed Denise playing the harp, and from her red hair grew flowers, and the summer panel showed blood red with surrounded by bodies. And the summer was the preferable war season, and the stylized depiction of blood red panel made the gory scene artistic. The fall showed a witch in the forest drawing a magic circle, and the winter months showed a maid dressed in white robes, and his hair was silver colored, and swirling around him was an albino funeral dragon, and the winter month was when you saw more dragons afoot. And as for the dragon depicted there, he was called Albion, and he was an aberrant feral dragon, or so the legend told, and based on Wicked Sophie's observation, the dragon only surfaced once to fight blood red. The fight ended in a draw, and for that reason he came to be associated with winter, the polar opposite of a bloody summer. The stained glass windows faced the giant portal, and the door originally belonged to a ruined church, and it was a holy door of sorts, and from either side it had a golden panel showing scenes from the afterlife, and the engravings facing the outside showed scenes of the normal life, like farming. Hanging from the roof was a ceiling of tear-dust chandelier, and the center candle was surrounded by a glass flower, and the candle too was made of crystals, and it could only believe was magic, and the reflection from the magic light was enough to shed light into the entire room, and the magic light was composed of a soft golden glow, and its strange shimmering nature and how it bent with the surrounding made it so that people did not cast a shadow inside the ballroom. And on the left-hand side of the room there were 2 long tables with delectable foods, and the mantel over the tables were blood red as well as the napkin, and the silverware was made of gold as well as the goblets, and the nice table had 500 or so chairs for the guests, and the left had the food in a sort of buffet style, and 40 masked servants dressed as noblemen would serve their masters. Standing before the stained glasses was an improvised stage, and a music band played on the left and the right, and the performers did their show in the center. And performers-wise, it was just what you would expect of a medieval show: gestures, jugglers telling nice stories, dancing maidens, magicians, and 5 fortune tellers, and of course the singers. And the stage is set, and let the show begin, and the ushers opened the portal, and all the guests went into their seats, and they all wore masks, and since it was a masquerade, no introduction was made. And the one who sat at the head was a masked Mordred, and he was put in a very bizarre costume. He was dressed like a young Raja, and his turban crown was round, decorated with pearls, and the centerpiece was a blue lapis lazuli with a peacock feather, and his attire was orange with stylized peacock feathers. The Duke was with the servants, and he was pretending to be a servant. Unlike the rest of the servants, he wore a black mask, and it was his habit. The Duke would swap out outfits from time to time to bother the guests, and he was nowhere to be found, and we hovered around the strange crowd. And Wicked Sophie was the 4th group of masked maidens, and she was wearing a pink puff dress, and she had white gloves and a white mask, and the rococo dress had a fluffy hood and plenty of embroidery. The next figure to enter was Matilda, and her outfit was similar to the Queen of Hearts costume, and today she was acting as the Duke's wife. And as such, all of the servants treated her with the utmost reverence, and in no time the room was overcrowded by people, and they were ushered in faster than usual by a trio of evolved babes, and the apes walked erect like humans, and they were still hairy and had a tail. And the one leading them was a slender primate, and he wore his black hair combed back in a small bud, and his fur was a light color golden, and his hairless hands were black, and they still had some apish distortion. His feet too were like those of the apes, like hand feet. And he wore an elaborate blue shirt, and he had the patterns of swirling waist, and his pants were black and had some strange patterns. Like a shepherd, he led the human crowd into the seas with the staff, and the staff had many strange scenes of the forest, and on top of it he had a stylized serpent coiling around him. And since no one knew who he was, they naturally assumed that the ape was just doing what he was his job. And all imagined that the monkeys were humans wearing costumes, and little did they imagine that they were highly evolved apes from the region from Lusitania. And chaos and terror were assembled, and it was almost impossible for us to keep track of all of the scenes. And the head count was already 3,500 guests, 3,500 guests. And of the 973 were inside the ballroom, and the rest were all spread out all over the citadel, and things became even more chaotic as soon as they tried Ahi's drinks. And Wicked Sophie danced with one of the ape men, and she said to us, "Guys, why don't you tell me why you haven't... Guys, don't tell me you haven't still found Ahi. Must I do everything myself?" And she removed her mask, and she revealed her unnaturally large eyes, and the monkey man dancing with her said, "My, what big eyes you have." And she saw reflected in her eyes a tiny pair dancing, and she had been observing Ahi all the while. We wandered around like idiots, and it was hard to focus when we found everything around us so amusing. And Wicked Sophie showed us the difference in experience, and we went to focus on the couple that Wicked Sophie was observing. And when she saw we had noticed Ahi, she put it on her mask again, and her large eyes were causing some of the nearby drunken dancers to make rude comments. And the young couple were dancing quite clumsily, and the music they danced to had nothing to do with the music. And Ahi wore a strange black attire, and it was tied around the edges, and the sides were pretty and dark blue, and it had a golden pyramid tied together by tiny black orbs, and on the waist he wore a small blood red sash with slight black frills, and the shoes were also red. And he wore a black hat, and the bottom of the front was blue, and the golden pattern on the sides. And he also wore a white mask which covered from his nose to his forehead. And his dance partner was Brunhilde, who wore a ballerina dress, and she had pink shoes as well. And the dress had a long sleeve, and her hair was tied in a bun. And she wore a white mask with pink sapphire jewels on the forehead. And she was trying to get Soho to get Ahi to dance a simple waltz, and like most masquerades, Georgina, the Duchess of Devonshire, had introduced waltzing into the noble circle, and Ahi was refusing to let Brunhilde guide them, and each time she would try to guide him, Ahi would stop midway and put his foot right down and shaking his head. And each time he did, Brunhilde would snap incoherently, and eventually she growled in incoherent fashion and kicked up a non-existent dirt, and Ahi pouted and walked away. And he was much too strong-willed to allow himself to be guided by any mortal hand. And while Brunhilde felt like dancing to the music being played, he was dancing to his own tune as he usually did. Alright, so then that's the end of that chapter. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 19. The Masquerade. He walked through the crowd shaking his head up and down, and from time to time he said above his breath phrases from a song that he was listening to, and he would bump into the couples every so often. And a dancing knight said to him, "Watch it, lad." And a nice dance partner placed her hand on the knight's chest and shook her head, and he bowed to her and said, "As you wish, milady." The girl was Melina, and she had harmonized among the names, kind, and she was already full-grown, and the niece had a faster maturity rate, and they were full-grown women after 5 years, and she was wearing a ballerina costume, and it had the pattern of yellow, green, and red triangle, and the tips of the white triangles featured tiny pearl ornaments, and her hair was curled up, and her frame was fragile and petite, and she took out his hand, and he smiled, and he mimicked her smile, and she giggled. And she said to him, "What a lovely party! Pity that it stinks." And she found us covering her nose, and he simply giggled before saying, "Pari-pip-pip-pip." And Melina smiled again, laughing, and she suddenly pouted before saying, "Don't look at he, but my man is getting a little jealous." And he gave Melina a sideways look before hugging her waist, and his head rested gingerly on her chest, and she petted his black hair before and she petted his red hair before saying, "Oh, you're so silly." And as Melina had said, a strange knight was making his way towards them, and the knight was suddenly intercepted by the ape man with a staff, and he took the knight's hand and he said, "Dance with me, honey." And the knight brushed him aside without saying another word, and he kept on walking. And the ape struck the knight lightly with the tip of the staff, and the knight did not notice the tap, and he and Melina giggled when they saw this little scene. The night grew closer, as did Ahi and Melina, and they whispered 28, 27, 23, and when the countdown was 10, the night was finding the armor to be overwhelmingly heavy, and the night collapsed on the ground. And the ape-man sat on top of the night, and he said, "You are not fooling anyone, sister." And the voice of the night betrayed her identity, and she grabbed hold of the monkey tails and said, "Damn you!" And but now her hand fell flat against the floor, and the other dancers started stepping over her black armor, and some tripped over it while cursing at the pair, and the couple saw that the night was passed out drunk. And the ape-man made his way towards Ahi and Melina waved at him, and Ahi did the same in imitation of Melina. And the creature smiled. He gave the thumbs up, and based on his mannerism, he realized that he was Ahi's twin, or so they claimed. And he changed quite a lot since we last observed him, and even his energy signature was different, and it was all the result of his developing magical powers, while he went on a different direction. And then we took notice of his tail. He wasn't an ape, but a monkey man. And we looked at Wicked Sophie, who said to us, and the lad now goes by the name of Monkey King, a simple name really, considering that he's now king of the apes in Lusitania. And Monkey King came to stand with Ahi and Melina, and Ahi stretched his hand, and Monkey King did the same, and Melina struck both playfully on the head and said, "Oh, stop it, you two. At least try to act normal." And Monkey King put his arm around Melina's waist and he said, "You want to talk, sister, and let's get out of this phrase. We're disturbing the other dancer." And Monkey King led Melina out of the dancing hall, and he walked ahead of them, and he knew that his brother would find a proper place to stalk, and suddenly Melina stopped and said, "Oh, my husband." She's still in the dance hall, and as she shook his shoulder and said, "She'll be fine, she's fine," said Monkey King, looking at Ahi. And as she shook his shoulder and said, we don't know that." And Melina did not really care about her so-called husband. However, the Black Knight was Melina's ride home, and she was a lazy sort of lady with a fondness for playing games. And she could have easily convinced Monkey King to undo the spell. However, she was having way too much fun watching him squirm. And he led his brother and sister to his dungeon, and Melina yawned when she saw the dungeon, and she said half-heartedly, "Is this where you live? How awful." And he shrugged his shoulders in response, and Monkey King opened the door for Melina, and he sat down on his golden pile. And his eyes narrowed when he noticed that the pile had greatly decreased in size overnight, and Monkey King climbed on top of the Iron Man and sat like a sinker, and he reclined against the wall and pretended to look pensive with his arms crossed and his leg against the wall. And Melina said to Ahi, "So Ahi, how have you liked your little vacation?" And he nodded in response, and then asked Monkey King, "So where have you been?" "He's been here, there, and everywhere," said Monkey King, pointed to random spots in the room. And Melina had asked Monkey King about Ahi, and he had purposely understood everything about him. And Melina rested her head and said, "It's not fair, and why does he get to have all the fun?" "How's your goodwill mission going?" asked Monkey King. "What can I say? The nobles are corrupt, the knights fanatical, the communists unruly, the former slaves unruly, everyone's just unruly, and I just want to have a little bit of fun," she said, sighing. And the conversation was interrupted by a sad clown returning a handful of gold to Ahi, and he kneeled and he begged, "Please make the bad things go away. I don't know, I'm sorry." And then he spit it on his hand in imitation of someone, and then he placed his spitted finger in the eyes of the clown, and his eyes turned cyan for a second, and then he healed the clown of his bad visions. And when the man opened his eyes, the bad visions were gone, and he shook his head when he saw the thieves depart. And Melina and Monkey King laughed heartily at the sad clown, and they knew that he, instead of helping the man, had actually made things worse. Or so they fancied. He left the dungeon to return to the masquerade, and he apparently found Melina and Monkey King's serious talk rather dull. And he went from the ballroom to the courtyard, and there he saw a drunken Mulder on top of the roof of the castle guard, and he was saying to the others below, "Guys, I'm going to do this once, and you guys, are you looking? Wait for it. Duke, look, you're going to miss it. Are you looking?" "Yes, go for it," said the Duke, urging him on to do his stupid drunken act. A cold rain started falling over the crowd, and they did not seem to mind. And he went to stand beneath the covered walkway within it, which kept him dry, and he was still able to see Mulder's drunk trick. And Mulder took a deep breath, and he spilled out a blue flame into the sky, and halfway he started laughing and burning his own mouth in a ghastly fashion. And the pain made him lose his balance, and he fell from the tower laughing like a maniac. And the cheering crowd went silent when they saw his head splatter all over the floor. and Mother played dead for a few minutes, and Brunhilde stepped over her father's carcass and went on her way. And when she left, he said to the crowd, "Fool you, ha 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 ha." And Brunhilde snorted and acted as if she did not know her drunken father. She was rather ashamed of him at the moment. It wasn't Mulder's fault. A barrel of Ahi Seki Egi was enough to affect even a dragon. And Mulder could always handle his drinkings, and his dragon form required truckloads of alcohol to even make him a little woozy. He shook his head, smiling, and then he returned to the ballroom, and after wandering aimlessly, a young man sitting between among the nobles caught his attention, and he sniffed the air, and he gave a sideways look before rubbing his chin thoughtfully. And that young man was a head taller than he, and he was about 16 years of age, and the frame delineated by the rose was thin and fragile, and two elegant gentle hands held an untouched cup of blood wine, and the man wore a simple black mansion robe, and it was ornamented enough to pass for a costume. And he had black flowery patterns. However, he too wore the usual party mask. He went to stand before him, his mouth and the mage's eyes narrowed when he saw the kid, and he waved his hand as he's trying to shoo away a dog, and he said, "Shoo, shoo, go away." And he smiled when he heard this, and the mage placed his elbow on the table and rested his head on his hand. And he was about to throw his glass of blood wine at his face when a strong hand held his wrist, and the last standing before them was 14 years of age, and he was the same size as he, and he wore elegant robes, the top white, and the sleeves were cuffed at the elbow to the wrist. And his hood hung low, casting his face in shadow, and the hood and the shoulder had a pair of the hood and the back were covered in white feathers, and in the chest he had an ornamental red heart, and he had small angel wings. The angel figure tightened his grip, and the mage dropped his glass, and feeling himself attacked, the mage gathered the words of magic, and the angel released the mage's hand. And the mage rubbed his hand in a vain attempt to get rid of the stinging sensation. And the angel said in a familiar, low, melancholy voice, "Forgive me, I sometimes forget my own strength." And something about the way the man spoke deeply unnerved the mage, and the mage stood up in anticipation for a fight, and the angel placed his hand over his shoulder and said, "Still a noble bride till the end, and that part of you will not win you any friends." And he too grinned and laughed at the silly mage, who was growing angry. And again the mage tried to gather magic, and his concentration was distracted by his swift hand which took his mask. And the mage covered his face with his hand and tried to reach for the mask, and he ran away with the mask, followed by the angel. And at a certain point the mage noticed that he gave the mask to the angel while the pair ran in opposite direction, and the mage ran after the angel while covering his face, and the crowd found this little game of tag hilarious. The mage stoically ignored them, and he chased the angel in the hallways of the castle, and at a certain point he lost the angel from sight, and we too lost track of the angel, and the mage saw a convenient roll of feathers as he went along, and the feathers led him to the kitchen. And when he opened the kitchen portal, he stepped on something he thought was wine, and the mage opened his eyes wide, and he felt his vision grow blurry for a second, and he looked at the workers in the kitchen, and everything looked the way it should be. Still he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. And it was a good thing that we stuck with the mages, otherwise we would have failed to enter Marduk's aria, and Marduk was the angel in disguise, and he had special blood that was ideal for making the arias, and arias were created when you vocalize your aura, and it combines both sound and presence, and it uses both to create your own temporal space, with rules designed to help you win any battle, and the abilities of the aria depend much on both the creativity and power of the caster. And to get one out, you needed to kill the master, and even a weakling with a strong aria powers could be a god in his own temporal domain. The man felt something was wrong, and he got a bit paranoid, and he passed through the kitchen and into the hallways lighted by candles, and while he walked, he kept looking over his shadow, and he passed his hand over the wall, and he closed his eyes, and the particular mage had great memory. Yes, everything was as he remembered, and yet Marduk emerged from the shadows of the hallway, and he followed behind him, munching on a magic eye of the mask. And Marduk threw the mask at the mage and said, "You need not be so hostile. My little brother only wanted to eat your eyeball." And the mage caught the mask, and he put it back on, and finding the mage asked, taking a step back, "What do you want from me? Where am I?" Marduk placed his hand on his face, and he said, "My coily, whatever do you mean?" The blood one had done much to cloud the mage's judgment, and being of a noble descent had given him a taste for wine, and 5 glasses was enough to make him rather foolish. And the mage lifted his hand, and he casted a raw fire spell, and raw spells were pure, unrefined magic. And had he done his spell in the real world, he would have burned to a crisp all of the innocent bystander, and his body melted like how a candle was, an imitation of someone. And he stood before my dog and held his hands up, and the magic died before he reached him, and the mage's vision grew a bit blurry after the fire. And focusing his gaze, he said, "Yes, I see now you are a demon, yes, and that explains this domain." And the mage placed his hand on the wall and burned right through the wall of the area, and the mage went from one area to another, and this led to my dude's second one, and this one was nothing but empty white space. And it was another infinite all around, and in this area my dude controlled the distance between himself and his opponent, and it was a tricky one to break out of. And the moment he got inside, the mage started free falling right where he stood. And the mage yawned and said, "This is new. I never met a demon with 2 realms, and what a pain. I suppose there's only one thing left to do." And the mage held his hands in a universal prayer voice, and then he whispered Arasa, and then he was gone. And he whistled when the mage laughed, and my dude started laughing, and his eyes changed to cyan color and then blood again. And the tiny angel wings in his head covered his eyes. "I know where they are looking upon you, Father." And he scratched his head and then was rather confused. And suddenly we noticed my dude's personal servant Lucy, and we asked her what is going on inside the head of it, and Lucy said nothing, and my dude was the firstborn and a prototype for the other children. The prototypes were always glitchy and unreliable. "And you know, I can hear you," said my dude proudly, "and go back to playing with a hint. Unlike you, I have some actual real work to do, and you are in the way." And my dude got out of his area, followed by a he, and the mage was waiting for him to get out, and he was resting against the wall with his hands folded, and he seemed a bit pensive, though finally sober. And the mage apparently could use both offensive and healing magic as well, and he had removed all impurities from his body in order to regain clarity. And the mage said to my dude, "Took you long enough, and you're not very good at this, are you?" "Don't flatter yourself," said the angel, lowering his hood, and the angel's face was cold and disdainful, and there was a slight smirk painted on his lip, and this contrasted with his melancholy lavender colored eyes, and he had the face of a pretty maiden. He finished eating the eye of the mass, and he gestured to my duke, and then my duke said, "I agree," pretending to understand what his gesture meant. And he pointed to the mage before saying, "How rude of you throwing a glass of wine on my little brother, and you really got to work on your people skills. And one day you're going to anger someone stronger than you." I take it you think you're strong," asked the mage sarcastically, and he added, "Not that it matters. In the end, I always win." "You should still apologize to the child," insisted Marduk. The mage gave a sigh of frustration and said dispassionately, "If it means that much to you, I ask the young child forgiveness." "Do you forgive him, Ahi?" asked Marduk, turning to his brother, and Ahi had his ear to the wall and his eyes closed. And the mage yawned, and Castor said to the mage, "It is past your bedtime, little mage." "Perhaps," said the mage, yawning. "And before I leave, I want to ask you something. Depending on what you say, I may kill you both." "You're welcome to try," said Marduk, smiling sadly, and he looked serious for a moment, and he took Marduk's robe and said, "I'm hungry." And knowing Ahi, Marduk waited for the mage to ask his question, and the mage was glad to be wearing a mask, and he placed his hands on his back, and he started drawing a small circle on his left foot, and he seemed a bit embarrassed to ask his question. "So tell me, what do you think? Isn't my face the most beautiful one you ever saw? Men and women alike have been smitten. And tell me, do you think I'm pretty?" said the mage, turning around. Any other person would have laughed their heads off after hearing such a stupid question, and indeed some of our brethren started snickering, trying hard to hold back our mirth. And he turned around so that Marduk would not see him laughing, and Marduk was the only person serious in this situation, and the gossiping maid who was listening to the conversation started laughing. "How don't flatter yourself, fool," said Marduk, folding his arm. And he giggled, not understanding the question, and Castor Castor told Ahi to say, "You are the ugliest person that has, or whoever exists. Just looking at you nauseates me, and do the world a favor and don't take off your mask." And when Ahi said this, he walked away, and the mage was at a loss in thought for a moment, and Marduk shook his head smiling, and he too walked away, but in the opposite direction. And the mage was left once alone again, and yawning he became see-through for a second before finally disappearing. And we stayed alone in the darkness for a while, and we could not make heads or tails of what had just occurred. Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 20. Chapter 20, Stepping on Ants. We trod after Ahi in silence. He had returned to the party. By nightfall, the ballroom looked even more crowded. At this moment, the Titan moon was shining behind the stylized constellation of Cancer within the Rosetta window. Ahi took time to admire the Titan moon hiding behind the glass, and his eye reflected the gold from the moonlight. The chaos swirled around him, but he ignored it, and he was only gazing at the moon as if looking into a mirror. Again he sniffed the air, and then he fancied that he was hungry. As he smiled and he started walking, and he passed through the dancers, making his way towards the kitchen. A blonde maiden stood in his path, and the maiden was dressed like a gentleman and was built like an Amazon, and she was about the size as the knight that had accosted Melina. She looked at him with keen blue eyes, and in the end she nodded and stepped aside. From the kitchen he went out to the third floor, and the hallways in the third floor were emptied out, and there were knights shooing people away whenever they tried to get into the third floor. And they did not bother Ahi since they knew about him. He stopped for a moment and saluted a figure walking in the shadow, and Brunhilde smiled back at him. She was not wearing her costume. Instead she was wrapped in bedsheets, and her hands and face were tainted with blood. When she smiled, he saw her glistering sharp dragon fangs, and they were identical to Ahi's teeth, pure white yet tainted red. She shrugged her shoulders and growled happily, and Ahi took a step back and looked shocked for a moment, and then he started laughing like the madman he was pretending to be. His laughter was echoed by Brunhilde, and she pulled her hair back and she yawned, and this made her blonde mane slightly red tinted, and she looked serious for a moment before stepping on the floor thrice, and she got on all fours and brushed past Ahi. And she then stopped and stood straight with her arms stretched, and she showed her fangs, and she cocked her head. She breathed in deeply, and smoke came out of her nose. Ahi nodded in response, and he continued on his way. When Brunhilde was out of sight, Ahi just looked over her shoulders and simply shrugged. And he then said, I just don't get it. At the same time, then I saw Brunhilde passing by covered in blood, and one of them winced and said, "Is that the girl that was with the Duke?" The other one took a step back before saying, "This creature, that girl is covered in blood." The guards unsheathed their swords to strike at Brunhilde, and she, however, faded into the darkness. The eerie way that the girl disappeared sent chills down the knight's spine, and she almost seemed like a spirit of vengeance. The knights looked nervous to each other, and in the meantime, Ahi had arrived at the Duke's bedroom. When he opened the door, he saw that the naked Duke, with his arms stretched, lying on his face up on his bed, and Ahi sat on the bed to have a better look at him. The Duke had his hand to his neck, and Ahi removed the hand to admire the wound. A large portion had been eaten off, and from the deltoid to the bicep, the Duke had a queer expression on his face, and his eyes looked as if they were going to pop out of his sockets. Ahi grimaced when he noticed that his costume was stained with the dead Duke's blood, and he removed his cape and he rolled up his sleeve. He dug both his hands into the Duke's abdomen, and he got hold of the ribcage, which he pushed back until the chest lid exposed. It was a messy way of getting into the vital organ that he desired. The body was already experiencing rigor mortis. Most of the blood had sunk to the bottom or had escaped the open wound, and he took the heart out and he smelled it, and he took a small bite and then another, and once the feeding frenzy began, nothing would remain of the Duke. And he turned around, and when he heard the door slam open, and trembling one of the knights said, monster!" And his companion said, "Call Bertha and call woman, they call anyone, whatever it takes, and the creature that he cannot get out of this castle alive." And he simply ignored them. He continued eating the Duke that used to be his patron. He had already finished their internal organ, and now he was breaking the ribs to get at the marrow. And whenever he was done with the bones, he would throw them to a corner of the room. The knight fled in terror, unable to watch the growing progress, and in truth the fear had paralyzed him, and neither seemed to incline on fighting the dragon that was Ahi. Well, when the knights later did not notice that another person was inside the room with Ahi. The child was the same age as Ahi. His face was identical to Marduk. However, his body features were identical to that of Blood Red, right down to the armor. The child had long, straight, blood-red hair, and his eyes too were the same hue. And unlike the former blood-red, his eyes were unnaturally large. And he offered the strange child a bone, and the marked blood-red shook his head, and he continued devouring the Duke, and the Marversia went to the window and pulled the curtains, and they shed light over the Duke's bedroom. And this Marversion stood there gazing at the Jupiter moon, and he licked his lip as if desiring to speak, yet he said nothing. Eventually he said, "There are plenty of good foods, and why do you insist on eating cadavers?" And he simply just grinned at him in response, and his white teeth glowed with an eerie cerise color. The strange child continued, But ignore me, I only jest, little one." And the child went to sit by the bed, and he took a piece of the Duke's flesh, and he sniffed it and tossed it back down. The remaining blood of the Duke was slowly draining itself towards the strange kid, and he moved away from the bed to keep himself from being tainted by that filth. And his disdainful face twisted into the expression of the sinker. He clapped his hands once, and he said to Ahi, "And see you later, Ahi, and if you see Bersame, send him my regards. And if I were you, I would depart, and angry mob is headed your way." The mock blood-red sat before the looking-glass, and he stared sternly at his reflection. Eventually his physical body faded away, and only his reflection remained. The reflection rose and walked out of the Duke's bedroom. A dark cloud passed over the sky, and its ominous shadow obscured the entire castle. The only light came from the drunk and angry mob making its way towards the Duke's chambers, and the alcohol flowing to the vein had quelled all reason, and all were bent on killing the demon known as Ahi. And the first group of 20 masked weirdo was taken aback when they saw Ahi. Ahi's face was covered in blood, so was most of his clothing. And in a nonchalant fashion, Ahi rose from the bed, and he put on the rest of his costume. He cleaned the blood from his face and the hands with the Duke's bedsheets, as if they were napkins. The first masked man took courage and yelled, "Kill him!" All assembled took out their weapons, and being noticed, the majority had sabers. The only people not joining in the fray were the Duke's knights, the berserkers, and the guest mages, and other more well-informed individuals. The first masked fool struck Ahi with his saber, and the saber broke when it smashed against Ahi's head. And normally would have laughed it off, however, Ahi's eyes watered when he saw his party had sliced. When he saw that they had sliced his party hat in half, and he dashed through the mob and was lost from inside during the confusion. And in the first floor, another angry mob spotted him, and he played his hide-and-seek game for about 20 games. And sometimes he would crash through the mob, and at other times he would hide under the skirts of the mages behind a curtain or a cape. And it was quite a hilarious sight for those not involved, and he stopped playing around when one of the guests managed to get a good hold of his cape, and the man tried to impale Ahi with his sword. The sword pierced through, and scraping only his side, Ahi whirled around and he tackled him, and he swiftly let the poor man double over in pain. Ahi's costume was getting ruined far too quickly, which was the only thing that truly preoccupied him. The crowd with lances and sticks gathered around him like a feral dragon, and he got on all fours, and he ripped his cape, stained with his own blood, and his eyes went black for a second, and he then nodded before sprinting straight through the main portal, and those who stood on his path were flung aside. And he stood in the courtyard, and a strange being was resting on top of the tower, and since it was dark, it was hard to make out what it truly was. Through our eyes, we were able to see the bizarre-looking monster, and it seemed like a crossbreed between a silver dragon and a human. The human neck was long and elongated, and the spine was sticking out in a gruesome mockery of dragon horns. And the head was that of a human with draconic large blue eyes, and the hair on his head was long and blonde. The hands were starting to arc and were large and claw-like, and the spine was elongated into a tail. This was indeed quite a strange sight, and in fact it was a dragon stuck in mid-transformation, and such oddities were only seen when the transformation spell got done incorrectly. It was very rare for a dragon to mess up a spell, and the half-transformed dragon giggled when he saw Ahi, and he had something inside one of his large claw-like hands. And as the crowd raced to the courtyard, the strange dragon conveniently closed the portal with his free hand, and in a lazy sort of move, he wobbled towards the portal and he lay down, and during this process the dragon tumbled over the tower he laid on, and the gate bridge out of the citadel was ruined. The figure's massive frame made it impossible for the main gate to open, and the bizarre dragon yawned, and his elongated human snout had razor-sharp teeth, and this contrasted utterly with his human tongue, and his head was slightly tilted down every so often, and his eyes too drooped. And the dragon was having a hard time fighting the desire to sleep. And yawning, the drunken dragon said, Ahi, the horse, something, forget about it. The dragon uncalled on the ground, fully asleep, and when his closed hand realized that he was able to see Brunhilde sleeping within. Brunhilde opened her eyes for a moment, and she gave Ahi a sideways look and asked while pointing to an area on top of Ahi's head. And then she growled a little. Ahi traced a line from the top of his head and he pointed up, and Brunhilde sat up and looked in the direction he was pointing to. The clouds parted for a second to reveal the Titan moon. The girl cocked her head back and scratched her blonde hair, and she then shrugged her shoulders and coiled up against the dragon claw. His eyes went blank for a moment, and he crossed his hands while he analyzed the situation. Eventually he nodded as if he came with a resolution, and he went towards the stables, and he perked up Horsey, and he rode his horse to the courtyard. The dragon sat on him, he brushed his head, and yawning again, he cocked his head in the direction of another ruined tower. The camouflaged flaminca was lurking, and her presence was only noticeable by the groaning of the wooden roof. And there was a loud crash as something landed on the ground, and fans became visible, and the mangled remains of the guards were carefully piled up in front of Ahi. Ahi rubbed his belly to indicate that he was full. Flaminca shook her head in response, and she bore her fangs to the bizarre dragon before clawing her way up the ruined guard tower. She leaped across the ditch, and then ran back into the forest as silently as a cat. Only the faint rustling of the grass were heard. Flaminca stopped in the outskirts of the forest to wait for Ahi. The dark cloud finished passing by, and the Tatamon shed its pale light over the field. Ahi was able to see the carnage of all of the massacred soldiers, and he was able to see the ruined courtyard. The place had been clawed to bits, and good porches were burned down as well. The knights, the gay parties, and all who were outside were dead, and the strange dragon gave a low, hoarse laugh. I am sorry, I got a little carried away, said the dragon sinisterly, and he continued, They should not have laughed. But who's laughing now? I gave the dragon a sideways look before shrugging his shoulder, and he kicked the sides of the horsey who galloped in full throttle. Horsey leaped through the ditch with ease, and he took a final look at the Duke's citadel, and he neighed. And this was the second time he was run out of town, and he neighed. He pouted when he realized that this was the second time he had been run out of town, and in the dark towers he heard a voice that said, Ahi, cash. He pulled the reins of his horse, and he stopped midway, and he held his hands up, and he got a small leather pouch, and he looked inside in his mouth, and he strapped the pouch to his sash. He lingered for a moment before continuing on his way. The dragon watched as he rode away, and he felt a slight prickle on his back. The humans had found hatches, and they were wearing down the door, and soon the opening would be large enough for them to see the bizarre-looking dragon. The dragon looked up at Jupiter for a few moments, and even in his hazy mind he dreaded going out while the blood-red moon was out, and he smashed his head against the ground several times, and he gave a low groan, and he stayed with that moment for a few minutes, and then he mumbled words of magic, and slowly the bones from his back grew, and this was covered by a few silver scales, and 10 horns rose from his head, and when he grew decent-sized wing, the drunken mulder tried to take flight. And he got up lazily, without the dragon blocking the way. The portal was finally torn open, and a torrent of people poured out to strike down Ahi. And they stopped dead in their tracks when they saw this dragon, and the bodies slithered over the ground did not look too promising. Mulder yawned again, and he climbed up the first tower, and he leaped. And a strong gust of wind helped him take flight, and he did not bother to flap his wing. He allowed the cold breeze of the night to sober up, and when he was sober enough, he casted a healing spell to remove all of the impurities from his body. And as we all hear through healing spell, this one was not flashing. The dragon simply held up his free hand over his heart, and the impurities were concentrated at his core. And he then vomited in the form of a reddish magma, and this fell over the roof of the Duke's citadel. And this caused the place to catch fire, and others within the citadel fled outside. And Berfane knocked on the tower to make a bridge, and with his aid everyone escaped more or less in one piece. And Mulder giggled before saying, whoops. The dragon circled in his bizarre form over the citadel for a few minutes, and every so often he roared, striking fear into the hearts of the people of Vunheim. The sun was starting to rise over the horizon, and the dragon to fly towards the rising sun. And when the rays of the light finally shone on him, he was back to his true self. With the sun, the light of reasoning had returned. that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Saturnastra Ahi, Chapter 21, Homecoming. Day 12, Month 7, Day 30, 9 a.m. The continent of Pertama, region of Eroga, Praga. Praga has changed a lot in the years that Ahi have been away. The first major disaster occurred weeks after his departure. Peter the bully who had stabbed Ahi had been the lucky one, and like you don't remember, Peter and his friend had gotten in a fight with Ahi because Ahi had stolen from them, and Ahi had inscribed certain stolen items with the presence of Sorting. And whenever a person saw this presence within the item, the imprint was passed on into their eyes like a curse. Peter had died before getting possessed by the thing he had seen, and he had stared into the darkness, and this darkness had stared back. And while preparing the body, the priest handling the funerals had stared into the child's eyes. And the presence was thus passed from the dead child to the priest's eyes, and it was a new presence that had yet to be a house dream. And had the priest had any true powers, he would have not been possessed so easily. And Peter's funeral was quite a fiasco, with the mumbling and the walking on the roof and the flying, and the priest's body broke down after a few hilarious hours worthy of the exorcism. And he could not handle the strain of the presence, and when the priest's body broke down, the presence took to haunting the cemetery, and he did not know any better, and thankfully got adopted by a traveling necromancer. Things grew quiet for about a year to prevent any further incidents. Iago had the wisdom to collect and seal away anything that Ahi had owned, and he also closed up at his bedroom for the rest of the world, and he even went as far as putting up a brick wall. And with the coming of spring, people started leaving the city. The flamenca and Ahi incident had soared up their state, and they did not like to live in a town surrounded by feral dragons. As of now, only key people live in town, and many of the houses have been abandoned. Iago was paid by the berserkers to stay and maintain the outpost, and instead of villagers, the township had taken on a more martial tone. And their main residents were now a few lords, their serfs, and 30 soldiers and their family members. And for safety purposes, a stone wall had been erected around the town, and it was symbolic in a sense that it did not keep the feral dragons from getting within. And this new structure, instead of keeping them at bay, attracted their attention. Like rats scattering the street, one would see a dozen feral dragon babes crawling about. And since they could not do nothing about the feral dragons, the townspeople eventually got used to them. You can get used to anything with time. Some even started feeding them and keeping them as dangerous little pets, and from time to time there was an incident. However, these incidents were resolved without any casualties. The women children who were born during this time shared a special understanding with the feral dragons, and via their mediation, life with feral dragons became somewhat tolerable, and the human had something that may be called peace. Outsiders who visited the strange town used to think the humans there had done the impossible. They were foolish to believe that they had tamed feral dragons. Only the berserkers knew the south truth. It was the feral dragons who had tamed the humans. This strange behavior on the feral dragon's part was only noted on those who lived near the township. The rest of the dragons went about their lives without bothering about their human neighbors. The feral dragons were a peculiar bunch. Unlike other territorial beasts, they did not go on to slay any random intruder. They only reacted when their instincts warned them of true danger, and its outsiders became emboldened by their supposed pacifism. The feral dragons would interprance around the invader's territory, and if the invader had to go to attack them, they would be wiped out in an instant. And if they did not attack, the feral dragons would keep on provoking them. And if nothing happened, the feral dragons would consider enemy territory part of their homestead. And for this reason, feral dragon babes now walk the streets of Praga as if they owned the place. The only solution to this problem was to move, get killed by a feral dragon, or wait until the little dragonlets grew bored of the place. As of now, only the baby dragons like to play around in the human town. The adult feral dragons had no interest in humans and their habitations. For them, the humans were akin to ants, making their tiny little frail homes, and the children were the only ones who found the human town remotely interesting. And this whole problem started with Eleanor, and after Ahi left, she was very lonely, and she took to venturing into the forest in search of Ahi. And the feral dragons paid her no mind, since she was so scrawny and weak, and not even a starving wolf would take her seriously. And she developed a sort of friendship with the baby dragon who used to fight with Ahi. And his tiny pharaoh dragon was missing his playmate, and without Ahi he had no one to train with, and he took to following Eleanor around and keeping her out of trouble, and he was drawn to her since a bit of Ahi's scent still lingered on her, and this scent was only perceived by the keen sense of the pharaoh dragons, and they were known to have the best sense of smell of any living creature. His presence alone was enough to keep the predators at bay, and they had a healthy respect for his strength and powers. And when Eleanor noticed the pharaoh dragon, she tried to lure her back home, and she made a trail of cupcakes leading to the front of her porch, and unfortunately for all humans, the baby dragons developed a sweet tooth. And since he was the alpha of the little baby dragons, what he did, the others emulated, and in no time the town was overrun by little baby pharaoh dragons, and they came in town in search for trees, cattle, and chicken. Thankfully, when the pharaoh dragons grew up, they preferred to hunt, and they outgrew such childish habits, and they usually left town before becoming a giant nuisance. And still, the small ones were more than enough to convince a good number of the humans to pack up and leave. It was this Praga that Ahi returned to this day, and by now, most who knew Ahi as a child had departed, and the Berserker station there only knew rumors about Ahi's powers, and Ahi rode into the town on a sunny day, and the sky was a lovely pure blue, and there was not a cloud up there, and from time to time a soft wind would pass by, and Ahi stopped about half a kilometer away from the town, and he frowned when he saw that the gates surrounding it, and he pondered a moment to make certain he was in the right spot, and eventually he shrugged his shoulders and he continued on his way. "It should not surprise you that this town changed so much," said a voice on top of Ahi, and Ahi removed his eye to see what was perched on top of it, and it was one of the 7 pudgy dragons that operated in this area, and they said to relay messages from the township to Viragerum. And the dragon continued, "It should be safe for you to return. Anyone knows that they should avoid messing with you. And in other news, there is a scary-looking pharaoh dragon looking for you, and since he says you're present, he has been lurking about. And to take care of this problem before entering town, the last thing we need is a fight surrounded by many weaklings." Ahi, after relaying this information, the pudgy dragon went on his way, and apparently the Berserkers have been expecting his return for quite some time, and the fear of his presence would trigger another bloodbath, and whenever he was around, bad things would happen, and they have been monitoring his movements ever since Ahi resurfaced, and Ahi heard the message with grim amusement, and when the dragon went away, he smiled, and based on his smile, he had not understood a single word, or so we fancied, or simply his mind was elsewhere so that he didn't hear the message. Ahi went on ahead as if nothing had been said, and at a certain point he dismounted, and he stroked his head and said gently, "Go on ahead without me." "How articulate you have become," commented Horsey sarcastically. "Perhaps," said Ahi. And this was his current answer whenever he did not understand anything, or whenever he wanted to sound more smart than he was, or maybe he was smart and he was just playing the fool. It's so hard to know with certain folks. It was certainly an improvement from his baby talk, and his new articulation was more of a defense system, and most of the time his answers were simply educated guesses or rehearsed lines to questions. He had developed enough common sense to avoid the and the speech pattern from humans most of the time, and as instructed host, he trotted to the gates of Praga, and he made his way towards the nearest forest, and a large male adored pharaoh dragon waited for him, and this was the same pharaoh dragon that he used to spar with. And due to his constant motion, the pharaoh dragon was smaller than the usual males of his kind, and he was only 6 meters long and 1 meter high, and what he lacked in size he made up in grit. His chest was wider than usual, and he was muscular all over, and his legs and arms were longer and stronger, and this pharaoh dragon was built for strength, speed, and mobility. The dragon rested his head lazily on his foreclaw, and since he was a fool, he could lay peacefully next to the deer and the antelope. And he showed his fangs to Ahi when he saw him, and Ahi smiled, and he waved at the dragon. The pair had identical-looking razor-sharp teeth, and when the dragon saw Ahi again, the bloodlust had completely dissipated, and he had done a lot of growing up over the years, and Ahi climbed on top of the nose of the pharaoh dragon, and the pair stayed looking at the birds flying in the sky, and they were at peace at one with nature. And he reached into his pocket and took out a fragment of the duke's crown, and he took a bite from it, and he offered the rest to the dragon. The dragon opened his mouth slightly, and he allowed Ahi to feed him with his hand, and Ahi gave a deep sigh of relief when the dragon did not bite him. He got off the dragon's nose, and like back when he was a child, he hugged the dragon, And like by then the dragon bit into his shoulder, and any other person who had died without half their limbs, and he laughed like a maniac, and his glasses turned into a power. He realized his clothing was ruined, and swiftly his left side regenerated, and the dragon munched at his flesh with contempt, and the special stomach was strong enough to digest his flesh and his special corrosive blood. And he lingered a little, and he told him something was amiss in town, and he removed his torn nobles attire, and he sat down and rested his head on his fist, and the dragon called around him, and he was looking at him with his bright ruby eyes, and he got up suddenly and dusted himself off, and he put it on his hand behind his long curly red hair, and he held his hair up as if his body glowed like a burning sun for a second, and when the light dissipated, he had generated for himself a simple peasant attire, and it was composed of simple brown pants and a clean long white shirt and a straw hat. And he left the outskirts of the fort and walked up the gates, and Horsey was standing there before the gates, and he was sitting so nearby grass, trying his best to pretend to be a normal horse. The berserkers in the guard towers were eyeing that horse with suspicion, and he took the reins of the horse and he smiled and he waved at the guard. The first guard whispered to his companion, "He has returned, more the pity," sighed the other guard. And the first guard exclaimed, "Lower the gates." And he rode into town, and he patted his lip when he noticed the changes. The barracks were an interesting addition, and the farms in the left side had been torn down and converted into barracks. The further ground had been laid flat and turned into a day, etc. The barracks were made of solid stone, and how the houses on the right side of the barrack had been converted to farm. And at its center was Iago's manor, the only familiar place. The berserkers liked to have a single landlord managing the farms, and it was always assured the maximum profit or something like that. And when the time for the harvest came, the head slaves were brought from the capital to work in the field. Iago did employ some permanent farmers, and they were in charge of managing irrigation projects, crossbreeding, and horticulture. And in the farms grew maize, millet, rice, and cotton, and the minor horticulture grew palms, rubber, and banana trees. And this government more intent on keeping the feral dragons from munching on the main crops, because the feral dragons, they prefer bananas here and rubber. They eat rubber. Outside the town, the berserkers raised sheep and also hunted and fished in the forest, and during breeding season they were also stationed there to collect dragon eggs. I had noted these and many other changes, and the town looked completely new to him, and while he rode along, the feral baby dragon settled in town, started following after Horsey. Horsey ignored them, and though he neighed when a month-old baby dragon clawed its way up his leg, and the dragon was as large as a full-grown cat, and had Horsey been a regular horse, he would have been spooked. However, the manor cat-like scratches had barely healed, and this tiny baby climbed on top of his head, and she nestled there, while she tanned herself under the burning sun, and the little dragon fell asleep while being rocked by the gentle rhythm of Horsey's trot. And he looked in all directions as he rode along, and aside from the dragons, he could not see any familiar face. His sign was sniffing the air, and he smiled when he caught a whiff of a few familiar scents, and then he curled his lip and said, "I'm hungry." And he put his hand inside his pocket, and he took out what remained of the duke's crown, and here what remained, which was a piece of gold plate and 3 crown jewels, and one of the jewels he took and waved it over the baby dragon's head, and without opening her eyes, the little one snapped the jewel away, and she enjoyed its taste the same way that children enjoy eating candy, and she was done enjoying it, she crushed it beneath her fangs. Alright, that's it for now. Bye-bye and God bless. Saturnastra Ahi, Chapter 22. Familiar faces. Ahi circled the manor to have a good look at it, and he was surprised to notice that Iago's library had survived the fire, and it was located in the back of the manor. The windows had been enlarged to allow even more light to enter, and it was the largest part. And Iago was not much of a socialite, so there wasn't any ballrooms installed in the manor. The backside did not match the front too well, and the 2-story high library with its Gothic architecture did not go well with the Doric columns. And these decorative columns were to the first floor and to the second, and they were supported 3 balconies. The main building had 4 chimneys, and it was raised up to 1 floor, and the entrance had 2 staircases leading to the main floor, and it had this design to accommodate the mundane landscape. And the windows were made of wood and had a single railing. and the indoor curtains were white, and there was the side wing attached to the main building, and this one had small porticos overlooking the gardens. Overall, there were 3 small house complexes fused together, and the houses had simpler design with the same tile roof, and the first one had 2-story, and it was a large window in the second floor and 2 smaller ones. A row of flowering trees led towards the manor, and the place was as pretty as a picture. And he saw the servants working outside the house, and they were grooming the garden and doing the other housework chore, and the majority of the housemates were elves. And the elves made ideal servants because of their age, and they had experience performing just about any task, and unlike human slaves, they were not too squeamish about they bore the task inside and silently waiting for their time to strike. And they were the kind to wait for the human master to die or for their luck to change, and they were always waiting and watching for who knows what. And like it was their odd creepy habit, they watched as he circled around the house, and since they knew what he was, they simply ignored him, and it was futile to interfere with his antics. And they felt a little bit more at ease because he was more famous for killing humans than for killing their kind. Technically, all of the elves belonged to King Bersame, and there was an unspoken rule in regards to their arrangement, and the slaves who worked for Bersame's allies, in exchange the allies were forbidden from harming them physically. The terms of the service were stipulated in a binding contract, and should the allies break the contract, a terrible curse would befall them, or so they claimed. The elves themselves were overseen by their half-elf overlords, and they were in charge of sales, purchases, and administering punishment. And the households lived in 2 worlds, and they got taxed on the elf forest and the slaves, and ran other errands for their elf king. It was one of these half-elves who intercepted Ahi, and for being a half-elf he looked identical to his kin. And he had the same blue eyes, blonde hair, and almond-shaped eyes, and the faces were all too very similar, at least for his untrained eye. For him, all of the elves looked alike. He waved at Ahi, and Ahi saluted in return, and he walked out to the half-elf, and he dismounted, and he gave the reins to the horse, and then he said to horses, "Take care of yourself." The horse is simply named with his approval. And while talking and taking Horsey away, the elf asked the horse, "Is it true that you can talk?" "No," said the horse with disdain. The elf chuckled when he heard this, and after they were gone, he walked up the staircase to enter the second floor. And the first floor, the interior was sparkling white, and the whiteness was unbroken by satin furniture and golden borders, and the color followed the hallway. And this clearness was broken when you entered the rooms, and the walls were painted in a soft pastel yellow color, and the floor was made of wood, with a Persian rug on the floor. And he found his way around the manor pretty easily, until it felt like he had been there before, and the manor was also felt familiar to us, and it was almost kind of creepy, almost like we were having a type of deja vu. And he eventually made his way towards the library, and this place was at least identical, and there were some additional books here and there, as well as new writing table. Other than that, the place looked just as it did before, and with much comfort in the familiarity of a place that we could almost call home. And he smiled when he noticed a few minor changes, and he placed his fingertips over the cover of the books as he looked to the title. Eventually his hand stopped over an illustrated book, and he sat down on the floor, flipping through its pages. And to see better, he removed his hat, and his long red curls fell over the pages of the book. And the part of the illustration are covered by his hair showed a skinny old geezer, armed with a lance and shield, and he was washing his armor and sword. And on the right you could make out the silhouette of a woman watching the old man, and for the background there were a few clouds and a pure white full moon. And he looked up from his reading when he heard the footsteps of someone approaching the library, and Iago opened the door gently, and he had not changed much these past 7 years. He had a few new wrinkles here and there, and also his eyes had the eternal tea bags for hardly ever getting any decent sleep. Iago went to the third bookcase and chose a book that was sticking out, and the book had a blue satin ribbon marker. And he sat down on his chair, and he opened his book, and the one gentle sun entered the room, and despite the warm sun, the lights in his room were all light, and heck, all the lights in the house were on. And this was the only way to have the elf slaves calm, and the poor fool was too afraid of the dark. And Iago did not mind much the extra light in his study, and certainly did prevent him from straining his eyes out at night. While reading, Iago suddenly felt like having a snack, and he rang a bell which rested in the coffee table near the cushioned chair. And an elf-maid entered the room with 5 cookies, 3 biscuits, and 6 sweetbreads, and a tea tray. The maid poured Iago some tea and then left the room, and during this process, Iago did not look up from his reading, and the maid didn't notice however she chose to ignore his presence. And when she left, he got up and he sat behind the coffee table, and from time to time his hand would reach for a snack. And Iago only noticed that his presence when he reached for a snack, and he felt around and did not find anything in front, and he said, "By Arasa, how do these things keep getting inside the house? They are more persistent than the rodents." Like he thought that it was one of the baby feral dragons that was stealing his food. While searching around, his eyes landed on his hat, and he laid in a corner of the room. And the tiny feral dragon was still napping on top of the hat, and Iago got up and he grabbed the fire iron from the fireplace, and the dragon's eyes opened wide, and she heard Iago approach. And when she saw the fire iron, she purred playfully, and like a cat she got up and tried to catch the fire iron. And using the fire iron, Iago lured the dragon to a nearby window, and he opened it, and he took the fire iron out of the window, and the baby dragon leaped out the window to get the fire iron. And Iago closed the door behind him, and he sighed with relief. When he turned around, his eyes opened wide, and he said below his breath, "You." And he smiled at Iago when they met face to face. Iago was deeply unnerved by his uncanny smile, and he could never get over the inhumanity of his feral dragon-like teeth. And the moment that he opened his mouth, all traces of humanity would leave his face. And he got up and he brushed his right hand on his pants, and then he stretched out his hand as if wanting to shake hands with Iago. Iago took his right hand, trembling, and with his left hand he took over both his hands to complete the handshake. And after the salute, Iago seemed more at ease, and this was the same as he from before. Iago sat down again, and he ran for his maid, and anticipating his wants, the maid brought extra snacks and a teacup for Ahi, and she poured tea for Iago and Ahi before the party. And he sat cross-legged beside Iago, and Iago watched the lot in silence, and he broke the silence by saying, "You have grown up quite a bit." And indeed, he had grown quite a bit, and now he was roughly 5 feet tall, and this meant that he had the average height of a 14-year-old brat, and his true form had recently suffered a growth spurt, and with more age he had gotten more in control of his power, and now his main form hid inside an area, and this arrangement made more dependent on his angler to experience the world around him, and as a result the angler had more sensitive and responsive. And not that having his undivided attention did the lad any good, and he smiled when he heard Iago addressing him, and he asked, "How old are you now?" He's 12, 13, and have you gotten any smarter, and what words do you know? "Define wisdom for me, Iago," asked he, sipping his tea. And Iago got up from the table, and he pulled out a dictionary, and he flipped to the pages to find the word wisdom, and he read it up. Wisdom, the soundness of an action or decision with regards to application of experience, knowledge, and good judgment. "Father says so as well," said he pensively. "In your words I do not understand. To me they are no different than dragon tongues. In my words, my speech are nothing more than a facade. At any moment my actions will betray me." "It is still an improvement," he commented Iago, returning the dictionary, and he continued, "I heard rumors about you that say you ate a duke and pushed all of his guards." And he said nothing. He was trying to make sense of what Iago was trying to say to him. And Iago took his silence as an admittance of guilt, and he was not the kind of person to feel remorse, regret, or fear. And those feelings were alien to him, and at the moment he seemed very pensive, and he got up and nodded, and he came to a solemn resolution. "Why did you come back?" he asked Iago, and it was a question we all wanted to ask. "I came back because I felt like it, and you humans are always overthinking things, looking for the why in every action. Indulge me, Iago, for a moment," said he, reaching for a book. And he threw the book at Iago, who dodged it in an instant, and he picked up the book, and he brushed out the dirt, and then he placed the book back in the shelf, and he continued, "This is why I do things. I can meditate things all you want, and thinking has never done much good to our kind." And Iago became pensive for a moment, and then he left Iago alone, and then went to stand by the window, and eventually Iago sighed and went to continue with his reading. And after 5 minutes of meditation, he left the window with a new resolution, and he sat down beside Iago to continue his reading. And he was not much reading the book, and the words written on the pages had no meaning to him. What did the lad know about justice, honor, chivalry, and damsel in distress? He did at least like the pretty pictures. While he read, he asked the question he had managed to formulate. Iago, where did everyone go? There's only you and Eleanor. He had been wondering this since he had started on his way to Praga, and he found it out that he only recognized two familiar scents in the entire township of Praga. And Iago seemed a bit reluctant to answer the question, and he wondered greatly if he would even be able to comprehend his answer. Eventually, Iago decided to say, my family moved away to Veragheron and they live a life of luxury, or so I've been told. They may use for hostages. As long as I continue to be useful, their lives are more or less guaranteed, and I am allowed to check on their well-being once every 2 months. And my folks seem happy enough, and as for Eleanor, we tried to take her. When we tried to take her, she ran away to the forest, and I'll tried to fetch her, met an untimely death, and now she gets to stay here to wait for you. I see, said Ahi, and can you be certain that they are in bondage? It seems to me that they abandon you, and power gives people the ability to act in accordance with their true nature. And you, Iago, the power you have again has unmasked you and others around you, and who can see you for what you truly are, and you haven't the moral authority to judge me. And Iago was taken aback with how he said. He couldn't deny the truth of what the kid said, and it almost felt as if he was his own consciousness speaking, and he continued. I have been thinking and thinking, and I had to stop thinking. It's never helped me. Iago looked up at his eyes and noticed that they were glassy and unblinking, and this status was nothing new to Iago, and yes, he had not changed at all, but his strange, ominous mood did not look too promising. Alright. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 23. Much room for thought. Iago realized that Ahi might have been right. Thinking never did the lad any good. He resolved to distract Ahi by any means necessary. The last thing Praga needed was another Ahi-related calamity. For Iago, Ahi was like bad weather. He came without warning and messed up your crops and goods. And even if you could see the storm coming from a mile away, the only thing one could do was board up and pray that the roof didn't fly away. The thought which ate away at Ahi was slowly becoming an obsession, and his train of thought was interrupted by a tapping by the window. His eyes stopped being glassy, and he noticed the baby pharaoh dragon in his mouth. When the dragon caught his attention, she sighed with relief, and this sign came with a few puffs of smoke. She ran around in circles close to Ahi's line of sight, and he opened the window to let her come within. The dragon clawed her way up the window nimbly, and Ahi picked her up by the armpits, and he stroked her in the mane as if she were a household cat. While carrying her, he went towards the door, and he said to Iago, I'm going to go see Eleanor. When Ahi left the room, Iago began to ponder on his situation, and for a second his mask completely fell when he stared at one of the observers. It was only for an instant which his eyes followed one of our movements, and this instant was enough to make us realize what Iago really was. We departed the room in search of Ahi, and the child was already halfway up the stairs, and trailing behind him was a lurker from the library. Lurkers were peculiar things, and they were usually the main reason people turn around suddenly to address the eerie feeling that something is behind them. And if they had eyes to see, they would sadly realize that something indeed was lurking behind them. And other than lurking, the lurkers rarely did much of anything. The name lurker was just a generic name we gave to one of the many odd beings which populate the house of creation. He was aware of the presence of the lurker, so too was the pharaoh dragon, who snapped her teeth at the lurker when it got a little too close. And when he turned around, the lurker stopped for a moment, and the lad then resumed his way upstairs. At the second floor, an oven servant passed by Ahi, and the maiden seemed taken aback when she saw him. The blood-red hair and eyes were unnerving, and his eyes only narrowed for a second as he passed by her. And this look dissipated when he became aware of an odd sensation in one of his fingers. The baby pharaoh dragon was nibbling on his fingers, and he raised the dragon to look at her eye to eye. An imitation of the humans, she gave Ahi something that could be passed for a smile. He smiled back at the dragon. He found his way towards Eleanor's door, and he could sense she was outside in the balcony of her room, and he placed the dragon on the floor before reaching for the door handle. The dragon watched at his movement with mild amusement, and before the door opened, he drew a line in the floor with his feet, and the dragon got the hint, and he left Ahi to his own devices. He opened the door softly, and Eleanor's bedroom was rather pink. The girl did not like pink per se. Her favorite color had always been baby blue, and she only had and only wore since because of Undine, and this helped mask Eleanor's misgivings by helping them pass as innocence or naivete. The walls and roofs were painted pink, and the wooden borders around the roof and also were white, and the floor was made of redwood. All the windows had 3 layers of curtains. The first one was white and decorated with flowers. The bed was made of ebony, and it had satin shiny coverings and 2 large pillows, and beside the bed there was a nightstand. And over the chimney there was a square rococo mirror, and it had golden tracery for decoration. As he opened the door leading to the balcony, Elena was sitting on a couch and beside her maid, and she had grown up a lot. At the age of 16, she was at the prime of her beauty, and she could say or do anything she wanted, and men would just simply find it adorable. And despite her disposition, she was courted every so often, and she was one of the few girls of marriageable age still in Praga. The estate tied to her name was worth quite a hefty sum, and Iago had to put up some properties under her name for the dowry purposes, and she also had become graceful and had developed a taciturn behavior. Undine had done wonders for Eleanor in her own sickening type of way. Eleanor had a delicate aquiline nose, and her face was a bit rounded like a doll, and her most striking feature were her glistering emerald eyes, and her eyebrows were naturally graceful, and her lips rosy red, and the lower lip was a bit fuller than the upper one. And she had the build of a ballerina, right down to the small chest and delicate, refined limbs. And to amuse themselves, the soldiers had the bad habit of chasing after Eleanor, and the lady looked simply adorable running away. And despite her fragile demeanor, Eleanor could run non-stop for hours, and the way the girl ran was reminiscent of the nymphs. And Eleanor did not mind being chased. It was one of the few amusements that were not forbidden to her. When he saw her, Eleanor was wearing a lovely pink and white dress, and it had a rococo design. Her short blonde hair was pulled back with a satin ribbon, with a decorated pink rose. He noticed Eleanor was not wearing any shoes, and unlike typical noble dresses, Eleanor's dress was a bit toned down, and Undine was never able to get the girl to wear a corsage or any other elaborate ostentation, and for that reason Eleanor did not spend an eternity or two getting dressed as was the fashion of the day. And she also did not bother with jewelry, since she always lost track of it. She also always the bad habit of misplacing it or lending it to strangers who never returned it to her. And Eleanor's maid was dressed in a baby blue cashmere dress. The pair painted a pretty picture. Eleanor was washing the leaf falls, and her room faced the gardens, and her maid was busying herself with sewing. And the maid was the first to notice Ahi, and she turned to face the lad and asked, "Who are you?" Ahi saluted the maid, and the elf maid turned pale when she noticed Ahi's red hair color. And as was the habit of the elves, the maid went back to sewing while pretending that Ahi did not see. Eleanor yawned in an unladylike fashion and stretched her nimble limbs, and she then reclined on the sofa, and the elf maid frowned when she noticed Eleanor's dirty feet on the couch. And the maid got up and went to the bathroom, and she brought from there a large plate and a towel and a soap and basin filled with cool water. And she started to rigorously clean Eleanor's dirty feet. And the floor in the manor was always kept immaculately clean because of Eleanor despised wearing shoes. He tapped on the maid's shoulder to get her attention, and he pointed with his thumb to the door and gestured back with his hand, and the maid got the cue that he wanted her to skedaddle, or to get the hell out of here. He took the soap and towel from the maid, and he finished cleaning Eleanor's feet, and when he finished, he took the items back to the bathroom. Eleanor did not notice Ahi, and by the time he had finished cleaning her feet, she had fallen asleep. She rested her head on top of her hands, which laid on the cushioned armrest, and he sat down beside her, and he watched her peaceful slumber, and he leaned closer to her to stroke her pale face, but decided to let her keep on dreaming. He settled back down on his seat. Since the manor was built on a small hill, he was able to see the forest beyond the garden from Eleanor's bedroom, and he looked at the forest, and the forest stared back at him. It took less than a day for Eleanor to stop being angry at Ahi, and she was not the type of girl to have a grudge for very long. As for Ahi, who was finally able to stop thinking, Eleanor's cheerfulness was enough to dispel all of the dark shadows that weighed on his mind and heart. The pair spent most of the time together, and when Ahi was not with Eleanor, he would amuse himself by working in the fields. The servants were a bit uneasy, but soon they got used to his presence, and as for Iago, and as usual, Iago could never quite understand why he did what he did. The night was always full of surprises, and at night he would go to the forest, and Eleanor could not share in his insomnia, and he would quietly observe what nature had to offer in the stillest hour. And in other nights he would ride out with Horsey, and today he was up to something different. After speaking much with Eleanor, the girl decided that she wanted Ahi to hand out invitations to her birthday party, and it was up to Ahi to invite as many people as possible, and since Ahi was acting as a messenger of sorts, he traded his peasant attire for one of an overall outfit, and this outfit was typical of bravados, and there were sort of male models, and they were usually seen in places with money, and the outfits consisted of an elegant loose, long-sleeved white shirt. Over was a tighter segment, and the pieces were placed over a white shirt tied over an egg-shaped ribbons, and this gave the top a puffy look, and the bottom was usually a tight piece with identical colored boots, and at times the pants and shoes were combined into one attire, and this attire came with a cape, and his bravado outfit had the color red, with a white shirt and a lighter red cape, and he also wore an elegant red hat with red plumes. And he carried a satchel with the invitation. It so happened that today was a darkly cloudy day, and it seemed as if the world would start raining at any moment. And he went to the stables to saddle Horsey, and while riding out the stable, he stopped Horsey, and he noticed that Iago was waiting for him. And he rode up to Iago and saluted him by removing his hat, and Iago returned the salute by removing an imaginary hat. And Iago was not much of a hat person, and he asked Ahi, "How many invitations do you have?" And Ahi counted the invitations before responding, 47. "Are they addressed to individuals or entire families?" inquired Iago. Without opening the letters, Ahi read each and every one of the invitations, like he scanned them. To an answer, it simply looked as if Ahi flipped quickly over each invitation. After a minute or so, he answered, 5 invitations are addressed to family, and the families are on average composed of 4 members, 1 husband, a wife, plus or minus a kid. The other 42 are addressed to individuals, and their open-ended nature implies that they will be allowed to bring with them whoever they choose. "And can you give me a rough estimate of how many people are going to be coming to the party?" insisted Iago. "I cannot say for certain. It all depends on how many people RSVP," responded Ahi. RSVP, repeated Iago, who was not familiar with that acronym. He looked at us for a moment, and we searched all of our observations and cross-linked other observations to come up with an estimate. And when we finished with our calculation, we forwarded Ahi to the results, and during this process, Ahi's eyes went glassy for a few seconds. Eventually, he said to Iago, "We can expect between 361 to 148 guests. At worst, we might end up with 79 guests." And Iago frowned and said, "That many?" "Don't worry now, Iago. A number of those invited to the party are not human, and I will make it my mission to keep them from bothering the weakling guests," said Ahi, trying to sound reassuring. And after saying this, he went on his way, and he rode to the slave quarters, and Ahi seemed a bit somber, and he was remembering the last party he had ever organized, and after thinking things through for the last few months, he realized where he had gone wrong. The booze he had provided had ruined things, and tried to keep things merry. He decided that he had to keep everyone sober this time. And Horsey said to Ahi, "I know what you're thinking, and you want to have a party without liquor, and trust me, this won't have a happy ending either. And having humans sober is just as dangerous as having them drunk." "I know," Horsey said Ahi sadly. "All work and no fun, Miss Johnny, a dull boy." And the half-elf manager greeted Ahi when he saw the lab approaching, and he said to him, "Foul weather we're having." Yes, foul weather indeed," said Ahi, matching the elf's disdainful tone. "What brings you over to this pigsty?" asked the elf. And Ahi reached into his satchel and he brought out 2 letters. "I have 2 invitations for Eleanor's birthday party, and this is important to her, and I am determined to make her birthday party a success, and I cannot stress enough, your full cooperation will be greatly appreciated." The half-elf took the 2 invitations and stuck them unceremoniously in his pocket. And when he did this, Ahi hissed at him, and this hiss showed Ahi's glistering white razor-sharp teeth, and it was echoed by 5 other hisses from the nearby baby pharaoh dragons, and their mate also stood on end. Ahi pointed to the elf, and then he passed his thumb over his neck. And the elf got the message loud and clear. He kicked the sides of Horsey to lead him to the next destination, and he made his way to the stable, and then he handed Iago an invitation. Iago frowned before saying, "You know I live here too, Ahi. There's no need to give me an invitation." "But without an invitation, how would you get inside the party?" said Ahi, folding his arm. And Iago realized that it was futile to argue with Ahi, and he realized that Eleanor probably wrote down invitations for even the slaves. And shaking his head, he watched as he ran out into the fields, and like he predicted, he gave invitation to all of the slaves who were obligated to serve the guests during the party. And Diego could not shake off a feeling of foreboding, and the weather and his blood-red attire only worsened the mood. The wind picked up speed as the storm came closer, and he had delivered 13 of the 47 invitations, and he rode outside the plantation, and in the center of town at a crossroad, he stopped, and he raised one of the invitations, and a strong wind came, and the invitation flew away. He smiled when he saw the invitation depart. And the Berserkers and Patrol saw this odd scene and frowned, and they had a really bad feeling about the party. And he saluted the Berserkers and Patrol, and the Berserkers returned the salute without much enthusiasm. And he rode out to each of them and handed them one invitation, and the first Berserker tore out the envelope, and he read the letter. And while he read it, he did his best not to burst out laughing, and he could feel that he watching him, and he handed the letter to his partner, who chuckled after reading it. And the first took out paper from a tiny notebook he carried, and he scribbled some notes on the paper, which he tore up and handed it to him, and the other Berserker did the same, and he smiled at the Berserker, and they smiled in return. And he was the only person in the small group with all of his teeth, very sharp, razor-sharp teeth, for nibbling. And he left the Berserker salon as he rode towards the barrack, and the captain of the unit was outside, and he was training a good number of people in this unit, and the scene that set the Berserker outside was the regiment. And even after learning the basics, the soldiers were expected to continue training, honing, and they would never be allowed to grow fat and lazy, as was the habit of the guards of the day. And the captain of the unit was called Samuel Del Rey, Gros Safiel, and he got the name Gross since to Bersamin, and for some reason one day Bersamin started calling him Samuel D. Gross instead of Dr. Gross, and the name stuck after the while, and the poor captain was anything but gross. And he was a fragile sort of man, and he had short brown hair and refined mustache, and his somber black eyes and gentle disposition did wonders to match his true nature. And unlike the man he was training, Dr. Gross was not wearing an armor, and he was dressed in a white noble outfit, and his only weapon was a rapier attached to his leather belt, and this rapier never left his side. He saluted Gross, and one of the Gross's men said to him, "Dr. Gross, he is here to see you." And Gross turned around to face Ahi, and a slight twitch in his left eye was the only visible sign of his annoyance. And in a such gentle voice, Gross asked, "And what brings blood-red idiotic brother to the training grounds?" Like he's a rude person. And he smiled when he heard Gross' rude question, and he liked Dr. Gross a lot, and he was a sort of honest chap of our kind, like him right away. And he carried himself with the arrogance of one else, and unlike the others, he had the skill to back up his arrogance. And he wrote out to the doctor and handed him a letter, and Gross did not bother to open the letter to know what it was, and he patted her sleep before saying, "I'll be there." And Gross nodded, "And what sort of present should my brand bring?" "Bring her something baby blue, and a dolly maybe, or a music box," said he, rubbing his chin. And he then left Gross aside, and the light rode deeper into the barracks, and he dismounted in front of the birdcage. The birdcage was the ironic name given to the building which housed all of the pudgy dragons belonging to the standing army. And the birdcage was a barn-looking wooden structure, and he entered the structure in search of any off-duty messenger. The birdcage interior was large and wide, and there was hardly anything to obstruct the coming and going of the messenger dragons, and the interior was separated into two sections. The left and right had the chicken houses. Instead of housing chickens, they served as temporary homes for the little dragons. And like chickens, the pudgy dragons rested in their nests, and overall there were 750 chicken houses, and each one could house at least 4 little dragons, and it was rare for the entire chicken house to be occupied. At most there would only be 1 or 2 nests occupied. And one day, someone would come to feed the dragon. Once a day somebody would feed the dragon, and usually the feeders brought a live cow and 12 chickens or fishes, and it all depends on what the dragons were in the mood for. And when the meal was brought out, the little dragons would swoop in like piranhas, and the entire meal would be consumed in less than 10 minutes. And should the feeders fail to bring the desired meal, the dragons would then eat them instead. And this problem only happened once, and since then all of the dragons were fed on time what they wanted to eat. So like if the feeders don't bring the right meal, like the dragons will like they like swarm and eat them out and eat the human. And he went up to one of the chicken houses, and he knocked on the door, and he heard a soft hissing behind there, and from the window a little pharaoh dragon, pudgy pharaoh dragon reared her head, and she had the similar build and design of pharaoh dragons, and she differed in wingspan and slimness, and all of the pudgy dragons had large wings and occasionally slim body. And then he handed the pudgy dragon the invitation, and the dragon read the address over the top, and then he went back inside and came out the front door. And the dragon had on her back a small leather parcel, and she said to her, I can carry no more than 12 envelopes. And he gave the dragon 11 more letters, and the dragon looked through the address over the top, and then carefully tied the letters together inside his parcel. And then he stretched out his hands to allow her to gingerly perch on his wrist, and then he took the dragon outside to let it fly, and after catching a good wind, the little dragon gently glided off. And when it was at a good height, the large dragon wings split into two, and the wings flew with swiftness akin to the hummingbirds, and in no time she was lost from sight. And he watched the dragon fly away, and Horsey said to her, don't even think about it. Said he, quite disappointed. If you care about these people, do not distress them, said Horsey. They ill hate surprises, and please, for both of our sake, keep your little surprises to a bare minimum. And he pondered a month what Horsey said, and very few people had the eloquence to get through him. And he said much on his past behavior and what would count as a surprise. And after pondering this for 10 seconds, he frowned. And he said to Horsey, go back, I want to deliver the remaining invitations by myself. And Horsey shook his head and neighed, and then he trotted back to the manor. That's the end of chapter 23. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 24. The birthday party. Horsey shook his head and he neighed, and then he trotted back to the manor. And he went inside the birdcage, and the dragons inside suddenly stopped flying, and they gracefully landed on the beams on top of the roofs of their chicken houses. And their senses told them that he was about to do something interesting. And the way they were standing still, he was reminiscent of the birds. And at that moment, a feeder came inside from the other entrance, and he was greatly perturbed by the dragon's behavior. And he saw that their behavior had something to do with his presence, and fearing another massacre, he decided to come back after he had left. And unlike most of our kind, he liked to transform slowly, and we could easily change forms in the blink of an eye, and he reveled in the sensation of changing. And you could almost say he took pleasure in the reaction his metamorphosis caused. And whenever he had a large crowd, he would show off, and with a healthy crowd of 500 little dragons, he was truly in a good mood. And the lad Hans stood standing up for it, and his bag then took an unnatural arc, which was soon followed by he stretching his head forward, and slowly his bones made strange cracking noises as his body internally started taking the anatomy of a dragon. And his mouth opened wide, showing all of his sharp teeth, and his head too became enlarged and redder, and even the white of his eye was now the color red, and his curly long hair solidified into a mane which ran down his back, and he grew in size and length, and the length of the clothing was torn by the strain, and with a tail and all, his half-transformed body was reminiscent of Mordred, and his mouth and nose had protruded forward to give him the visage of a dragon, and in the final stage of the metamorphosis, he grew brown, copper-colored scales. And his favorite dragon form was a male version of Flaminga, and Flaminga's DNA made him rather small, and aside from the odd change, he had not grown much, and accounting the tail, he was as long as a full-grown adult human. And unlike his skin, he had overgrown wings. And he looked at the ground and gingerly picked up the letters, and then he tied them to his head using a string, and from the tattered clothing. And when he felt that the letters were secured, he ran outside, and then he leaped out to take flight. And in imitation of the messenger dragon, his large wings split and flapped faster than the wings of a hummingbird. And he hovered over the barn for a few minutes, and he was scanning for the location of the other people he had to invite to the party. And the little pudgy dragons flew around Ahi, and the set of Ahi among a tiny swarm was rather frightful, and up in the barrel the berserker had stopped the training to look up at the spectacle. And one of the berserkers asked Gross, Dr. Gross, do you think they're going to attack? Not really, the shell is no different than Persimmon, and relax, man, nothing bad will happen if we just sit here and enjoy the show, said Gross with disdain. And eventually he made up his mind and he flew in the direction of the rising sun, and the world around him streaked past him as he gathered more speed, and after flying around the world twice, he finally felt like landing in his destination. And he was much more disappointed to know that the dragons had been unable to match his speed, and the place that he visited was a frosted mountain in the north of Saturnastra, and the snow made visibility difficult, and from time to time one could hear a screech in the distance. And it was a creepy sort of place, and he ventured cautiously inside the cave, and the cave was frozen solid, and the exterior seemed a bit familiar, and his draconic face reflected over the surface, and in a large clearing the dragon Mordred lay lazily hibernating, and he crawled up with his head and he poked his eye open. Mordred yawned and opened one of his eyes, and frowning he said, "Ahi, how did you find me?" "Flew around in circles until I caught your scent," he said while crawling over Mordred's horns. "That's so you, and you went to a lot of trouble to find me. What do you want?" asked Mordred, falling asleep again. And Mordred frowned again when he noticed that he was nibbling on one of the horns in his head, biting his horn. Mordred sat up and he shook his head until he stopped biting on his horn, and he splattered against the wall, and then he started gesticulating with his hand, and from time to time he was flying circles around Mordred, and Mordred gave a sideways look and said, "What? You can't be serious." "Dead serious, so are you coming to the party?" "Or not, please," said he, smiling. And Mordred took a deep breath, which made a cold wind come from out of his nostrils, and he then took out two invitations, and Mordred compacted into his human form, and he landed before Mordred and handed him the invitation. Mordred led the scene through a hole which had been hidden behind his large frame, and he followed behind. And it was interesting to know Mordred had human apartments beside his draconic cave, and it seemed more harvest-style hard, and the islands were made of wood, and the bed and drawers and the little tables were all carved from a single piece of wood, and he could not find any nails that bounded anything. So like he just hand carved it in his human furniture in like his dragon form, so he doesn't need any nails because he carved it out from a solid piece of wood. For the mattress, the bed had portable and wolf bells stuck on top of each other, and Mordred opened a drawer and took out wolf bell robes, and the hood had a wolf head, and the attire was simply worn out of decency's sake, and the robes were cut short a little below the knees, and these showed Mordred's bare feet, and his arms too were exposed, and no human habits were indeed hard to kill. And Mordred handed a chair before lighting a torch, and the torchlight reflected on the hard surface cave, and he noted that further he went, the harder the interior got, and the walls had even a faint fiery veins. And Mordred noticed the direction that he was looking at, and he explained, "A volcano." "Where's Brunhilde?" asked he. "In town," said Mordred. "These cold frosted mountains bore her, and I visit her every so often to make certain that she has not gotten eaten or into too much problem. The people in this land are strange, and I care not much to get to know them." "So are you guys coming?" asked he. "We'll see," said Mordred noncommittally. And Mordred read the invitation over the top. If it wasn't for his mastery of script, Mordred wouldn't have been able to make sense of what he called calligraphy. And he left Mordred's refuge, and he went to the feral dragons forward, and he gave up an invitation to 5 of the little feral dragons, and the largest of the kin to be invited was his old playfellow, and the others were exemplary no larger than a German shepherd. And the feral dragons had no concept of invitations or birthday, and it took many hours for he to explain this concept, which even he barely understood. Calling it quits, he went to deliver the final letters, and he went to the nearest crossroad and released additional invitations in the wind, and these letters were then spirited away, and he looked towards the horizon, and night was falling very fast, and he had planned to finish his errand in one day, and he was down to just 2 letters. And he flew in the direction of the falling sound, and by the twilight he arrived at the beach, and the beach was located in the far western part of the continent, and it had immaculate white sand. And below the shadow of the large cliffs 2 persons were looking at the sunset, and the figures stood on the hard rocks, and it was only on this spot where there were any rocks visible at the beach. And as twilight descended, a slight mist covered the ocean, and this somehow made the sunset appear colder and more lifeless. And he landed behind and assumed his human form, and one person was slightly taller than the other, and both wore frock coats. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the smaller gentleman as his brother Monkey King, and the tail and the wooden staff were a dead giveaway, and the person behind him was Marduk. and he was wearing a black noble outfit, and this time he was speaking with the human Marduk, and his human form did not differ much from his true self, and the eyes and hair were black as night, and his skin was a healthy tan color instead of his usual ghostly paleness, and unlike his true form, this body had short hair. And without looking at him, Marduk said, "You don't need my permission, you're a big boy, do as you will." And he gave Marduk a sideways look before whimpering. He walked timidly towards Marduk, and he took his brother's hand and placed an invitation inside. And Marduk suddenly turned around and shook him by the shoulders, and then he said, "Don't you see?" Marduk's human eyes changed to a strange cyan color, and he lowered his gaze, trying his best not to look into his brother's eyes. His eyes watered a little, and he almost seemed about to cry when his expression changed into a grimace. And then he said to Marduk in a harsh voice so unlike himself, "I am a the powerhouse. What kind of fool do you take me for? Yes, I have seen, and I know damn well what your vision means." And Marduk was taken aback by his hostile reaction, and Monkey King stepped between them and he separated them, and then he said to Marduk, "I thought we had discussed this already." And Marduk started walking away in a fury, and then he stopped for a moment and tore off his invitation before departing. He shook his fist at Marduk and then snarled when he saw this, and Monkey King lowered his brother's fist, and then he said, "He means well." He lowered his fist and he sat down to sulk, and Monkey King sat down beside him, and he rested his head against his shoulder while he waited for his tantrum to pass. Monkey King noticed a movement from the corner of his eye, and this made him grin and start to giggle, and then he put his hand to his ear and said, "Look, see?" He turned around and he saw Marduk picking up the torn pieces of the invitation, and this made he smile. Marduk smiled back at his brother, and he waved, and then he said more to himself, "Don't depend too much on anyone in this world." Today was Eleanor's birthday party, and he had done his best to make things go smoothly, and he had put into Eleanor's mind that she was entitled to do whatever she felt like in her birthday. And on this day, Eleanor spent it playing outside like a little rascal, and it was almost a complete regression to her olden years before she was unfortunate enough to meet Undine. And since she was a cute little vixen, her little antics were passed off as adorable. And since he was always beside her, no one dared to say anything rude, and even if they did not say anything, they thought horrible things about her. And in one day, all of her charm had faded away, and to them she was just another cretin. And as far as humans were concerned, no amount of grooming could cure her of her malady. He was well aware of other thoughts, and this was not enough to set the poor lad fuming. And when it came to Eleanor, he was merciless, and when Eleanor was not looking, he would snarl at anyone that would dare sing bad things about Eleanor. And since Eleanor had never had a birthday party before, Yaga was able to safely arrange it in a way to keep his tone down. And by putting the hour by dinner, Yaga was able to have a birthday dinner party instead of the last mess he orchestrated. And as long as the seats were full, Eleanor would be happy. And at this hour, all of the guests were arriving, and he and Eleanor greeted them as they came in. Eleanor had cleaned out from head to toe, and she was wearing a baby blue dress, and he had a cute white ribbon over her chest, and her shawl was shimmering white with golden borders. And despite being a happy occasion, Eleanor noticed that he was not himself, and a dark shadow was clouding his brow. To match Eleanor's dress, he sported a baby blue noble outfit, and it came with a blue cape and black hat. And whenever a wind would pass by, his blood red hair would swirl with it. And the first guests to arrive were the little fairy dragons, and they worked like clockwork right down to the millisecond. And the first one was his playfellow, and he noticed his presence by the tail he felt behind as he moved through the cornfield, and he went outside and he saluted the dragon approaching, and the dragon's red eyes first shifted from he to the matter back to he, and he removed his camouflage to allow Eleanor to see him. Eleanor did her best to contain her excitement, and the only people not in the mood were the elves working in the field, and the thing had trampled over all of their crops, and to add to the annoyance, the dragon spitted out slush before him, and this caused a good number of the crops to wither and immediately die, and it even made the land partly inarable. And he snorted through the slush, and he picked out a baby blue sapphire the size of a fist, and he sucked the grime of the sapphire and polished it to its premium luster over his shoulder, and then he held it in his claw and gingerly placed it inside Eleanor's hand. The girl was beaming with happiness, and she had never seen such a shiny jewel, and the dragon lay down on the field and rested his head on his foreclaw. And judging by his attitude, I guess he wanted to see if Eleanor was going to eat the jewel or not. Oh yeah, because like dragons they eat gems, so then he gave to a little human a gem and said like, here's your present, and then he'd be like, so are you gonna eat the present I gave you? But like humans can't digest precious stone, but well the dragon doesn't know that. And why isn't she eating it? And he said to Eleanor, don't be rude, at least take a pretend bite, otherwise we will never get him to live. Eleanor held the sapphire as if it was an apple and took a pretend bite. The dragon smiled at Eleanor and he started to leave, and before going quietly into the night, he gave Ahi a vicious look which shriveled the child to dust. And after he left, the little baby pharaoh dragons made their entrances, and one brought 2 rubies, and another brought a dead rabbit, and one fibrous, and the last one had the hand of a human. So he be like, look, I brought a present, and like he brought to a human the hand of a human. Here, I brought food. They were all equally disappointed that Eleanor did not like their gift, and they were left in the same fun mood as their elder, only to come back 5 minutes later after smelling the food. And he beckoned the dragons to return within, and once they were seated or assembled inside, he went outside and he sat in a couch outside the portico, and Eleanor sat beside him, and she rested her head on her fist in imitation of Ahi. She said, and then she said, She then hugged Ahi and she kissed him on the cheek, and this not changed his tone but disposition, and then she said, come on, it's a party, smile. And Ahi gave Eleanor a sad melancholy smile, and the smile was echoed by the genuine article. And Marduk entered the scene in his human form, and he was followed by the brother Monkey King, and they were both wearing the same attire they had worn back at sea. And he got up and he saluted his brother as they came, and the pair gave the maids the invitation. And Monkey King waved at Ahi sadly, and Marduk simply went inside without looking at his little brother. And Monkey King went over to Eleanor and he kissed her hand, and then he said, pleasure to meet you, Eleanor. Eleanor giggled and blushed, and then she said to Ahi, what a nice little monkey. Ahi, and when am I going to meet your family? Ahi and I are twins, said the Monkey King, smiling sadly, and he turned to he turned Ahi around and stood beside her, and gleamingly he said, don't we look alike? Eleanor gave the pair a sideways look before saying, but aren't we supposed to look alike? Monkey King said, we used to look alike before the warranty expired. What's a warranty? Asked Eleanor thoughtfully, and then she added, can it happen to me too? A warranty is the time it takes for something to stop working properly, explained Monkey King. So it's like aging. Do people age differently? Asked Eleanor thoughtfully. And he then said to Eleanor, petting her head, don't worry your pretty little head about it, do not forget, we are not human. Yes, I sometimes forget we are not human, said Eleanor, assuming that not being human also applied to her. Monkey King frowned, and he placed his arm around his shoulder, and he led Ahi a few meters away from the portico before saying, what have you been telling her? My Duke is going to kill me at this rate. And he smiled before saying, over my dead body. Monkey King shook his head before saying, kid, you shouldn't go outside without a helmet. And he gave Monkey King a sideways look before saying, sure. I'd rather instead of a helmet, I have a hat, so it's cool. Monkey King gave a deep sigh and then removed his hat and coat, and he handed them to the nearest servant and then went within. And he watched his brother go inside, and Monkey King had was never arm's length away from his staff, and his peers even imagined that his hand was glued to his magic staff. And he found Marduk conversing with one of the servants. And he stayed outside with Eleanor to greet the rest of the guests, and the ones who followed were the berserkers and the invited outlays, and both groups entering a sort of parody of a somber procession, and the elves were to the left, marching beside the berserkers to the right, and the elves wore elegant white robes, and the maidens' hair was decorated with flowers, as were their costumes, and the berserkers were wearing their uniforms instead of their armors. And they were reminiscent of French uniforms, all designed by Berthman, and kind of creepy if you think about Berthman was always surrounding himself by historical anachronisms. And the strange marching group gave a proper rehearsal salutations before they went inside, and they left kiss with the slave as was doing proper. And after they went inside, Eleanor said to Ahi, everyone's here, let's go in. There are still 3 due to come, and I want to stay here and wait for them, said Ahi. You don't have to do this, Ahi. If they couldn't come, then they couldn't come. Don't fret over it, said Eleanor, taking Ahi's hand, trying to lead him inside. Ahi walked with her to the front door before stopping, and then he said, they're coming. How can you tell us? Eleanor, straining her eyes to look at the darkness. Ahi simply shrugged his shoulder in response, and according to our observation, there was a 99% chance that the others would not come. Still, Ahi insisted on him that they would come, and the pair waited outside for 10 minutes, and eventually Yago went outside to see what was keeping the birthday girl, and he asked Eleanor, what's keeping you guys? The guests are starting to get hungry, especially the big dragons. And he says more people are coming, responded Eleanor. You can wait for the meantime, retorted Yago, and we'll save a plate for them and keep the meal warm. It is unfair to the other guests to wait for latecomers. Eleanor started to depart and was disappointed to know that Ahi was still waiting, and he pouted his lips and snorted. And Madu, who went outside, noticed his eye trembling, and he said to Ahi, my brother, if it must go your way, allow me to send for them. And Ahi took out a pocket, my dude took out a pocket watch, and instead of looking at the time, he kept it close and gazed about his own reflection. And he only did this for a second before putting it away, and a cold wind swept over the fields, and Ahi raised his hand to salute the approaching figure. Only Ahi and Marduk and the elves noticed that the figure materialized out of thin air. And the figure had appeared at the crossroads of the field, and the air had come in 4 directions, meeting at the center. And the figure wore a long white dress, which seemed to float around her, and her face was covered by strands of her long pitch-black hair, and Karina threw her hair back as the robe settled down, and since it was a party, Karina had fixed herself up in a fashion that would make her less creepy. And she started by throwing back her white robes. And below her she wore an elegant dress with a V-cut shape and decorated with frills and just about every beautiful shiny bauble in her hands, necks, and feet. And whenever she walked, she would make jingling sounds, like cause like her bling bling jiggles, like makes lots of ting 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 sound. When she was not satisfied, to complete her look, she brushed her delicate pale hands over her jet black hair, and she brushed it all over to make it curly, and then she bit her delicate lips to give them a color, and when she was satisfied with her look, she decided to leave the shadow. And Yago was the first human to notice Karina, and she said to Ahi, look, someone's coming. Eleanor commented, what a strange getup. And Karina was a strange sort of beauty, and she had a small forehead, thick, evenly shaped eyebrows, and large almond-shaped eyes, and a long aquiline nose and mouth round the chin. And other strengths combined to give her a mysterious semblance. And Karina waved her hand in salutation with much enthusiasm, and she walked the stairs, and she said to Ahi, it's nice to see you, little brother. Is she the one? Ahi nodded in response, and Karina laughed, and then she said to Marduk, now I see why this birthday is so important. Indeed, said Marduk, not too amused. Are you really going to allow this? Asked Karina, chuckling. If anything happens, it'll be Monkey King's fault. Worst comes to worst, we do what we have to. We have a contingency plan, answered Marduk, narrowing his eye. And Karina decided not to press his brother to reveal what his so-called contingency plan. Marduk probably was lying about the existence of this plan, cause he tended to wing most things. Marduk gathered Karina inside, and only 2 more chess pieces were missing from the board. And if they came, ignoring Ahi, the child would be forced to fetch them. And Eleanor lingered a bit longer with Ahi, waiting for the last 2 guests, and eventually she went inside. And Ahi gave another otherworldly screech, which was then echoed by the feral dragons of the forest. Alright, so then that's the end of that chapter. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 25. A mighty circle appeared at the crossroad, and its intricate patterns glowed blue in the darkness. The light grew brighter at the center, where two figures of light rose from the ground, and when the light faded away, Mildred and Brunhilde were visible. The pair wore animal-pale robes, and Mildred's face was icy cold, and his eyes glassy and expressionless. Brunhilde had her arms folded, and her lovely face twisted into a frown, and he saluted them as Mildred and his daughter approached the manor. And Grouse and Mordwin saw Mildred has returned, and then he said to the nearest elf, inform Bersamin. The elf left the scene to carry out Grouse's command. Fortunately, the elf could not relay the message, since all of the pudgy dragons were conveniently out on errands, and the poor fellow was forced to stay in the birdhouse to wait for a messenger dragon to return. Mildred said to Ahi coldly, You are naive, aren't you? Or stupid? And he gave Mildred a sideways look before saying, maybe. Mildred shook his head in resignation, and Brunhilde simply bore her fangs, and she knew full well what the present was required, and she had a special gift prepared for Eleanor. And when the last guest went inside, he was annoyed by Arasa, the goddess' death's unexpected appearance. Arasa was lurking the campgrounds, growing ever nearer to the house, and he bore his fangs at the god of death, and the god of death answered in the same fashion. Of course, only very few of the guests were able to see Arasa slithering about, and his presence added to the gloom and vibe filled that no amount of celebration could dispel. And he was finally able to sit at the table with all of the guests, and Iago had arranged things in such a fashion that I knew each other would be sitting nearby. And the berserkers and the elves sat with their own kin, and Eleanor sat at Eleanor's right hand at the head of the table. And before he sat Marduk and beside him Karina, and on his left he had his brother Monkey King, and the man had placed both at both of the baby dragons at the corner of the room within Eleanor's line of sight. And with this arrangement, Eleanor could gleefully contemplate all of her birthday guests, and the only two who did not follow the ideal plan were Mildred and Brunhilde. Mildred sat beside Karina, and he felt safe for putting as much distance himself between himself and the berserker who sat at the far end of the table. And as for Brunhilde, she chose to sit at the other end of the table. In doing so, she was going to be able to look at Eleanor square in the face, though very far away. Dinner was brought out, and the first course of food was freshly cut fruit harvested from the forest, and all the guests were fed either broth or salad. For dinner they ate a Sunday roast, and he had one time mentioned a Sunday roast dinner to Eleanor, and she decided she wanted to eat that for her birthday. And Saturnastra did have Sundays, in case you did not notice, and the roast consisted of roasted potatoes, roasted beef, lamb with assorted vegetable, and this came with gravy for meat, and there was also mustard for beef and mint for lamb meat. And there was also golden delicious butter pudding, and there was also plenty of pets and dog venison to go about. And the guests had a healthy choice in the meat that they wanted to devour. And the only people who abstained from eating meat were the elves, and the drinks consisted of wine, craft beer, and a drink provided by Hiccup Bubbly. And he and his siblings and Brunhilde drank the bubbly, and the rest did not even dare to sip the mysterious substances. And during most of the dinner party, conversation was cordial, and from time to time, Gross would excuse himself to go to the washroom, and instead of going to the washroom, he would go to the birdcage in search of a messenger dragon, and he could not fathom why all of the messenger dragons had conveniently disappeared that night. He had to report on Mildred's reappearance before the dragon had a chance to slip away from the grass again, and Gross dared not challenge Mildred directly. A confrontation with Ahi in the chest might cause too many casualties, and while eating, Brunhilde got up from her seat and she raised her bubbly in imitation of a toast. Eleanor frowned, trying to make sense of Brunhilde's hissing, and Marduk interjected by translating, "The girl is proposing a toast for the birthday girl." And Mildred chuckled when he heard this, and the berserkers too exchanged meaningful glances, and following Marduk's cue, arose to toast to Eleanor's well-being, and the jealous Brunhilde continued hissing and gnawing and snapping her teeth. Because don't forget Brunhilde be a little dragon girl. Brunhilde then drank her bubbly and then sat down before growling again, and the rest of them toasted to Eleanor. "A toast to your good health and happiness, Eleanor." The feral dragons who were nearest to Eleanor snapped their teeth at her, and in response she gave them a furious glare, which made them flinch, and a glare was enough to spoil the appetite of those unfortunate enough to be near her. And she was a frightening figure, all dressed in her delicate white Agora fur robes, and it was finely made that it almost seemed to have been crafted from the fur of one animal, and it was quite beautiful, simple winter white rose, and most of her grimaces were hidden behind her hood. And he was not blind to Brunhilde's displeasure. However, he chose to ignore her unexpected animosity, and from time to time he would try to catch her gaze, and she, however, would return his friendly glances with an unladylike snarl. and it was only her father's presence which kept her from tearing Eleanor limb from limb. And Mother was also not having a good time. He feared that any moment Bersamin or Cannon would pop up, and Marduke's presence too was hardly reassuring. And whenever Mother seemed most tense, Marduke would say, "Relax, man, it's a party. Try to have a little fun." And Karina mostly spoke to Marduke in soft whispers, and they seemed to be scheming something or other. And when the dinner plates were taken away, Marduke kicked a heel under the leg table, and Monkey King too pitched at his elbow, and Karina smiled and moved her head in the direction of Eleanor. And Ahi licked his lips and took in a deep breath, and before he said anything, he noticed a rata flying in through the roof, and he gingerly landed right next to Eleanor. And the baby feral dragons rose from the ground with their manes standing on it, and their posture resembled an angry cat or a frightened cat fighting for its territory. And Brunhilde had taken a deep breath and was holding it in, and she was leaning forward on the table, half standing as if ready to leap forward at Eleanor, and taking more decision as he stood up in the same defiant pose as Eleanor, and his confident stand with his head held up proudly extinguished Brunhilde's desire for a slaughter. And the feral dragons relaxed, and as they departed, Eleanor sighed. And he said with a confident voice, and the thought he had been trying to put into words since the first time he met Eleanor. "Eleanor, marry me if you have nothing better to do." And he went to kneel before Eleanor, as was her custom, and took out a tiny little box, and he opened the box, and there was a ring inside of it. And the whole ring-giving thing is part of a marriage proposal was another anachronism akin to Bersamin's romantic gesture. And otherwise, as he spoke, Eleanor was blushing crimson red, and she was not expecting that he to propose to her, and he continued, "Eleanor, will you do me the honor of marrying me, if it's not too much trouble?" If girls had not been out of the big circus to behave, the whole lot of them would have burst out laughing, and the elves simply watched this display with cool disdain. And they were simply counting the seconds for the night to end, and they had no concern for the happenings of the human world. And Marduke frowned when he heard Ahi say this, and Monkey King chuckled and winked at Marduke, and Karina simply rested her head sleepily on her hands, and her black cloth fell over her face, hiding it from view. And the proposal meant she had a long night ahead of her, and she closed her eyes and started to meditate on Ahi's marriage contract. And Eleanor was far too dazed to make sense of what he was saying, and since she was at a loss for words, she started laughing nervously. And in order to make the awkward moment pass, Iago made a sign to the servant, and this one in turn brought out the cake and placed it before Eleanor. And the birthday cake was another one of Ahi's suggestions, and Eleanor blinked once and looked at the cake before smiling. And then he returned to his seat in a fury, and he put the ring away, and he rested his head on his hand in frustration. And Marduke gave a sinister smile, and Karina gave a sigh of relief, and Monkey King simply shook his head sadly. Mordred seemed a bit pensive, and he had realized why he was so insistent on having him there, and it made sense that his son would want moral support. His son. He only wished that he would have consulted him before making a fool of himself, and Marduke said to Ahi with his mind, "Ahi, the girl did not say no. She simply did not understand what you were asking." And Ahi looked up and smiled at Marduke, and the rest of the night continued quite peacefully. And girls had finally given up on contacting Bersamin, and he was almost cordial with the Mordred who had deserted. Because don't forget, Mordred is a dragon that belongs to King Bersamin, that belongs to the king, and then one day the dragon went AWOL, and I'd be out of here, yo. The birthday cake was the true savior of the night, and the cake interior was made of vanilla and chocolate, and the icing was white, and the decoration was pink merengue, and they were shaped like flowers, 2 bears, and a pink ribbon, and it had 2 candles the shape of the number 17. And Anna blew out her candles and made her wish, and aside from the main cake, they could make several other cakes, and 2 were made of fruits, and one had the shape of a blue castle, and the other 4 were round decorated with edible flowers. And when the cakes were cut, the guests were allowed to wander about the manor and engage in cordial conversation, as was tradition. And then he went to the library to eat his piece, and Eleanor and Brunhilde followed along, and the pair were getting along much better since his failed proposal. The main events were occurring in another room. Mordred, Marduke, Monkey King, Karina, and Iago were assembled in the study, and Monkey King was reclining on the couch, and Karina was sitting at the writing table with a contract. And Marduke and Iago sat in a cushioned chair facing one another, and Mordred was the only one standing near the window, waiting as if afraid that something was going to come at him. And he was the first to break the silence. He said to Marduke, "How is it that you know Ahi?" Marduke smiled and said apologetic, he's my brother, and Mulder's face turned even paler, and then he said, how can it be so? You are human, and he's a dragon. That is all on a need-to-know basis. Unfortunately for you, you are not a key player. Trust me, the least you know, the more peace of mind you have, responded my duke. And I made it enter the room to bring the guest team. Cause don't forget, like, my duke and he are like alderman people. Like, they can be whatever they want to be, as long as but not increase like their strength level, you know. But I guess they can be mermaids, they wanna be mermaids, they can be dragons, they wanna be they can be elves, etc., etc. Because form that they display is not like their true form, they're like something else. Alright, back to the story. As I was rising from the depths of his subconsciousness, and he was almost ready to bloom when my duke interrupted him. Look, Mildred, I may have the body and soul of a human, but he really is my brother, and we not have the same blood. We may not have been created the same way, but he is still my baby brother. And Mildred's instinct may have dulled over the last 2 centuries, but he was no fool, and then he said, tell them, is he blood of my blood, flesh of my flesh? Yes. As his father, you should know, and frankly, I do not know why you take my words so seriously, knowing full well my reputation among the berserkers, concluded my duke evasively. And then he spit it out the tea before saying, I forgot that I hate tea. That he hates drinking tea. He's more of a coffee person. My duke, cause like technically since he was able to get some like Mildred's DNA and stuff, he was able to become part of his kin. But technically, since he's like a creative being, then he's not really his son. But you know, explain that to like somebody that doesn't understand fancy technology wise. Whatever. Mulder chuckled when he remembered who he was speaking to. Still the monkey, Marduk, and the demon girl among them, and he didn't know them since they had summoned them. And after thinking it through, Mulder convinced himself that he had befriended at some point or other, and his dull instinct still warned him that he was not getting the complete picture. And Marduk sighed in relief when Mulder decided to start pressing the issue, and the others were silent during the conversation, and Marduk then said to Iago, in any case, I am here to negotiate the marriage contract. As per the rules of this contract, I will act on behalf of his interest with your permission, Mulder. Mulder nodded in response, and he had lost interest in the conversation, and he was trying once again to cast the train of thought that Marduk had interrupted. And Iago answered, I am well familiar with the proceedings, and I have arranged and mediated the marriages of many of the villagers in yonder days. Looking at Karina, he asked, will she be drafting the contracts? And Karina answered, I handle this sort of thing in my little family. I had the preliminary drafts already done. And sneering, Iago asked, may I look through them? And Monkey got up and handed Karina's papers to Iago, and Iago was reading them over the top. When he started laughing and smiling, he said, does he really own that much gold? Moon-gold, is that a real currency or a unit of measurement? Never mind the details, insisted Karina. Just sign the papers below so we can finalize the contract. I still have some questions. I mean, this can't be his real age, commented Iago, looking through another paper. He wants a real wedding, not the pretend weddings we usually do. So I have to do everything by the book, and the documents abide by both your rules and ours, continued Karina. Well, I will believe all of this ramble if he truly can afford Eleanor's bride price, and to be honest, her mother had no intention of having her daughter marry, and she always worried what would become of Eleanor in the hands of a normal man, commented Iago, sipping his tea. And Mother looked sadder than usual, and then he said, how cruel having the girl live a lonely life when no one understands her just to keep her safe. A noble gesture, but a foolish one. Huh? And Mother's speech was suddenly interrupted by Mulder's laughter, and at first he started chuckling, and then this laughter erupted, and he could not remember the last time he had laughed so hard. And finally words had penetrated his icy core, and when he was done laughing, Mulder took a deep breath, and then he exhaled. And Monkey held his eyes and asked, damn it, who turned off the heater? And Iago too commented, yes, it is rather cold. And Karina rested her head in her hands and said, just bear with it for now, and the fireplace is still aglow, and it should heat up since up in a few minutes. And Monkey then said to Mulder, I see you finally figured it out, took you long enough, and Mulder then asked, what happens now? Madu said it all depends on you, and for now let us return to the matter at hand, and Iago just signed the papers already. And Iago folded his hand and showed some spine for a change, and then he said, I'm not signing anything. I do not like this till death do us apart clause. It is madness. And Monkey scratched his head and he ate another one of his fleas, and then he said, You are not so naive as to suppose that Eleanor has the power to kill Ahi. And the fact is that all our marriages end with death. Either the bride kills the groom or the groom kills the bride, or they suffer an accident or another, or illnesses. And divorces are rare and we marry for life. It happens all the time. I know still, and why does the clause only make a reference to Eleanor's death? I'm just being realistic. Eleanor cannot kill, so I wrote a clause on the eventuality that she will suffer an accidental death. Monkey opened his mouth to say something, however, my Duke's disappointing glance made him to remain silent. And after an hour's negotiation, the contracts were agreed upon, and all that remained was for he and Eleanor to sign it. And Iago had decided to waive the mandatory 2 years of courtship since Eleanor and he had grown up well together. He felt that it was no longer necessary. And he might have said to Monkey, Go fetch your brother so we can finish this train wreck, and Kalina give Iago the banknotes. And Monkey left swiftly, and he lingered in front of the library door for Ahi, and he sensed that his brother was waiting for him, and he opened the door and he beckoned Monkey to come with him. Eleanor was sleeping on the sofa, and Brunhilda was busying herself by sketching Eleanor sleeping, and upon closer inspection, Brunhilda had sketched Eleanor splattered all over the ground, as if she was a dead murder victim. A dragon's hindclaw was lying over her, and based on the previous observation, this is how Brunhilda had spent her time drawing random depictions of Eleanor's death. And aside from the two girls, the room had an unwelcome guest. Arasa was looming over Eleanor again, and he was quite interested in Brunhilda's little drawing. And Monkey took Ahi by the arm and drew him near to whisper, It is done, go with my Duke, and he will give you the mandatory birth and B speech. And Iago will then give her own debriefing, probably. Ahi entered the room, he said, Before my Duke, and when he was sitting, Monkey entered in the room. And Mulder had taken a seat to face both seemingly, and there was a queer smile painted on his lips, and from time to time his shoulders would rock due to his restrained laughter. And Iago was in another room waiting for Eleanor, and my Duke as Ahi. Ahi and the others are making a deal about nothing, and I have been obliged to ask you to describe you how babies are born. His eyes went glassy for a moment, and then said, How human babies are born, or how we were created. Whichever you prefer, answered my Duke. Mulder sat back in his couch and rested his head on his hand, and a face smile was painted on his lip, and he then answered, This is how babies are born. You take a DNA sample from the mom and then one from the dad. You mix them together and then you get a baby. How the sample is acquired depends on the parents, and some of our kind is too afraid to become human to allow this process to occur the old-fashioned way. And there's always the eventuality that your partner was waiting for the chance to kill you. And others think maybe it is overrated experience. And Butler did not need to inquire about DNA. It was just another anachronistic concept that Berthamet has standardized in Beragado. And Berthamet and the Berserkers were always heavily invested in rudimentary DNA research in order to refine and multiply their monster stock. Another important issue to discuss is pleasure. These humans have a very limited stock of pleasure afforded to them, and this exercise in futility is one of their favorite activities. And how are you in regards to this problem? Asked my Duke, holding his chin while looking up, and he seemed very embarrassed to have this conversation with his little brother, and he could barely follow the strain of my Duke's roundabout way of asking his questions, let alone understand what he was trying to tell him. And what are you talking about? This euphemism of a metaphor are far too confusing. Just ask in plain English, what would you do if Eleanor wants to sleep with you for the fun of it? Answered he after raising his hands in exasperation. And Mando's eyes were turning red with embarrassment. He was truly wanted this moment to end. And eventually he said, worst comes to worst, a fake memory will get the job done. I never thought about it, said Mulder, smiling. So he would just say, like, if you don't want to sleep with your bride, just implant in her mind a memory that you actually did it, so that you just go on with your life, you know? This issue had never been a priority in our home, and we increased our number by either abductions or by creation, but alas, all these humans are far to us as we have children made of their flesh and blood of their blood, and the reason why they're so obsessed about it is far more insidious than you can imagine. And Marduk frowned at us before saying, "Stop shattering, it's annoying us." And Mother gave Marduk a sideways look before saying, "Who are you talking to?" And Karina shook her head and said, "Pay him no mind, he has a hard time ignoring the voices in his head. They are such teasers." "I see," said Mother, taking stock on Marduk's fragile state of mind. And Marduk pouted his lip and folded his arm, and he took a deep breath and said, "Anyway, now that the hard part is out of the way, I want to ask you if you understand your duties as a husband." "Yes," said Ahi, when he actually truly meant no. And Marduk shook his head sadly, and he went to stand before his brother, and his eyes were a mirror image of Marduk's eternal melancholy. And then he said, "This isn't a game, Ahi. We are on a very important mission." And Ahi looked at his feet and hung his head, deeply ashamed, and he deeply hated being scolded, and his eyes narrowed before saying, "Who are you to lecture me about forgetting my mission? I followed your instructions to the letter." And Marduk sat back down and said, that you have, and the conversation was interrupted when Monkey King entered the room. And Marduk saluted the brother and said, "Is it over already?" And Monkey King snorted as he still gingerly closed the door behind him, and then he said to his brother, "Yago had the maid explain this to Eleanor, and she understood just as much as he, and the humans worry far too much about such trivial matters." Marduk said to Ahi, "My brother, just try to keep Eleanor safe." And Ahi smiled and nodded. And Monkey King then said, "I think Yago is more or less done with Eleanor, and go give her her engagement ring." I started leaving the room when he suddenly stopped, and he turned around and looked at Mildred, and Mildred asked, "When will you be having the wedding?" Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 26. Year 12, month 14, day 12, in 4 months I should say. Oh yeah, wait, this was like the wedding date. Mother felt when he heard the date. As far as he was concerned, the year did not match any of the existing calendar, and this provided him even more food for thought. And his train of thought was interrupted by Karina when she said, "Winter, and why not wait till spring? In this region is even much lovelier in the springtime." "That is fine," responded Marduk, "and he's going to need all the love he can get." "Goodbye for now," Marduk said, leaving the scene. For day year 12, month 14, day 12, 12 a.m. For the following 4 months, Yago spent his time planning Eleanor's wedding, and like it was to be expected, Eleanor's mother hated the idea, and she was of the belief that maidens like her daughter should never marry, let alone marry an insane dragon, and this belief was commonly shared by most humanoids in the continent of Persephone, and it took much coaxing and prying to get her to allow Eleanor to marry Ahi, and she was consoled by the fact that Ahi shared Eleanor's malady. As for the happy couple, since went on as business as usual, nothing much changed in their relationship. They did spend more time together, and the way they interpreted the term marriage were in this term. As he believed he was supposed to spend most of his time with Eleanor, Eleanor's thought marriage meant that she was not allowed to speak or play with other men without her husband's permission. The pair also started sharing their marital bed together, and Eleanor would lie beside Ahi, and Ahi, however, did not anything but sleep, and his mind would wander during his stillest hours. And though his body rested, his mind would wander to the darkest corridors of the house of creation, and at other times Ahi would venture into the forest, and he was consumed by a dreadful foreboding, and his sister had warned him of the danger that lay before him, yet he had decided to press on, and he was confident that his father would help him overcome whatever obstacle lay before him. And after much investigation, the Berserker had concluded that Ahi had not been responsible for the massacre of the party. Reputation-wise, Ahi was just still a fool who got along well with feral dragons, and his access to dragons will help him live an above-average life for an orphan. And he did have a mysterious healing powers, akin and a resemblance to the ancient blood red, and all these factors together did not qualify to consider Ahi a serious threat. As for the normal people in the continent, Ahi was nothing more than an eccentric nobleman, a fairy tale or a drunken nightmare, and the more time passed, the more fantastic the stories about Ahi became. And being a bit of a gossip, Eleanor's mother, Cassiopeia, informed all of the noble ladies in Veragero of her daughter's impending wedding. And in her younger years, Cassiopeia looked almost identical to Eleanor, and she had a fuller figure since she did not exercise much, and now at 49, she was the most adorable fat petite lady. and her charming, easygoing nature won her many lady friends of similar disposition. Though she was reluctant at first, she eventually began to look forward to her daughter's wedding, and she would have paid for the entire wedding herself. However, tradition dictated that the good family had to bear the brunt of the expenses, and mother paid for the wedding under the condition of not being pestered into attending it, and I conceded to these terms under the condition that Brunhilda be forced to attend, and mother allowed it since Brunhilda was now a drake. Like in these terms, a drake is not considered like a different type of dragon, but like a juvenile, you know, like you go from dragoning to drake to full mature adult dragon, yeah? And he promised to have her home by midnight. And during the preparations, he ran into some issues. Cassiopeia wanted a traditional Labian wedding. This required that he become a late follower of the goddess, and he refused on the grounds that he could not worship a being weaker than himself. And Cassiopeia would not be dissuaded. She decided to do a Labian wedding anyway, and she imagined that he would not be able to tell the difference. 2 months before the wedding, she sent her personal priest to convert Ahi to her religion, and Ahi managed to avoid him up until the wedding day by giving him the roundaboutness. I'd never been in the same room with him. Labian weddings were done around the sacred fire, and they were always performed by a male high priest with two or four female attendants, and they wore elegant white robes. After giving a standard reading of the scripture, a sacrifice was made before the fire, and the couples then walked in circle around the fire, and they would drink wine from the sacred cup, and the priest would then sanctify the union before the fire. And for our purposes, this not occurred, and he wanted Karina to officiate the wedding, and the wedding was held outside the gardens at the manor. And he had made a glass and iron structure, and the building was in the shape of a Latin cross, and at the center was a crystalline dome. He built the entire structure in less than a minute, and when no one was looking, the structure appeared with furniture and all, and the iron balls holding up the crystal roof was decorated with red curtains. And Iago had one lovely aristocratic flowering pearl tree, and when we brought this species over to this planet, it never quite adapted to the 15-month cycle, and as of now, it was technically winter, and the pearl tree thought it was springtime, and its white flowers were showering the crystal roof. And the lampard of the cross had the ark which held the altar, and the altar was hidden behind a purple veil, and it separated the groom, which was cut down the middle by a thick black veil. And the altar was designed to hide the religious worship of both the groom and the bride. And the building was a standard wedding structure in our world, and he wanted a simple wedding, and the structure was designed to accommodate 100 people, 50 on the bride side and 50 on the groom side, and the furniture was cushioned chairs in the center facing the altar. And on the left side of the room there was a dining hall, and there were 20 round tables that could accommodate 5 people. And this one had yellow curtains instead of red ones, and this side was hidden by the central red curtains, and the other side had the kitchen. And right now, all of the guests were seated facing the altar, and on Eleanor's side sat all her family, and her mother was sitting in the front row. Eleanor's 2 older sisters were her bridesmaids, and they were immaculate white party dresses, and the oldest maiden was 35, was Elena, and the second 34 was Tatiana. And like Eleanor, they were blonde, however their eyes were brown, and Iago was sitting in a row behind her family. And the other guests on Eleanor's side were the friends and distant relatives, and on the left side out said that he is guest. And I did not have a lot of people to invite, and my daughter arranged this to have the seats full, and his sister Deasura had just returned from a mission, and her shipping crew was scheduled to remain idle for a couple of months, and her mission was to do a Bersamin seafaring expedition, and these marine officers were merfolk, and they lived a dual life in both the sea and in the ocean. No, both on land and in the ocean. And if they spent so much time in the ocean, they would revert back to the original form, and the merfolks of Saturnastra were European, in so much that the DNA was very fluid during their use, and as they grew older, they became more akin to one marine species. By European, I mean that they're from a moon called Europa. So like they don't come from another world. They come from like a different moon in the solar system. Like Europa is like a icy planet, and then it has water underneath. So they never see like the surface much. But whatever, semantics. They're European in so much that they come from the planet Europa. As they grew older, they became more akin to other marine species, and usually clans had similar affinities, and the Azuras underlings belonged to the Zambi clan, And they were an aggressive, adaptable bunch, and unlike most of their kin, the Zombie clan could travel further inland. And aside from their eyes and razor-sharp teeth, they could pass for regular humans, and the age group of the Zombie varied greatly. And the Asura was the only one who looked 100% human, and she was a bit short for her age, and her eyes were green as a riverbed, and she had rosy red lips, and her figure was well molded, and her skin was an olive tan, due to how much time she spent outdoors. And since it was a wedding, she was wearing an adorable sailor suit, hand sewn by herself, that she sewed herself. And his best men were Monkey King and Loki was another one of his siblings, and he was currently living with the giant tribe, and at the tender age of 14, Loki was 5 feet, and the moon had a longest infancy period than any non-humanoid race, and they were only full grown at the age of 30, and they also grew by stages. Every 4 to 5 years they would suffer a major growth spurt, with the largest occurring at the age of 15, and Loki had a long slender frame, and his lips were rather long and delicate, and his skin had a light bluish-white coloration, and his salmon eyes were deep set blue, with the pupils slanted, and he had his long blue hair braided, and since it was a wedding, the pair of brothers were dressed in black tuxedos, and the tuxes struck Eleanor's family as a bizarre fashion sense. However, they kept their comments to themselves, seeing that the groom was also sporting a tux. Aside from the main guests, there was the occasional visitor of an unvisited feral dragon, and at this stage of the game, the humans had grown used to their pesky presence, and in the center stage was Karina, and she wore a dark orange green rose, and there was only one shoulder strap, and the dress had stylized red flower patterns. With all the characters in place, the thinking now began, and he entered the hall with an uneasy face, and he kept looking around almost if he expected something terrible to happen to ruin his wedding. And his brother tried to best to feign composure, and the two were scanning their surroundings, and he finally arrived to stand beside his brother twin, the Monkey King, and Loki gave him a satirical smile before whispering, "Relax, Ahi, what's the worst thing that can possibly happen?" "I don't know," Ted responded, Ahi, looking about nervously, and both Loki and Monkey suddenly looked very concerned, and both their eyes looked glassy as they stared up to the sky for a few seconds, and only Yago noticed their strange behavior. And Karina then said, "Silence, the show's about to start." And the band started playing the wedding march, and Eleanor entered the structure wearing a lovely white dress, and her mother hated that Eleanor was wearing such a color for her wedding. And in the Labian religion, white was the color one wore at a funeral, and her short blonde hair was tied by white flowers connected by a veil embroidered with flowers, and she did not wear any jewelry. The dress had a large blue sapphire jewel for decoration, and the design of the top left shoulder is bold, and the pretty sleeves were low in the elbow. And he looked at Eleanor, and he gave a wide smile, and Eleanor looked down and blushed like she had been instructed to. Eleanor's father was beside her to give her away, and when he gave Eleanor to her, he said, "Take care of her." And he nodded in response, he hoped to be able to fulfill that promise, though he was secretly afraid that he would not be able to take care of her. And his care was suddenly focused on Eleanor, and he saw her, and yet he saw her not. And upon closer inspection, the red string of fate attached to the angular seemed to vibrate, and Loki and Monkey King both looked up at the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever they were seeing had been neutralized, and he quickly returned to focus his gaze on the world that surrounded him. Karina took Eleanor and his hand to begin the marriage ritual, and she led them behind a veil, and Karina was behind both veils, and she was to perform both weddings simultaneously. And while she performed a Labian wedding for Eleanor, she sat down in a throne before Ahi, and she rested her hand on her head before giving Ahi a side whistle, and she said, "Let us begin." When we nodded in response, we went outside, and the human gaze was starting to grow restless, and Cassiopeia asked Iago and Ballara what are they doing in there. "A Labian wedding for Eleanor," answered Iago, "just like you wanted, but what's with the curtains? I can't see anything, only the gods know what they're doing in there," commented Cassiopeia, and then I walked over to Loki and I said, "You seem a bit saner than the rest of your molecules. Can you explain the curtain scene?" "Think about it," answered Loki, and it was very thing to be asked for Elena to do, and she folded her ancestry in her pretty blonde head, and she was a bright lady with poor upbringing, and eventually she said, "I get it. You don't want us to see the religious rituals. Why?" "We do not question the wisdom of our beloved blue prince," answered Loki. "The giants have a prince," asked Elena, twirling her hair. Not the giants, just me in particular, said Loki, chuckling. And the conversation was interrupted by Karina exiting the veil, and she told both veils that, and she said, the veils have been torn, Ahi and Eleanor are one in spirit. She beckoned to Ahi and Eleanor, who watched through the torn veil, and after the ritual was completed, Ahi became more present, and he started looking about for any disaster to happen. And when the final there was a lot of signing of contracts and last-minute negotiation, and he gave Yago the deeds of 5 properties he owned in the continent of Bersamet, and when the final transactions were completed, Karina then said, now the couples may read their wedding vows. And she then gestured at Ahi, who said, I take you to be my wife, and I espouse you, and I commit to you the fidelity and loyalty of my body and my worldly possessions, and I will keep you in health and sickness, in any condition, it please a blueprint that you should have, nor for worse or for better will I change towards you until the end. And he reached into his pocket and he brought out a ring, and the ring was made of gold and silver, and over the top it looked like a plain golden band, and the interior had a tradition of the correct writing. And he put the ring on Eleanor's right hand on the thumb, and he then took it off before placing it on the index finger, before removing it again, and then placing it in the middle finger. And then he said, with this ring I wed thee, and this gold and silver I give thee, and with my body I thee worship, with this dowry I endow thee. And Eleanor then said, quite confused by what he said. Eleanor saw her sister looking dazed, and she planned for this eventuality of Eleanor forgetting her line, and she gave Eleanor a little paper with her vows, and she read, I take Ahi to my wedded household, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and health, to be meek and obedient, in bed and at home, till death do us apart. Eleanor did not have a ring for Ahi, and the Larian wedding did not use a trinket to differentiate between married couples. And Karina said that Eleanor wanted to give Ahi a little trinket, and then she had such a ring prepared for such an eventuality. And Karina placed part of her veil over her palm and materialized a ring out of thin air, and then she took Eleanor's hand and she placed the ring within it. Eleanor smiled happily when she got the ring, and she gave Ahi the ring in the same fashion as he was giving her ring. Once both rings were given, the couple was considered husband and wife, and somebody in the audience yelled, are you going to kiss your bride? And Karina explained, it's not customary to do so in this region, and the family has been more than accommodating toward his need. However, if it would please the audience to see them kiss. Karina looked at Cassiopeia, who nodded in approval, and the ring given and the kissing were akin to Bersamet's marriage ritual. Still, she did not object to the newlyweds expressing their mutual affection with a public kiss. And Monkey King whispered to Ahi, the audience wants to see you kiss Eleanor. And Ahi frowned and pouted his lip, and then he went to stand before Eleanor face to face, and he gestured with his hands to beckon her closer, and Eleanor's face was flushed red as she drew nearer. And she closed her eyes in anticipation of the kiss, and she was much disappointed when she felt a light kiss on her cheek. Alright, so then that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Saturnastra Ahi, let me see, what was the chapter? Chapter 27. The reception. The servants entered the scene and started picking out the altar and all the chairs, and the guests went to sit in the banquet area to enjoy the feast. All the peasant weddings involve a feast as soon as the couple was married. For the wedding, the oven servants prepared 7 fried pork, 20 honey chickens, 20 cooked salmons, and 5 turkeys. And he sat beside his little wife, and they prepared their meal in stony silence. Eleanor was in a bit moody, and the whole marriage scene was not as her mother had painted it. She had half frightened Eleanor with tales of the bedchamber and what was to be expected of being a wife. And he was in a fine mood, but for a different reason. And he placed the chicken leg down and wiped his face with a napkin. And he had been eating the leg, bones and all. And Cassiopeia at the moment whispered something into Eleanor's ear, and Eleanor then tacitly pointed to the silverware and then said to Ahi, darling, this is a formal occasion. Do you mind using the silverware? Ahi got up from his chair and he walked outside the banquet hall, and Monkey King followed after his brother. Eleanor pouted her lips and frowned, and the Asura tapped her nose, and one of her zombies nodded. And the zombie got up on the table with a wine bottle, and he started singing. All the south of Australia is my native home. Heave hey, repeated the other zombies. The singing served as a nice way to ease the tension created by the groom's sudden departure, and Karina took this chance to speak with Cassiopeia, and she rose tapped her on the shoulder. Cassiopeia seemed a bit startled by Karina's sudden appearance behind her, even though the maiden had simply walked there. Karina had a way of moving silently when she was in a mind to sneak up on someone, and in a stern voice she said, we must talk in private. Cassiopeia nodded and left with Karina, and Eleanor breathed a sigh of relief the second her mother left, and her eyes watered when she saw he sent his seat, and she deeply regretted what she had said to him. And those of us that followed after he were privy to the reason why he's in a foul mood. He had wandered into the fruit trees of the plantation, and Monkey King had followed close behind. He stopped and sat down under the shade, and his brother sat beside him, and then he said to his brother, I know what the cage bird sings, so you noticed, said Monkey King, pretending to understand. Was it really necessary crushing the bones and breaking of the water at the river banks? Asked he in a moody mood. And Monkey King laughed heartily when he heard his brother's nonsense. Needless to say, we could not follow the gist of the conversation. And he smiled when he heard his brother laughing, and he continued, worst comes to worst, I will have 200 sheep, and we shall be led like lambs to the slaughter. You don't have to send them to the slaughter, my dear brother, responded Monkey King. Perhaps, responded he. If I do not, then how will the wild lily regain her autonomy? If we think it over a bit, then the slaughter may become seen as a sign of mercy, perhaps, commented Monkey King. Now I understand what he meant when he said that the girl can be blonde or black, but never blind, answered he in a pouty mood. And Monkey King then said in a serious tone, then you will have to see for both yourself and Eleanor. Both were silent for a few minutes, and the silence crowned all their surroundings, and he looked up when he heard the sound of ruffling leaves, and Eleanor was searching the grounds for him. And she waved to him and said apologetically, Mama said that she was going home early, and can you come back to the party? I'm sorry I embarrassed you. I said, well, you know, my mother. And Monkey King got up and he patted her head, and then he returned to the banquet hall. And he looked at Eleanor from head to toe, and the poor girl was furrowing a cloth from her dress, and her face was downcast and her eyes pouted, almost as if she had cried recently. And he rose from the ground and he said to her, I'm sorry, Eleanor. And Eleanor looked up surprised by his apology, and he seemed about to say something else, but then he swiftly went to stand before her, and his eyes went glassy as he hugged Eleanor, and he kissed her on the cheek, and it was the sort of hug a child gives to a teddy bear he loves. And then he said to her, I love you, Eleanor. Eleanor felt the hug slightly a little strong, and she winced in pain and pushed Ahi away, and she giggled and said, you're such a weird kid, Ahi, and Mother was right, maybe we should have waited till you were older to marry. Eleanor, you don't know I'm not human, said Ahi in a serious tone. You're right, I sometimes forget, answered Eleanor, patting his head, and she looked up towards the party and said, even so, this may be my last chance to get married. And Ahi, why did you leave without me? I don't know, I left because I was asked by my brother to remain on standby, answered Ahi. And what's that supposed to mean? Asked Eleanor, shrugging his shoulders. I don't know, I'm supposed to be battle ready in case of an emergency, but nothing has turned up yet, and most of the time I'm just pegging little things here and there. Answered Ahi, staring at his shoes. It's just that I don't want to be left out of the little mission, if only. Eleanor pouted her lips after hearing his ramblings that grew like the noise went down a little. And she was uncertain as to what she was supposed to say. He took her hand and he led her back into the banquet hall. And the area had been converted into a ballroom. Both joined the dancing couples without saying a word. And the Asura and the Zombies had done a hostile takeover of the music of the band. And she had been playing a waltz she called Streams of Lava. And waltzes were another one of those anachronistic music genres introduced by King Bersamin. It had become standardized among the nobles, and the higher band had very limited selection. And since Iago's family wanted to play nobles, they had learned the dance. Monkey King was dancing with one of the zombie girls, and Loki was admiring a glass of wine. He was not drinking per se, rather he was looking at something reflecting off its surface. And during the dance, Eleanor asked Ahi, what do you believe in? Huh? Asked Ahi, confused. I mean, like your gods. Who do you worship? Insisted Eleanor. What do you want to know? Inquired Ahi. Mama was just curious, and then she got me curious, and I don't believe in Lara, Rasa, or whatever. I just did the rituals to make my mother happy, continued Eleanor. Pity, because your gods really do exist, commented Ahi. They do? Then how come I don't see or hear them? Asked Eleanor, looking over her shoulder. Your eyes are not as sharp as mine, said he, widening his eye. And they're not here right now, and I think Lara was there during your communion, but then she went home. And Arasa comes to check up on your pulse from time to time, and aside from those two, there were no other close encounters with the divine kind. I don't get it, whined Eleanor, and she took a deep breath and then said, is it okay if I believe in nothing? I do not see any problem in believing in nothing. I do believe in nothing, said he, smiling. Eleanor breathed a sigh of relief, and then she whispered, and don't tell Mother I believe in nothing, and she'll get mad at me, and she'll probably give you a whipping. Fine encouraging me to not believe in anything. And he shrugged his shoulders and then said, whatever, Eleanor, it's not like I ever spoke to your mother. I suppose you're right. I don't remember you ever having a conversation, mused Eleanor. After a few more dances, Eleanor felt a bit tired, and she went with her to sit on one of the many sofas that had been brought out to the gardens, and she looked out to gaze at the falling white flowers, and he sniffed the air and commented on the weather. It looks like it's going to rain soon. Oh, how dreadful, and how solid is the structure you made. Will the water get inside? Asked Eleanor, looking up to the clear blue sky. If the storm bothers you, I can take it out with management, said he, pointing to the sky. Eleanor shook her head and said nothing, and as he had predicted, a storm fell over Praga. The wind swept over the leaves and flowers, which started splashing against the crystal surface, and some of the leaves went crept within, since the structure was not air sealed. And he had left 4 corners of the cross without any glass to allow fresh air to enter, and now with a storm these holes were creating quite a mess. He enjoyed the chaos of nature, and he got up and walked to the center of the cross to get a better look at the darkening sky. And he stretched his hand up to the sky and started laughing, and Loki shocked and looked up, and he intercepted Monkey King's dancing partner and took her place, and for such a serious fellow he had a weird sense of humor. And the pair danced away out of the structure and into the manor. And the next was to vacate the premises with the Asura and her little zombie crew. And it lasted 5 minutes as Zombie vacated the premises without the human noticing. Suddenly a lightning bolt fell on a nearby tree, and its sound raised all of the drunken party members out of the stupor, and they quickly ran towards the manor, featuring another lightning strike. And the tree caught fire quickly, but thankfully the torrent of rain quickly put it out. And the falling lightning caused quite a commotion, and since there wasn't a covered walkway from the garden to the manor, all of the samples were soaked to the bone. And when the commotion started, he carried Eleanor back into the manor, and the poor girl clung to his head and neck like a frightened wet kitten, and she realized when she was safely inside the portico of her home. And before going inside, he untangled himself from Eleanor's frenzied grasp, and he removed his wet shoes and placed them in the front of the entrance. And he also removed his wet cloak and squeezed the water out of his hair. He was the only person who bothered to do so before entering the manor. And with a little more composure, Eleanor imitated him, and she removed her shoes and her veil, and she brushed back her hair and squeezed as much water as she could from the skirt of her wedding dress. And a strong wind passed right through her, making her sneeze. Eleanor hurried was trembling from head to toe, and she was intercepted in the doorway by the maid. And the maid took Eleanor to get her change, and as usual his presence was completely ignored by everyone but Eleanor, and a towel fell on his head, and gazing up he saw his brother dangling from the chandelier. And he dried his hair with the towel, and Monkey then handed him his brother a change of clothing. And he went inside the manor and found an empty washroom to change, and when he came out he wore the black marble that he had spotted the day he entered the Orna's funeral. Eleanor entered the scene wearing her usual pink dress, and the evening was spent a bit calmer, and by dusk the elves had whipped out dinner for the guests, and it was originally planned that most of the guests would stay at the inn. And despite being murmured, the zombies insisted on staying inside the manor. And the zombie children on the Miota had gone to swim in the river, and since they were the apex predators, they had no fear of being attacked by feral dragons. And after dinner they came in the final stage of the wedding, and it was symbolic removal of Eleanor from the household, and his party was supposed to escort Eleanor to her new home, and her things were already fully packed. And when the servants went to pick up her luggage, they were surprised to find the entire room missing, and the room had been sliced in a perfect geometrical shape, and this change had occurred when no one was looking in the direction of Eleanor's room. And the elves were busy on the field, and those servants in the kitchen near him had passed out in the stair, and the zombie instinct had warned them to stay away from the maiden's room. And as for us, we were too busy with the dinner to notice any changes, and Iago was in the midst of reading a book in the library when the servants informed him of the weird damage. And the messenger said, Eleanor's room is gone, and without looking up from his reading, he answered, oh, thank you for informing me, carry on with your duties. And by now, Monkey and Carrie and the Azor and Loki had gone to the stables to fetch their mounts, and the path to the stable was lit by torches. And based on their memories, it always took Ahi 10 to 20 minutes to pack his things, and therefore we were expecting Ahi to come to the stable soon. When Ahi packed up everything and nailed to the floor, Eleanor went to say goodbye to her sister, and she found them chatting in the sitting room. Eleanor hugged her sister in tears in her eyes, and her sister returned the hugs without much enthusiasm. And Elena said to Eleanor, don't cry, this is what you want, and remember. And Granny Tatiana said, baby sis, we promised to visit you as often as we did before when you moved to your new home. And Eleanor then said, I'm just so very happy, thank you for everything. And after saying their goodbyes, Eleanor went outside to the patio to wait for Ahi, and when Ahi was out of earshot, Tatiana said to Elena, thank God that chica that we finally got her married. And to our rich brat, no doubt, commented Elena. Some people do not know the true value, since Tatiana, sadly fiddling with her diamond necklace. That's your sister you're talking about, revealed Elena, pointing at Tatiana, said, yes, yay, so happy for her. And the chicha was interrupted by Iago, and he had overheard the little conversation, and he shook his head and brushed his hair back, and then he asked his sister, where's Eleanor? She went outside to wait for her husband, and he still has a few more things he wishes to do, said Eleanor without much enthusiasm. And Tatiana added, he's taking a lot of things from your home, uncle. Is he even allowed to do them? You try and stop him, snorted Elena, and what is he reading? And Iago interrupted the shadow again and said, he can take whatever he likes. His real estate is worth 10 times the amount of poultry sum he's stealing from me. Oh yeah, about that. And have you gotten any actual money from those things? And Mama was a bit sketchy about this whole marriage thing. And I still remember the negotiation for my marriage, and it was so complicated, said Elena, frowning while flapping her fan. I, as a messenger, brought the promised son 2 hours ago during dinner, and he brought the money for the rent on those properties, said Iago, yawning here. It's getting late, and I'm going to talk to Eleanor. You should be heading home to bed soon. Good night, uncle, said Tatiana, laughing. And Iago found Eleanor sitting in the couch in the portico, and she was sleepily observing the passing of the fireflies. And he sat beside her and waited for her to notice his presence. Eleanor smiled at Iago when she noticed it, and when he got her attention, he said, if you need anything, money, food, clothing, shelter, you can write to me. I know, uncle, said Eleanor, smiling. You can come home at any time, continued Iago. I'll be fine, giggled Eleanor. Ahi is a lot of ahi, and you at least know how to pretend to be a normal human being, and try to keep that insane husband of yours from getting himself into trouble, said Iago, taking Eleanor's hand. And before Eleanor could reply, the conversation was interrupted by Ahi, and it seemed to Iago that Ahi had materialized out of thin air. And he started both Eleanor and Iago when he asked, anything else you want to take? The size of the item is of no concern. You got everything from my room, asked Eleanor. Yes, I got the entire room, answered Ahi. My piano, my sketches, my book, and the pot with the bird on top, insisted Eleanor, counting the items with her finger. Yes, 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 answered Ahi. Ah, my maid, did you pack her things? Asked Eleanor, playing with the folds of her dress. No, answered Ahi. Well, get to it, said Eleanor, gesturing with her hand. No, said Ahi, frowning. Huh, said Eleanor, squinting her eyes. And what do you mean by no? No, as in no, snapped Ahi, snapping his feet twice on the ground. Oh, but then who's going to do my hair? Who's going to dress me and feed me? Asked Eleanor. Your maid, answered Ahi. I'm sorry to interrupt you two, but Ahi, you're making it even less sense than usual, interrupted Iago. If you want her, I'm not opposed to adopting her. And continued Ahi, I am not following, please, Ahi. Try to make sense. And why won't you take Eleanor's servant with you? And he simply shrugged his shoulders, not desiring to get into details. And to resolve this matter, Iago ordered Eleanor's maid to come. And the maid was a slave called Madonna. Pronounced Madonna. It's like Ma, space Donna, because like her last name is Donna. Her name used to give Ahi a lot to laugh at, and other names were composite, and the first syllable or the 2 syllables were the name, and the last 2 represented their clan. And they usually used the entire name while referring to one another, and for that reason the humans used to think that the elves did not have a last name. And the Donna clan was the slave class, and the majority of the elves in this continent belonged to that clan. And with her usual disdain, Madonna bowed before asking Iago how might be of service to their master. He does not feel like packing your things, so get to it. You're leaving with Eleanor, ordered Iago. I am already packed, answered Madonna, and she had anticipated this turn of events. He then said to Ahi, the elf is good to go, and when you're ready, the two of you can head out. And he looked at Madonna and frowned, and the elf did not deem he is worthy of her attention, and in the end he said to Madonna, "You don't have to come with us if you don't want to. Whether she wants to or not is irrelevant, Ahi, or don't you get with the concept of slavery?" said Iago in a serious tone. Ahi thought a moment, and then he said, "As there is someone whom by the laws of causality have been led to that person becoming the property of another, and in this condition a person forfeits their free will, and they are puppets for the use and pleasure of their master." And Iago smiled when he heard this definition, and then he said, "How very eloquent, and yet..." At the moment, Monkey King rode out to the manor, and he asked what's the hold-up, and Iago got up and said to Monkey, "He's having some issues with that slave girl." "Of course he is. The blueprints forbids ownership of slaves," answered Monkey King to bring the argument to a close, and Madonna then slightly suggested, "If you pay me, then I technically become a servant instead of a slave." "And just pay the wench and so we can go already," snapped Monkey King. And as he reached into his pocket and paid Madonna, and Iago then said to him, "Give me the money and I will hold on to it for her." And Madonna narrowed her eyes but said nothing, and he gave the Iago 2 golden coins, and Iago was disappointed that he did not get any money, but he said nothing. When everything was packed, he went with Eleanor and Madonna to the stables, and a carriage had been prepared for them, and the Asura was driving it. He took Eleanor's hand and guided her inside the carriage, and he was about to do the same for Madonna, however she did not allow him to take her hand. He gave her a warm smile, and for an instant a thin smile was painted on her lips as well, and when she was inside, he went to fetch Horsey. And he was about to put the saddle when Horsey said, "Tonight is a nice night, and I'm not in the mood for wearing a saddle." "Oh, well," said he, putting the saddle away. He sat beside his sister since the horse wasn't in a mood to be ridden, and when everyone was set and ready to go, the Asura snapped the reins to get the horses in motion. And Karina and Loki were waiting for them on the outskirts of town. And the guards opened the gate for them to ride out, and once outside, the Asura asked the obvious question, "So which way is your house or whatever?" he at the moment. And he thought a moment while he tried to ponder where he had last left his home, where he had his homestead. Saturnastra Ahi, Chapter 28. Martisor. Year 13, Month 1, Day 1, 15 p.m. The location, the continent of Bersame, region of Thracia, on the Dacia Plateau, a few miles from the provincial mansion codenamed Martisor, overlooking the city of Dokai. Or short for like a house very near this random city called Dokai. As was tradition with Ahi, he used his instinct to choose a good place to settle down, and the Asura had given him the reins and allowed him to guide the group. Eventually, Ahi's group arrived to the region of Thracia, and this place was located in the southeast region of the continent, and it was known for its fertile land and naturally occurring hot springs and the twin rivers Itero and Kitero. The twin rivers were the longest rivers in the continent, and they were born from the Taurus mountain range. And they were both born a few miles from each other, and from the distance they looked identical, as they winded through the forest. However, Itero winded northwards after descending the mountain, and Kitero was intersected by the Dacia Plateau. And the river wandered all over the place, and bringing with it fresh life and greenery. And the Dacia Plateau was 1 mile high, and one could reach the top easily via the Mount Ymir, and this mountain was conveniently placed to allow easy access to the mountains via a gentle slope which ran parallel to the plateau. And during the day in summertime, part of the Kitero passed through the mountain of Ymir, making the passage of the plateau impossible. And it took 2 months for his party to make it to this region, and the travel through the mountains went without incident. And the temporary dead river created a natural road, and they were up in less than a week. And the air was slightly thin, and it took a few weeks for Madonna to get used to it. And the urban maiden just did not take well to high elevations, and a rudimentary road in the tropical forest guided the party to a more civilized area. And after 2 weeks' travel, they arrived in an open prairie, and this area was bustling with life, with caravans, shepherds, and travelers and merchants, and the group joined one of such caravans to make their way to Dokai. And Dokai was the wealthiest city in the region and the only city around that area. The residents were self-sufficient and quiet isolationists, but they ironically were open to whoever could make the trip. The residents were known as the Greys, and they were gray-colored humanoids, and their bodies were long and slender, with large rounded heads, and their height varied greatly between 5 feet and 2 feet, and their eyes were large, almond-shaped, and pitch black, and their mouth and nose were rather small, and the only body hair they had was in their head, and of all colors, and others were clean-shaven, and their faces did not make any expression, and they communicated with telepathy. This made them appear emotionless, with little regards to life, and they lived off water and sunlight, and so had succumbed to vampirism, a virus endemic to planet Earth which caused a vampire to require blood to survive. And overall, humans think that the Greys are completely out of their mind. And the Greys were lifelong allies of our kind, and they conducted independent operations in Saturnastra, being fond of playing games. The Greys adapted quite well to the terms and conditions of being allowed residence in this world. Aside from the Greys, the Doka was inhabited by the Saurians, and for many generations they have been genetically bred to pass for humans. They still leg eggs and were cold-blooded, and they also had lizard-like slit eyes, and their body also changed color depending on the temperature. And for this reason, visitors imagined that the Saurians could camouflage, and the males were 2 meters high and the females 1.4 meters. And the males typically had a stronger bill and had dragon wings, and they either kept their wings hidden or had their wings cut off at birth. And the female had slender, delicate figure and had amphibian tendencies. The Saurians were organized and followed a prescribed routines, and we have no idea how they got to this world. And one day there was one, and then the next day a million, and we have an unspoken allegiance, and we don't bother them, and they don't bother us. And our relationship was purely economic, and they were distant cousins of the Draconians, and the Draconians had kept their original lizard-like features, and we will not be seeing any Draconians since they tend to inhabit the equator. And they had a lower tolerance for cold temperatures. And the other residents who lived in the city were the people whom the Greys had cordially invited to live among them. And the others were children the Greys had adopted and raised on their own accord. And the Greys could not reproduce as often as they would like. And they were only fertile for 2 years of their ever-expanding lifespan. And on top of everything, their binary fusion only produced adult versions of themselves. So they adopted children to make up for the infant deficit. Since the Greys had arrived first, the city was modeled after a Shin city, and a large palace rose over the city, and the main facade was white, and the center buildings were red. And it had a small black windows in the higher floor, and the red section had darker red windows, and the roof had golden spirals, and this palace faced the north, and on the back it had a small forest and the largest lake of the plateau, and its crystalline surface only hinted at its saltwater surface. And there was also a golden spiral pagoda in the southwest and east of the city, and they were originally trying to make a feng shui city. And along the way they got bored and made a few Mayan ruins beside the pagoda, and when they got bored of the Mayan civilization, they built a perfect replica of Notre Dame in the center of the city. And all of the times they built other quixotic structures, and luckily the Saurians arrived and put an order in place before the Greys got too carried away with a crazy city planning. And with the Saurians put in order in the chaos, the Doka regained some sort of normalcy in the outskirts of the town. The city was divided between the Grey Quarters and the Saurian Aquarium. The Saurians had a taste for Roman architecture, and other homes had the interior bathhouses, saunas, and pool, and they lived in the southern part of the city, and the Grey lived in the northern section and in the palace. And they were the de facto rulers of the city because they arrived there first. And the northern section also had the residence of their adopted children, and the Grey resident home was designed to meet the wants and needs of their little children. And scattered through this section were the homes of the Saturnastrians who went to live with the Grey. And tonight, at an ungodly hour, his party arrived in the southern entrance of the guy, and his sibling had set up camp with some traveling merchants that they had been traveling with. Before entering the city, he said to Eleanor, "I am going to say hi to the king and sign some paperwork and boring stuff, and afterward I will fix up our home in preparation for our homecoming and try to get some sleep." Eleanor was too sleepy to pay attention to anything that he said, and she lazily yawned and patted at his head, and she curled up herself into the bedsheets and lay down to rest. And when she was settled down, he left her tent in search of the Asura, and while walking, he passed by, and he saw a scene which made him pause. and Madonna was shivering near the fire, but she was not shaking because of the cold, and her usual disdainful face was twisted into a frown, and her eyes were open wide, and she had tea bags under her eyes from staying up so late, and the poor elf could not stop staring at a great child who was staring back at her, and both were sitting face to face near the campfire, and something about his expression, his face was deeply unnerving to her, and the great child wore long red robes akin to a Buddhist monk, and near them sat Loki roasting marshmallow. And Loki said to Madonna, just ignore him. He just be curious about what you are, and once he gets bored, he will leave you alone. And Kitty said, what is that? Or, you know, kids regardless of whether or what planet they're from. They be a curious bunch. Shivering Madonna said, but he's creepy. Make him go away. Don't say that you hurt her feelings, commented Loki, blowing a marshmallow that was being burned to a cinder. And Madonna pounded her lips and said, you said he was a she. And the great child blinked twice and rested his head on his frail hands. And then he turned his head and he waved at he smiled at the child and continued on his way. And the next group his path was composed of the Asura and Monkey King, and the Asura was packing her bag, and Monkey King was reading the hand of a maiden, and he gestured to the Asura to come. The Asura shrugged her shoulders and said, this vacation has lasted long enough, and I have to set sail tomorrow, and it was fun, this little journey of us, and we should do it again sometime, but with everyone. Won't that be fun? And when she passed, she kissed Ahi on the cheek, and then he said, I got a long journey ahead of me, take care, Ahi. And Ahi pouted when he saw that his sister wasn't coming with her. And the Asura went to stand before Monkey King, and while looking at her, Monkey King struck her head with his staff, and when he did, he teleported the Asura, and she left wrapping a faint blue smoke. And the maiden started coughing because of the smoke, and he continued his way through camp, and eventually he found the person that eventually he found the other person he was looking for. And Karina was in the midst of conversing with Asaria, and both were looking through a contra when he entered the scene. And Karina smiled when she saw him, and the Saurian shoulder gave a slight bow to salute him, and the Saurian said, help break a little tie, child. Huh? Said he, giving the Saurian a sideways look. I say 4444 or 333. And Karina wants to keep it 42, 42, 45, or 34, 35, or 5555, or 333. And other variants, and I want it to be 12 or 16, and Karina wants to keep it at 15, complained the Saurian. And ignoring Karina, Karina then retorted, there was never 3 to begin with, and it was always 2.55, 2.55, or many other variants and the like, and the acclimation was never truly perfect, and start complaining about the season's regulatory system. And start prioritizing the survival of humanoid life form, snapped the Saurian. There are plenty of other creatures here with the properties you so desire, but they are useless against our foe, rebuked Karina, narrowing her eyes. Again with the abandons, how come you people are the only ones who remember them? As the Saurian folded his arm, the matter's not up for debate, said Karina, picking up the contrast, and she rolled out the paper and tossed them into the fire. She then said to Ahi, let's take care of our business. And as she was going to stand, the Saurian placed his hand on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around, and in a hissing voice he said, we are not done talking. I believe we are, good man. Good day to you, sir, said Karina caustically, and she brushed her shoulder to get past the Saurian. And Karina took Ahi's hand, and together they walked to the entrance of the city. And the city was surrounded by a solid stone walls, and they were designed in traditional feudal walls, and the walls were more of a fashion statement than a general fortification. And very few people had the temerity to invade such a strange-looking city. And also the location of the Hokkaido did not offer any strategic benefit. It was located a few kilometers from the far tip of the plateau, and beyond it there was a sharp decline to the bottom. And he was busy studying the decorations of the stone walls, and each block of stone had either a pretty picture carved into it or a decorated gibberish. And Karina said to one of the guards, open the gates, I have an audience with the great emperor. The guard said, is that so? He did not inform us of your coming. He probably forgot, said a different guard. And then he went to the gates and started knocking on the door, and with each knock the wood would groan. While he knocked, he yelled, let him! Relax, kid, you don't have to break the door and open the gates. The powerhouse wants to come inside, barked someone behind the door. And the door opened with a soft groan, and both siblings went within, and despite the late hour, people still wandered about the streets. And as Airbnb Gray marched past this evening, a man with a lantern on a pole passed beside him, and he was checking to see if all the street lights were still glowing. And when he noticed that the fire one had died, he would use the flame of his lantern to light it up again. And a great child was knocking at the door of the shop, and he was dressed like a noble with a powder wig, and he carried a poodle in his arm. And then he went up to the shop, and he pressed his face against the glass, and the great child waved at him, and then he continued knocking on the door. And he then said to him, I don't smell anyone home. Someone is in there, I know, said the great child without moving his lips. I can sense their thoughts within. That is probably just a lurker, commented he. Oh, is that so, said the great child. A pity. The child left the door and he started walking in the direction of the palace. And he and Karina followed after him, and the Greys were the only beings capable of finding their way to the confusing part of their inner city. And needless to say, there were no main roads leading to the palace, and based on our observation, the child was apparently Ahi's guide into the city. And when we asked the great child, what's your name? We don't have official names, answered the child without moving his lips. We know that, we answered, but for movie purposes, you guys are going to need names. Call me whatever you like when I'm on camera, answered the great child. Can you just say, my name is so-and-so, and I was sent by the great prince or something, we complained. And Sophie glared at us and said, guys, you have made such an amazing progress. Don't ruin the field by interacting with the locals. I think smile was painted itself in the expressionless face of the great child, and when he spoke this time, he generated sounds using his telepathy. My name is Joseph K. Lecter. I'm an accountant for the great prince. It is my job to collect taxes or whatever. You do not need to indulge, commented Karina, and she added in a more serious tone, and how long until we reach the palace? We're almost there, said Joseph, quickening his pace. And he said aloud, I've been going in circles for hours, and if you don't remember the way, let me walk ahead. And Joseph's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. He slowed his pace to allow Ahi to guide the group, and Karina said to Ahi, I thought this was your first time visiting the palace, and Ahi pointed to the sky and said, it seems like an interesting place from up there, and since I can't see it anymore, I decided to enjoy it from down here instead. And Joseph looked up to the moon, and he said, kind of creepy the other way around. I suppose this is how humans must have felt bad when we used to look down on them. Huh, said Ahi, stopping to look at Joseph, and then he said, it is so pointless to overthink of the past. And Joseph could not help but overthink, since he was quiet for some time, and he almost did not seem to see where he was going. And eventually he found his way to the footsteps of the palace, and dark red flames burned over the golden place leading up the stairs, and the interior had a beautiful red columns with leafy design. And the colors had curtains ominously swirling, even though there was no wind inside. And a roll of grey silently passed by, and once inside he wandered about the corridors, and the palace had many interesting rooms to look at, though the interior resembled a Portola palace. One section of the palace interior had a Rococo design, and another Baroque, and others had more esoteric designs. He eventually found the great prince with his court, and they were currently inside the dining hall. And the sloppy design of the dining hall was akin to the Greys from yonder time, and true to their approved time periods, at the heart of the palace was but being the center building, the dining hall was 5-story hall, and the chair had soft oval-edged forms, and they were made of sleek plastic-like material, and the table was rectangular shape with smooth surfaces. And there was a white tablecloth with decorated gibberish around the edges, and the pattern too had no color. The silverware was more for traditional designs of knives and forks, and the plates were said to receive all sorts of food. However, there were no meals at the table. The only illumination came from a large orb, and since they were not allowed to use electricity, the inside had a provision of magical white flame, and it used shed a tremulous gray wire slide over the entire room, and this was covered by a see-through curtain that fell in from the roof, and this curtain boxed the entire table. And at the center was the orb, and the glass of this hall had a simplified design, and upon closer inspection we noticed the fine tracery, and the tiny high windows and the paintings. The paintings were the only source of color in the entire room, and there were 4 large paintings which showed more prominence, and each painting faced a cardinal point. And the southern painting over the entrance showed a maiden sitting on top of a golden throne decorated by a red griffin. The maiden was wearing a Greekish lace. The southern painting had a nightly night cape, and the only source of light came from the round moon. The painting to the west showed an old man in red robes entering his home, and his hands were outstretched in indignation. The final painting showed a maiden resting her arm on a rock, and there was a white sheet to protect her arm from the stony surface, and a small snake was passing over her elbow, and she was resting on her wrist. And after our little group was downstairs, we walked all closer to the dining room, and the curtains covering it parted out to allow us to pass, and then at the end of the table there was the great throne, and the great prince was slender frame was wrapped in an elegant grey mantle, and only his face was visible. And his mantle was held in place by a golden crown, and the dress below it was whitish golden, and the edge of the rose and the veil had golden border embroidered, and before the prince there was a hookah, and a tin hand adorned with golden bracelets which for the hookah, and with it at disdain he drew in a breath, and he puffed out 5 golden rings. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister. We're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 29. The great prince was not dining alone, and his entire court was assembled with him. And they were observing the prince blow out smokes, and some were sipping non-existent tea from their cups, and others were pretending to drink soup. And from time to time a great noble would exchange a meaningful look with his neighbors. And the great were prone to mass insanity, for lack of a better word, and when one had a stupid idea, it would spread through the entire colony like a disease. And using his own voice, the great prince said in a soft whisper, "Welcome, have a seat at the table." And Ahi and Karina sat on their own 20 seat, and they were the closest seats to the great prince in order to hear his soft whispery voice. The great prince smiled, and he removed his crown, and then he gave a slight nod and put the crown back on, and then he said to Ahi, "You honor me with your presence, Ahi." Ahi said, repeated, "You honor me with your presence." The great prince narrowed his eyes, and he took a whiff from his pipe, and smoke flew out of his nostrils, and one of the nobles then said without moving his mouth with telepathy, "I think he wants to eat our plates." "Ah, forgive where my manners," chuckled the great prince, "and you may eat as much as you like." Ahi gave him a sideways look, and a noble nearest Ahi imitated the look, and then took the silverware and started eating. Ahi took the silverware and he started eating it. The others started passing the silverware to Ahi's plate, and while this went on, Karina said to the great prince, "And how is Ahi's property coming along? We have generated quite a varied number of blueprints, and my designer has a catalog already prepared," answered the great prince. "About that, the girl wants to play housewife," said Karina, resting her head on her left hand. "He's going to draw his feet, I suspect," chuckled the great prince. "How is your calligraphy?" asked Karina. The great prince showed his sleeve to Karina, and then he saw the great prince decorate gibberish, and he remarked, "Oh, how awful." The great prince simply smiled, and when he finished his dinner, the great prince rose from his seat, and the nobles did the same as well, and without saying a word to one another, the nobles quietly vacated the premises. The great prince walked in the direction of the door beneath the seascape, and Karina and Ahina followed behind, and the curtain conveniently parted for the trio to pass, and the portal beneath the painting to open, and this led to the great prince's private court chambers, and before entering within, the great prince removed his shoes. Karina and Ahi did the same, and the interior was wide and expansive, and there were 5 rooms at the end of the main square building, and at the center there was a golden fountain. The fountain had an arabesque design, and the floor around it had a small checkerboard pattern with white tiles, and the roof of the interior patio was hollowed out, allowing the moonlight to enter. And this area was surrounding the patio had Doric columns, and the great prince gathered his gaze to his study, which lay behind a black bronze door, and its relief sculpture showed many tortured souls, and at the lintel of the door the thinker was looking down at those who entered, and at the top of the door there were 3 depressed figures pointing down. And he lingered a moment looking at the 3 figures, and he was about to push the door open when the great prince took his arm, and then he shook his head, and then he pointed at the real entrance. And Karina commented, "Your sense of humor never ceases to amaze me." Like, that wasn't like a real door, it was like a decorated sculpture door. It wasn't meant to be open. "A gift from your brother," said the great prince, smiling thinly, and the real door was camouflaged into the wall decoration. He pulled the handle of a smaller door, the size of a normal human being open, and the only light inside the study came from a candle, and a little elfin girl was sitting at the table scribbling notes, and she wore a simple red dress with golden pattern, and she looked up disdainfully from her work, and then went back to her scribbling. And the Great Prince frowned and said there was no need to write a specific form for Ahi, and you could have easily used a Saurian form. Oh, said the girl, Yanni, I did not think of that, and go to bed, it's past your bedtime, snapped the Great Prince. The girl yawned and rose from her seat, and she took the candle with her and left the entire room bathed in darkness. He looked around, scanning his surroundings, and we heard a noise of someone tripping over a couch, and suddenly the room was bathed under the hue of floating north light, and the Great Prince had ordered his observers to start emitting light, and under the darkness they seemed like floating blue flames. And the resonating light was centered on the table, and the Great Prince was looming over the document that the elf girl had written, and he was wearing neither veil nor crown this time. And strands of huge silver white hair fell over his face, and the rest was pulled back in a braid that went down his waist. And he went to stand beside the Great Prince and said, "You're not supposed to use them like that." "It's fine, nobody's here to see them," said the Great Prince, not looking at him. "Even I know the rules of the game," said he, frowning. "That is your game, not mine," snapped the Great Prince. And he looked at the observers who started glowing, and the Great Prince fine and said, "Fine, I'll use the other light." The observers started emitting a gentle white light, and this light illuminated the entire room easier, and the Great Prince remarked, "What a bother." The Great Prince handed Ahi the papers for him to read, and he looked through the papers carefully, and Karina went to stand behind her brother to look at the papers over his shoulder. And we tried to get a closer look at them, however the airspace was getting too crowded, and Karina said, "This is good signing, honey." And he took the peacock plume offered by the Great Prince, and he sighed whenever there was an X on the paper. And after the papers were signed, the group walked out of the study shrouded in darkness, and he asked, "Why is the room always so dark?" "Candela gives me a headache, and one of my girls is going to walk you outside, and it's nothing more than a formality, and go and leave me in peace. I grow bored of your presence, or stay. I can just easily pretend that you folks are not here," said the Great Prince, walking towards the golden door. And Karina narrowed her eyes lower for a moment, and she seemed not to be looking at anything specific, and her concentration was broken by the approaching footsteps. He saw a figure clad in white robes, and the figure lowered her hood to show her elven face. And she looked just like the other girl that they had met, and unlike all of the elven girls he had ever seen, this one had green eyes and red hair. He smiled at her and waved her hand in salutation. If it wasn't for the ears, one could easily confuse her for a 14-year-old human girl. And she ran towards her and shook his hand, and then she said, "I know it's kind of late, but the stars are so pretty, and I wanted to meet the infamous Ahi." And she shook Karina's hand as well, and then said, "Is that seem really your brother? You don't look anything alike." And Karina patted the girl's head and said, "The warranty expired." "Ah, I see," she said, rubbing her chin, as she looked at Ahi from head to toe. "The same thing happened to my sword, and I left it out in the rain for like a week, and then it got all red, and now I can't cut butter." And Karina interrupted the girl by saying, "We must be on our way, and we can talk while you got us out of the palace." "I don't know. I live here on my knife, and even I still get lost," said the girl, pouting. "It's fine, we will just retrace our steps," said Karina, walking ahead. "By the way, my name is Olivia," and she replied as she walked beside Karina. "I already knew that," said Ahi, looking at Olivia's red curly hair. "I know, but you're doing the movie thing," she said, looking in our direction, and Karina put her hand to her mouth and said, "Oh my, I'm surprised you can actually see them." I don't know how, but it's almost like a sixth sense. And my dad calls it inspiration, which is my way of saying that I'm good at guessing." And she continued, "So like, does he talk now, or is he just faking it, or was he faking not understanding human speech?" He growled in response in order to keep her in confusion. "I don't really get why he's making such a big fuss about it, and he's got plenty of friends back home and people who respect and admire him. And there's no point in fretting about these weaklings, and what they say or think is not going to matter at the end of the game. Then again, if someone said anything about my hair or insulting my papa, I will cut that soft's head clean off and fill it with cotton and put it on a spike and just serene. I will not let anyone disrespect me," said Olivia. "These people are vampires. The people who disrespect you are not usually vampires," Olivia said, Karina sternly. And he patted his lips, but he said nothing, and his eyes went glassy as he continued to walk beside his sister. And Karina placed her hand to her mouth and yawned, and this yawn was echoed by Olivia, and afterwards she said, "I just remember you wanted to know about the crops." "How many have we lost?" asked Karina, giving another brief review of the palace decoration. "About 400 kilos. And we had to make do with the surplus from the other plantation," said Olivia sadly. So many units lost, all because of one man, said Karina solemnly. This variable was added to the equation, and the next harvest will provide a higher yield, and within it all we may turn this loss into a gain, said Olivia, smiling. Worst comes to worst, we can slash and burn the land and start from scratch. Oberon would certainly like that, wouldn't he, said Karina, chuckling. And as he talks, his sister sleep, and then I don't get what you're talking about. It means that we have to start from scratch, said Olivia, tracing a line over her neck with her thumb. Oh, I still don't get it. And can we put bad plants in time out and try out a new fertilizer? It seems like such a waste. It's bad to wasteful like that, commented he, looking at his feet. Is he really not getting it, or is he just faking it, asked Olivia sarcastically. Does it really matter, answered Karina. I guess not for our purposes. I suppose it was wise to make a hint a little dim-witted, commented Olivia, looking at his head as if it was hollowed. He was not made stupid, said Karina. It was unusual to see her showing a strong display of emotion, and she added, the details on our creation are classified, and you know not of what you speak. And Olivia curled her lips and stayed quiet until he and Karina left the palace, and Karina then said, it was foolish of me to let her mindless shadow distract me. And this girl is smarter than she looks, and the Grey are curious about our little game, and they want to play, but my Duke won't let them. A great shadow walking around the corner asked, and why can't we play? And why don't you ask my brother? Said Karina, smiling. It's from lack of asking. If we want in and he won't let us, whined the great shadow, and like the great prince, this one had silver hair and conspicuous in his own voice. My Duke is very meticulous with the rules of our game, and you have your mission and we have ours, said Karina, looking at the shadow. And a different great kid asked, it's not the same. Karina chuckled, and he and the great shadow gave a sideways look. Alina simply shrugged her shoulder and continued along the way, and the great shadow wanted to walk away, and Azaria went to stand by his side and stood silent for a moment. And the great shadow nodded and stepped twice on the floor with his right leg, and Karina then said aloud, you can play as long as you stay within the agreed parameters. And it's not as if our door has forbidden you from engaging with our crop. I still don't get it, said the great shadow. And an image feed sent by the great observer gave us a look into the great shadow, laughing, and he remarked, neither in this one nor the next one is there happiness for one who doubts himself. Like feeding milk to a viper, said Karina, fading away into the crossroad, and when she was gone, he continued alone in the darkness. And strange black eyes watched and go, but none seemed too eager to see him leave. And he eventually made his way to the entrance of the city, and the gates were still lower for him, and he stopped for a moment to listen to the Saurian guards arguing. And after a few seconds, he hurried his pace, and by the time most of the travelers had gone to sleep, he went to find the tent of his party, and he smiled when he saw 7 great men and 3 children around the tent. And he went to stand beside them, and one of them said, lack of sleep was making her paranoid, and a child commented, it's like she's bent on being miserable. And a middle-aged man dressed in grey robes made a sign to the great group, and he said in a hoarse voice, shouldn't let the poor elf sleep alone in peace. And the grey group left the tent alone, and one of the children stopped and stared at him, and he took hold of one of his curls and asked, aren't you hot with all that hair? Maybe, said he, yawning, and the great child took a deep breath and said nothing, and his face almost seemed sad based on his downcast eye. And he walked to the last tent, and he went inside, and he saw Eleanor sleeping in a little cot. And the cot bed was only big enough for one person, and he sat down on the floor beside her, watching her sleep, and a pair of large black eyes was also watching her. Alright, so then that's the end of that chapter. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 30, A Place to Call Home. Location, overlooking the city of Dokai, codename Martisor. Martisor was the name of one of his property. It was located on a large mound which overlooked the city. On the back of Martisor there was a small bamboo forest, and to the left side of the mansion one of the twin rivers passed by. The property had been raised to avoid future floods, and on the right side there was a large meadow of flowers. At the time Eleanor and he had arrived to the place, the Saurian had finished the proposed modifications to the house. Eleanor still had certain doubts about the decoration, and after some fine-tuning, Martisor was in working order. The building was designed after a Spanish Baroque colonial mansion. The building had 2 floors, it was square and had a large patio in the center. All the floor rooms faced the patio garden. The exterior windows had decorated iron bar as well as two main entrance doors. The ones on the second floor had the balconies decorated with flowers facing the outside. The main color of the exterior was white and redwood. The roof also had red tiles. Overall, the mansion had 13 rooms. Each room had its own unique decoration, and some had dual beds and others a king-size bed. They all had similar qualities like teardrop chandeliers and mahogany chairs, a painting, a chimney with a mirror hanging over it, and its own private bathroom, toilet, or bathtub. The restrooms were on the second floor, and on the bottom there was space made for the service court and the kitchen. The meals were usually eaten in the privacy of your own room, and if you wanted to socialize, you could visit the tea room. And it was located between the service court and the kitchen. The interior had a golden panel wallpaper and blue tiles decorating the walls, and the floor was honeycomb red tiles. The rest had blue couches and tables for two. The garden had many exotic tropical plants and flowers, and the main ones were St. John's wort, Dalmatian orchids, azure grape hyacinthus, purple passion flowers, and wild orchids. And aside from the garden, there was a swimming pool. The pool was located near the servants' quarter, and the center of the garden had a hexagonal-shaped fountain with a raised basin. A recent addition suggested by Eleanor was a basement, and she had seen the drawings of a mansion in lithographs Ahi had given her, and she approved of everything more or less, and to make way for her room, the mansion had to be expanded, and to maintain the symmetry, the kitchen and the servant quarter was expanded, as well as the other rooms at the corner of the mansion. Her room was placed in the center of the second floor, on top of the servants' quarters. The exterior was modified to match the look of the mansion, and overall Eleanor had the entire room the way what originally was. And this also further spurred further development of the garden, as the area had to be increased. After a month's work, the mansion was again habitable, and now instead of having 13 rooms, it had 14. And as for the basement, Eleanor saw that the mansion needed a wine cellar like the one she had back home, and since nobody in the household drank, the wine cellar was mostly used for making and distillation of craft non-alcoholic beverages. And as was the custom of the time, he slept in the same bed as Eleanor, and like Eleanor's mother had predicted, he had not consummated his marriage yet. And before he had moved into this mansion, the place functioned as a luxury hotel, and merchants could stay there, and it did not feel like camping outside the city of Dokai. And around Dokai there were makeshift merchant camps, and visitors would do their business with the great and then depart. And there were several mansions landmarked so littered around Dokai, and they were usually manned by the Saurians. The greats did not like to venture too far from their territory, and the true purpose was to spy on the visiting merchants, and the Saurians have gathered information that could not normally salvaged by observer. And this information came in the form of books, documents, and long-drawn conversation. He is different in this regard, and the people who managed the property were composed of the great adopted children, and the path they had chosen had led them to the service industry as cooks, chefs, butlers, or maids. And Madonna was given the guest room beside Eleanor's room, and as of now, Ahi and Eleanor and Madonna have been living inside Martisor for 6 days. At this hour, he has finally gone to sleep with Eleanor, and his wife was wearing a white nightgown, and Ahi too has changed into his pajama, and he slowly got inside the bed in order not to wake up Eleanor. And when the sleeping girl felt her near, she cuddled against him, and he took a deep breath, and he closed his eyes, and after an hour he opened them again. And he looked at Eleanor's sleeping face, and something about her drooling on his shoulder made him smile. And then he looked out the open window, and he saw a shadow descend from it, and when the light of the Titan moon fell upon the shadow, it revealed the form of something that looked like a man. The man was wearing a green kimono and a large straw hat, and the hat had a bell dangling from one of the edges. As a result, he jiggled whenever he moved his head. You know, like it made like a sound of a bell. As he saw him with an urn, the man poured some of the water on his hand, and then he sprinkled it over the flowers, and when the man changed position, he was able to get a better look at his face. He had large black eyes and a small nose and large mouth, and since he was a high-rebel, he was standing erect, and his hands were still rather large, and he also had hands on his feet, and his long jet black hair was braided, and when he saw his staring at him, he placed his index finger to his mouth, and he gave him a sideways look in response, not uncertain about what he wanted. The man pointed to the left and then placed his hand beneath his kimono, and he started pounding on his chest to stimulate a heartbeat. And then he grinned and climbed on the top of the roof, and he then went to staring at the roof. A lurker was hanging over him, and he stared at the lurker, and the lurker stared back at him. And he heard a noise in the other room, and the sound of something breaking, and Madonna yelled at the top of her lungs, "Oh, get out, you creep!" And everything was quiet for a moment, and the sound of heavy footsteps was heard across the hallway, and there was a knock on the other door, and a soft voice asked, Is there everything in order? And why do you have this freak like that in your style?" demanded Madonna. "And for the last 3 days I have been pestered by your pet monkeys, and they were annoying even back when they could not talk." "I'm sorry, ma'am, and I will speak with Gracia about Tadioki's misbehavior," said the other staff member. Madonna slammed the door on the visitor's face, and the footsteps went back to their point of origin. And 2 hours before sunrise, a strong wind passed by, and as he got out of bed, he closed the windows and the door leading to the balcony, and afterward he went back to bed. And seconds later, a light shower began to fall, and this was followed by a downpour, and some of the lesser raiment on the roof started squishing, and he heard a few tiles falling and someone yelling, "We will fix it when the rain stops." The door suddenly groaned as if a large weight was being pressed against it, and it was soon followed by the sound of heavy breathing. And he closed his eyes and he turned his face towards the door leading to the central garden, and he could hear a soothing sound rising above the tempest. And around 4 in the morning the sun stopped, and as he rose from his bed and went to lie down on his pile of gold in one of the corners of the room, and the pile was kept next to the fireplace to keep it nice and warm. And he looked through a few of the coins, and he reached for a garnet that was among his treasure, and he placed it in his mouth, and he fiddled with the garnet like it was candy. And when he got bored of the taste, he simply crushed it beneath his fangs. And as he looked out one of the bar windows, and he saw the water splashing against the glass, and he yawned a bit, and he got up from his golden bed, and the flame of the fireplace died for a few moments, and he was lost to us. And one of the observers picked up his trail by the kitchen, and he opened the refrigerator door, and he looked inside, and to us, it may have looked like a regular refrigerator. However, this one was constructed with an elaborate clockwork. And like a music box, the servants had to turn keys on the other side of the wall to renew the code. And the key was held via a valve, and the code originated from a lithium, hydrogen, and orange calcinite iode native to this world. And since it was a superconductor of sort, very little amount of friction was needed to maintain its power, and the energy was transmitted through copper gears. And this too was another one of little Bertham's invention, and according to observation, Bertham only had the concept of a refrigerator to work with, and he used what little technology was available to create his own version of it, and as of now his invention was considered a luxury item. And he opened the refrigerator and took out a glass bottle of milk, and he drank the entire content and placed the recipient on the counter. And after leaving the kitchen, he went out of the patio, and he sat on a couch which faced the central garden. And thanks to the walkways on the second floor, the rain was not falling on him, and still an occasional gust of wind was sending enough raindrops to soak his feet, as he sat there, while his feet were splashed by the rain, and he saw a maid passing in with a mop, and she was trying her best to keep the water from getting inside further, and he saw on the roof a few of the men with a wide red sheet, and they spread it over like a tent over the hollow roof of the garden, and the center of the tent had a hole within it. And this soon kept the water from fall, and this soon forced the water to fall only inside the fountain. A fair maiden rose from the water of the fountain and started drinking the rainwater, and she waved at him, who also returned her salutation. The maiden was Sana, a subspecies of the nymphs, and her kind usually live in rivers, fountains, or waterfalls, and in her case she lived in a fountain, and she had long curly brown hair, and even the rain could not abate the curliness of her hair, and she had large black eyes and long eyelashes. The maiden was lying on, yet she came off as being fragile, and when there was no company, Sana would emerge from the fountain completely in the nude, and she still wore many bracelets and jewelry and necklaces, for she had a thing for shiny baubles. And he said to Sana, white lady, I stole your baby." And her real name was Conigunda of Orlamune, and she was a changeling of the Great Duke, and most of the time she spent within her fountain, occasionally entertaining guests. And when she said he addressing her in such a manner, she chuckled and said, "How very shrewd of you." And she then got a rock from the pond, and she threw it at his head, and blood from his head, and he started laughing hysterically. And he passed his hand over his head, and the wound was gone, though half of his face was stained with blood. And Conigunda, we can't get over her stupid name. Believe it or not, she had a Germany, and Conigunda gave us a look that shriveled us to ash, and her look was echoed by Wicked Sophie, who silently judges us and forces us to keep our opinions to ourselves. And like we were saying, Conigunda started combing her hair with a elaborate comb, and the lavers were made of white and gold and had tiny diamonds, and each time she combed her hair, she would smile in the direction of Ahi. Ahi was also focused on her hair comb, and he licked his upper lip, and he whispered, delicious, and he wanted to eat her hair comb. An elf-maid passed by Ahi, and he frowned at Conigunda, and she took out a handkerchief and she cleaned his face as best she could, while trying not to make physical contact with Ahi's corrosive blood, and when she was done she took the handkerchief inside a metal mug strapped to her belt, and the box had a logo formed with one circle in the center and three other large circles on top of it. When the elf girl left, Conigunda stared up into the rainy sky, and a beam of white light fell on top of her, and when the beam dissipated, Conigunda had a tiny black box on her forehead, and he had a grown in beside him, and a gorilla man grunted, turn off the lights. And like his skin, this one had a humanoid intelligence and a restructured physique designed to walk on two legs. And he also had less of a pronounced belly, and he was wearing a black kimono tied by a silver sash, and he yawned and said in a soft grunt, that coon is spoiled brat, and father should learn to use the door, and it's a wonder. I don't care. He yawned, whatever. He watched and slowly drift back into sleep, and from time to time he would growl and growl like a regular gorilla. And the night was once again quiet, and the only sound was made by the rain, and a flash of lightning fell, and some of the lesser rays started screeching, and Conigunda commented, it's no wonder we rarely get any guests, and who can get any decent sleep with all of that ungodly screeching? And a bitter gust of wind through the glass and leaves in the direction of Conigunda, and she shielded herself from the barrage as best she could. After falling from her fountain, the wind faded away, and Conigunda snapped in anger. And do you have something better to do, Rusalka? And a mist entered through the hole in the tent, and the mist assimilated into a cloud which slowly took the shape of a lady. And the cloud said in a sarcastic voice, and my apologies, Kuni, and I was not aware that you were home. Very funny, go past or someone else, said Conigunda at the edge of her fountain, and she got a foot out of the water and kept the other within, and she was desperately trying to reach for her hair comb that had flown away in the gust of wind, and the mist descended to the ground and fully materialized into a maiden wearing blue robes. Rusalka had the figure of a 14-year-old maiden, and she had a slender frame with delicate arms and strong legs, and she prided herself on her flexibility. And her eyes were pitch black, and her hair was dirty blonde, and despite her playfulness, Rusalka gave people the impression that she was rather cold, and even now her smile came out as a sarcastic smirk, and her smirk faded away as her face was lost in the shadows of her hood, and she picked up Conigunda's hair comb and looked at it, and Conigunda said in anger, it's mine, and you're not allowed to look at it, and I swear to God, if it's broken, I'll cannibalize you. And Rusalka gave Conigunda the hair comb back without saying another word, and Conigunda parted her lips and said, usually by now you would have made another remark. Did something happen? No, nothing. Everything happened as I expected, said Rusalka. You almost sound surprised, and you can try some of my water if you like, said Conigunda, sitting in her usual spot. And Rusalka said nothing as she evaporated, and when she was gone, Conigunda noticed all of the leaves inside her fountain, and cursing under her breath, she started the arduous task of cleaning out her fountain, and he heard the gorilla man sigh and the couch groan as he got up and he walked towards the fountain, and wordlessly he started picking up all the leaves one by one, and he was careful to barely wet his fingertips on the water, and as he was listening, he smiled. And in response, he had a whimper in his leg, and looking down, he saw a large dog resting his head on his lap. And the dog had very red-gray fur, and he had the appearance of a husky, but was slightly larger. And his tail was fluffy like those of a wolf, and he patted the dog's head lightly, and the dog whimpered again and lay down on the floor beside Ahi. Alright, so that's, that chapter, but venga. Ahi, chapter 31. Peaceful Serenity. The dog started pacing to and fro in front of the door, and something had caught his attention, and there was a piece of cloth tied around the handle of the door, and the dog started pulling at it while growling. And after a few moments of silence, a voice behind the door asked, is he gone? Another voice answered, and whatever, just ignore him, and he said he wanted to get inside, he had already done so already. And you can't be serious, and why if he tears the door down, said one of the voices. Relax, the kid sometimes gets suspicious about locked doors and he won't come inside, assured the second voice. And what kind of a crazy person is afraid of locked doors, commented another. He's not afraid of doors, just doorways, and the door is technically a doorway, so he won't come inside if the door is locked, and he won't linger either. said the second voice, and and just as he predicted, the dog departed the door. However, the dog departed the door, but then he returned to pull at the handkerchief at the door. He went to his room. He returned to his room. He wasn't interested in looking behind a closed doorway. Eleanor was wide awake, hiding under the sheets, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she heard her husband return, and she said to him, "I had a bad dream." And he gave her a sideways look and said, if you had a bad dream, then why do you bother sleeping?" "I don't know, I can't help it. I can't help sleeping," whined Eleanor. "The sleeping or the bad dream," says Ahi. "Both kinda," commented Eleanor. "There's no need to be afraid. I'll protect you," said Ahi, sitting beside her. Eleanor lay back down and said, "Can you stay here until I fall asleep again?" Ahi returned to bed, and Eleanor closed his eyes, but did not sleep. Her eyes opened again, and she said, "The teen room has a lot of nice books." Responded Ahi. "I don't really understand most of the story. It's like the writer made them complicated on purpose," commented Eleanor. Said Ahi. Ahi gave a sardonic smile, but that was about it. Eleanor asked, "What are histories? Are they different from stories?" "Not really," responded Ahi. "I asked Madonna the same thing, but she simply laughed at me and said that stories are fake while histories happen for real," explained Eleanor, looking at the back of his head. And he turned around and he faced Eleanor, and then he whispered, "The past is irrelevant. The here and now is the only thing that matters." "I guess," said Eleanor, pouting, and she asked, "And how can you go your life without sleeping?" And he shrugged his shoulders, and Eleanor patted him and asked, "Ahi?" He closed his eyes, and he looked genuinely asleep, and even his eyes were exhibiting a REM pattern. Eleanor chuckled and closed her eyes, and after an hour she was genuinely asleep, and he too slept, though it was a rare thing for him to indulge in. And it stopped raining for a moment, and no sound was heard from within the room, and he opened his eyes, and he got out of bed, and he went to the bathroom. The bathrooms in Variety Store were pretty much identical. They had the white porcelain, white toilets, the same bathtub, same sink, watchtowers, mirror, etc. The decorations too were similar. They were either blue, bubblegum pink, or they had white tiles. The only difference was in the roof, and since it was a bathroom, the roof was made solid to prevent the wood from the roof corroding. The person who had made the roof had gotten a bit creative. As a result, each of the roofs featured a constellation. His bathroom featured a mosaic showing a male fairy dragon hugging a teddy bear, and the dragon, however, had blue cat eyes. And when our hero stared at his day, he would brush his teeth and shave his face, and according to observations, neither he nor his brother had any facial hair, except for Monkey King. And why ever did he bother to shave his face if he couldn't grow facial hair? It was up for debate. But I guess he just wanted to fit in, maybe, I suppose. He would get a slight cut beneath his chin, and then he grimaced and he cleaned the wound with a cotton. And when he was done, he filled the tub with hot water, and he went right within, and he stayed under water for like 7 minutes. And he was looking at the distortions created by the water while he stared at the roof. And after he finished musing, he washed his hair with the shampoo, and the shampoo was made of boiling sappitos with dry alma and rose petal extract for scent. And with his hair still foaming, he would get out the sponge and would get the sponge and a Castile soap, and the sponge was a true sponge harvested from the ocean. And Castile soap was made with barrilla boiled on laredo, and he scraped all the dirt and blood and grime from the previous day, and afterward he sat down in the water again. And when the bubbles clouded up the surface, he would remove the plug from the tub and drain the soapy water, and when he was done, he would grab a bucket and fill it with water, and he would splash it over his hair and body until he was squeezed or clean. And then he got a nearby towel and wrapped it around his long red hair, and he dried himself with another. When he finished his morning lavations, he got out of the bathroom wearing a simple white kimono, or a bathrobe, as we like to call it. He went to the closet and he picked out a fresh, clean attire, the first clean attire that was around his reach. And normally he wouldn't pay attention to what he wore. And there were even days when he wore one of Eleanor's dresses, much to her consternation. And this time he started to stare at the costume, and it was the old costume he had worn the night he had been run out of the Duke's citadel. And he mainly focused on the red mask, and he caressed it gently as if he was afraid he was going to break it. And he sniffed it a little and frowned, and he took the mask to the sink and he cleaned it, and when he was done, the mask had acquired its original white color. And after perusing the entire costume, he put it on, and he closed the door behind him and went upstairs, and And he went out by the front door, which lay open, and a slender girl waited for him by the end with an open umbrella, and the girl had large black eyes, and it almost seemed that she had no pupils. And she wore a black maid's outfit, and she walked beside Ahi while carrying the umbrella, and with her free hand she carried the part of Ahi's cape that dragged on the floor. And a few yards from Martisor were the stables. Ahi went inside to check on Horsey. He groomed the horse and cleaned his teeth, and Horsey commented, "It's not necessary for you to continue grooming me. The stable hands are more than quite efficient on their labors." Ahi simply shrugged his shoulders, and Horsey then added, "I would prefer the stable hands groom me. Do you always brush me a little too hard?" And to make more of an emphasis on it, Horsey shrugged away from Ahi, and Ahi gave him a sideways look and frown. And then he stared for a moment at the brush, and he gave a low moan which sounded like a wounded animal. And Horsey lay down on the ground to meet Ahi eye to eye. And he rested his head on Ahi's shoulder, and he lowered his head and he hugged Horsey, and Horsey shrugged. "And careful, it's not the first time you broke my neck." And a servant girl took out his brush from his hand, and she wordlessly started to brush Horsey, and Horsey got up from the ground, and he allowed her to finish. And when she was done, she saddled up the horse. And as he set up the saddle, and by now the rain had finally stopped, and the ground was still wet was faint from the morning drizzle. He snapped the reins, and Horsey galloped out of the stable, and to the outsiders it seemed as if Horsey was galloping at full speed. However, at this point of the game, this was considered a light trot for him. And Horsey galloped out down the mound into the prairie, and the ground was aglow with fireflies, and the light was faintly reflected by the droplets of the water clinging to the leaves. And much to Horsey's annoyance, Ahi kicked his side, and this was a usual signal that he gave because he wanted the horse to jump. Horsey stopped midair, and he went a few yards back, and when he got enough impulse, he jumped over the part of the prairie inhabited by fireflies, and Horsey landed on the road as a carriage happened to be crossing perpendicular to the place he landed, and he quickly turned to the left to avoid crashing into the horses, and regardless, the driver had ordered the horses to stop, and he heard from within the carriage some guys yelling, "And by the gods, why have you stopped?" And so this lunatic almost crashed into us as the driver pointing his whip at Ahi, and the guy inside the car opened the window to look at Ahi and commented, "I fear you may be right." And then he said, "Excuse me, boy, we are not from around here, and we seem to be lost. Which way is Stalking?" In response, he removed his hat, and he said, "It is nice to meet you, sir. My name is Ahi." "Ahi, we heard a lot about rumors about you in the capital. Is it true that you killed and eat humans for breakfast?" asked the man inside the carriage. The driver snapped and said, "If he's a heathen, we should not be wasting our time talking to him. And from what I hear, he's a Cretan." "He doesn't sound like a Cretan," said the woman's voice from within the carriage. And a third voice added, "And he could just be a highwayman pretending to be Ahi in order to rob us." The driver asked, "So what do you want from us?" "Nothing, I was just riding my horse when you nearly crashed into us." "And you should watch where you're going," said Ahi, putting his hat back on. The man inside the carriage commented, "You should have let me drive for the second half of the night." And the driver mumbled something unintelligible, and then he asked, "And you're from this part, right? We're looking for an inn to spend the night in." And he pointed to the horizon, and at first the driver thought he was pointing towards an inn. However, he noticed that the horizon seemed less dark than usual, and the driver then said to the passengers, "Sunrise is only a few hours away, and when it gets lighter we might make it to Dokai." And he commented, "If you're headed to Dokai, you're going in the wrong direction." And he rode to the opposite direction of the carriage had come, and the driver turned his horse around and followed after Ahi. It led them to a dusty road, and after riding for an hour, they arrived at the stone road, and since it was still very dark, the golden color of the stone was somewhat opaque still. The clearing through the forest allowed for the driver to notice the lights of the city, and the driver said, "Thanks for guiding us." And he pointed to the ground and said, "There are many roads leading to the city, and the most direct route is the Starry Road." And indeed, the stones on the road were cut in a way to form stylized golden stars. And the driver then asked him, "Do you know whether there might be an inn nearby?" "My house is only a few leagues away. You can stay there if you like," said he, pointed in the direction of his home. The strangers conversed a bit, and in the end they decided they would rather much stay at the nearest residence than to go looking for an inn that they couldn't see anywhere. He led the strangers back to Martisor, and Jose said nothing throughout the ride back, and when Martisor was looming overhead, the driver commented, "When you said home, I was not expecting a place like this." He led them to the stables, and he removed the saddle from Horsey, and after the ride, Horsey ran out, and after their mutual ride, Horsey ran off into the forest to fool around. The driver commented, "Your horse ran away." He will be back when he gets hungry, said Ahi, walking towards the entrance of Martisor. The servant waiting for Ahi asked, who are they? And he shrugged his shoulders and went inside, and the girl asked the driver, who are you? What do you want? This is a private residence. Ahi is the master of the house, inquired the driver. Why, who's asking, said the girl. Ahi said we could stay here, answered the driver. And she was quiet for a moment, and then she nodded, and back inside he went to smell the flowers, and from time to time he would pick one and he would eat it, and on the meantime the servant was busy cleaning out the place from head to toe, and a self-servant was watering the flowers, and she took care to keep the flowers in perfect condition, and on the meantime the gorilla man was carrying the luggage of the visitor. The driver started to look at the garden and commented, are those flowers edible? To you, no, answered the gorilla man. And why is he eating them? Inquired the driver. And why don't you ask him? Said the gorilla man. The guests were settled on 2 guest rooms on the first floor, and much to their annoyance, the gorilla insisted on having them pay for their stay, and not desiring to argue with a giant ape man that they paid their dues. The guests had decided to stay for a week, and they hoped that by then their business with the grave would be concluded, and by the time they were settled in, the sun had finally risen. He had finished, but when the sun rose, he had finished looking to the flowers, and then he went to sit at the edge of Conigunda's fountain. The gorilla man in the black kimono was waiting for them to emerge from the fountain, and based on previous observation, he was a silverback of the servants. Any layman's term, he was his butler, and his name was Willie B. Ramsey, and despite his British appearance, Willie was quite meticulous and organized. He waited a few minutes for Conigunda to come out, and when she did not, he growled and punched his chest a few times, and Conigunda then got out of the water in front, and then she asked, what is it? Cover your shame. We have guests, snapped Willie. She moaned, I got nothing they haven't seen. Connie grabbed Willie. Fine, snapped Conigunda sinking below the fountain. And I leaned forward to look on the water, and the surface of the water showed many ripples and bubbles, and when Conigunda emerged again, she wore a green satin colonial ballroom dress. When she came out of the water, she asked Willie, better? Willie then a bit, but then her face became expressionless. She sat beside him and looked over him while he drank his water, and he sat straight after he finished drinking, and when he met Conigunda's cold gaze, his eyes twisted then to the pearl she was wearing on her hair, and her eyes suddenly narrowed as she pushed him from the fountain, and his shoulders struck the ground not to her, and he stood up in defiance, and then he chuckled and walked away, and when Conigunda noticed that he had turned his back on her, she got a rock from her fountain, and she threw it at him, but put it too much force and missed and falling among the flowers. And when he left the garden, he made his way to Eleanor's room, and Madonna was in the middle of dressing her. And her lower white dress was on, and her hands were raised up as Madonna put it on the second layer of the dress, and as was customary, Eleanor did not wear a corsage, and today she wore a blue colonial dress. And the only jewelry she wore was her wedding ring. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 32, The Guest. Be my guest. Madonna wore the same black maid outfit as the other oven servant, and while Madonna was in the process of dressing, he lay back on the bed and his feet touching the ground, and he stared blankly at the roof the same dog we had seen in the morning was lying in the bed beside him, and the dog crawled towards him, and he rested his head on his chest. And Madonna said to Eleanor, your hair's starting to get long. Eleanor answered, I decided that I want to have it long like my sister, plus he's letting his hair grow longer, so I want to support him, cause I figure that's what a wife is supposed to do. Madonna sighed and said, you don't have to grow your hair just because your husband has long hair. If he orders you to grow your hair longer, then that's different. Eleanor asked him, do you like my hair long or short? And when he heard his name, he said, huh? Madonna repeated the question, holding Eleanor's hair. Do you like short hair or long hair? I prefer Eleanor's hair, said he. And then he added, then again, I had never eaten your hair, Madonna. This made Eleanor laugh, and Madonna unconsciously passed her hand over her hair, and she sighed and said, I had no patience for your nonsense today, he. And concerned Eleanor asked, had trouble sleeping again. Again, try always, not Madonna, when she was done dressing Eleanor. Nothing is stopping you from leaving, said he. Madonna said nothing, and this was not the first time he had said this to her, and she left the room and slammed the door behind her. And Eleanor pouted her lips and asked, "And why don't you like my slave?" The dog rested his hand on his shoulder and whimpered, and then he said to Eleanor, "I like her just as much as I like any other elves, and she has not been bad to me so far, so I guess she is in the nice sleep for the time being, though." "Then why do you always say things to make her angry?" insisted Eleanor. "Oh, you got me." Outside, sitting in the balcony, was the bonobo Tadioki, and he had overheard the gist of the conversation. As was his self-appointed habit, he translated his gibberish. And as in other times, he said to Eleanor, "What he is trying to say is that your drama queen Madonna will get angry at anything he says. Think about it. Has he ever said anything that she has not been angry about?" Eleanor folded her arms and she looked up, and then she said, "Aha, I had not noticed. Now that I think about it, Madonna has always been a bit of a grouch." And he then he shrugged at Tadioki. And the dog sitting beside her, he looked at Tadioki and growled, and Tadioki then chuckled and said, "The mud has a good point. And the slave is just miserable because she's too proud to ask for help, and even though you insist on calling her a slave, we have decided to let her be the master of her own fate, but what can she do? She's still stuck in the and we even pay her for her and she even has a salary, but she's still stuck in the mindset that she's a slave or something. And since she's stuck in a bad abusive relationship, that she's too stubborn to break free or something, I suppose." And he exchanged glances with the dog, not understanding half the dribble that Tadioki had just said. And Eleanor rested her hands and said, "I don't get it. She's angry because she has a guy problem? I think. I don't know she had a boyfriend, and can't she just kill him or get a divorce? And that's very simple, sweet pea, and Master loves the guy, and she clings to the hope that things will get eventually back to normal. And she has no loyalty to the bastard that turned her into a slave when she needed him the most," growled Tadioki, and he continued, "And I tell you, if she was my bitch." The conversation was interrupted when they heard a bell ringing, and the bell was rung to summon all of the guests at the breakfast table, and instead of a table set for two, a table set for six was laid out in the garden. This had been Eleanor's idea, and she was just curious to meet his guests, and based on Tadioki's inventions, the visitors were supposedly his friends, and this was true, but only one of the men. And the guest now had changed into the regular noble, and the driver was named Rudy Tonda, and he was a red-headed youth from Veraghetto, and he had been tasked to establish a diplomatic relationship with the Great, and he was also sent there to assess the fortification and fighting spec. And like any spy, he was trained to act like a charming, good-natured fellow. And the gentleman he was his escorting was a merchant and his lover girl. And the merchant was known as the Marquis Reginald Affilon, and he was rather short and portly fellow, and he was quite conversationally and a notorious womanizer. And he was curious to see if the great woman were as skinny as he heard. The Lady Winter was his lifelong lover, the harlot of Veraghetto, and harlot was a title given to the highest-ranking courtesan of the city, and her name was Lucrecia la Divina, daughter of La Imperia, and like her mother before her, Lucrecia had inherited a vast empire of courtesans, and her father was either Angelo or the Duke of Bundheim. Her mother had recently retired, and she didn't have an answer to provide for her because it wasn't important who her daughter's father was. At the age of 24, Lucrecia was seeking to expand the family business. And as of now, she had managed a successful chain of prostitution in 10 cities and 30 villages across the kingdom, and she commanded an army of 1,000 courtesans, and they were stationed in the courts and palaces of the continent of Bersamen. And on the reginald's behest, she decided to take a sabbatical to do a market study on the mating habits of the non-humans. And she had come to Dorcas because her sources had informed her of the cosmopolitan nature of the city, and people of all different species lived there, according to the rumor. And as was customary, Lucrecia wore a beautiful pink colonial day dress, and she had taken a cursory note of the fashion in his home and wore something that matched the occasion. And her long black hair was done up in a bud, and she only wore a simple pearl necklace and a diamond ring and a tiny golden earring shaped like a rose. And the third figure was a hitchhiker they had picked up near the inn, and Lucrecia had taken a liking to him, and she had been drawn by his gentle, soft-spoken manners, and he did not speak much about himself, rather he could manipulate orators into telling them their life story. And all we know about him was that his name was Kerr. See, you are. And he claimed to be a doctor who was traveling to meet his patients. And the man had ebony skin, and his black curly hair was cut really short, and his eyes were somewhat small and nicely shaped. And he wore quite the high, bizarre-looking colorful hat, and various bells and laces fell from the side of the hat, and his muscular body was dressed in a salmon-colored satin Arabian robe, and his shoes were curly. The embroidery was sewn with black thread. Kurt today was wearing the... Lucrezia and Renfield were the first to arrive at the table, and Lucrezia was the first to ask, "Don't you feel dirty wearing the same clothing all the time?" And Kurt sat at the table and said, "Different clothing, same uniform." "I see, so it's your doctor's uniform," answered Lucrezia, frowning, and she fixated her gaze on the peculiar hat, and Kurt stoically ignored her curious glasses, and despite traveling with Kurt for a week or so, Lucrezia could not stop staring at the hat that she considered stupid. Her gaze became distracted when she saw the fountainist Cunegonda arrive from her well, and Renfield too turned his head to stare at her, and as for her routine, Cunegonda started combing her hair while singing a lovely song. "And I found my love in Avalon beside the bay." Her merriment was interrupted when Willie walked up to her and gasped, "Win something else," and Cunegonda pouted and asked, "Why?" "You know the rules," said Willie, returning to the kitchen, and suddenly Cunegonda knew at the edge of her fountain glancing up, and she began to sing as thus: "Rosa, de flores, tonas, señores, señores, rosa de verdad he de parecer." Renfield shrugged and said to Lucrezia, I think a little maiden is just being annoying on purpose." And Lucrezia complimented, "Not really, she can sing whatever she wants because she lives so far away from the capital." And Renfield added, "On the contrary, my dear, a lovely goddess cannot help but sing as she pleases, and why else will the ape-man rebuke her?" And by now, he and Eleanor had finally come down from the first floor, and both took the two remaining empty seats, and Eleanor sat before Ahi, and Eleanor sat beside Lucrezia. And the person sitting Ahi was Kurt, and Lucrezia looked at Eleanor from head to toe while she was sitting down, and she noted Eleanor's graceful manner. However, it was Eleanor's eyes which made Lucrezia frown, and Lucrezia had seen enough creatures that she considered cretins to recognize at once. And since it was time to eat, and he removed his hat and mask and gave them to the nearest servant. Lucrezia gave a slight bow and said, "I believe we have not been properly introduced. My name is Lucrezia la Divina. I am quite honored to meet your acquaintances, my lady." Eleanor smiled and started shouting, "The pleasure is all mine, your grace, and I am the lady of the house, wife to Ahi. My name is Eleanor de la Croix, and my last name was originally of Pragas." Kurt commented de la Croix, the name of a half-baked painter. And Lucrezia then said, "I was under the impression that the last name belonged to one of the noble houses of Veragero." And Renfield added, "Alas, that my king has quite the taste in names. You would not be so speaking in such a high manner if his highness was nearby listening," said Rudy, giving a sardonic smile. And the strain of conversation was broken when the servants brought breakfast, and the guests were surprised to be fed in an individualized place, catered to their liking, and Renfield was the first to exclaim, "My goddess, how did you know?" "Tirera could, it's like he knows exactly what people want to eat," explained Eleanor. "Why, thank you, how very thoughtful of him," mused Lucrezia. Lucrezia grimaced at the plate before her, and her breakfast was composed of a finely skillet salmon prepared with herbs and a bit of lemon for flavor, and it was accompanied by anchovies and one fresh toast with butter and honeycomb, and she noticed that he looking at her plate. In order not to be rude, Lucrezia started eating her meal, and she had to consider the entire ensemble was delicious, and she could not remember the last time she had eaten something that she had genuinely liked. As for Ahi, his plate contained fried king cobra with baby carrots, steamed broccoli with goat cheese on top, and 3 small bars of charcoal with cinnamon powder and chicken soup and orange bubbly. And Eleanor's meal consisted of a large piece of bread sliced into toast with melted butter and soft berries, of 5 salted cookies, and a bit of butter and warm goat milk. As was customary, Lucrezia engaged in the art of polite conversation, and based on Eleanor's initial response address and breakfast, Lucrezia recalibrated her speech pattern to make it simpler, and as if getting into character, Lucrezia closed her eyes for a few seconds and then took a deep breath, and then she started at us. "Eleanor, that's a pretty ribbon you have on your hair." Eleanor smiled and petted her softly and then said, "Why, thank you, Ahi gave it to me as a wedding present." "That is very thoughtful of you," said Lucrezia, looking at Ahi. Ahi smiled back at her but said nothing. And Lucrezia's eyes opened wide for a second, and Renfield choked down on a loaf of bread and started coughing, and Kurt looked at Ahi's fan for a second and frowned, and and then he went on to sip his tea without commenting. And Roddy was too focused on his meal to notice anything strange, and then pouted and said to Renfield, "It's rude to stare, and it's not like your crooked teeth are any better." And Lucrecia kicked Renfield with the heel under the table, and Renfield glared at her for a second and then said to Eleanor, "My apologies. I was just simply taken by surprise and meant no offense." Because don't forget that he has like razor-sharp little teeth. "It's okay, I guess," said Eleanor, placing her elbows on the table to rest her chin on her hand. And she down without covering her mouth. And Lucrecia wiped her mouth with a napkin and then asked Eleanor, "Want to hear an interesting story?" Eleanor smiled and giggled, and then she said, "Tell me a true story, something that happened for real. I don't care if it's funny or not interesting." Lucrecia thought a moment, and she was used to entertaining berserkers and such a demand were akin to their kin, and in the end she decided to play it safe, and she started as thus. "When I was young, I had someone my mother called my sister, and she was a little tramp she bought, and this sister of mine was extremely beautiful and blonde, just like you, Eleanor. And when she commented, I did not know you had a sister." And since they were all down to the story, no one noticed Cunegonde had stopped her singing, and she had gotten out of the fountain and had taken a seat near the breakfast table. The entire place had grown much quieter, and the only sound came from the rustling of leaves, and the moment of silence was broken by Rudy, who said, "She had a sister." "If you guys are done interrupting, I would like to finish my story," said Lucrecia, frowning. Eleanor made a gesture with her hand to urge Lucrecia to continue. "So the sister of mine had the opportunity to become queen, and all she had to do was become a princess and marry a handsome prince, but my sister had other plans. She dreamed of becoming a warlord like the father she idolized, and whenever mother was not looking, my sister would practice with father's rapier." Eleanor, raising her hand, asked, "What's a rapier?" And he who had just finished his breakfast said, "A sword designed to poke people. It is more effective if you stab someone with the pointy end of it." Eleanor then said, "So then what happened? Did your mom find out?" "With a little help of yours truly. I was jealous of the new girl, and I saw her one day practicing, and she begged me to keep her swordplay a secret, and I waited for the right opportunity, which came a fortnight after I discovered her secrets. And I was supposed to be on the lookout, and on the excuse of going to the bathroom, I alerted my mother of strange noises I was hearing in the barn, and the look on the usurper's face was priceless," said Lucrecia, laughing, and Renfield grasped horrified, and he mouthed the words, "You bitch!" And Lucrecia frowned and said, "Hey, don't give me that look. I was like fire. I did not know any better, and looking back, I regret ever exposing my sister's secrets. It caused her unnecessary pain." And Eleanor then said, "So then what happened? Does the story have a happy ending?" "It does. Thanks to my intervention, my sister was able to play soldier, and I got my mother's entire undivided attention. The end," concluded Lucrecia. And Renfield coughed lightly and then said, "So does anyone else have an interesting story to share?" And then looked at him and asked, "Ahi, now that you're done eating, why don't you tell our guests one of your many little weird stories?" "Which one?" asked Ahi. "Tell us one that I had not heard before," insisted Eleanor. He closed his eyes for a few minutes, and then he folded his arms and looked up, and a maiden came and removed his plate. Alright, so then that's that chapter. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 33, The Weird Story. He then said, Here's a story you had not heard before. And once upon a time there was a fierce warrior named Sango, and Sango had the bad habit of fighting all the time. And it's one of his favorite pastimes, aside from dancing and women. And one day he tried to take on an army of 1,000. All was going well, but he fell from his high horse. And Rodin he paused to build up suspense, and then Renfield urged, "So what happened next? Did he get beaten to a bloody pulp without his magical horse El Chile?" And he continued. And Lucrecia interrupted, "Wait, you never said the horse was magical." "What was magical about the horse?" inquired Renfield. And he shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't know. All I know is that the horse was magic. The precursor borrowed from the river and beating up the Spanish. I think El Chile was just a lucky horse." "Do you know what kind of horse breed he was?" asked Lucrecia out of curiosity. "I don't know. I think he was a white horse with short, straight black hair and strong, long legs, I think," said he, furrowing his brow. That narrows it down. So one commented Rudy, and another then said, "So Sango fell from his horse. Then what happened?" "The people he was fighting were all mounted warriors, and without his lucky horse, even Sango was having a hard time," continued he. "And the fun eventually dragged to the forest, and this gave Sango the chance to hide from his enemy. and he tried to call for his horse once, but El Chile was a mile away, and he was not too eager to die for a cause he did not believe in. And Sango had tried to call for his horse again, but he heard that the enemy were approaching. And swallowing his pride, Sango hid, but his pursuers were restless, and he did not sleep or eat for days, and he covered himself with mud near the river to hide from his enemy. And he was able to make his way to his lover's house, and his lover was a witch named Yangsa, who lived a secluded life in the forest, and they had recently started dating, so no one knew about her, and he knocked at her door, and she was surprised to see Sango beaten up to a bloody pulp, and he begged her for help, and he only needed some time to rest to finish the battle that he had started. Yan-san tended to Sango's wounds, and while he rested in bed, she consulted her crystal orb, and she noticed that the enemies were drawing closer, and since it was such short notice, she had not prepared any offensive spells. Even with her magic, it was doubtful that they could both escape unscathed, and it was only a matter of hours until the enemy would surround the place. And Lucrecia held her hands in prayer and said, did both of them die fighting like star-crossed lovers, or did Yan-san pointed her lover to spare him the agony of being slayed by his enemy? I chuckled and said, you underestimate Yan-san's ingenuity. This ought to be good, said Rudy, rolling his eye. And man, now the table had finally been cleared, and a scented candle had been placed at the center to ward away the smell of food. And please be silent, said Kurt, and you people's constant interruption makes me lose the strain of the conversation at this rate that he will never finish his story. Now, Ahi, please continue. So Jansen awoke Sango, and she had him try on one of her dresses to disguise him as a woman, said Sango. And Sango then said, this will never work, and I can masquerade my face. And in response, Jansen cut her beautiful long hair to make a way for Sango. And when he was dressed like Jansen, she said, this disguise will help you get past your enemies unnoticed, and you must escape before the moon rises. And before parting, Sango gave his beloved a kiss, and Sango, I will never forget what you did for me. Hush, my pet, said Jansen, and if all goes according to plan, you will pay me back in tenfold. And I will pay you back in a millionfold for every lock of hair that you have given me, said Sango, embracing his woman before departing. Sango imitated the walk and mannerism of Yang Tang as he went along, and he eventually found a blockage of his enemy had placed around the vicinity, and he gave a slight bow for salutation, and his enemies did not notice him because the hair was covering his face. And Sango avoided speaking since his voice was still recognizable, and thanks to his disguise he was able to hide in the jungle and rest for a couple of more days. And he was even able to track down his magical horse El Chile. And when Sango felt confident in his strength, he mounted his magical horse and raided the enemy camp. And when the enemy saw him approach, they yelled, Jian-san has turned into Sango. And while lost in bloodlust, Sango had forgotten that he was still dressed like a woman, and he attacked the enemy with his battle as imbued with his powers of lightning. And to add to the chaos, Jian-san emerged from her forest wielding the magic and amulets and her machete, and she yelled at the top of her lungs, if Jian-san finds Sango will never be defeated. And she said this while she had her enemies limb from limb, and while Sango had been resting in the forest, Jian-san had been preparing her spell components and her magical machete. And their combined skill and magic to crush their foe, and they took him out victorious in the end. And ever since the battle, Yan-san has always been by Sango's war partner. At the end of the story, Kurt smiled and said, I remember that story. And Lucrecia asked, and you heard this story before, did it happen for real or was it a novel? It happened, said Kurt sternly. The story was passed down from his children to his children's children and so forth. Let me guess, said Rudy, sneering, you are one of his many great-grandchildren. And Kurt laughed heartily, and it was the first time the guests had heard Kurt laughing, and he almost seemed approachable. And it was until they noticed the large row of sharp fangs, almost identical to those of Ahi, and Rudy commented, Kurt, you don't happen to be related to Ahi. And then looked at Ahi and then to Kurt, and she said, Ahi doesn't look one thing like Kurt, and both just have really sharp teeth, and I mean, you must be pretty stupid to think that people who have identical teeth are related. A very astute observation, agreed Lucrecia. Because you gotta consider like elves and humans and dwarves and a bunch of other like magical creatures have teeth that like look identical, and that doesn't mean that they're related, you know. Kurt rose from the table and said, if you excuse me, I would like to peruse your garden and thank you for the fine meal. Rudy got up and said, yeah, I should be prepping up the horses, and you guys did say you wanted to visit Dokai, and I will send someone to fetch you when I'm done. Okay, I suppose it was a good time as I need to get to work, said Renfield, stretching, and Rudy made his way towards the stable, and Renfield went to his bedroom to peruse his contract forms, and only Lucrecia stepped behind, and when they were gone, she asked, Eleanor, how long have you been living here? A week or so, answered Eleanor. And what are the Grey like? Asked Lucrecia, looking serious. I don't really know much about them. They are a bit unnerving, a little too serious, and when they look at you, you feel like they are peering right into your soul. And he says they can read your mind, and they have collected memories, so the second you arrive, they will know why you are there, said Eleanor, mimicking Lucrecia's serious tone. Their mind reading is only used for communication, interjected Tadioki, sitting beside Lucrecia. Most of them are mute, and over time the majority of the kind has lost their interest in reading thoughts, and people's train of thoughts rarely provides them any useful information. And thank you for explaining this to me, said Lucrecia, offering her hand, and Tadioki smiled and took her hand and kissed it. You are the first apeman I ever spoken to, said Lucrecia. We prefer the term nage, said Tadioki, drawing his chair closer. And Lucrecia giggled coyly, and Eleanor asked, Are you seeing anyone? Are you married? I'm on vacation, and no, I'm not married, nor am I seeing anyone, said Lucrecia. But you are so old. All women your age are married right now, commented Eleanor. She is right, and you're afraid of dying old and alone, asked Tadioki, feigning concern. How rude, said Lucrecia, trying hard to restrain herself, and then she got up and went to her bedroom to prepare for the trip to Dokai. Eleanor said nothing, and he too narrowed his eyes as he watched Lucrecia walk away, and when she was gone, Eleanor gave a deep sigh of relief. He gave Tadioki a sideways look, and then Tadioki said, I know, bossman. Eleanor breathing a deep sigh before saying, Teacher was right, my smart remarks are always so unwelcome. She's fine. Let's just go out for a walk, and it will clear your head, said he, taking her hand. Oh, but it's not like I got anything better to do, said Eleanor, getting up from her seat, and before leaving, he went to fetch his mask and hat. Eleanor waited outside with a blue parasol open, and when he was done getting dressed, he went with Eleanor, and the pair walked in the direction of Dokai, and they took the starry crossroads. And during the daytime, the starry road glistened in many colors, and most of the stars were golden, however some had red, violet, or blue color. And the road was surrounded by pine trees. Along the way, Eleanor would pick up a flower, and he removed his heart to serve as a flower basket for the maiden. And whenever she was not looking, he would pick a random flower, and he would eat it. And when Eleanor did notice, she would laugh and say, Silly you, flowers and food, do you ever stop eating? You just have breakfast. I'm a growing boy, so I can't help it, said he apologetically. Eleanor shrugged her shoulders and said, I guess you're right. She stood before him very close, and she placed her hand to measure him, and his head could almost touch Eleanor's chin, and given enough time, he may grow to be taller than Eleanor, maybe. And when she measured him, she commented, You have gotten a little taller, and how old are you, he? He shrugged his shoulders and said, I am 13 years old, though officially I am 15. How can you have two different ages? Inquired Eleanor as she continued to walk. He shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't have an answer to give you. It's fine if you don't know. It is just that you helped organize my first birthday party, and I was thinking of doing the same thing for you, but if you don't know your birthday, and I have never seen you celebrate your birthday, so I don't know much. But I do know you love parties very much, said Eleanor, looking at a tiny parrot that had flown by, and by now the roads had passed through the forest and into the clearing of the meadow. The meadow was littered with laurels, lavenders, and daisies, and Eleanor diverted from the road and started picking up flowers. He stretched out on the ground and started looking at the passing clouds, and a tiny red bird landed on his chest, and upon closer inspection we noticed that the bird was a common rose finch, and afterward 5 little birds landed on him, and the 2 were resting on his paws, and on his head there were two others that rested beside the rose finch, and Eleanor laughed when she saw how many birds were starting to land on him. And he sat up, and the birds changed their position, and now all 6 birds rested on his shoulder, and Eleanor asked, Why do they do that? And he shrugged his shoulders and said, Well, I got like this bird pressure, After having them for a few minutes, the birdies flew away, and then he got off from the ground and took Eleanor's hand, and he said, Come and look at this with me. And Eleanor placed the flower she had picked inside the hat, and she waited for Eleanor to get up, and then he ran on ahead, and Eleanor followed giggling, and he took care not to run too fast to prevent Eleanor from falling behind. And they eventually made it to a building at the end of the prairie, and the building was surrounded by a small white fence, and on either side it had a small rose garden, and behind the garden there were 2 large oaks, and by the time of the day the trees had casted an enormous shadow over the structure. Alright, I'm done with that. Saturnastra Ahi, Chapter 34, The Building. The building was shaped like a perfect square. The walls were made of stone. The high roof was triangular shaped, and on the right side it had a tiny raised second floor with a bell within it. The floor and the bell tower were made of wood, and the front entrance had one large triangle pointed stained glass window. They showed stylized trees decorated in many colors. The window was surrounded by white stones as well as a small entrance beside the window. Eleanor commented, "I think I hear singing." And within the echoing voices within said, "Eputa Luciane debe apelas nomine vali." "What are those voices singing?" asked Eleanor. He shrugged his shoulders in response. Eleanor looked at his hat and noticed strange decorated letters in one of the laces. She recognized it as the same letters written in the robes that he used to wear. She thought a moment and then she said, "Oh, is it like the language that you speak back home?" He chuckled and said, "Well, technically the language that they speak at home is technically called English, because that was the language spoken by the slaves." "Oh, I see," said Eleanor, not bothering to question further. She didn't like to speak of slaves. And then she added, "Is that why you don't like slaves? But because you used to be one. But wait, you speak English. Are you a descendant of a slave?" And he shrugged his shoulders in response, and then he opened the wooden door. Eleanor decided to dismiss the matter altogether. She knew that slaves were forbidden from owning property or doing whatever they wanted, and she watched as he walked within with a defiant posture. And she silently decided to follow after him. Once inside, she started to look at the stained glass window at the left hand of the wall, and these showed scenes from the forest. And on the right there were two paintings, and another leading to another room, and an upright piano all close to the end of the room. At the back there was another stained glass window, and this one showed a blonde elf maiden with her hands crossed, and she had a crown of 7 stars, and she wore blue robes, and her right feet was stepping on the head of a snake. And behind her there was a scene of the forest. Aside from the windows, there were interior lights that came from the 5-ceiling lantern. Eleanor's eyes then shifted to several rows of small tables with one cushioned chair, and they covered the further half of the room, and the other half faced the outside door, and overall there were 5 rows of 7 tables. The chairs were filled with a motley crew of different ages, and there were 3 gray adult males, 3 toddler saurians drawing stick figure, and 7 male elven boys, and 7 human girls, and 5 chimpanzee and 5 baby gorillas, and 1 great girl, and 1 giant toddler child, and 3 dolphin mermaids. He waved and smiled at the conductor, trying to get his attention, and the conductor was wearing a traditional black tuxedo frock coat with white gloves, and he had long black hair tied with a ponytail with a black ribbon, and he wore a monocle on his left eye, though it was debatable if he really needed the monocle or if he was just using it as a fashion statement. The eye with the monocle was silver colored, and the right eye was pitch black. He had a Van Dyke mustache and a beard, and he was in the middle of conducting his band with a wand made of grenadilla, with a permabunco handle, and with a silverized string cord and an ebony oar at the bottom of the handle. The conductor continued moving his wand erratically, unaware of his presence, and he had failed to notice that his crew was laughing and whispering, and some were even waving at him in order to get his attention, and he then yelled, "Hi, Amy!" Amy's toy face twisted into a grimace, and this made some of the girls in the back giggle, and when he turned around, he folded his arms in his mouth, and he said, "By the 7 rings of hell, Ahi, I didn't notice you there, and my little group is truly honored to be graced by an illustrious presence of your powers and mental faculties, or lack thereof." He then gave a mocking, reverent bow, and the class also stood up and did the same, and in a more serious tone, Amy pointed with his wand. "What brings you here?" "I wanted to show Eleanor the class, and she has been spending her time idle since her 12th birthday, and she has spoken of broadening her horizons," explained he. "If the lad wishes to broaden his horizons, why don't you teach her yourself? You're a man with a myriad of quixotic experiences," sneered Amy, waving his wand in the sky. "I'm not a very good teacher," said he sadly. That doesn't surprise me," said Amy, hiding the wand within his sleeve. "I was getting borrowed combat training anyway." And during this exchange, Eleanor had spent her time looking at the stained glass window, and her eyes were fixated on a red crystal slice at an angle. And she drew in closer to look, and when she felt a pat on her shoulder, and she grasped and she turned around, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw an adult gray woman standing beside her. And this gray woman wore an elegant white robe. And the woman said to Eleanor, "You should not look at the stained glass too closely. All the crystals used to make here have been inscribed." "What does inscribed mean?" asked Eleanor. "It means that they are cursed," explained the gray. "And why do you have a cursed stained glass window?" "Isn't that asking for trouble?" asked Eleanor, moving away from the window, and she came to stand at the white wall that had no windows. The gray simply shrugged her shoulders in response. The gray followed behind her, and she patted Eleanor's shoulder, and Eleanor turned around and asked, "What's your name?" The gray woman looked at Eleanor from head to toe, and then she said, "My name is Grenadine, and you are Eleanor Praga Ahi's wife." "Am I famous or something?" asked Eleanor, smiling. "You are famous because your Ahi is famous among his kind, or should I say infamous," chuckled Grenadine. "How is Ahi famous? Is it because he is bad people, because he is rich, because he was raised by dragons?" "Because he acts odd sometimes," asked Eleanor. She had been wondering about Ahi's fame for quite some time. "Ahi is infamous among his people, for the reasons you mentioned, and we know the real Ahi, and we respect and admire his powers," answered Gennady, putting her hand on her chest to make more of an emphasis. "It's pretty cool how he can talk to animals. I wish I knew how to do that," pouted Eleanor. "Can the teacher show me how to do that?" Grenadier frowned and said while counting with her fingers, "The conductor only knows astronomy and the liberal arts, and he can't talk with animals. He can talk with black cats, flies, frogs, toads, grasshopper, male ghosts, tigers, deer, venomous snakes, not hunting snakes, and also wolves." Eleanor gave Grenadine a sideways look and said, "That's a pretty short list of animals I can speak to. And I don't want to talk to bugs or frogs, and they never do anything interesting, and I don't know what tigers are, and wolves and poisonous snakes are pretty dangerous. And they're not saying that the friendly kind of animals that will want to speak to you, and in other nature books I've seen wolves and snakes are always hurting people." And then I continued to ramble about frogs and animals. As for he was still talking with Amy, and when we returned to the conversation, Amy had taken a deep sigh and said, "Do you even realize what you're asking?" He simply shook his fist in response before stepping on the ground twice and drawing a line. Amy looked over his shoulder and over his eyes, and then he started laughing and said, "Fine, you don't need to bite my head off. I was just testing to see if you were serious about your intentions." And he relaxed and also laughed, and Amy turned his back on Ahi to continue with his class. Grenadine too returned to her seat, and Ahi started to walk back to the entrance, and Eleanor followed behind. Once inside, she asked, "Ahi, is a scary man going to be my tutor?" "If you want to," answered Ahi, and he added, "If his looks bother you, you can ask him to put on a face more to your liking." And Eleanor frowned and folded her arm, and then she nodded and said, "It wouldn't be fair for him to change the way he looks to please me." "How very generous of you," chuckled Ahi. "Now you're just making fun of me," snapped Eleanor. The pair said nothing for a few minutes, and Ahi looked directly at the sun, and then he looked down and rubbed his eyes. He noticed the shadow he casted before him, and then he said to Eleanor, "It is almost time for lunch." Eleanor started running ahead laughing, and then she said, "Race you." And he ran behind her, and he quickly got up to her, and he passed her. And he had put a yard of distance when Eleanor saw that he had stopped, and he was gazing inside the forest. And she stopped parallel to her and started looking in his direction, and she would have gone to stand beside him, however she hesitated. He then sniffed the air and frowned, and in the end he nodded and he turned to face Eleanor. While walking back home, she asked him, "And what was that all about?" Nothing much," answered he. And then Eleanor said, "Oh, come on, tell me what you saw." "I did not see anything," chuckled he. Not smelling, that was another issue. We sent some of our servants into the forest, and we were too curious to see what he had sent. And the observers looked high and low, and they saw plants, flowers, a deer, some pudgy little dragons, a creepy red eyes, and a blonde maiden sleeping under the shade of a tree, and one of our servants lingered there for a moment, gazing at the girl, and her skin was deathly pale, and her lips looked rosy, and her black hair was and she wore a white nightgown which was covered in leaves. After these peripheral observations, the observer returned to the main group, and And we could not find anything that might have given a reason to be on guard. As he returned to the path and they continued back home, Eleanor walked beside him, and from time to time she would look back and gaze at the part of the forest that he had been staring at. And when he was outside of her possible line of sight, she tapped at his shoulder and asked again, "And what do you see in the forest?" "Nothing," repeated he. "Oh, come on, you can tell me. You're not protecting me by hiding things from me," she insisted. "And if you don't tell me what it is, I'll go check it out myself." "Oh, why not he?" As he struggled to articulate his thoughts, and he got very close to Eleanor, and he buried his head in her neck, and at first Eleanor gasped, but then he started smelling her neck, and that made her giggle slightly. She slightly slapped him away laughing, and then she said, "You smell something funny, and it made you stop, and the dog does the same thing when new people visit it, so what is it that you smell?" And he folded his arm, and he couldn't put his finger on it. "I suppose a new smell is worth checking out," commented Eleanor, continued on her path to the house. And he followed behind her, and by now Mary's thistle was visible over the top mound, and a rusty stone road guided them over towards home. And she was pensive, and by the gaze that he said to Eleanor, "Thinking has never done me any good." "It's not what I expected," said Eleanor, pouting, and she sighed and said, "Frankly, I am relieved." "And you shouldn't believe everything that people tell you," said he, following after her. He walked through the garden, and Madonna was reading a letter, was sitting on one of the benches of the garden. And the pudgy dragon messenger was flying from flower to flower, and he had a large feather white wings and a mane made of silver. And Kunigunde rose from the fountain and started staring at the little dragon. The dragon also landed on her fountain and started drinking her water, and he too went to the fountain to have a sip. Eleanor sat beside Madonna and asked, "What are you reading?" Without looking up, Madonna answered, "Just some family letters, master." And it took some time for the messenger to deliver my mail, since he did not know my current address. "Anything interesting happened?" asked Eleanor out of bored curiosity. Madonna frowned and folded the letter, and then she said more to herself, "I don't know. My baby sent me a weird drawing. I do not know what to make of it. And the letter that came with it is not too reassuring." His gaze went to the small pile of letters, and he looked at each of them over the top, and then he ate a letter. Madonna pouted her lips but said nothing, and the last letter he looked at was a crude drawing, and the drawing showed the forest covered with butterflies in different colors, and at the center there was a stiff figure of a stylized girl with large moth wings. The drawing also showed lots of blonde stylized figures holding hands, and in one of the trees there was a shadowy figure, and the clouds were color blue, and the sky had smiley faces with freckles. And he handed the drawing to Eleanor, who said, "How cute, the sun has freckles and a face." "Your son does have a face and sunspot freckles," said he. "Most beings cannot see the sun smiling because he glows too brightly." Things are starting to make sense. So he's in Nemorensis, but why would he?" mouthed Madonna below her breath, and she took her tongue to her mouth and started biting her nail. And his ear moved up and down, and he had heard Madonna's whisper. And he turned around when he felt a tug at his cape, and the dog growling while he tugged at his cape, and then he stopped when he saw the corner of his red eyes glowing, and then he looked up and saw a monkey girl in a white kimono. She bowed and said, "Your lunch has been placed in your room outside in the balcony, and Kurt wants to see you after you're done. And Eleanor, Amy's in the tea room, and he can start teaching you anytime you feel like learning." And he nodded in response, and he went to his room, and Eleanor followed beside him. And before sitting down to eat, he went to the bathroom, and he removed his attire, and he took a bath, and he laid his head back, and he looked at the drawings on the roof, and he allowed his red clothes to soak the water. And in the other room, Eleanor was eating her lunch alone, and when she was done, she removed the silver covering which hung over at his place, and then she saw that his meal consisted of random assortments of stones and mineral, and she sat down on his chair and lay back and to look at the stones, and her eyes were drawn to a blue quartz, and she brought it out and looked at it beneath the sunlight. And she said, "I wonder what this stone is called." "It is a blue quartz, my lady," said a voice coming from the veranda, and this voice startled Eleanor, and the voice came from a man resting his head out of the veranda looking down at the gardens, and he was wearing white robes with a golden borders around the edge of a long sleeve, and his robe did not come with a hood, and he was also wrapped in a red cloak, and his jet black hair was long and curly. Eleanor smiled and said, "Oh, hi, Amy. What have you chosen to wear for me?" "Oh," said Amy, entering the room, "how astute of you. You're surprising. You know what I am, and yet you do not fear me." Not really, I do not know what you are, and ever since I became his wife, I met tons of weirdos. And he once says I should not judge a person by their looks, and she would only be condemned for their actions. And I don't know who you are, but he trusts you enough to be my teacher, so I can afford to be civil with you, said Eleanor shockingly. That's the end of that chapter, but venga. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 35. Amy the tutor. Amy sat down before her, and he took one of the stones from his plate, and he commented, "A perfect imitation. I have no choice but to be perfect," said Eleanor sadly. "It is all I can do not to be a burden." At this made Amy laugh heartily, and Eleanor pouted but said nothing. Amy then said, "You are still going on about that nonsense. A pity. Still, it is not an erroneous analysis of the world around you, and sometimes a person's mere presence can bring about calamity to those around him, and humans cannot be bothered by every little ant they step on." "Oh, you do make a point," commented Eleanor. And by now he had finished bathing, and he took the clothing he had already worn and laid it out on the bed to air it. And then he went into his closet to choose the next clean attire underneath, and the attire was a black kimono dress with a black sash, and it had several glistering gray-blue strokes for decoration, and since he was indoors he put it on the white socks. Eleanor watched as he got dressed in silence, and a nagging thought was in the back of her head, and her thoughts made Amy chuckle. Eleanor glared at it and said, "What's so funny?" Nothing, said Amy. And as he took his plate and sat down to eat on his pile of gold, Eleanor asked Amy, "Teacher, why do dragons sit on piles of gold and kidnap princesses?" Amy rested his head on his hand, and he languidly leaned closer to Eleanor, and then he asked, "You used creams before?" "Yes, I use them from time to time. If they're available," she responded, furrowing her brow and licking her lower lip. "Why do you use it?" asked Amy. "My old teacher said the creams were good for your skin, and I use them because they feel and smell nice. Is that why dragons sleep on a bed of gold?" inquired Eleanor. "Yes, that is the reason," answered Amy, and he added, "It is. If you want to know more about it, you should ask her. He knows a lot more about this stuff than I do." "Oh," said Eleanor, "what do you know?" "I am quite proficient in the liberal arts, astronomy, court politics, and archaeology," said Amy dryly. By now he was more or less done with his food, and he was simply lying down and digesting his meal. And he was also listening to the conversation, and we figured he was listening since his ears would slightly rise whenever somebody spoke. "My old teacher always taught me liberal arts and a bit of astronomy, just enough so that I can tell the seasons apart. And I don't think I need court politics, because I don't think I've ever entered a palace. As for other types of politics, my teacher said it was better for ladies to stay out of it." "I'm a bit curious about archaeology," ranted Eleanor. "And what is it?" "It is a fancy way of saying treasure hunting or grave robbing, and most of the easy-to-find treasure have already been found, and with basic archaeological education you can make an educated guess at whether the next treasure might be buried. And the rest is just getting a shovel and digging it up," explained Amy. "That sounds like a lot of work," said Eleanor sadly. "You can pay people to dig up your treasure for you," remarked Amy sarcastically. "But what if they decide to steal my treasure?" inquired Eleanor. "Just hire mercenaries to kill the hireling if they decide to run away with the treasure," responded Amy. "But what if the mercenaries kill everyone and run away with the treasure?" inquired Eleanor. "There are some practical solutions, the first being only using family members or friends to help you dig up the treasure. And if you don't trust your family or have no friends, you can hire mercenaries of good repute. Mercenaries depend a lot on their reputation to get employment, and currently the mercenary groups with the best reputation are the Alpha Draconis, the Rhymes Gold, the Pumeni Mamone, the Nazari Regiment, Los Mamelucos, Los 144,000, the Flying Tigers, the Sons of Blood Red, the Red Hand, the Freelancers, the Contractors, Candy Candia, the Madame Legionnaire, La Legion de Joder Pancha." Eleanor folded her arm and thought a moment, and then she nodded and asked, "Do they all cost the same, or are they trustworthy because they are expensive?" "The price varies on the circumstances. They're usually cheaper during wartime. And if you just need like 30 or 40 guys, they will be a lot more expensive than hiring 300 soldiers," responded Amy. "Also, certain companies have set prices, and with others you can haggle, and the companies without variable prices are the Alpha Draconis, the Freelancers, the Malan Legion, and La Legion de Joder Pancha." Eleanor clapped and said, "Yes, we are starting to narrow down the list. So which is the cheapest mercenary to?" "The Madan Legion," answered Amy, and he added, "They have managed to cut down prices via strict codes of austerity. Still, a good chunk of the nobility prefers to hire manlier soldiers." They are fine as long as they are good lookers and they can manage the hirings well. And you know, to keep them from wasting time, commented Eleanor. La Legion de Joder Pancha has close ties to slave market and the Merchants Guild, and they will know how to manage your employees or help you acquire slave workers at a modest price, remarked Amy. Amy looked up and saw Kurt standing by the entrance, and he knocked lightly on the door to make his presence known, and he said, "Good evening, and forgive my introductions. Ahi Krang." And he smiled, giving him a sideways look. And Kurt gave a wide smile, and he walked towards his pile of gold, and he inspected the coins, and he took down one between his finger, and he sniffed it and licked it, and took a bite from it, and then he put it back down. Eleanor's attention was focused on what Kurt was doing, and she turned her seat around to get a better look. Amy glared at Kurt for interrupting his lessons, but his gaze changed to curiosity as his eyes followed the movement of Kurt's hand. And when he was done inspecting the coin, he went to the bathroom, and Kurt sniffed the bathtub, the towel that he had just used, and the toilet seat. And he lightly ran his finger across the recently wet edge of the bathtub, and then he licked his index finger and his thumb, and ran his tongue over his fangs and interesting. Eleanor whispered to Amy, "What is he doing?" "He's analyzing his living condition, and Kurt specializes in the development of dragons, and so he came here to personally inspect his process," answered Amy. "Oh, well, I keep forgetting that he's a dragon," said Eleanor, "and I've never seen his dragon form, and I did hear a colorful story about it, but that's about it." Kurt then turned to where he was sitting, and he lifted him by the hair and paddled by the hair, and he giggled as Kurt sat here on top of the bed. Eleanor was taken aback by this, and she said, "Is he allowed to do that?" "He'll be fine, sneered Amy. Kurt then got a comb from his pouch, and he combed out the top of his head, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Otherwise, he sat cross-legged on the bed, resting his face on his hand. Neither Amy nor Eleanor seemed inclined to comment on anything in particular. Kurt then reached into his bag, he got a knife, and he cut off one of his scroll, and then he smelled the hair and ate it, and then he took a deep breath, and a slight burst of flames came out. Eleanor jumped back from her seat, and Amy snapped, pointing to the room. "Be careful, most of these houses made of wood." And then Kurt just simply growled in response, and finally Kurt opened his mouth wide, and then held at his face with both his hands, and then he said, "Ah." And he, in imitation, also opened his mouth wide and said, "Ah." Kurt placed his index finger inside of his mouth, and he inspected the tongue and the walls of the mouth and the sharp fangs, and Amy commented, "Oh, how primitive." Kurt then took out a knife, and he smelled it, and he started biting down on it, and when he devoured it, handled it up, Amy nodded and then commented, "I see." Kurt then kneeled down to be at eye level with her, and then he took out a deep breath and inhaled smoke into his nostrils. He imitated Kurt in response, and Kurt inhaled his fume, which made him cough. He frowned and said to one of the maids, "He is a bit low on salt. Either take him to the beach or put salt in his swimming hole." "Yes, doctor," said the maid, saluting him. Kurt got out from his pouch a jagged piece of navy blue chal stone, and he started munching on it. Following, he looked deep into his eyes, and they was bright and clear, and for the final test, Kurt got a little porcelain piano figurine, and he threw the porcelain figure at his head, and the porcelain smashed against his face, and Kurt shook his head slightly, and then asked, what was he expecting? Was that supposed to happen? Was that supposed to happen? And Kurt picked up the shattered remains of the porcelain piano, and his forehead was slightly red, and it was dripping a bit of blood from the cut, and Kurt silenced him. His eyes had done almost none of a system menace response, and his eye droplet should fix the problem. And Kurt reached into his sleeve, and he brought out a honey-colored crystal eye droplet, and the top handle was black. And Kurt opened it, and he filled the droplets with 6 drops, and he poured 3 drops into each of the eyes. And his pupils changed from being round to being slit-like, and then round again. And Kurt then reached for something to throw at it, and his eyes became slit-like. So, his response to danger is very slow, because he doesn't perceive people as danger, but then, so an eye droplet cure that condition. Following Kurt examined his hands, neck, and shoulder, and he slightly pinched his arm and leg muscle, and he also had his and he also had his legs and extend his jaws individually. Kern then opened the top of his kimono, and he rested his head against his back, and he closed his eyes to hear his breathing. And then he felt the belly, the ribcage, the spinal cord, and he shook his head with disapproval, and then he said, he needs more gold. Someone needs to make certain he sleeps with his belly against the gold, and he should not be sleeping on his back anymore. And Kern then flexed his muscle, and he took a deep sigh before saying, now for the hard part. He was quite pensive for a while. As he tried to examine all of the information that he has gathered in order to come out with a more concise dietitian plan. But eventually, once he was done with his analysis, he gave it to the maid before the party. After Kurt left, he went to take his afternoon nap, and the maid had placed a rich golden blanket over him, and Amy and Eleanor had taken the conversation elsewhere in order not to interrupt his nap. And his mind showed more activity while asleep, and he worked overtime to make sense of the events that had transpired, and the scenes we saw racing through his mind were muddled and lacked any time sequence. And his nap usually lasted between 2 or 3 hours, and they usually were rather dull to watch, except when he was sleepwalking. And like sleepwalker, it was hard to tell when he was doing it. And he did show traits of being surprisingly intelligent, somewhat aggressive during his sleeping cycles, and it was even worse when he had night terrors. Our ramblings were interrupted when he rose languidly from his bed, and his eyes had a glassy look to them, and he narrowed them, and he started laughing hysterically. And Tadayuki conveniently entered the room and said to her, he said, you are horrible observers. And we said nothing to Tadayuki's remark, and it would be unprofessional to intervene in the storyline. Still, this got us thinking that maybe they had not figured out how he functioned. After all, most of the stress of battle would have been relegated to his rider, and perhaps most of his erratic behaviors were an outward projection of his twin brother's mental state. After Monkey King was a weak twin, and remember how Monkey King used to cower behind his big brother. And thanks to our ramblings, we missed the part when he left the room. Thankfully, somebody was paying attention, and when he got out of bed, he was in all fours like a cat, and he languidly stretched his limb, and then he stood up, and he yawned a bit, and he scratched his hair, and he was in the habit of eating dinner around sunset. Still, he had an hour of loafing around, and we tailed after him, and he took another return, and then we lost him from track. And as usual, Wicked Sophie was the one to catch Shadow, and she had observed his disappearance as enough to predict where he would turn up again. And she had yet to decipher where he was going and what he was going. We are going to have to remedy this problem. And perhaps we should just put a tracker on him like they do with a common fish. Are we even allowed to put a tracker under his skin, inquired Mallory. Well, the real question is, can we even get close enough to do it? And then it'd be like, any volunteers? And they'd be like, nope. And he eventually returned. He eventually teleported in a place where we could actually see him, and then we just continued trailing after him. And he went upstairs to the TV room, and he took his sketchbook from the shelf, and a 5B sketching pencil was inside of it. And he took his notebook with him as he went outside his home, and he sat down in one of the stair steps that led up the mountain. And the sun was starting to set lower over the horizon. And he could see a few of the great men flying about to get a better look at the sunset, and the clouds were just turning to acquire a faint rosy hue. And the sun was in sunset to basically last longer, and this aberration was in part one of the reasons why Saturnastra had 30 hours instead of the recommended 28. After gazing at the sunset, he scanned the fields before him, and he noticed that Eleanor and Amy were dressed in like medieval farmer. And since he was in a higher ground, he was able to see the depths of the hole that the pair were digging up. And the hole was about 6 inches deep and 3 meters wide, and the dig cell was cemented with strings tied on tree branches, and the string formed a circle with a 5 acute triangle and those shorter stars. But visually speaking, if from far away, it resembled a pentagram. And he then started sketching, and he looked up and then started to draw. And a seemingly empty landscape with 2 figures on the foreground became alive with creatures that only he could perceive. Well, we could perceive it too, but there were not, but alas, our electrical equipment could not. As a whole, most advanced civilization of intelligent beings have underdeveloped eyes, and in this respect, our evolutionary path was drawing ever closer to those of the gray, more the pity since they are rather skinny fellows. Alright, so then that's the end of that chapter. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 36, The Treasure. Ahi looked up from his drawing and he saw Eleanor crawling out of the hole she had dug for herself, and she was covered in dirt and mud. She stretched her limbs and scratched the back of her neck, and Amy picked up the shovels and pikes for her. The two started making their way back to Martisor. He got up and closed his drawing book, and he waved at Eleanor and asked, So how did it go? We did not find any treasure, just a corpse or two stuck to a rock, and the bones on the neck look broken, plus they don't have any clothing. And either another grave robber got to them first, or they were executed, or this is somebody that got executed and dumped in a random hole. He looked at the hole over the top and he frowned. I don't think anyone has dug here recently, and it doesn't seem to be a grave either. I think their bodies were simply down here, and over time the dirt covered them whole. How can you tell us, Eleanor? My mother had a knife for digging up trinkets, and she taught me how to find treasure using my nose. And then he snorted and said, Unlike her, I have a margin of error of 3 to 9 feet, and thankfully my third eye compensates for this error. Being off by a few feet doesn't sound too bad, commented Amy. Before entering Mandy, so Eleanor too went to her room to wash off the dirt and grime, and while she bathed, he went to sit in the garden, and he sketched a few flowers and a few of the Amens sleeping on the sofa. And the sun was now hanging low over the horizon, and soon the darkness would fall, and the dog had come to rest at his feet, and he looked pitifully at the falling leaves, and he expected up at the same time as the dog started whimpering. And at the moment the visitor standing Martisor returned from the trip, and Raphael looked rather cheerful, and he smiled and giggled, unable to contain his excitement. And Lucrezia's face looked expressionless, and she simply passed by him without even giving him a greeting. And according to our observations provided by the great, Rudy had chosen to stay in Dokai, and when he's in the midst of a heated argument with the great prince, and the great prince was simply going along with his rambling, and he had no interest in allowing the berserkers to oversee their base of operations. And the great also had no interest in the affairs of Saturnastra for that matter, and Azarian advisor was overhearing the conversation and calculating the damage control, and with the limits in place, a war with King Bersamen was best avoided. Lucrezia looked downcast because she could not understand the mating habits of the great, and the great prince did have many ladies that could be considered his courtesans. However, the limited facial expressions made it impossible for Lucrezia to tell if the great prince was genuinely aroused or not, and after speaking with Azarian, Lucrezia concluded that the great prince was simply putting on a show for her in order to troll her. And in every respect, the great prince had voyeuristic tendencies, and his tendencies did not translate into a behavior which humans define as carnal desire in any way. In reproduction was done via purely by binary fusion, and this method allowed the great to produce half-breeds quite easily. And the official census listed 12,000 pure-blooded greys with 130,000 half-bloods in circulation. Then again, the actual grey population was much larger outside of the planning. And following the suit of the blueprints, the Grey had abolished a census, and even back when the census was done, 99% of the beings who called themselves Greys were now listed as biological weapons, since they were born in a laboratory instead of through traditional means. And just seconds ago, we received a complaint from the Great Prince, and he was annoyed that we had taken his kind's observations completely out of context. And Wicked Sophie supposed that he did not like the comments we made about him. And the third observation from a great contributor relates to Renfield's success. And Renfield visited about 25 shops while in Dokai, and he was able to acquire 67 trading contracts for the luxury goods sold by the great locals. And the items he particularly interested were the great textiles, paintings, Cuban cigars, opium, tea, jewelry, toothbrushes, and bathtubs. And one of the great merchants also directed Renfield to meet with the leader of the Sabian Merchant Guild, and his negotiations with the Sabians were profitable but a little too time-consuming. And although the merchants would sign trading manifests without looking through every little tiny detail, and as a result, Renfield was only able to sign 3 trading contracts with the Sabians. And from the Sabians, Renfield acquired silver goods like belt buckles and candle stands, furniture, and even liquid soap. And as for Renfield was concerned, these have been quite a profitable venture. Quite a profitable venture after just being in Dokai for it. In her result to prolong his stay, seen as though the Sabians were a little bit more difficult to negotiate with. And unlike Lucrezia, Renfield smiled at him and he saluted him. And he returned the salute and asked, "And will you be having dinner with us?" "If it pleases our generous host," said Renfield, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing. And after the salute, Renfield made his way to the kitchen to inquire about dinner. And in the meantime, he continued with his drawing. After 20 minutes of sketching, he got up and he went to the tea room and he put his drawing book away. And he noticed the server setting up a table. And normally we would have the dinner outside in the garden, however, Conilunga had predicted that the weather would turn sour soon. And the rest of the servants were closing the doors and windows in preparation for the storm. And they had also stretched out the tent over the garden just in case. The tent did not keep the water out per se, rather it served as a filter for the water, and it arranged it in such a way that the water would fall only over the garden area. And by the time dinner was set, a downpour was falling over Mighty Sword, and he and Eleanor saw each other again at the table with a set for them in the tea room, and he kissed Eleanor on the cheek before sitting down beside her. And the table was set for 2 more people, and Renfield entered the scene a few minutes later, followed by Lucrezia. Lucrezia was wearing a white dress with embroideries around the bust, and her full-length overcoat decorated with red sunflowers. And a ribbon was tied around her waist, and Renfield was still wearing the same clothing he had arrived with, and when he sat down and smelled dinner, he was brought back to reality, and when Lago looked at Lucrezia, he exclaimed, "And don't you look lovely this evening?" And Lucrezia bowed and said, "Why, thank you, Renfield, and I was wondering at him. You had lived among the great for quite some time, and their behavior seems alien to me. Care to explain?" Oh my God, door cousins. And he folded his eyes and he closed it, and then he said, "Well, if their behavior feels alien to you, it must be maybe because they are." And he waited to see if Lucrezia understood, but then Renfield, rubbing his chin, says, "Oh, I finally get what you're saying. They are not." And then Eleanor, Lucrezia, surprised, said, "You do?" And I had heard of their way, of dragons' weird way, that I have heard the dragons like to speak in riddles sometimes, so it may take a little bit of time in order to try to get what they're saying, but what I think is that what he's trying to tell us is that the Grey are foreigners, and that's what their ways are not, and that's why they behave in a way that we do not understand. And he rolls his eyes, and Renfield had obviously not understood what he meant. The dinner continued calmly enough, and Renfield then held up a garnet then Renfield then stretched out his hand to take an item that he had offered, and Renfield then held out the garnet, and he examined it before looking at it closely, but then Tarioki took it, and Renfield snapped and said, "Give me back the garnet, you thieving little monkey." "All these cents I get for saving your life," said Tarioki sadly. "And then how so?" inquired Lucrezia. "All dragon treasure is cursed, although you know that," said Tarioki, placing the garnet in the center of the table. All eyes were focused on the garnet, and Tarioki continued to explain. "A dragon's treasure cannot be stolen, it must be offered, or it must be won. But the young master's not a dragon, is he?" "At least I haven't seen him turn into a dragon," inquired Renfield. "No one has seen the boy turn into a dragon. It was raised by a fairy dragon, there's no doubt about it, but still that does not make him a dragon. And you, his wife, has your man ever turned dragon in the bedchambers?" "No, I had never seen him turning into a dragon. I just assumed that there were dragons that looked like normal humans. Like the hero Albion of the North who defeated Blood-Red," said Eleanor, proudly swinging an invisible sword. And Lucrezia then commented while picking up the garnet, "But wait, if the dragon's treasure can only be given, Renfield should not have been cursed by the treasure that he offered to him." "Perhaps," said Tarioki, folding his arms, "is that he was not raised by feral dragons." "I see," mused Renfield, and Lucrezia then placed the garnet in the center of the table. "For his kind, gems are like caviar. A delicious, nutritious meal that is a real pain to acquire," concluded Tarioki, returning the gem to Ahi. Ahi then started eating the gem as if it was regular candy, so when he offered him the gem, it wasn't it was for him to eat, not for him to buy, sell, and trade, So that item is still technically cursed unless you eat it, but then again, only dragon people can eat like gemstones and stuff. The conversation was brought to a close when dinner was served, and his dinner consisted of virgin venison broth. And he was a virgin since he had a bubbly instead of wine, and the soup came with a side of salted pig intestines, cat liver seasoned in almond milk, and 5 chicken hearts with a pint of cinnamon. And he devoured his meaty meal heartily, and Lucrecia found it impossible to hide her disgust, and when her face turned purple, she took her plate and said, "I'm going to eat in my room." And Renfield sneered his city wife and was about to say something, but to comment on it, but Lucrecia glared at him. When she was out of sight, Renfield said to Eleanor, "I apologize for Lucrecia. She hates looking at food she dislikes." "It's fine, I understand. Madonna's the same when it comes to his meaty eating habits," she added. "We cannot help liking what we like." "Well spoken, my lady," commented Renfield. And Cunegonde rose from her fountain to give her her nighttime serenade, and she stood on her toes like a ballerina and started dancing. And while she danced, she sang. And Renfield asked, "Aren't you worried about Bertram? Not even a little?" "'Cause like Cunegonde was singing in a foreign tongue." "Not really," answered Eleanor, and she added, touching on his shoulder, "I have nothing to fear as long as he is with me." "Oh, that's cute," commented Renfield. And then he said to Willie, whom passed by his side, "And are you not worried about King Bertram? Not even a little?" "When it's nothing," said, "at another time perhaps, and I live not without fear, however, King Bertram is the least of my concerns." "And what can be worse than King Bertram?" inquired Renfield with curiosity. "A boatman from a fark," whispered Willie, looking over his shoulder. At that moment, Renfield concluded that Willie was possibly insane, and for that reason he decided not to press the issue. And after dinner, Renfield went to bed, and he planned to wake up early tomorrow to go to town again. And as he was falling asleep, Renfield thought of the boatman, and after thinking it for a bit, he imagined that the monkey feared boatmen because they sold exotic animals, and sea voyagers were always hired for caged beasts, and almost half did not survive the trip. And Eleanor was the first to finish her dinner, and as was her habit, she went to her room to sew with Madonna. Eleanor enjoyed the repetitive motion of sewing, and it kept her mind and hands occupied, and this time she was sewing a boatman. And she had a book open with a hand-drawn picture of a boatman, and Madonna was sewing a scene from the forest and showed animals, birds, and fairy. And it was practiced to a certain degree, a type of aniconism, and then whenever depicted self or any humanoid in the imagery. And as for he was busy eating his second dinner, and this one consisted of a soup of mercury, molten aluminum with an opal and pumice. And upon closer inspection, he was eating an oatmeal with sugar, milk, and honey. When he finished with his bowl and his silver spoon, he went to the garden, and he looked up and closed his eyes. And Mallory noticed the red third eye opening, and he said, "Alright, let's just leave it at that. Bye-bye and God bless." Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're continuing Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 35, On the Road Again. A blissful year passed by with he and his little wife Eleanor, but once again he was suddenly overcome with the desire to go out exploring once again. So one day he just one day got up and left. But don't worry, he told her that he was just going out to explore. He looked at his surroundings, and the forest was a few miles from the northeastern coast. The coast stretched northward in a crescent monarch. The wide part of this region stretched eastward. He was in the southernmost part of the coast, where the arc began. This part of the coast was littered with small islands, and on one large island on the top part. The island did not have an official name since it was still an underdeveloped area, and it was only populated by a few fishing villages here and there. As for the fort, it was covered with suga trees, and there were medium-sized evergreens. Since it was winter, the cones were gray. The ground had a few centimeters of frosted snow. Aside from the trees, the forest was home to 12 herb deers, 2 bisons, and some elk herbs. These plant eaters had never seen a dragon before, and since he smelled of blood, they kept their distance. And he soon noticed that he stunk, and sniffing the air, he made his way towards a nearby lake, and the lake was partially frozen. He dug a hole near the lake, and he sat inside the hole, which was only 3 meters deep. He stuck his draconic tail in, and he waddled around till he felt a cold draft, and cold water rose to the surface. He cleaned himself from head to toe, and after he was done, he threw the dirt back using his hind leg. He cleaned those again in the lake. Since he no longer smelled of blood, the animals started to come closer. The first one to come drink in the lake was a female deer. He was the deer with mouthing string, and second later, an arrow pierced through the deer's skull, exiting out her eyes. He frowned when he saw the cute little deer was dead and over. The hunter was an elven maiden, and it was unusual to see elves hunting since they were claimed to be vegetarians. They did have a digestive system of carnivores, like the noble panda. Then, though because of religion, the bulk of them had chosen a vegetarian diet. This elven maiden was between 15 or 100 years old. It's hard to tell with elves. When she saw him, she ran away screaming, and 2 hours later a band of 2 elven warriors came with spears, bows, and a staff, and they were wearing greenish leather armors, and they thought they could sneak up on Ahi in his dragon form. Ahi had them coming, and so she leaped into the lake, and the elves crowded around the lake waiting for Ahi to come out. Ahi did come out, but from behind a tree a few meters away. He silently crawled closer to them with his paws raised out to avoid making a sound. The elves were speaking in their native tongue. And we know this sounds redundant, but remember, in this continent of Persephone, all are commanded to speak in the same language. And every tongue sounded like Italian, mixed with a little Mandarin. And since to our technology, all foreign tongues sound like English in our ears. Now let's continue with the scene. I heard one of the elves say, "I don't see him." And the one that appeared to be the leader, wielding a simple wooden staff, said, "Be careful, we don't know what kind of dragon it is." "This was a bad idea," said another hunter. If he wants the hunting ground, let's just give it to him. This is not something worth dying for," reasoned another elf. "Dragons usually consider larger patches of land as their territory, and they will not forgive anyone who intrudes. Some have been known to chase after intruders for miles and miles. Trust me, in the long run, it is always a lot safer to kill the dragon," said the elf wielding the staff. "Do you even have a plan?" asked a different elf. "Sure, when he comes out of with your lightning, and they will stand long enough for you to poke him with the spears," reasoned the elven mage, smiling. "I'm telling you, man, this is a really, really bad idea," said another hunter. And by now he was 5 feet away from the main group, and he sat up and he started looking into the lake, and the elves were too focused on the lake to know to notice a large shadow behind them. He waved at them and gave them a friendly draconic salutation. The group of elves stood frozen in fear, and he regarded the elves coolly, and apparently he had not caught on the fact that the elves were there to kill him. He took the staff for the mage, and the mage allowed Ahi to take the staff for him. He too was gripped with a supernatural fear of the dragon, and seeing one in the flesh from so close to him was a different experience for him. The elves took a few steps back, and some even got their feet wet in the frozen water, and he smelled the staff, and then he started nibbling on it. When he was done, he went to eat the game that the elf girl had shut down. The elves took this opportunity to scurry away, and by sunset, an ancient dark elf came to see Ahi. We knew that she was ancient because it took millennia for us to start to look old. By the time Ahi had finished eating the deer bones, and all, and he was lying back watching the clouds, and he sat up when he heard someone approaching, and he growled in disappointment when he saw the ancient elf. He saluted her, the elf, without much enthusiasm, and the dark elf looked like an ebony-colored, silver-haired old woman, and only the pointed ears gave any hints as to her elven origin. The clear night sky suddenly grew dark, but only in a small patch of the forest. The elf apparently did not want the smallest hint of light to fall on her. She was also dressed in rose the color of night, and then this elf sat beside Ahi, and she said in Elven, "Why are you here?" And he shrugged his shoulders in response, and he pointed up with his left hand and forward with his right, and then he settled back down again. Can you understand what I'm saying?" she said, getting up and dusting off her clothing. and he simply waved his hand in response. The oven hag rolled her eyes, and she was at least convinced that he was benign. And just to be safe, she would have the hunters offer a heap out of the kill, and she figured that as long as the dragon was kept fed, he would not feel compelled to go hunting. When she left, he rode back and started walking to around the lake, and by the nighttime he folded his arm and he breathed a cloud of smoke. After a few hours, his breathing became regular, and a nearby nose brought him from his sleep. And forgetting where he was, he said, welcome back, Eleanor. The nose had come from the hag and two light-up maidens, and one had a long blonde hair and brown eyes, and her sister had black hair and green eyes. And they were greenish rose similar to the ones worn by their elder. The oven made an offer a heap out of their cash, and he smelled the raw meat, and he eagerly devoured the two dead deer carcasses that were offered to him. And he said nothing while he ate. The elves watched him with curiosity, but since most of them had never seen a dragon. When he was close to finishing his meal, the dark elf hag grew nearer, and she said to Ahi, "So you speak in common?" "Sometimes," said Ahi when he finished, and then he went to clean his hand and his face in the lake. And when he was done, he glanced at us, and then he asked the nearest one, "Where is Eleanor?" And then we had to remind Ahi that Eleanor's back home, remember, and he went, I sometimes forget. And one of the other maidens frowned when she saw that he was talking to himself, and then he'd be like, "Do you think that the dragon is so crazy?" And the elf hag rubbing her eyes be like, "Possibly, but I think I may have seen what he was talking to, but perhaps it was just my eyes playing tricks on me." And then the youngest among them said, "Lady Ledona, I think that the dragon is mad." Ledona responded, "It's not known to happen, child, and no sentient being has ever dealt with dragons long enough to understand them, and we have no way of knowing if the dragon is in his right mind or not," remarked a different oven maiden. And he stood up with his hind legs, and he reached for one of us, and Mallory flew higher to be safe, and then he jumped to get one of us, which was lying close to the ground. In this little game of us went on for a few minutes. And on the meantime, the oven trio watched with interest, and he eventually caught one of us, and he was pushing Mallory deep against the ground with his claws, and he was pushing a good portion of his way down. Thankfully, the quick door protection was holding, and then he went to crack the orb against a rock. And the donor commented, "I think he caught something." "How do you know it's even a he?" asked the youngest girl, and he let go of Mallory when he heard the girl say a he, because to his ears it sounded like she had said his name. And he walked in the direction of the ocean and sat down to look at the mortuary. He said to the oven girl, "Well, what is it?" "Nothing," said the girl. "Well, you called my name, so what do you want?" insisted Ahi. "Did I? Is your name Hoodoo?" asked the oven girl. "No, it's a he." He put more emphasis on the E since he was in a mood. "I suppose an introduction is in session," said Ledona. And he shrugged his shoulders and gave her a sideways look, and while she spoke, he started braiding his mane into trances. And his head mane had grown quite a lot as of late. And Ledona gave a low bow, and her other companions made a curtsy, and Ledona said, "My name is Ledona, and I am the matriarch of this small portion of the Dona clan. And the girls are my daughters, and the baby is Pidona, and the oldest is Cardona." Ledona sat down before her, and the other maidens did the same, and Cardona then said, "You said you were looking for your maid Eleanor." "Yeah, well, kinda, but then I just remembered that I sort of left her back home." "And which way is your home?" And then he responded, far away from it." And I said, "How far?" And then he repeated, "Very far." "Does she have wings like you?" asked Pidona. "No," said Ahi. "That's odd. Aren't all dragons of the same species supposed to look similar?" said Pidona, asking her mother. "That's not always the case, especially among feral dragons," mused Ledona. And Pidona let ask, "And when you say skin, do you mean scales?" "Her skin is like yours and mine," said Ahi, and he was referring to the skin that he wore when he was in his human form. "That's not true. Elves do not have scales, and they have skin," said Pidona, raising her voice. And she said that while she stroked her right hand, and she patted it out, "But my skin is fine, just fine." Ledona suddenly had a moment of inspiration, and she then asked Ahi, "Is your maid a human?" And he shrugged his shoulders, and the Donna asked, "Are you a dragon, a magic human, or what? What are you?" And he folded his arms and gave Donna's questions a hard, serious consideration. And he figured that the last question was the most important one. And he had never given much thought to what he was, and then again he never gave much thought to anything. And after thinking through for a few minutes, he said to Donna, "I am just like you." "I think we're losing him again, Mom," said Pidona in Elven. And this answer baffled Donna, and she was in deep thought while her daughters continued questioning him since they found him so fascinating. And Kadona then asked him, "And why are you braiding your hair, mane, or whatever it is?" And he shrugged his shoulders in response to illustrate the fact that he just did it out of boredom. And Johnny Pidona said in Elven, "Well, I'm bored, and he's obviously benign, and let's feed it every once in a while, and that's it. Maybe we should put up a sign that reads beware of dragon, and that'll keep the humans out of our hunting ground," suggested Cardona in Elven. "They might interpret this as a sign of provocation," warned Ledona. "Are you suggesting we do nothing, Mother?" said Pidona, raising her voice, and her face twisted into a frown. "I think we should just wait and see, and if we find an opportunity to be rid of the humans, then we will wait, and in the meantime we should avoid any unnecessary provocations," advised Ledona. And since the elves were no longer addressing him, he went to another part of the forest to gaze up at the sky. In this section, the clouds were open enough to show the sky, and tonight the bells were glorious, and the tighter moon was nowhere to be seen, and neither was the smaller moon. And the shimmering light created dark shades over the ripples of the nearby river. And a cold wind brushed the floor, and he looked over his shoulder suddenly, and he then hung his head low, and he seemed pretty disappointed. He walked over to the river, and he drank from its pristine azure depths. The wind suddenly died, and the animals in the forest quieted down, and the elves too heard the change and crash in the ground. And then Donna crawled her way into an animal hole beneath a tree, and her daughters followed behind, and they slowed their breathing so much that he was only aware of their presence by their beating hearts. And he saw Arasa flying in the sky, and it was the same valley rose we see to float around. And Arasa was flying with a purpose, and he stuck out his naked tongue and hissed when he saw Ahi, and then he glided down gently and stood before him. And for some reason Arasa looked smaller than usual, and he could easily fit inside Ahi's left paw. And when he heard such things occurring, the goddess that were outside of the sphere of influence, and it was the first time observing such an effect. Arasa said in a disappointed tone, "This was not what I expected, no tears, no outburst, no anger." And then he shrugged his shoulders in response. And he joined and continued braiding his hair, and Arasa went further. "Where is the pet human of yours, Ahi?" And he gave a perplexed look, but he wasn't going to tell Arasa where he was keeping her. And he simply laughed the more. Arasa simply laughed and showing his fangs before the party. And as soon as the god of death left, the wind returned, and it was followed by the hooting of the owls and the rest of the forest animals. When the sounds returned, the elves left their hiding spot. And Anna said to her daughters, "How strange. I find nothing out of the ordinary, Mother, and we always hide when everything gets quiet, and even if it turns out to be nothing," said Pidona. "Didn't you see Lara's twin, Arasa in the flesh?" said Adona, pointing in the direction that Arasa had left. "No," said the girls. Pity, but I am certain. "And if you don't see them, then we cannot commune with our beloved Lara," said Adona, disappointed. "This proves nothing," said Pidona angrily. And the elves started walking home, and the girls kept arguing with her mother, and their chorus Lara was a bit different from the mainstream Larian religion. Their figurehead was a dark elf instead of a male light elf, and it did not involve the ritualistic killing of infants, and they were also not thought to be afraid of the dark. And their religion did not forbid the elves from eating meat, and since they ate meat on a regular basis, they had a more solid build. Saturnastra was interrupted by Mallory, and she said, "Maybe we should go check up on Eleanor." She's fine. And he still slashed to the left, striking one of the observers, and we took the cue in order to shut the hell up and continue in our lonely journey. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 36, getting used to it. But now the elves are getting used to Ahi, and his presence has helped get rid of the human hunter's problem. Right on Cupid left to go home with the other elves, and he amused himself by counting with his finger. When he was done, He circled around the lake 3 times, and for twice clockwise and once counterclockwise, and then he nodded his stretch out of his limbs. And he heard a noise behind him, which forced him to turn around, and 6 arrows had been shot all around, making a net. And the 6 weapons used on Ahi were very similar to the design of the polybolos, and this variety could repeatedly fire 10 arrow bolts. And his clockwork gear powered a chain which loaded the enemy knew but by cracking the handle. Since it was a well-oiled machine, each bolt was shot once every 3 seconds, and these had been rammed to allow it to throw a meter-long bolt with chains attached to the back. And instead of feathers, the back was flat with a slight amount of gunpowder inside. As it flew out, the arrow tips passed through the chain which struck to the middle section of the bolt, and these were stored in a long rectangular box with a sophisticated clockwork mechanism. And the chains on the tip of the bolts were made of refractory metals like tungsten, radium, and niobium. And these metals were normally used by smiths when making weapons, and in this case they were making arms to hunt dragons. And then it was supposed to keep the dragon in place, and since he was in the middle of the forest, the trees helped the catapult arrows to stay in place. When the arrows were shot, he had lowered himself enough for him to miss, and he was still encaged within him. And for the second volley there came the usual lightning running through the metals, and normally lightning would taser dragons, and he simply raised his head and giggled as he felt the currents coursing through his veins. And he took one of the chains and he started eating it, and the dragon hunters after his head did not expect this, and while eating the chain he started counting with his left hand again. And he slashed the ground with his tail and swept out a cloud of dust and leaves and rocks around him. And guessing where he was going to reappear, we flew over to the hunter, and based on the tragic and comedy mask, we recognized him as the dragon hunters Lucinda and Malabar. They were accompanied by 20 men who had helped set up the trap, and Lucinda was yelling at Malabar. I knew this was a bad idea. There's a high bounty on his head, so let's get back to work, answered Malabar, and he added, we should have the others pull back and watch for the beast's next move. As the men started withdrawing, he reappeared in the middle of the group, and he had gingerly landed on top of a few trees, and he said to the group, I chose not to fight due to my warm personality. And look at warm, enemies not so hot. Said Lucinda, not amused by the weird run. This change of events was not unusual, and Lucinda tripped on a thin wire which shot over more tracks, and a rain of arrows in the net, and the dragon lass was shot like a harpoon, and it missed. And he was in the middle of one of the openings of the trap, and the convenient opening was placed by a he who tampered with all of the traps while they were busy looking elsewhere. Sighing, Ahi said, I recognize you two. You are Lucinda and Malabar on these pet elves. Ahi, we come to bring you into our fold, and after the stone you put in on, Ahi, King cannot allow you to run free anymore, exclaimed Lucinda in a serious tone. Everyone keeps blaming me for everything, said Ahi, pouting. Well, sorry to break the news to you, but you are kind of technically responsible for what happened, since it was your liquor that caused Mulder to lose his senses. He stretched his arms and he breathed twice, and then he pointed at his chest and said, here. Lucinda hesitated, but she eventually drove her conscious sword into his chest, and the sword was designed to pierce dragon hearts when they were within close range, and the twin was made of diamond and was extremely sharp, and when she drew the sword out, it was corroded, and only half a portion of the blade was intact, and he scratched his chest before laughing. The blade had only given him a slight fresh wound, and as was his habit, he laughed it up whenever he was injured, and standing enough force, he looked at Lucinda in the eyes, and she was slowly stepping back, and he said, if Luz could kill, it would have been me instead of you. And hey, Lucinda, what did you kill? And he looked around and he threw dust in their faces using his hind legs. And before returning to the lake, he looked at the dragon with a corner of his eyes before huffing. When he laughed, Malabar asked Lucinda, what was the plan now, Sid? The duo continued talking while they searched for their men, and the higher hand had bolted the moment that the dragon had gotten a little too close. And we lost interest in the conversation, so we joined Ahi, and from time to time one of our stragglers would check up on the dragon hunter to see if they had left the forest. And when we saw Ahi, he was making quick work of the chains. Let's not forget that as a dragon, he likes to eat metal too. Pedona and her hunting party had completed the morning rounds, and as usual they brought a portion of the kill to Ahi. and with the help of the two elves, Pidona had brought Ahi an elk and a few squirrels, 2 pigeons, and 4 rabbits. Ahi started eating the chains and eagerly devoured the freshly killed meat, and Pidona took hold of one of the chains and asked, "Do you mind if we keep some of these chains and the arrows too?" He did not say anything. He was too focused on his meal to pay them any attention. And he watched Pidona and her elven companions pry a few arrows and chains from the tree, and this required the use of a sledgehammer to dislodge the arrows, and at the time only the chains were salvageable since the catapult arrows tip had penetrated the bark of the tree too deeply. And after 20 minutes, Pidona and the 2 other elves were grafting chains from head to toe, and by now he had finished eating the elk, bones and all, and the smaller animals had been devoured in one single bite. He took one of the remaining chains, and instead of eating it, he followed it towards a tree, and he pulled at it up and down until he dislodged it from the tree, and then he dragged the chain and formed a pile, and he did the same with the other chains. From the corner of his eye, he saw the humans taking their siege weapons, and the humans would want to take the chains as well, but they were dissuaded from taking them when they saw that he was lying on top of them. And counting their losses, the humans and the dragon hunters lasted forward for the time being. A half hour later, the sky grew dark, and thin drops of water began to fall on the ground, and suddenly a hail the size of a watermelon fell on his head. "Ouch!" he yelled, and the hail which followed was pea-sized, and a rabbit huddled under his wings. And other nearby tiny forest dwellers did the same, and they were not hiding from the rain per se, rather they were cowering from the barking of the approaching hunting dogs. And Pidona approached with her hunting gear, and she was carrying an umbrella made of leather. And by now you may have guessed that she was simply fascinated with the dragon Ahi, as it often happens with curious maidens. And she had always shown an affinity towards animals, and unlike her elven brethren who employed real hunting dogs, Pidona had a black Russian terrier. And this terriers were among the largest dog breeds in existence. He was about 6 years old, and the terrier had his fur groomed and he smelled like lavender. And he was smart and sensitive, and he used to growl at him whenever he saw him pass, and as of now the terrier had gotten used to the dragon. And as was the elven habit, all of the hunting dogs had something and repeated syllable name, and all of the dogs were called something followed by 9, and Pidona had named her curse Kunine. Like the rest of her kind, Kuna had strong bones and powerful muscles, and he also had a great strength and endurance, and his head hair was long, making his eyes almost invisible. And he was also a good swimmer and never got sick, and Kuna lay down beside his left wing, and the small creatures bolted the second that Kuna sat beside him, if for some reason Kuna whimpered. And just out of curiosity, did you ever find your mate? Asked Pidona. Yes, I found her, and then I returned home, and then I continued my journey. Said that he flapping his wings to brush off his tail. But now the hairs were becoming smaller. Pidona continued with her interrogation, with he just simply giving monosyllable responses that rarely matched the question. He'd eventually jumped to illustrate his boredom, then again he had just eaten a big meal, so he was probably sleepy. Pidona shifted her weight and from her heels to the front of the foot twice, and looking left and right, she drew nearer he. And then she whispered, "I know a great necromancer," and then he saw the why. And this response made Pidona laugh because she imagined that he couldn't possibly know anyone, he being a dragon being hunted down by humans. He laid his head down and he closed his eyes, and Pidona took this as a cue to leave, and she made a gesture to Kuna to follow. Kuna whimpered and stayed beside him. And he rested his head on his hand, and he looked up suddenly, he started growling, and Pidona sighed and she left her dog behind. Around us, a scene mist entered the forest, and Kuna's ears picked up, and he started looking about like a frightened little cur. And then he started growling before getting up and barking, and he heard a commotion, but only bothered to open his left eye. And we craned our ears to listen, and we finally heard the sound of horseshoes, and we flew in the direction of the sound but saw nothing, and the sound was followed by the howling and barking of the dogs. And we looked since we saw nothing, we looked around, but all our eyes saw nothing, only darkness staring back at us. The days passed. Oh yeah, that's the end of that chapter. Bye bye and God bless. Ahi, Chapter 37. The Cage. The following day, a new group of hunters came in order to try to entrap Ahi. 4 horses were brought out, and they were attached to chains at the bottom of the cage, and they brought the cage out of a hole, and it had numerous small wheels below it, and they were designed to move in all directions, and they perfectly supported the weight of their charge. Up until now, they had been lightly buried to masquerade its presence. And even we found this stupid precaution stupid, and he would have wandered into the cage even if he was hiding in plain sight. And when all was said and done, the group of hunters set out of the forest, and his cage was being drawn by 6 horses in total. And by that, he yawned and he opened his eyes, and he would have awakened sooner. However, he found the slow rhythm movement of the cage soothing, and he scratched at the cage to try to get a piece out of him. So like they just put a cage on, like underneath the dirt, and then he just like fell asleep on top of it, and then they just dragged it, and then they just dragged him away. He would awaken soon, however, he found the slow rhythm of the movement of the cage soothing, and he scratched it again to try to get a piece of it, and since he would not yield, he bit a piece of it, and he had to angle his face in a way that his fangs could nip pieces of the cage, and the design of the cage prevented full bites of the iron bar. This did not matter, as his corrosive saliva helped him nip away at his little prison, and before the hunters were none the wiser, he was able to dislodge a large portion of the bar of his little prison. They answered the first hunter, who noticed. This has never happened before, commented another. What do we do now? Throw some food in there with the strongest sedative you got, said the hunter maiden. And one of the men descended from his horse, and he got a large carcass from the supply wagon, and he said there was a freshly killed deer. And he then stabbed the deer with a knife, and the handle of the knife was transparent, and it had a greenish blue liquid inside of it, and he got the deer, and he shoved it inside through a small trapdoor beneath the cage. And he was about to eat it, but he stopped, and he rested the side of his head against the belly of the carcass, and his face was red with his blood. And with his middle finger and thumb, he started flickering at the deer. He closed his eyes to listen, and this was quite the interesting new parameter he had developed. Whenever he was uncertain, he examined it in this strange method, and if he heard something he did not like, he would dissect the meal with his claw. The hunters observed how he did this, and they were still uncertain as to how he would react. And a few were aiming crossbows at he filled with opiates, and one was even sharpening his dragon lance, and a dragon lance was just like any other regular knife dance. It only differed in the material, and most lances were composed of alloys which had melting points, and the tip was usually diamond. And in the end, he chose not to eat the deer. He did finish eating the top part and the left side of the cage, however. And one of the hunters shot at him with a bolt on the back of his leg, and the fellow was trigger happy sore, and his bosswoman snapped, "Idiot, we don't want to taunt the beast." Instead of growing angry, he started laughing, and this reaction always unnerved the people who were stupid enough to attack him, and his sheer laughter had a similar effect. They were expecting for a violent outburst, and he simply removed the arrow, and he poked the tip with his index finger, and all the while his wound bled profusely, and the wound healed in after 5 seconds. And he pointed the tip of the arrow towards the guy who had shot him, and sighing, he said, "How refreshing! I'd rather not kill a fly with a wild cannon shot, and remember the entire mount is not oregano." After he said his piece, he licked his wound, and then he ate the arrow, and when he ate the arrow, he closed his eyes, and he sat up perfectly still for half an hour, and the hunters were still tense, watching the creature known as Ahi, and they could not bring themselves to believe that the opiate had put Ahi asleep. And the nearest hunter maiden asked, "And what was all that crazy rambling about?" "He sounded like a death threat to me," answered another. "And why he's still in the cage?" inquired. "I don't know." "How did he break out of the cage? And was it some sort of magic he used?" inquired one of her underlings. "Magic? No, I didn't feel anything magical from this Ahi creature. He does have the ability to turn into a human, which is odd for a magical dragon. Still, if he can make himself small, could he may also make himself bigger?" "That is a good question indeed," the other responded in kind. And the conversation was quite short when he opened his eyes, and he nodded, and he breathed in and exhaled a white misty smoke. And normally he exhaled black or gray smoke, and such blistering transparent smoke was something new. And upon closer inspection, three of our observers dropped to the ground, and they were not dead but rather asleep. And he shook up before setting back down again, and the dragon hunter said, "Oh, that's unusual. Was it some type of poison?" "No, just a malobia," said he. "Not the one you used on me. That's a neat trick, and if I gave you more samples of poison and other sedatives, could you alter the nature of your dragon breath?" asked the dragon hunter. He shrugged his shoulders in response. After a month's journey, his little caravan reached Veraguero. Veraguero was the largest city in the continent of Bersamin, and every 2 years the wooden walls had to be expanded to make room for new houses. The people who lived there enjoyed the wealth and prosperity akin to the Industrial Revolution, and even the poor people who lived there enjoyed higher standards of living than those who lived elsewhere. The city was surrounded by a forest, and there was a guard that was built all around it. In front up high by the connecting towers, they formed one triangle pointing up, intersecting one another, pointing down, and all of the towers were equal distance from one another. And there was never one that was not within sight of 3 others. And at the center there was a single tower which rose above the other, and it was 50 meters tall. And all of the other towers were designed after different dragons. And the other towers were at least 30 meters in height, and the ones around the trees were pure-blooded dragons, and the others were more crossbreeds. And the center one was designed after the dragon Albion of the North, and all these fancy elaborate towers were designed by Bersamin, and he oversaw all of the construction projects in the city, and not a brick could be placed without his approval. And part of the city was in the middle of getting renovated, and Bersamin was tearing down old buildings in the place of new ones that struck his fancy. And the city had large streets and avenues, and one ran from the center of the castle straight down to the main entrance of the city, and the other ran perpendicular to the first. And despite the city's constant expansion, it maintained a neat pentagonal shape. And the main theme was composed of the castle, and the rest was the city, and the beautiful geometry of the city contrasted greatly with its sewers. It had more twists and turns than the labyrinth of Minos. The Minos is where they had the Minotaur. Carriages could pass unhindered all over the city, and it had sidewalks covered with flowers and flowering trees. And the ground was paved with bricks, and Veragado did not know the meaning of dirt roads, and some of the pavement had decorated mosaic pattern, and it all depended on the whimsical nature of King Bersamin that morning. And the city also had 7 parks, each with their own artificial lake and decorated fountain, and there were also 20 gardens where the people could go on picnics. And the most famous one was in the eastern part of the city, and it had a flowering labyrinth. The city was artificially divided into communities, and depending on the nature of the community, the leader was a guildmaster, a mayor, or a warlord. And each one had 4 dragon towers at each of the cardinal points, and there were no walls preventing each of the communities from mingling. And only the dragon tower were servants of each other designed that you were leaving one community to enter another. And Bersamin too designed these residential homes, and the design varied on who was to live there. And he did allow some of the owners some degree of freedom with the home decorations. However, the owners still had to abide with his safety standards. And it was also mandatory to have working plumbing in all of the houses, and it was also forbidden to have houses in clusters, and it was also required for homes to have less than 20% of wood, and this kept the rare fire from going overboard. And the homes also had to be placed in accordance to the master plan of the city, and this meant that no home could chip away at the crosswalk or the city street, and this assured that traffic was always flowing smoothly. The some communities had public schools, and depending on the guild master, the schools were either private or public, and those with public schools paid an extra tax. And the things taught in the schools varied on the purpose of the community, and what they all had in common was that they taught the children how to read and write in English. And even the slaves who did not speak the language were taken to the school to be forced to learn it. And in other cities, people were fined for not speaking in English, and in Veraguero you were executed on the spot, and this punishment was not written into the code of law. However, the berserkers who are famous for having a short fuse and zero tolerance for that nonsense. And aside from school, there were 10 open-air theaters, and during the bad times, these theaters were used for public executions. And as a result, the wood in the stage was the color red. And in the center of the city was the marketplace, and people from all over the city came there to buy and sell goods, and there were even smaller markets in the merchant community. However, the best items were found in the central market, and it was also there where people would buy and sell where people would buy and sell slaves. In other interesting venues unique to Veragero were the cabarets, the opium bars, the banks, newspapers, casinos, and the salons. Gambling and prostitution were legal in the capital, in which legality came regulation and taxation. And despite having the standard army training and living in Veragero, the city was a policing city-state, and Besame preferred having police officers withholding the law than trained veterans. And it was a matter of practicality, and it also served to put the army's power in check, and while the army moved about, the police was always present in Veragero, and both received the same military training, and there were 35 police stations, and each had a dungeon with the capacity to host 100 criminals. Now to describe the creme de la creme, the castle of Veragero, and the castle was built into the mountain, and its official name was Antares Castle, and the castle was designed after a 5-pointed star, and it was surrounded by a triangular water dish. And the water was fed through a hidden waterfall inside the mountain, and at each point there was a tower dedicated to the mythological animal. And the 2 points facing outwards were the sign of the cameo, the sphinx, and the black points were the dragons and the cyclops. And according to my Ducinto, there was a 5th tower hidden within the mountain, which could not be seen from outside the castle. The royal family lived in the top point of the star, and they had generals and soldiers living in the Chimera wing, and the nobles and the chieftains and the royal blacksmiths lived in the Sphinx wing, and in the Cyclops lived the servants, the slaves, the slave master, the slaves, the supreme court, and the political prisoners. The dungeons were located beneath this wing, and the dragon wing had the tamers and the stable hosting all of the miscellaneous animals, and the cage for the dragons in process of being tamed. All the wings were an equal massive size, however the height of each floor varied depending on the purpose of each wing. For example, the dragon wing only had 2 extremely large floors, and the doors and corridors were at least 30 meters high, and this allowed for the safe passage and movement of its draconic residents. And unlike the rest of the castle, this one was made of metal, and the roof had an aviary for the little pudgy dragons, and the aviary was stone-shaped, decorated with a stained glass window. And the scene now takes us to on the ground, and he was sharing his cave with 2 small alabaster dragons and an albino androgynous pharaoh dragon. And before he had arrived, the trio used to bicker all the time, and it made handling these dragons rather difficult. He worked on over in less than the 2 hours, and recognizing that he as the alpha, the group settled down. And as was the habit among dragons, the group did what he did as the alpha, and as of now, he spent 2 days in captivity, and his demons were busy with all of the paperwork and registration for the dragon Ahi. And today they were going to brand him, and later in the day they were going to perform basic training procedures, and branding dragon was not like branding cattle. You could not take a poker and inscribe your sign on their skin, and like any large lizard, dragons shed their skin on a regular basis. And the only thing which never changes were their horns. And one of the tamers put it on a silver refined rings on his largest left forearm, and on the top one was a gem. Was gemmed crossed, and he did the same for the other 3 dragons in his company. So like they just decorate the horn. You know like how you put like rings on like little birds that you set free in order to mark them, then doing the same but like tagging them in the dragon horns. The rings represented whom they belonged to, and normally the dragons resisted this process, and he walked on the new headpiece. And his dragon companion also accepted the head accessory. And the dragons were normally placed in a group cage for 2 reasons. First, there was a shortage of caves, and second, most young dragons did not like to be alone, and tamers usually preferred to break young dragons than try to tame old ones that were too used to their freedom. After a certain age, dragons could not be tamed. It still did not mean that they could not be hunted, though they could not be taken to battle, and they were still useful for breeding purposes. The more humane dragons were not tamed but higher, and while the knightly dragons serve you if you defeated them type of scenario. And in this, where dragons were better cared for than horses, and in the last 2 days he was well fed, and Veragero had a rich history of monster taming, and Assassin knew what each monster preferred. And he was also bathed twice a day, and his mane was brushed, and his tamer was a strange woman named Melusine Peacock, and she claimed to be a freshwater mermaid, and even lived in a river at times, and she appeared to be in her late 40s, though Bertame knew that she was pushing on the hundreds. And she was a skilled in defensive spell, and her protect usually actually worked. The protect spell actually protected her from harm. And she was also skilled in enchanting, and for all her talent she had a mediocre magical powers, and she wasn't the type of magician you took to an army battle, all things considered. And we had previously met her in her life's observation, and she had worked right alongside her sister Palatine and Melior. And her sister was 10 years younger in appearance, and Palatine looked to be 20, and Melior was in her 30s, and Melusine was married to a certain sterling. Based on a previous observation, the man was in charge of Bersame's intelligence network. Melusine had a strong build and short curly black hair, and her eyes were black as well, and her skin was light brown, and she had a few wrinkles and lash lines on her face, and she was the one who installed his rings. And the ring also served as homing devices, and should he run away, they would be able to track him down regardless of where he went. Melusine was fascinated by Ahi, and throughout her career she had never run into such a strange dragon, and the thing which baffled her the most was Ahi's hand. And despite the draconic aspect, Ahi had 5 fingers, and putting aside the fact that Ahi started out as a human, all space dragons have 5 fingers in their hand, and Ahi also had a large ever-growing head mane. And there was also the issue with Ahi's nose. It was smaller than your traditional feral dragon nostril, and it was also 90% less accurate than the nose of an alabaster dragon. And alabaster dragons have always very sensitive noses. And like Flaminka, Ahi's smaller dragon form had the appearance of a crossbreed between an alabaster dragon and a feral dragon. Melusine was still in the process of figuring out Ahi's spec, and she had done plenty of homework while moving Ahi to Verageddon, and for now she was trying to teach him basic commands. And normally dragons were poked out of the cave, however Ahi did not respond to bait like normal living creatures. Instead she put a collar around him with a metal chain, and she tugged at him twice, and Ahi got up from his pile of gold to follow after Melusine, and the cave was lit by torches, and natural light came in from the crack in the window. And the opening was small enough to prevent the dragon from within from escaping, and a few other holes had iron bars. And the main door outside was a solid brass door, and the door could only be opened from the other side, and a clever working of levers and cogs and steam opened the door. Whenever it opened, steam would come out from either side. And Melusine was wearing an ornamental dragon armor, and she wore this whenever she dealt with dragons. And outside the cave prison there was a network of underground tunnels, and some were man-made and others were natural, and after walking for 10 minutes, Ahi finally saw the light of day. And he was taken outside for his morning exercise, and normally there would only be 4 dragons in the training outside, and if Bersame was around, the trainers would bring out all of the charges at once, because the presence of the king alone would serve as a deterrent for dragons escaping. If anything went wrong, they counted on the ruler to put down the rebellion, and these proceedings were usually uneventful, and Bersame only had to kill the strongest dragon to make the other ones fall in line. And as of now, he was considered the strongest by virtue of reputation alone. And on top of the staircase leading to the audience chamber was a massive throne, and Bersame was sitting there with his legs out resting on a cushion. And he was not wearing his bloody red armor. Instead, he wore a silky white toga with a laurel crown over his brow. And on top of his toga, he wore a bear pelt. And Verageddon rarely got any snow. Still it was chilly in that afternoon, and there was not a cloud in the sky. Melusine found Bersame's new attire unnerving. Bersame only wore anachronistic wardrobe whenever he was in a special kind of mood, and whatever that mood entailed, it was usually trouble. He wore an opaque-looking stone bauble as a necklace, and the round stone looked extremely small in comparison to his massive frame. And beside him was a small table with a bowl filled with small tangerines, and he was nibbling, getting one, and peeling it and eating it in pieces one at a time. And he watched as he entered the massive training ground, and Melusine brought him in front to face the king Bersame, who was at the top of the stairs. And when his gaze focused on his tangerine, he said to Ahi, "How do you like our hospitality?" Ahi shrugged his shoulders and said nothing, and chuckling Bersame continued, "You are not planning on wasting my castle, are you?" "No," said Ahi, lying down on the ground. "I let you prance about all over my kingdom, doing whatever you damn please, and you repay my kindness by inseminating one of my most trusted generals, and that won't do," said Bersame, laughing. And he said nothing in response, and Bersame frowned, and his eyes turned a pale white, and it was the color they obtained whenever he was drawing a blank. And he took one of the tangerines and he threw it at Ahi, and the tangerine happened to have a lovely spherical shape. And he instantly caught it with his hand, and he bit down on it, and he ate it like if he was eating an apple. So he just ate the tangerine with peel and all. Nodding, Bersame's eyes turned red before saying, "You mean that to say that your rider was no good, and this made you a very bad dragon?" that can easily be remedied. Melusine will keep you from being a bad dragon. And turning to Melusine, he said, I am done speaking with him. Go about your routine and training regimen, or whatever it is that you plan on doing, and pay me no mind. I will just sit here and quietly observe. Feeling her rule of watching her made her uneasy, and his gaze even made us uneasy, and from time to time, Bersame would glare at us since he could perceive us. Melusine started with a simple routine, and since he was a sentient dragon, she had a different training protocol, and she tied his long chain to the ground, and he had already in his field, so he did not nibble at the chain, and Melusine betted the left side over his neck, and she whispered, I need you to put on a good show. And he was lying down on the ground and yawning, and then she said to him aloud, wake up! And he sat up and yawned, and taking his chin, she said, now, good boy, now shake hands. And he closed his hands into a fist, and he shook it. And then he shook his face at Bersame while growling, and Bersame said to Melusine, whip the snob. And don't you think I tried that before? One time, and I nearly skinned his hide off, and all the while he was laughing at me, my lord, explained Melusine. And Bersame gave Melusine a condescending look before saying, I don't take too kindly to exaggerations, girl. Punish him this time like you actually mean it. And he is my dragon, and I will tear him as I see fit, snapped Melusine. Yeah, lucky I like it, little Melusine, otherwise I will choke the life out of you, said Bersame, wringing his hands in the air to further illustrate his point. And by now his eyes were pitch black, and Melusine took a deep breath, and he tried to stoically ignore King Bersame, and she said to him, please walk with me. And the pair walked around the courtyard a bit, and whenever he started getting ahead, she placed her hand before him to slow him down, like this. And she also slowed down her pace and urged him on when he stayed behind. And she pointed to a post at the end of the courtyard, and then she said, run over there and then come back to my side. As he trotted in the direction of the post, and halfway Melusine, yeah, what part of run did you not understand? And when Melusine blinked, he was there beside her, and Bersame stood up and his eyes opened, and he asked, what the hell did just happen? And what did you do? asked Melusine, and he shrugged his shoulders and said, I ran over there and back, just like you said. You just did it very fast. And folding his arms, Bersame came down the stairs, and he said to him, that's quite the impressive running speed, and I only know one other dragon being that can match that speed, and care to explain. And Bersame was making reference to the mysterious Albion of the North. This fabled ice dragon was so fast that visually it seemed like he was teleporting to your location when in fact he was just running very fast. I don't know, I'm just fast as so, said he, scratching his mane. And by now Bersame was standing by his side, and the guy was so large that he looked small in comparison to him. And Bersame pointed out the post and said, do it again. And he did not appear to move from his location. The only difference was that his instant changed posture, and he was lying down instead of standing, and when rubbing his chin, Bersame said, not bad, we could make use of you. And Bersame walked back to his chair, and when he sat down, he told Melusine, continue with the training. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Ahi, chapter 38. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 38. The King's Hospitality. For the following exercise, Melusine pointed to some straw dummies, and she ordered Ahi, burn them. Do what to them, asked Ahi? Do it or else, snapped Melusine. Ahi flapped his wings, and when he rose from the ground for a few inches, one of the guards of the tower shot his wing down with a ballista. Ahi landed on his side, and he started laughing as he usually did, and he took the arrow and he nibbled at it, and pointing at his trainer, he said, if I wanted to escape, I would have done so already. If you weren't escaping, what were you doing? Inquired Melusine. I wanted to find a lighter or a torch to burn the practice dummies, said Ahi, pointing at the dummies with the ballista arrow. You don't breathe fire, but your mother's Flaminka, she breathes fire. Heck, all dragons breathe fire. Why can't you, or do you never bother to learn? Said Melusine, exasperated. I can't breathe fire. I have tried many times, explained Ahi. So your breath, what is it made of? Does it have any offensive properties? Asked Melusine, extremely disappointed. It depends on my diet. Most of the time, I spew out carbon monoxide, and if I start drinking water for a week, I can give you boron tribromide. Feed me enough days in gasoline, and I might be able to breathe fire, but only during very rainy days, though I can't guarantee I won't blow my own face up in the process, said Ahi while pointing at his face. I see. Do you have any poison, slush, or saliva? Asked Melusine. She had never encountered a dragon that could not breathe fire, and space dragons could produce flame hydro. In space there is no oxygen, and even if there was, the fire would take a spherical shape due to the lack of gravity. and since oxygen could be drawn into the point of origin, the fire would always stay inside the dragon's mouth and could never be shot out. Over time, space dragons developed other offensive capabilities which did not rely on dragon flames. Poison, bite, and slush, answered Ahi. And have you ever bitten anyone, and how long does it take for a person to die from your poison, asked Melusine. Even in its gas form, my poison liquefies people's internal organs in a matter of seconds. In its liquid form, it is more corrosive than battery acids, explained Ahi. Melusine folded her arms and parted her lips and she mouthed, so that's how it happened. And then she said, Ahi, you fought the dragons in yourself, right? Yes, though they didn't give me much of a choice. So you can't fight at the very least, so go beat at the dummies and tell them limb from limb. Fight like you mean it this time, she ordered. If it would amuse you so, said Ahi, rolling his eyes. And he went out to the first straw dummy, and he had the size of an adult human, and he was wearing a makeshift armor. And he took the straw dummy by the shoulder, and he tossed it to the sky, and then he did the same thing to the other. And minutes later, they crashed to the floor a yard away, and the force of the fall caused the dummies to fall apart. I defeated your dummies, satisfied, said Ahi, pointing to his victims. I was expecting a little bit more finesse, commented Melusine, and Bersame whistled and yelled, well, he got the job done, Mel. Not even Bean could survive a fall from that height. So, like, he just threw the dummies into the sky, and then they just fell. As one swift way of killing something efficiently, just dropped them from very high up. By now it was noon, and based on Ahi's irritability, she guessed that he was hungry. And hungry dragons tended to be less cooperative, and she said to Ahi, well, that's enough work for now, and she started leading Ahi back to his cage when she heard the king yell, halt. And turning around, she said, yes, my king. And Ahi seems pretty tame, and instead of having him perform cheap politics, so we need to get him out to kill on command. And he said this, and he made an all-locution gesture, and this gesture was one of his new innovations, and in obedience to the gesture, one of the guards yelled, bring out the prisoner. And the prisoner was a strong man with a long mane of hair and beard, and he was wearing tattered rags, and he narrowed his eyes as he came from the Cyclops wing. And he did not resist, he knew his executioner was long overdue. And he was brought before Ahi, and Bersame stood and pointed at the prisoner, and then he glared at Ahi before ordering him, kill him. Why? Asked Ahi, giving Bersame a sideways look. You don't need to know why. All that matters is that you kill in order to do so, he said, descending the steps. Killing is a sin, therefore I will not slay him, said Ahi. Laughing, Bersame said, well, son, it's a little too late to be worrying about going to hell, and you already messed up, and I doubt not killing this guy will keep you from going to hell. Ahi narrowed his eye, and he opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out, and he had a Bersame from head to toe. And the king regarded him coolly, and he was used to this sort of reaction, and he was already prepared to fight Ahi, bare-handed if necessary. Ahi sat up on his back leg, and he folded his armor, he closed his eye, and he tapped the ground with his left leg. And it was just one of the many visual signs that Ahi was finally starting to lose his patience. He flipped out the door with his tail, and then Bersame said, oh, no, you don't. He was gone, and there were faint after image of all of the directions he had taken. And Bersame looked around, and he saw a strange bird map behind one of the idols of the fountain, and upon closer inspection, there was a swirl in the air, and it was the same swirl produced by this mirage, and the only difference was that this one had not faded away. And Bersame put his hand into the Fata Morgana, and he found as he got his hand out, and it was covered in sand-like substance. And he said to one of his soldiers guarding the prisoners, get that lifeline tied to one of the statues, and depending on where the teleport spell leads, we may still be able to fetch Ahi. Yes, sir, said the soldier, and the soldiers went to one of the weapon stacks and acquired a lifeline, and he tied it around his waist and around the base of the largest god statue fountain. And it was the statue of Barasa, and Bersame pointed at the strange mirage, and it flickered even smaller than before. And with all his might, Bersame took the size of the mirage, and he yanked it open, and a torrent of shimmering-looking sand poured out. And the interior was pitch black, and when the soldiers went inside, the darkness swallowed him whole. The sandy tone. While enveloping the darkness, he noticed faint spores rising from the ground, and the spores had faint blue hue, and they emitted their own luminosity. And he lighted a lantern that he had in his possession, and as the yellow he always relied on his lantern, and as soon as the light came, the strange light faded away, and the sandy tunnel had lots of strange hues, and he saw in the ground the first footprints of the escaped Ahi. and based on the spacing he could tell that he was in a hurry, and he too a hurry had he been less dim-witted. And these temporary paths were always unpredictable, and they could crumble at any moment. And a few returns lasted an hour, and something held this tunnel together, and despite being a sandy nature, it was lasting longer than usual. And the soldier felt the rope behind him grow limp, and he pulled his line, and he was not surprised to see that it had burnt away. And in the other side, Bertha watched the faint mirage fade away, and Melusine asked, "Why do you send that soldier to his death? I would have followed after him, but my guide instinct told me that it was a bad idea. A pity, he was so obedient. Only after I sent him did I realize where he was headed," exclaimed King Bertha. "I suppose I should count my losses," said Melusine, shaking her hand, and she added, "So where did that portal lead?" "It leads to a bad place, and back in my youth, I tried scouting that place and I barely escaped with my life. And the place eventually sunk to the ground, and all of the entrances were destroyed in one time. And from time to time, temporary paths manifest, or someone digs them out by accident," explained King Bertha, shuddering. He left Melusine aside and walked out to the entrance of the audience hall, and he pushed the large portal open and entered the residential area, and he dismissed Ahi from his mind altogether. It was pointless to try to give chase to someone that could walk such a mysterious realms without fear. And with any luck, Ahi would never return to his kingdom in order to be a bother to him. Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. Saturnastra Ahi, Chapter 41, The Open Ocean. After he left Bersame's castle, he went to run the open oceans. There were marine type of desert. The depth and amount of water varied from place to place, and it seemed empty depths were sustained by photosynthetic plankton. These in turn fed small bioorganisms, and since the plankton needed light to survive, it was usually located near the surface of the water. However, this plankton was invisible to the naked eye, and from time to time it would produce bioluminescence at night. And due to the unique chemical composition of this planet's oceans, this effect happened often. And the conditions were ripening after a vast storm when the Titan moon was at its zenith, and when Orianus was parallel to Saturn, to this planet. And under these conditions, the plankton glows phosphorescent green or yellow. Aside from those special conditions, the presence of too many of the plankton predators triggered the bioluminescence, and when this occurred, the glow was a traditional blue hues. And while here, we only saw one of those amazing light shows, and it only lasted for half an hour, more the pity. The rest of the time scenes were uneventful. From time to time, a shark or a school of tunas would grace us with their presence, and if we were really lucky, a dolphin would stop by to play. Among their useless shadow, we sometimes picked up useful information, and today was like any other day, and we chose to pay attention since we saw a boat over the horizon. And by this time, he was asleep, and unlike other animals, dragons can survive on minerals alone. And the plankton, the sodium, the iron, salt, and silica provided Ahi with all of the nutrients he required. He was sleeping off his dinner, and he was allowing his body to be carried by the current. And since he was relaxed, it somewhat floated over the surface. And as of late, he had fallen back into using his human form, and he wore his traditional red robes, and the edges were now in tatters, and it made him look like a drowned man from far away. Today there was another bad storm, and the ocean was turbulent, and he swam 10 feet deep to avoid the crashing of the waves. He was in the company of some jellyfishes, and he looked up and he saw an anchor dropping. He moved aside to avoid the anchor, and he listened for a moment, and the anchor fell to touch the ocean floor. It was swiftly raised, and the waves increased in size as the storm worsened, and he noticed a dark shadow floating overhead, and he swam outside to get a better look at the ship. The ship was a galleon with 200 cannons, and it had 373 men and women manning the ship, and it weighed 1,000 tons, and galleon had a lower foredeck and an elongated hull, which gave it stability and maneuverability, and it had 4 masts all covered in sails. And according to previous observation, we recognize the ship as the Vulture. Its sails were jagged with holes, and one of the main masts looked heavily damaged, almost as if it had been struck by lightning. And around the area where there were burn marks here and there, the ship had signs of having been recently repaired. We noticed that the wood used was lighter than the ship's original amber color. The captain was known as the Terrible, and her real name was Captain Miriam Eleanor the Bell Ringer, and in the continent of Bersamin, a woman could become legally men by undergoing a trial. The trial depended from region to region, and this practice had berserker rules, and it was standardized by King Bersamin. And this allowed women to hold positions of powers normally reserved for men. And in Miriam's case, she had to slay 100 enemies of the state, and she had to bring back their foreskins as trophy. And the completion of this trial alone assured her that no man would ever see her as a woman ever again. Still, that did nothing to win the respect of her sailor, and she started out with 500, and after one mutiny, she was down to 351. Oh wait, that would last way send 17 men overboard, and somebody should have taught those failed nobles how to swim, and today they're just dropping like flies. Aside from being legally a man, Miriam was a distant relative of the Sultan Ibrahim, and the relationship was apparently not distant enough, and she had set out on a quest to fish artifacts in the Saturnastra equivalent of the Bermuda Triangle, and it was called the Strait of Knowledge, the artifact of the sea, the point of no return, etc. And temporary portals of the Palace of Creation did appear in this location quite often, and both tended to disappear. And Miriam has spent half a decade collecting the shipping record of these lost ships, and in certain merchant towns the records were pre-Bertinian, and after much investigation she had a rough idea of the dimensions of the point of no return and the season where it was most active. And within this region and outside there were a few uninhabited islands, and the distance from the mainland kept the people from bothering to populate them. And Miriam's base of operation had signs of human habitation, and she had chosen it as a starting point to search for unusual artifacts. When the weather permitted, she would scan the coast of these islands to search for this artifact that had washed ashore, and if the water was shallow enough, she would send her mermen to fish for the artifacts directly. And today the vulture was trying to return to base camp, and Miriam had dared to salvage artifacts from within the center of the point of no return. And as was predicted, he started to fish out the humans who had not drowned yet, and the sailors were too busy putting down the sails to notice the red shade boarding their ship. And the first mate was the first one to notice him, and the first mate was a stout muscular man, and his official name was Sir Emmanuel Montblanc, and he used to be a mercenary, but he turned pirate when business slowed down. And this day he was more of an archaeologist than a pirate, and King Bersamin had recently tamed the 3 seas surrounding his kingdom, and a large wave had swept the deck, and with it he boarded came in 7 men, and they had swallowed a lot of water, but were still alive and kicking, and yelling Emmanuel asked, "And what are you doing to my men?" "Saving them," said he nonchalantly, as another wave splashed against his back, and he held his ground, however, and like the noble lizard, he was releasing electrical charges to his feet to stick against the wooden surface. Taking full stock of the situation, Emmanuel decided to trust Ahi, and he had the look of an idiot with his eyes slightly out of focus and the stupid grin on his face. And he knew from experience that the king were always useful, and then he barked, "Tie them to the mast to keep them from falling again." "I am not allowed to tell people with ropes," explained Ahi, turning towards the helm. "Oh, by the gods," snapped Emmanuel, and then pointing to a different guy, to the first guy who made eye contact with him. "You do, tie the men to the mast." The men in the general vicinity took his charges, and they quickly tied them to the mast before resuming the arduous task of keeping the ship from falling apart. And he stood there watching their struggle, and whenever he heard "man overboard," he took it as a cue to go fish somebody out. And he made his way towards the helm and to find Miriam, and the original pilot had died of a fever a fortnight ago, and Miriam was wearing a white nightgown, and she wore her jet black hair short, and her eyes were brown as well as and her skin olive color, and a mutation made it that she never developed scars. And he asked Miriam, "Do you have any food? I am getting kind of tired of eating salt all the time." "Kind of busy here, kid," said Miriam, running the helm to avoid hitting away from the side. And he pointed west and said, "You should be going that way." "The boat is that way," snapped Miriam. "If you keep going in this direction, you and your crew are gonna die, and I have been in this waters longer than you. Trust me, you'll be safer if you go that way," said he, punching his chest with conviction before pointing east. And we found the hilarious and technically Miriam had been in the waters longer than he, and also he was pointing west, and still, when it came to avoiding the terror of death, it was always better to obey his commands. Miriam looked down for a few seconds, and she had such pretty long eyelashes, and she brushed aside one of the observers that was within her line of sight. And taking her advice into consideration, she turned her ship eastward. The winds picked up speed. It was almost as if the ship was being sucked into the void, and we like better than she gave it to that mysterious place. The storm suddenly died, and there were still clouds in the sky, but no rain was falling. The sea was deathly still, flat even. Miriam sighed in relief, and they were stuck in that other place for now until the winds picked up. At least they would have some time to survey the damage, and Miriam said to her man, "Repair the ship and see about the wounded." And she added, looking at Ahi, "And you, come with me. I want to talk to you in private." Miriam took Ahi to the quarterdeck, and after passing through some half-flooded rooms, the pair entered a large room, the one room that was relatively in one piece. It was littered with maps, books, artifacts, and swords and uniforms. And for those that knew no better, they would have imagined that Miriam was a dirty pirate, and on the contrary, she was a neat freak, and everything in her room was a mess because of the storm. And maintaining her quiet dignity, she pulled up a chair and sat down beside her half-turned desk. And she said, "It is still a bit early to thank you. Still, you saved my men from drowning. Am I to assume that you're an ally?" "Ahi, was it?" "Ally, it is a little bit too soon to call me that," said Ahi, pulling back his hood, and he added, "Have we met?" "Not really. I heard tales of you back in the mainland. Is it true that you ate the Duke before trashing his castle?" She asked, moving things on the floor with her foot, and she seemed to be looking for something. Sighing, he said nothing, and he put his hood back on and started leaving the room, and he gave one last look at Miriam, who was trying feebly to set her desk straight. And he shook his head sadly, and then he fixed the desk for her, and he said, "Ah, there it is," she said. And she got a long, elegant smoking pipe, and the mouthpiece was made of wood, and the pipe was soaked like most things on the floor. And she pointed to Ahi to her upside-down closet and said, "Can you also turn that over?" He obeyed, and she opened the twin doors, and she got a good look at her clothing, and a good portion of them was wet. And she got a large metal box out of there, and the box had her lunch, and it had a removable lid and two pin handles. And the figure was tired like the dust. He looked at the box over the top, and suddenly he made his way back to the deck. And one of the men he had rescued had not survived. The men were going to throw his body back into the ocean, and he said to the men, "Don't throw away a perfectly good body. If you don't want to eat it, then I will. We have food. There's no need to resort to cannibalism," said one of the men, shocked. "I am not human, so I'm not a cannibal. And also throw him into the water will be such a waste. The fishes are going to eat him anyway, so why can't I eat him?" protested Ahi. And Mario had heard the gist of the conversation, and he told his men, "Let the freak eat him, and it's obvious that this thing is not human, and better he eat a corpse than one of us." Pointing to the carcass, he said to Ahi, "Eat him, and where nobody can see you, and consider it thanks for saving the others." Ahi shrugged his shoulders in response, and he took the bloated, bluish corpse by the leg, and he dragged it to a dark corner under the stairs, and the crew could still have seen Ahi, and his back was turned to them, so they were not able to get a good look at Ahi devouring the body. And more than one man got nauseated at the sound of the cracking of the bones and the ripping of the flesh, and one of the men whispered to Emmanuel, "Maybe we should try to get rid of him. Too risky, we don't know what it is," remarked Emmanuel. "And Brad led us to a trap, and the winds died, and we are rooted on the spot. What if he's a giant monster in disguise, and he might have led us to his lair to devour us in one gulp, like all of the other ships," mused. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done so already," interjected one of the female crew members. And others joined in on the conversation while pointing at Ahi. "And I saw his eyes, blood red eyes, and yet he has the look of a fool, almost as if he's trying to act like he couldn't hurt a fly." Miriam entered the scene in her captain's uniform, and she had a three-sided crooked hat with a peacock feather. And the crew was keeping, and she also had two pistols and a rapier. Miriam's crew had recently uncovered guns in the point of no return, and the crew was keeping this new weapon discovered secret from the mainland. And Miriam had the two intact prototypes uncovered, and the first one had an elegantly carved handle made of ivory. The figurine was somewhat faded, and its color was black, as if it had recently been burned, and it had an enlarged hammer protruding from the back of the gun, and the bullets were in fact at the bottom of the grip, which opened at a case. The other Tapagon was a little bit more down to earth. It was a Demi-set 5-shot double-action revolver, and the hammer returned to its place each time the gun was fired, and it had a lovely silver grip. Media's man waited in silence for her to say something, and she smoked her pipe, all the while she casually observed the scene. And she saw from the corner of her eye he making quick work of her fallen comrade, and she patted her lips before saying, I know you don't feel comfortable having a he on ship, but for now it is best we set aside our prejudice. We need his help to survive. Aye, aye, Captain, said all of the men without much enthusiasm. She came to stand behind Ahi, and she bit her lower lip and chuckled, and by now he had ripped open the rib cage and was devouring the lungs, and she felt a slight breeze, and the wind was starting to pick up again. She went to the bridge, and she took the helm, and her crew opened the newly fixed sails and tried to get the ship in motion. And the ship started to move, but in the opposite direction of the wind. Oh, moaned Miriam. Oh, how bizarre, said Emmanuel, and Ahi by now was done eating, and he got out from under the sails and lay back in the center of the ship looking up at the sky, and he rested his head on both his hands, and the good steel cleaning from time to time almost tripped over him, and a few suffered some nasty falls. And Ahi sang in a high-pitched voice, our boots and clothes and pawns go down, ye blood-red roses down, echoed the pirates, and so forth. The song was cut short since Ahi only knew a small portion of it, and the original version continued with descriptions of the blood-red battlefield, and the crew was only familiar with the choir portion, and since Ahi had finished, Emmanuel took up the reins, and he said in a deep, bright voice, and when he sang, his voice fell all over the ship, and he would have been a good singer if only he wasn't so tone-deaf. And for some reason, Miriam started laughing, and her laughter was cut short when she started when we started crawling around her. The gentle breeze was quickly turning into a gale, and the sails were not working the way that they were supposed to, and the ocean had become lively. Thankfully, the size of the waves were manageable. He pointed northeastwards and said, land hold that way. And Miriam obeying Ahi, Miriam turned the wheels to gear the ship to the direction that the kid was pointing, and his hand pointed westward before saying, that way. And then he pointed forward, and then he said, now it's over there. And drop the anchors and close the sails, yelled Miriam, and when the anchor was dropped, it hit the ground less than 3 seconds, and Miriam recognized that she was in a relatively shallow water. She still did not see the large body of land that he was referring to. However, the waters there were shallow enough for a human to walk on, and Miriam continued in the direction the ship would have been stranded. So like the land that he was referring to was just a small, shallow area. Miriam said to her man, prepare the boats, it's time to go fishing. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 42. The fishing trip. The ship had 28 boats still available. However, the men only used 5 for fishing ventures, and their bows were more resistant and it could carry more loot. And Miriam asked Ahi, which way is shallow water? Ahi jumped out of the ship and he swam ahead, and the men followed his sheet on the water, and a few meters away he was standing in a knee-deep water. He felt something metal beneath his bare feet, and when he picked it up, it was a large fragment of a metallic shield, and it had plenty of decorated runes and faded pictures, and Emmanuel, who was with the fisherman, said, stop, what are you doing? What does it look like I'm doing, said Ahi, taking a bite out of the shield. Don't eat the artifacts, fool, growled Emmanuel as he rowed in the direction of Ahi. Fine, said Ahi, dropping what remained of the shield back into the water. He sank beneath the waters and out of sight, and the surface bubbled a little a few minutes, and Ahi then appeared inside the storage room of the ship. Instead of eating the pirate supplies, he went to search for their gold. He opened one of the chests, and he started munching on the coins bearing Bersame's profile, and after eating 5 handfuls, he emptied the rest of the contents on the floor, and he lay down on top of them, and he closed his eyes to begin his afternoon siesta. And outside, Miriam's crew was digging up quite the hall, and these were crates filled with exotic swords and shields, and most of them were out in mint condition, and based on Chen's observation, a man-powered ship had dropped these 3 crates, and the ship had probably done so to make rolling easier, and man-powered ships were no longer in the vogue in the continent of Bersame, and this hinted to the fact that it was a ship from another continent, or one of the isolated system of islands in the outskirts. How interesting, whispered Miriam. and by now the waves had settled down somewhat, and from time to time there was a faint glimmer of the sun. Not that it mattered much, seeing as though in 2 hours the sun was going to set. And the crates were brought in shore, and the sailors returned for a second look around, and while poking at the water with sticks and shovels, they dug up a painting, frame and all. And it was a medium-sized portrait with a silver frame, and it had mixed in with the other scraps of metal dug up. And while Soren sits back in the ship with his comrade, Emmanuel noticed the painting, and the frame was covered in sand, and the edges were rusted, and he opened the back panel to unveil it. And it featured a sepia-colored photograph, and it showed a profile of a woman with short curly black hair, and she wore a metallic-looking headband with stylized flowers. Miriam left the helmet and she asked Emmanuel, "Take that piece of paper to my room, and we will try to deliberately open and record its content before it gets ruined." Emmanuel took the photograph and he put it inside his pocket, and he gave the paper to Miriam. And when she came to her room, she found a his drawing with her quills and paper, and she took one of her quills and his drawing, and she flipped the paper behind it to write on its white side, and he groaned with disappointment since she had ruined his inky drawing. Emmanuel lit the candle and he did his best to air dry the document a bit before trying to open it, and very carefully he opened the piece of paper, and inside there was nothing. Why must there always be something? Were you hoping for a treasure or a map? Miriam was quite disappointed, and she was still curious about the photograph, and it was a miniature without any visible brushstroke, and it was highly realistic. And since she didn't have the concept of photo, she imagined that the photograph was a painting. And she said to Emmanuel, "And let me see that picture." "The what?" asked Emmanuel questioned. "The miniature, the scene, the whatever," she said, raising her hands in exasperation. Emmanuel handed her the photo, and she looked at it intently, as if trying to decipher its meaning. And she opened her mouth to say something, but she was forced to quiet herself, and an idea struck her, and then she said, "Where is Ahi?" "I was wondering about that myself," commented Emmanuel. "I'll go find him and look inside the ship before searching outward." And Emmanuel went to the deck, and he formed a search party of 5. And the crew started in the deck and slowly worked his way to the bow, and they found Ahi in the treasure room, and he was lying under a pile of gold. And one of the men said, "That's our gold, and get off our loot," protested another, taking a decisive step. And Ahi sat up on all fours, and he looked at each man while growling at them. And Emmanuel was twice at his size, and he put his arm around his waist and carried him off. And all the while Ahi was growling and kicking like a little mouse. And he was also snapping his teeth as a warning, and Emmanuel said, "Settle down, the captain just wants to talk to you." Ahi growled in response. "But you and I know that he's so bark and no bite," said Emmanuel, and he was also not too certain about what he was saying. He opened his faucets and he bit off a piece of Emmanuel's leather vest, and while chewing at it, he said, "I won't need you, but I can beat you, and I do not test my patience." "And why so glum? Did that shield give you a little tummy ache?" mocked Emmanuel, patting at his head. "No, I just want something I know I can have," pouted Ahi. "So what do you want?" It is best not to ruminate on that." Before letting him go, Emmanuel made mused. "I think you just need a little help, and a friend of mine had a cousin who died, so then the cousin got brought back to the necromancer, and the guy was up and about like nothing," said Emmanuel, trying to guess at what impossible he might possibly want. Miriam said to Ahi, holding the photograph, "Do you know how this was made?" "With a camera," answered Ahi. "And what happens inside the camera?" inquired Miriam. "In this world, camera was another word for chamber." Said Ahi, shrugging his shoulder. "And where can I find a camera that can make a picture like this?" asked Miriam. He shrugged his shoulders in response, and Miriam asked, "And this was a big waste of time. Go away, and I will call upon you if I need you." He went down to the treasure room, and he lay down on his pile of gold, and he closed his eyes. And by now it was nighttime, and he seemed in the middle of formulating an idea, and the sound of the crashing waves and the rhythm motion of the ship made him fall asleep. By midnight he opened his eyes again, and he nodded before saying, "Maybe I do need some professional help." Location: Borneo Forest, Island of Rubibio, Southern Continent. He spent less than a week with his little pirate friends, and without warning he simply just got up and left. Today he manifested in the Borneo Forest. The name meant warm water or something, and the quotas on it, and he was located in Ruibus, and this was Monkey King's current home, and it was one of the few locations which had kept its original name. and the name of the island made reference to the deer and wild boars that grazed there, and their only natural predators were the monkeys which hunted them for meat. And the island looked up from the high like a human heart, and we meaning that the island was the shape of a real human heart, not the ones that you see in Valentine's Day. And the east part of the island was raised, and the rise was only 20 feet, and there was a man-made trail which led to the upper part of the island. And beneath the section there was a network of underground caves, and a few good number got flooded during the high times. And still they were useful, at least in hurricane situations, and aside from a few cottages here and there, the island was pretty rustic. And there were only 4 villages, one by the beach, and 2 below the mound, and 1 on top, and at the highest point of the island there was an old lighthouse, and Monkey King was using it as his main tower. The lighthouse was a 7-story building, and the windows used to be made of stone with an occasional hollow window opening, and these windows were all replaced with stained glass and a regular glass windows, and with the first 5 floors where there was a solid rectangular building. And the building also had a hexagonal shape, and the hexagon above was smaller, and it had a glass dome, and from the 6th floor to the 7th floor there was a chimney, and on the 6th floor were 4 windows, each facing the 4 cardinal points. And this window had transparent glass design in the shape of stylized flowers, and the open white curtains were visible. And on top of the dome there was a round yellow globe, and the crystal panels were decorated with a constellation. And for reasons beyond our understanding, Ahi knocked on the door, and normally he would have just let himself in. And the door was opened by a bonobo maiden, and she had an elegant upright posture, and the mutagens were working wonders on the creatures here, and in fact they only affected the chimp population of Lusitania. And the maiden had green eyes, small ears for a chimp, and long black hair and a slight protruding mouth, and she wore a white dress. And she studied Ahi as she studied us with a disinteresting look, and she yawned, showing her perfect white teeth and her retainers as well. And since Ahi was not saying anything, she closed the door on his face. Ahi knocked again, and she opened the door, and she said, "What do you want?" "I came to see my brother," said Ahi. The chimp maiden looked at Ahi from head to toe, and she scratched her head and provided her lips, and then she said, Fine, welcome inside." And the interior of the tower was lined with torches, and they emitted a gentle blue flame, and they felt cold to the touch, and they acted like magical air conditioners, and as well as lights, and the floor was made of wood, and the windows had red curtains. As he climbed the stairs, he noticed the oval portraits decorating the walls, and the spiral staircase had iron railings. And it used to be water, however, Monkey King changed it to make the rooms in the lower rooms larger. And the lower floor was the storage room and the kitchen, and the 2 floors above were the classroom, and the second to last floor had 5 bunk beds with a chest and other personal items belonging to his apprentices. The chimp guiding Ahi was Monkey King's self-appointed understudy/wife, and her name was Gargantua, and she was 3 years younger than Monkey King, and Monkey King had also renamed her because she used to eat a lot for such a skinny little thing. "And not look like Monkey King," Garganta commented, eyeing Ahi from head to toe. "Not smell like a king either." Ahi simply shrugged in response, and by now we were finally at Monkey King's study, and Garganta pushed the door open, and the door did not have a handle or a keyhole, and it was pointed for Monkey King to lock his door since his peers could just get in through the window. And the floor had a lovely red Persian rug, and it had orbit intricate patterns sewn into them. And at the center it had a circular motif showing the constellations of the sky. Beneath each bookcase there was a single window, and the window had red curtains with golden snowflakes. And between the doors there was a wooden writing cabinet and 4 little drawers. And at the center of the room there were 2 couches facing each other around a dining table. Monkey King was lying down on one of those couches, and he was wearing an ornamental black rose, and on his wrist he wore a series of simple golden bangles, and he had a ruby ring on his left hand finger and an opal ring on his left thumb, and on his right middle finger he had a red beryl, and on his pinky he had a light blue grandearit. And upon closer inspection we noticed that he was sleeping, and Johnny he opened his eyes and he sat up, and he sat down before his brother, and Gargantua said, "I'll go and fetch tea, sugar, cream." And she looked at Ahi, and porcelain, gold, chili peppers? Haha, very funny, snapped Monkey King. "Now shoo." Gargantua was gracious enough to leave our presence, and with her out of the way we could finally get down to business. And when she was gone, Monkey King asked his brother, "So what is it?" How does necromancy work exactly? Inquired Ahi. Still mowing that old bone, little brother, and just get over it already, said Monkey King. So what will you do? Ahi shrugs in response. There isn't much to, it doesn't help much to ruminate on, there's not much fun in ruminating on someone that died by pure happenstance. It wouldn't kill you guys to do a little math, mused Monkey King, looking at us, since we have made him lose his train of thought. He eventually decided to take off his brother's invitation to stay in there, and for a couple of days he kept busy to himself, and his mood seems to have recovered after the time he spent dealing with the rude pirates. And one could almost say that he was back to his abnormal self, and from time to time he took to wandering at night or playing hide and seek, and he also did not kill his food his own, since he was more of a vulture as far as his eating habit. You know that vultures, they don't like kill things, they just eat things that are already dead, like carrion meat and stuff. He supplemented his diet with the Monkey King spell components and sometimes his power crystals, and in the end an exasperated Monkey King had to call charity to receive regular shipments of his precious earth and mineral to keep a heat from eating his thing. And to then began the same day as any other, and he had taken residence in his brother's bedroom, and the bedroom was a floor below the study, and for Mages a bedroom was simply a place where they dropped dead for a few hours before getting right back to work. And Monkey King was possessed of the same nervous energies as his father, and as such, he only used his bedrooms on special occasions, like when he got really sick. And like clockwork, Monkey King's health would start waning during the winter, and fire was just down the middle, and Monkey King's strength was starting to sap, and to an outsider he seemed like a lively sort of little chap. However, he was spending more and more time sitting down, and Monkey King's bedroom was lightly furnished, and the centerfold was a king-size oak bed. And it was designed to be comfortable, and the bed had 4 pillows, each with a carved figure of an angel, and below the bed there was a carpet with a half-oval mirror on top of it. And Monkey King had added another closet for his brother's things, and towards the right side of the bed there were 3 windows as well, and beside the door there was a single painting. The painting showed a little blonde girl dressed in white, and she was holding a lighted candle, and behind her was her brother in white pajamas. And towards the center right there was a cat looking at them with disdain, but then again cats usually look at people with disdain. He stepped out of the bed, and he passed his feet gently over the delicate surface of the bunny belt, and he wiggled his toes a bit, enjoying the softness. And he lay down on all fours on the ground, and he opened his paws as about to take a bite when he noticed a faint golden scribble on the carpet. And getting up, he opened the closet and got out and changed. And he carried that thing under his arm, and the bathroom was in a floor below, and there were 4 bathroom floors alternating with the bedrooms. And getting plumbing at the tower had always been a daring feat, and the second hardest thing was getting the fresh water and having the waste come out the tower. And through some clever engineering combined with conditioning and enchantment, the tower had something that could be called working plumbing. And the bathroom was simple enough, with a toilet, a pump of warm or hot or cold water, and then he was moderated by pressing one of the 3 holes in the pump. And aside from it, there was the toilet, a mirror, a porcelain vanity, and a rack of towels. He took his usual 1-hour bath, and he dried himself and brushed his teeth and hair. And when he saw himself looking presentable, he made his brother a steer for breakfast. And every day Gargantua brought the meal for the twins. And Monkey King ate in his study while he had his meal in the open balcony, and looking up from his illustrated spellbook, Monkey King said, "Kirk Hall." "Good for him," said Ahi. Since Ahi wasn't in a talkative mood, Monkey King dropped the subject altogether, and the sea was extremely calm, which was unusual. And there was also not a cloud in the sky, and the opposite of the world was made of sand, and the silent moment lasted 15 minutes, and slowly the world around Ahi came alive with sand again. And after getting bored looking at those, Ahi took a drawing book from Monkey King's shelf, and inside there was a charcoal pencil, and Ahi then went to illustrate what he saw outside. And like all dragons, Ahi had sublime eyesight, and the world looked pretty interesting to his eye, until he was painting the corals that were a kilometer from the coast. And after sketching for a bit, he put his book back on the shelf and looking closer to the edge of the balcony, we noticed 5 young ape children, and they were climbing desperately up the tower. And the one to arrive first said, "Ahi, come play with us." Ahi jumped the balcony and he glided gently down towards the floor. And the little monkey children cheering horror as they saw it. And the first kid said, "Let's play hide and seek. You hide and we will look for you." "All right," said Ahi, saluting them. And the monkeys covered their eyes and started counting. And when they reached 10, Ahi tagged one of them and said, "God, you now you're right. We're not playing tag," snapped the child. And the kids turned around and counted again, and while they were not looking, Ahi was tiptoeing closer, and one of them turned around after counting 10 and said, "You're supposed to hide, Ahi." And he turned around again to continue counting to 100, and Ahi kept creeping closer, and eventually the kids realized that Ahi was not in the mood to play hide and seek, or he was pretending not to understand them. This did not deter them from trying to play the games with him. And the kids started walking towards the beach, and he followed after them. And once they were at the ocean, they started throwing seashells at the ocean, and they were trying to make the rocks skip. And it was an effort and futility since the ocean was extremely choppy that day, and he was always mimicking the last stone thrower. And as the kids imagined that they were just as good as he in the throwing game. And he looked up at the sky and he frowned, and one of the kids asked, "And what's the matter? Is a storm coming?" And there wasn't a single cloud in the sky, and one of the kids asked, "Is it going to rain?" Said Ahi, shaking his head. And the conversation was interrupted when Garganta called them at the beach. "And Aunt Liz," said the monkey king, who apparently was her niece, "and the king wants to see you," said Garganta. "Come, Ahi." And the pair started making their way towards the tower, and when she was out of sight of the others, she removed her shoes and started walking barefoot, and her posture hunched a little and yawned to show all her canines. "The king needs powder, Winter," said Garganta, shaking her face in the car, and then she clasped her shoulder and pretended to shiver. "You mean he needs my power?" said Ahi, pointing outward. "Yes, no, maybe yes," said Garganta, shaking her head in disappointment. She kept silent for the rest of the trip back to the lighthouse, and normally Ahi would amuse himself by rambling, singing, or playing mimicry, and instead he took to looking at the sky, and we were afraid that he would might up and disappear on us again. And then we would have to track him down for a couple of days. Ahi climbed up the stair, and Garganta went into the kitchen to prepare lunch, and went inside Monkey Kid's bedroom and pulled out a change of clothes, and he stopped midair below his breast, memento mori. And then he removed the outfit he was putting on, and instead he chose to wear his tattered red robes, and they were the same robes he had worn in the ocean. And he climbed the stairs quickly and disappeared by the doorway, and we saw him reappear beside his brother. And Monkey King was struggling with his spell, and he took his brother's arm and dragged him to the feet, and confused said, what is it?" And he picked up his brother's staff and said, "We should go for a ride." Before we left, we had time to follow, and we stayed floating in the room stupefied for a few seconds, and eventually we said, "Should we try to follow them?" "Nah, it would be pointless to try to keep up with him whenever he's flying at full speed." Alright, so then he went to fly off with his brother for a bit. Like Dragon Rider and Little Dragon. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 43. Ahi flew around with his brother for a couple of hours, and once Monkey King finally tired himself out, they returned to the tower. Ahi went inside his bathtub, and he was covered in sand, trees, and other stuff that he had accidentally crashed into while flying about. And Garganta was cleaning Ahi's sandy footprint. And he had also sat in a couple of the furniture. And he opened both waters of faucet with his feet, and he took in a deep breath, and he rested his cheek on his shoulder. Hovering over Ahi was Mallory, and she asked him, "Ahi, where did you go?" And Ahi shrugged his shoulders in response. And Mallory asked, "Did anything interesting happen?" And said, "Nothing much, just a standard joyride that got eventually interrupted by one of them." "Oh yes, them," said Mallory. Garganta by now had finished cleaning the entire mess that he made, and she entered the bathroom when she saw that when she saw how dirty the bath water had gotten. And shaking her head sadly, she drained the water and she filled a bucket with cold water from the sink. And then she assisted Ahi in getting himself cleaned out. And she cleaned him out from head to toe as she would do with a little kid. And mind you, grooming was a way that apes and monkeys like to bond. And while washing Ahi's hair, she said, and to keep talking, if you keep talking alone, Ahi, and others would say you're crazy. And when she was done, she said, dry Ahi with a towel and wrap him in a white blanket. And when she said, pointing upstairs, and go room, and the floor still wet, Ahi nodded and he went upstairs. And he lay down on his bed, and his red clothes still partly wet fell on the pillow. And we were about to say something, but we figured that it was better to lay this sleeping dog lie. And with any luck, somebody may have bothered to try to keep up with Ahi whenever he was in the middle of his joyride with his brother. He closed his eyes for a moment, and he closed his eyes, and he stayed like that until dinner. And when he smelled the food, he opened his eyes and he ate his grub. And when he was done eating, he looked at us and he nodded in response. And he said slowly, carefully with words, you were interested in knowing about my joyride. And we shook our heads in response. Another wild monkey kept giggling, and he found the entire situation hilarious. And then he said, you want to know about my day? And we nodded in response. And he closed his eyes and nodded. My day was uneventful. And we took some time to overanalyze what he meant by uneventful. What is uneventful for somebody such as Ahi? In the end, we decided that it was best not to press the issue altogether. Ahi eventually started to ruminate on where he wanted to go next. After conversing with his brother, Monkey King suggested the closest continent to from here is the frozen lands of Albion on the north, and you're going to have to fly or swim there, and no ship can make it there because of the iceberg. And there be dragons in so part 2, and the closest continent is to the west, and the place is underdeveloped and we don't know much about it. And he semi-added, I know people up north, so I will go there first, said he, getting up. And don't forget your things, said Monkey King, walking behind him, walking after his brother. For the last few days we have been flying due north, and he was in his dragon form, and from time to time he would dive in the water to either eat sand or salt or plankton, and as a result of his acquired diet, he was growing sleeker by the day. And to conserve energy, he had expanded his wing and made his frame smaller and elongated. And this new aerodynamic form allowed him to glide over the waters without beating his wings often. And really did not know much about this land aside from how it looked like from space. And from up close we saw plenty of icebergs here and there, and there were only one ship, however, over the horizon. And aside from being unfamiliar, all of the ships were more or less interesting further up. And based on an ancient map we found there were supposed to be dragons here. And with this sinister presence, however, our eyes only saw frozen ground all around. And eventually, as he lowered his altitude, and in one of the icebergs there was an opening which resembled the entrance of a cave. And outside there was a blond man dressed in furs, and upon closer inspection we recognized Mildred. And he landed before him and assumed his human form, and he was wearing a noble attire. As a result, his knees started shivering when he came in contact with the cold air. Mildred chuckled and threw his fur coat over him, and below he was wearing a white tunic that went as far as the knee. And the boots were made of phosphor and leather, and he had a white fluffy fur around his neck and wrist and at the end of his skirt. And Mildred was dressed for the winter, unlike Ahi. And Mildred beckoned at him within, and when both were inside, an icy wall closed to masquerade the entrance to his lair. The hallway leading to the residential area was lighted by blue flame. And while walking, Mildred said, "Did you finally get bored of the continent?" "More or less," responded Ahi, stumbling. "How is that little wife for you?" inquired Mildred. Same old, said Ahi sadly. "Oh, my darling will be happy to hear that. She became so soured ever since you got married. And by the way, is it true that you poisoned an entire city with your smog?" I said, "No." said Ahi. And welcome to my humble abode, said Mildred, bowing. And the ice camel was very similar to Mildred's mountainous retreat, and he had recently returned to his native land, and he had taken little Brunhilde with him. The tree had been quite treacherous for him, and it had been 5 centuries since he had last flown great distances. And aside from his little girl, he was carrying items he could not allow himself to be part with, and this included his human bed, his books, his gold, and a rocking chair. And he knew this. We knew this since Mildred had flown in this matter within Chin's line of sight. And despite being inside a frozen icicle, the interior was not too cold, and it was a comfortable 55 degrees, and there was no water dripping. And we assumed that there was some odd magic holding the place together. And the main room showed a rocking chair, a writing desk, 1 book chair, and there were also 2 large closets filled with pelts. And beside the closet there was a weapon stud with a rapier, and there was also a wooden stud leaning against the wall, and the room itself was square with a dome roof. And there weren't any windows, and the blue flames gave the place a dark bluish hue, and it made the interior appear to be made of solid blue stone instead of ice. He gave a peripheral view to his surroundings, and he found Mildred's rocking chair, and he sat down on it. And Mildred then went to another room, and he dragged a stool to sit before Ahi, and Johnny Mildred rested his head on his hand, and he asked, "So what brings you here?" Ahi shrugged his shoulders in response, and Johnny Mildred said, "You want me to wake up the girl?" "Nah, let her sleep," responded Ahi, passing his hand over his frosted red curls. "Whatever you're up to, I would be much obliged to offer my humble cave as your base of operation." Mildred then added, "I'm going to take a nap. If you find any food, bring me some." "If you find any food, I'm hungry." He got up and he followed Mildred to his bedroom, and after the kitchen, the cave got smaller, and it was large enough to contain Mildred's massive dragon frame. Mildred had removed his clothing, and he went into a fetus position to release his splendor, and the cave looked much smaller with a giant dragon within it. It was just large enough for a coiling Mildred and his closed wings. And on the floor there was a tiny layer of golden coins, and in a corner of the room was Brunhilde napping. And she had not grown much since last we saw her, and silver dragons took longer than regular dragons to grow to their adult size. And she was growing much slower than the regular silver dragon broods, and this was partly due to the petite nature of her mother Flaminka. And there was a good chance she would either grow really, really big or stay really, really small like the noble Chihuahua. He walked closer to Brunhilde, who was pretending to be asleep, and when she did not get up, he left the room, and her father's sigh dropped the temperature by 10 degrees, and Mildred brushed Brunhilde towards the entrance of the cave with his tail. He said, "Go play, little girl, go play, daughter." Brunhilde shook and kicked the golden coins backwards with her hind legs, and Mildred said to Brunhilde, and at some point growled at Brunhilde in a language that we could barely understand. Brunhilde showed her fangs and snapped her claws on the ice, and when she was done, she assumed her human form, and she was still the same creepy, dour little girl. The only difference that she had the physique of a flat-chested 12-year-old ballerina. The dragon to human spell really worked wonders on her, and like her father, she had slimmed down, and a diet of salt water and timber would slim down just about anyone. And as such, during the winter months, the silver dragons spent much of their time hibernating. They would only got up to join the feeding frenzy whenever one of their peers caught a blue whale or something. And in order to survive, the silver dragons had developed language, and they found it much easier to deal with humanoids than to eat them. And even among humans, there were a good number of silver dragons permanently residing with them. And that's what shows about some of the periphery information that we had acquired thus far. He waited aside from Brunhilde, and she was dressed in a white coat that had a hood, and the hood and eyes exterior borders were made of soft white bunny fur, and the boots were made of reindeer skin. He too had changed his attire and taken a cue from Mildred. He was wearing a parka made of caribou fur, and he had a large hood, and the insulating skin was thinner to allow for more mobility. And there was also the underwinter clothing, and the shoes were made of caribou skin, and the boots were made of seal skin. Brunhilde gave a sign to urge him to follow her, and the pair went down on a wooden stair which led to a small harbor. And there was a little gondola with a single oar, and the water around the oar was calm, almost quiet, and this contrasted greatly with the choppy waters a few meters away from the boat. And he sat in the passenger seat, and Brunhilde took the oar, and she wiggled the oar with great finesse to get it out of the harbor. And once they were in the clear ocean, she began to sing. Ahi rolled his eyes when he heard her high-pitched singing, and she then stepped twice with her left feet, and a magic circle became visible, and when the circle appeared, the boat started moving forward on its own. And whenever Brunhilde moved the oar, the boat changed position, and Brunhilde mechanically avoided the large ice chunks over the water, and she eventually made her way towards another small harbor. And there waited a 12-year-old lad, also dressed in furs, and he was carrying a satchel filled with more fur. And he sat beside her in the passenger seat, and there was still room in the boat for 2 more other people. While Brunhilde continued on her way, he asked the question in everyone's mind, "Where are we going?" The lad said nothing, and he pointed to his mouth and said in a foreign tongue, "Do you speak Coach, Mr. Dragon, sir?" "He speaks douche," responded he. And the lad closed his eyes for a moment and then added, and this time he said, "I see, you barely speak the language of Dooney. And I was originally from there, but I was sacrificed to the dragon." And it was only now that we realized that he sometimes spoke bad German, and his pronunciation was always so awful that it messed with our translator. Then again, we never had any need of translator except to restock. And it is easier to transmit our thoughts into people's brain, or to have the ultimate weapon figure out that jungle for us, and Wicked Sophie cleared us and forced us to focus on his conversation. "So you are from the southern continent. How is it like never to have any winter?" said the kid with goggles, putting on goggles. "I can't complain," responded he. "Are you a dragon, an outsider, a human, or you don't look like anyone I said before?" said the king, huddling within his robe. Mama says I'm human," said he, "but I'm not too certain." The light chuckled within the folding of his parka, and Brunhilde tugged out his hood to get his attention. And then she spoke to me. The kid asked, "And what did she say?" "She says the sky has polarities," responded he, pointed to the sky. The sky was in the midst of a colorful aureola borealis, and it was not night per se, only gentle twilight. And the sun was close to rising over the horizon, and based on the Oculus observation, the continent had only had polar night, and for 3 days, and still the days were considerably shorter, and now the sun had gone down at 3:48 p.m. Oh, the kid said, "Oh, you mean the snake still?" "Yep, it's a cold, alright, and my dad tried to sail down and never came back. I can't wait for summer." "My name is Jotun." He said he, unimpressed by Jotun's name, and Jotun pouted and went silent. And Jotun was the name of a Norse ice giant. But now the boat was in the open sea, and out in the ocean, Brunhilde's magic-powered gondola reached 40 knots an hour, and the motion was not felt thanks to a magic shield combined with a float spell. And in a matter of 30 minutes, the trio arrived docked at a human port, and the port town was small and rustic, and the huts were made of fur and whalebone, and behind the port there were slowly rose a pine forest. Since it had recently snowed, the men were outside paddling in the snow, and others were opening shop again and folding their goods they carried in furs. And others had wagons pulled by horses, and a good number had old-fashioned dog sleds. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. They arrive at a new time. Bye-bye and God bless. Saturnastra Ahi, Chapter 44, The Frozen Lands of Albion. I don't see there were whaling ships returning home. The port had only room enough for 2 large vessels and several dozen small fishing boats. There was a thin layer of ice over the beach. And Brunhilde did not park in the port, rather she geared a bit to the left to park by the beach side. And she got off the boat and she motioned Jotun to do the same. Without the help of he pulled the boat to the shore, and he tied the tip of the gondola to a mast to keep the boat in place when the high tide came. And Jotun commented, "You are really strong, Ahi. What tribe do you hail from?" Ahi shrugged his shoulders in response. And finally, getting the whole picture, Jotun said, "Oh, so you really are a foreigner for real? And you're not from around here?" "Yes, and what about it?" said he after a long pause. And Brunhilde pointed towards the forest to remind them of what they were up to. Jotun nodded and he started leaving, but he looked up and then he came back to say, "Ahi, you have a box ornament, don't you? And if you don't, no one here is gonna deal with you." "I need a what?" asked he, scratching his head. Brunhilde reached into the winter coat and brought out a pouch, and she handed the pouch to Ahi. And he pouted and said, well, that's no fun. And then he tied the pouch to his belt with the item that he needed. He said, well, if it were the summertime, he might have worn the pendant outside the pouch. However, its iron works would cause frostbite during the wintertime. Joseph narrowed his eye and he brushed his hand to warm them out some more. And then he said to Ahi, who was folding his arms, if anyone asks, just tell them that you're a dragon. And people will get paranoid if you say that you're a human looking like that. Jonathan was referring to Ahi's look, and all in all, the people we have seen thus far had monolith eyes, and since this was a poor town, we were able to get a good feel of the types of humans that live in the frozen lands of Albion. Most of the folks were either blonde or dirty blonde as far as hair color, and the dominant eye color was brown or black. And most of the people in town prefer to wear red or brownish color outfits. Brunhilde waited patiently for us to finish explaining things to her, and when we were done talking, she gestured at him to follow after her. The pair was side by side, and then they eventually made it to the center of the town. We were just as frozen as everything else, and in there the merchants were trying to peddle their meager wares. The second largest hut was stone-shaped, and it was meant to be a house of gathering for the people. The local men exchanged meaningful looks when they saw Brunhilde pass by, and then they turned to Ahi to ask, "Who are you?" "My name is Ahi," and then he said, "I was told to tell you that I am a dragon." The men looked even more paranoid, and two took Ahi and dragged him towards the second largest house, and the interior was quite humble, and there were furs on the floor and only a light source of the lantern hanging on top of the corner of one of the cabinets, and there were no chairs, and the rooms were separated by fur curtains. Sitting in a semicircle were three other ladies, and two stout-looking men with sabers hidden inside their winter coats, and a young lady dressed in a pure white furs. And in the side of the rustic meeting there was a man watching the scene, and he was also obscured by the fur curtain which created an artificial separation between the rooms. And every so often he would muffle his coughs into one of these spells. The men dropped Ahi unceremoniously on the floor, and he had told them, "I was told to tell you I was a dragon," and they were wrong answer. One of the men who had taken Ahi said to Brunhilde, "Calm down, we just want to talk. We wouldn't dream of harming your little pet." Brunhilde heeled at them and then brushed back her coat, and Ahi sat down to face his inquisitor. His attention was distracted by the furs laid on over the floor, and he petted them a little and smiled. And as soon as he did, the old woman started whispering to one another, and the sickly man started coughing, and the stout man's eyes widened, but no facial expression betrayed their surprise. The lady in white was the only one to maintain her composure, and she addressed him. "Forgive our lack of hospitality, and these long winter nights are tiring and our supplies grow short, and we cannot allow some outsider to disrupt the little peace that we have to enjoy. And I ask you, what are your intentions?" He shrugged his shoulders and said nothing, and one of the men made a motion with his sword, but a gesture from the lady caused him to restrain himself, and she insisted, "Who are you? Where do you come from? How do you get here?" He looked back and he saw Brunhilde pointing to her belt, and he said, "Oh, now I get it." And he took the pouch from his belt, and he emptied the content in his palm, and he held up the pendant with an elaborate little golden box ornament, and the box had a ruby on top side, and it had two small clover releases on the left side. Brunhilde got up and he gave the pendant to the lady in white, and she examined it, and then she passed it to the elder, and the middle elder said, "So your name is Ahi, like the big tuna fishes?" No, Ahi's more like the red peppers," explained Ahi, the nature of his name. And in a friendlier tone, now that he had given them the box ornament that the lady said, "Welcome to our tribe. There can be no true understanding with someone who refuses to assimilate, and the dragons understand this, so our people had no quarrel with them. Still, how do you get here?" "I flew," said Ahi, flapping his coat like a pair of wings. "And why do you look so?" asked one of the men, passing his hand over his face. And he shrugged his shoulders in response, and the lady in white asked, "So why do you come here?" Brunhilda wanted to show me around town, said that he pointed at Brunhilda. The lady looked at the man from the corner and then nodded, and then she said, "And how fair the lands of the south?" And he made a gesture with his hands that meant so. "And your family, what is the social standing in your community?" asked the lady. And by now we had gotten attuned to the brainwave. Despite some constructed interference here and there, we were able to figure out that the man in the shadow was transmitting his questions through telepathy to the lady in white. And he narrowed his eyes as he pondered on the question, what did she mean by social standing? The man hidden in the darkness nodded, satisfied with the results of the interrogation, and the others assembled still had many questions. However, they yielded to the decision of the man we started to assume was their leader. We noticed a tiny girl dressing first near him, and she had curly blonde hair and green eyes. And she beckoned Wicked Sophie to come closer, and the fairy girl opened the contents of a jar a bit, and a slight purple smoke rose to the surface. And when Wicked Sophie returned, she explained, "She is part of the fairy guidance system of the Dragon Rider, and she's currently stalking the sickly man, and she said that he's the older brother of the leader of the clan, and he's known as Cosiet the Immortal, and he manages to cheat death every winter." "Is that all?" we inquired. Well, that was all that she was willing to share on such short notice, and to get more information we will have to go through official channels, responded Wicked Sophie. Turning around, we returned to observing Ahi, and he had already left the tent with Brunhilda. Ahi sighed and rubbed his belly, and with his left hand he pointed out all his fingers to his mouth before saying, "Why won't you feed me?" In response, Brunhilda pointed to a fishing rod being sold by a merchant, and Ahi shook his head, frowning, and said, "This dog doesn't hunt." "Boo-hoo," said Brunhilda, folding her arms and sneering. And he sighed despondently, and he went to the shopkeeper, and he pointed to a woodcutter's axe, and the shopkeeper removed his mittens for a second to say with 2 fingers, and then he swiftly put the gloves back on again. And as he reached into the back of his coat and he pulled out 2 golden pieces of coin, the merchant looked at the coins and bet on them, and then he shook his head. And this time he pulled out 2 apples, and the apples were made of glass, and they were one of the many items he had stolen from Iago's home. And this glass would please the merchant, and he took the apples and wrapped them in small fur bundles. It's like they don't this little town, they do mercantilism instead of like dealing with coinage. Mercantilism is you trade stuff for stuff, like a trade camera for exchange for like a couple of rabbits and stuff, etc. When he went to take the axe, the merchant brushed his hand aside, and again he removed his mittens, and this time he showed the number 4. He was about to give him something else when Brunhilda intervened. The merchant recognized her as the Dragon King, and thus decided not to continue haggling. And Brunhilda's human form was akin to the transformation tendencies of the silver dragons of the north. And with his axe he went to the forest to look for a meal. Brunhilda followed along as a guide, and the seemingly empty forest was alive with noise. And his keen hearing was able to pick up the sound of nearby hunters, and they were tracking a reindeer or something like it. And there was also the occasional pack of wolves passing by, minding their own business. And by now it was midnight, however the sky was aglow with the northern lights, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. And like a second sun, the tartan moon was casting its glow upon the land, and the white snow had a slight golden tint to it, and the majority of the trees were Douglas fir, red cedars, and jack pines. And based on our peripheral view, the trees were immaculate, and their fallen branches were untouched by the hands of humans. And he looked at his tree in the clearing, and then he picked up his axe and he started cutting down a 10-feet tall Douglas fir, and while he was cutting it down, Brunhilda was picking up the cones that the tree would drop, and she was placing them inside a small leather bag, and based on the number of cones he could fit, the bag was a bottomless pit. And when he was halfway done, he heard a Jotun yell, "What are you doing?" And he looked and saw Jotun running towards him, and Jotun was lugging behind him the corpse of a reindeer, and Jotun explained, "You're not supposed to cut these trees without permission." "Oh, now you tell me," said he, giving a sideways look. "Oh, now you tell me." A gentle breeze passed by, and the fir broke, and Brunhilda either did not notice or had chosen to omit this crucial information to play a prank on him. and based on her amused expression, it was probably the latter. Jotun was scratching his hair and looking about like a wild animal while whimpering, "Oh no, this is not good, this is not good at all." He peeled back the bark with his bare hand, and with his axe and his man arranged the wood into neat rectangles, and this task only took him 2 hours. Jotun's shock was slowly diminished, and with his food arranged as thus, he started eating the hardwood, and the back of one of the red cedars shifted position a bit, and upon closer inspection there was a parasite plant creature leaching life from the tree, and the tree parasite started blooming blue sunflowers, and the sunflowers on the head had the face of a humanoid person. The face was milky green, and the eyes were large, round, and pitch black, and when the light fell on its eye, it glowed translucent green. The creature had a tiny mouth with a thin line that could be almost called lips, and it had 2 lines on the face, and where the cold air was absorbed, and vines expanded from the back of his head and blossomed into tiny flowers, and they were all pointing towards the Titan moon. The tree grew separated from the back of the tree, however there were vines still attached to it, like a lifeline, and the feet were seen now like the bird feet to help it walk in the snow, and the leaf was pointed and contracted to retain moisture. And when Jotun saw the girl, he ran towards town screaming like a lunatic, and he had dropped his hard-earned cash along the way. And since Jotun had abandoned the reindeer he had hunted, he took the opportunity to feast on the meat. And while he was eating, the flower girl tiptoed her way towards Ahi, and Ahi turned around and he smiled at her, and his face was covered in blood. And Brunhilda gave Ahi a jealous look, and forgetting her joke, she went to nibble on Ahi's food. And being a bit of a picky eater, Brunhilda only ate the liver, the heart, the brain, and the spinal fluid. The flower girl kneeled down beside Ahi, and his roots came out from her sides, and his roots burrowed around the red ground and so with the blood that was released by the dead deer. And he was not much for drinking blood, so he squeezed the blood from all of the pieces of meat he was about to eat. And since he did not know about plants, he made the blood of the deer fall on the flower girl's head, since he thought that she would fancy it. And based on the favorite guidance system, the locals called these orchid humanoid creatures tree nymphs. And the locals believed that if their trees were cut down, the tree nymphs or hamadryas would die. And the Greeks used to refer to these beings as hamadryas, and based on the periphery scan, this tree girl had more in common with merfolk than trees. The hamadrya opened her mouth slightly to allow the blood to flow into her lips, and the scent of blood had naturally attracted wolves. However, when they smelled dragons, the wolves decided to go for an easier prey. And after half an hour, there was hardly anything left for the deer, and Brunhilda took the skin and threw it over her small purse, and a small blue petal fell from the hamadrya's head, and she shook a little like a tree shaken by the wind. And she nimbly ran away towards her home tree, and it was surprising speed that she could muster, having such a solid appearance. And her petals and leaves closed up, and he noticed that she was camouflaged into the tree. He picked up one of the blue petals that had fallen, and he ate it. And then he went to face all of the lumber he had made, and he pulled the lumber sank into his transport bag for easy transportation, and before returning, he wiped his hands and his face on his winter coat, and there was still a red stain on his face, and he had also forgotten to take off his gloves, so the two were tainted by the blood of the deer he had eaten. When he and Brunhilda returned to town, there was a small crowd gathering around Jotun. That's the end of that chapter. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 46, the crowd. When we got within earshot, we caught the middle of Jotun's strange narration, and he said, "So there I was in the middle of the forest when a giant werewolf showed up, and naturally I ran away, but he was chasing after me, and I tried to climb a tree, but I was slapped by a tree girl, and to keep the wolf away I left my cash, and that is why I came here screaming." The crowd moved aside, and Kosir entered the scene, and coughing he said, "You are a bad liar, boy," and some of the hunters came back, and they saw someone cut in a tree, and we even found an axe, and you were hunting near the vicinity, and we even found your lantern. Chosen or not, we will have your head for this. And why pick on me? And if someone gets murdered right next to you, does that make you the murderer, my most honorable chieftain?" said Jotun, bowing in front of Kosir. And the turn of phrase made Jotun sound almost as if he was making fun of him. And coughing Kosir said, "And bring him to the assembly hall, and we will sort out this problem before sunrise." And then he said to the villagers, "And the rest of you go back to sleep. There's much to be done tomorrow." Jotun followed after Kosir, and he knew that disobeying him would cut him off from his favorite hunting grounds or worse. And he and Brunhilda followed along, and unlike his interrogation, this one was being done by Kosir alone. and the elders had retired for the night, and most of the warriors were hunting, and in the continent of Bertha, the hunting was done during the day. And this had to do with sport matching or something like it, and there was never a shortage of animal. So to make the game more fun, the hunters fought on even ground with the animal. However, in the lands of Albion, when food was scarce, the hunters would use searchlights at night as well. And a few of our crew had wandered off to observe the hunting, and the hunters had magical lanterns with translucent ice crystal, and this crystal shone a beam of blue light in the direction of that the hunter aimed at, and to fine-tune it, it would cast a wide reach in the focus of being forward, and rabbits, foxes, and other creatures had the bad habit of focusing on the blue light, ignoring the humans that were hiding behind it, and this made hunting ridiculously easy. And based on the glow of the eyes and the spacing between the eyes, the hunters could tell which animal they were aiming at. Now back to the story. Cozy had asked, Asahi, and you, what were you doing in the woods? And I was hungry and nobody was feeding him. And you could have just bought some food, you fool, said now Cozy, shaking his head. And then looking at Jordan, he said, and how much do you know of him? Is he alright in the head? And he just does as he wills, but he means well. And you said he was a powerful, noble dragon who protected the weak, and he flew up north because humans wanted to use his power for wars. And he tried reasoning, but it was a no-go, explained Jordan. And Cozy was rubbing his head, and he would probably had a headache from listening from Jordan's loud pitch rambling. And the king reminded us a bit of my duke, who tended to dull the truth. And under the limelight of the lantern, we saw Cozy's clear blue eyes, and they contrasted greatly with his pale yellowish skin and his pitch black hair. And his cheeks were hollowed out, and he looked at someone who had a foot in his grave. And looking at Ahi, Cozy asked, holding the axe, is this yours? Ahi nodded, and then he reached for his axe. And Cozy handed the axe to Ahi, and then Ahi tied it to his belt. And do you see or hear anything out of the ordinary? Jordan saw something, asked Cozy. Not really, said Ahi. But then again, I'm new here, so I do not know what you would consider out of the ordinary. Cozy thought a moment and then said, you should go home, and I will go to the forest and speak with the trainers themselves, and when you return, I will have one of my men inform you of my sentence. Jordan and Jordan lasted 10, and a few of us lingered to hear their final thoughts, and the voice of the lady in white commented, growing soft in your old age. I am only 31, Kushendra, said Cozy, laughing, and his bitter laughter turned into a coughing fit. And he added, traditions are important, but they should never give way to silly superstitions, and besides. The lady in white, who was apparently called Kushendra, entered the scene, and she got Cozy to a bed made from hundreds of petals laid on top of each other. And after talking in Cozy, she went to the kitchen to prepare him his potions. The stragglers returned to our group after witnessing this short little scene, and we were not too interested in watching a human agonizing in his deathbed. And maybe we should ask Ahi to heal him. The months passed uneventfully, and after talking with the Hamadryad, he was exonerated of his crime of illegal logging. And to prevent future problems, he was given a logging license, and very few people had logging licenses in the village, and it was in part due to the Hamadryad's presence, and they tended to get rather nasty whenever a human accidentally axed them in the face. And Mother had spent most of his time hibernating, and he only woke up to eat whatever scratchbone he could find. And as it happened, the full-grown silver dragons spent their winter hibernating, and those that spent the hibernate usually had critters to look after them, and they just spent the winter months learning how to hunt in the forest and learning to trade with humans, and they were not allowed back home without bringing something to eat for their dormant parents. As it happened, silver dragons took 60 years to be half their parents' size, and it would also take them twice as long to reach adulthood. And those that developed in the south grew 3 times as fast, but were 10 times weaker than the silver dragons who lived in the north. And to ensure the health of the community, the silver dragons reared the young in their ancestral home. And it was part of the reason why Mulder had finally felt like traveling north, and he also wanted to lay low away from the eyes of King Bersamin. And based on the fairy guidance, so the land in the north was protected by the ancient dragon Albion. And this ancient dragon was discovered had been alien in Europa, and he was secretly moved to the oceans of Saturnastra by the Orc dragon riders. And other silver dragons were descendants of Albion of the North, and he was the last awakened 400 years ago, and he had been quite active during the era of Blood Red. And as of now, he was hibernating away, and despite being asleep, his presence was felt throughout the continent. And one of his most important powers was keeping the weather 4 degrees Celsius higher than what it should be. And he was the main reason why humans could thrive so far up north in a place which officially should be called the Arctic. And ironically, his magic created a natural iceberg throughout the continent, and this iceberg served as home for the silver dragons. And during the summer months, there was always an unnatural explosion of plant life, and even during the winter, there was plenty of fast-growing grass for grazers to feed on. And Albia's presence was the sole reason that most people survived the harsh winters. And aside from the occasional mild weather, Albion had a magic shield cast over the continent, and this shield prevented people from teleporting in and out of the continent. So even magical dragons like Silver Dragon had to travel up north the old-fashioned way, and the shield had not always been there, and rather it was a precaution to slow down Bersame's northern expansionism. And today Brunhilde and Ahi were visiting a nearby village called Torfti, and the village was just half a kilometer inland, and was in a small clearing in the forest near the lake. And even though it was technically spring, the lake was frozen. It was still not warm enough for the ice to melt, though it was seen in many places. Mother was not awake yet, and his kind hibernated until summertime sometime. And this winter time, all of the silver dragons had gone up north. There were even rumors of Alabaster showing up in Silver Dragon territory, and they were one of the few dragons, aside from silver ones, who were stout enough to survive the flight to the north. And one of such dragons happened to be near the land of Torftir, and a hidden Brunhilde had traveled there to gently encourage the beast to leave or to move to an iceberg, or an uninhabited island, or a mountain cave. And full-grown alabaster dragons came in 2 colors. The females were pearly white, like alabaster, and the male ones were dark brown, except for the belly, which was the same color as their female equivalent. And the male dragons were aggressive solitary creatures and very territorial, and they usually share the territory with a single female in her brood, and like the noble tiger, the alabaster spears live away from each other. And despite the solitary nature, alabaster dragons were among the dragon kinds with linguistic skills, and they were highly intelligent and occasionally magical. And at this moment, Ahi and Brunhilde were conversing with the elder of the village, and then, while they spoke, the elder was guiding them to a place that they had seen the alabaster dragon. The temperature in the forest was still low, but not low enough to require Arctic gear, and Ahi and Brunhilde were thus wearing light pelts made of deer leather. And the elder said to Ahi, "A fortnight ago, a hunter heard a strange roar in the sky, and it was unusual since the pale dragons are mild mannered, and then the hunters started disappearing one by one." And then pointing to the trees, we noticed that the thickest had 3-finger claw marks, and alabaster dragons only had 3 fingers and no opposable thumbs. And they only took the time to mark their territory as thus whenever human intrusion became too much of a nuisance for them. And then the elder said, "This marks the start of the newly acquired territory he stole from us, and we wouldn't mind sharing our hunting if he had been asked, but killing our hunters without provocation is unforgivable." "How can you be certain that they are dead, or if they were not killed by wolves?" asked Ahi, folding his arms. "It is a possibility," said the elder, scratching his head. "Still, we had no way of knowing, and none of our remaining hunters are foolhardy enough to look for the others, and there is because they're not keen on getting attacked themselves." "And has anyone seen what kind of dragon it is?" asked Ahi, pointing to both his eyes. "And we have seen it flying overhead from time to time, and lately it circles around our home once a day, and we are fearing that it's going to attack at any minute," said the elder, shivering. And Ahi pointed to Brunhilde, said, "She wants to know how many people have gone missing," said Ahi, pointing to Brunhilde. "About 17, including my granddaughter and her father, and the berries have pickled early this spring, and my son had taken her to pick some." And he says water, and then he said, "It has been 11 days, and they have not been found yet. And if you are searching, if you find anything belonging to them, bring it home so that I may give them a proper burial." He gave a martial salute and said, "You can count on me, sir, I will find them, dead or alive." Hopefully alive. He and Brunhilde started walking towards the forest, and when the others saw that they could not see, a strange smile appeared on his lips for a second. And Brunhilde too had seemed worried, and folding in her arms, she pointed at the elder, and he nodded in response, and he folded his arms and started looking up left and right. And he did this whenever he was thinking or daydreaming, and unlike most folks, he did not need to close his eyes to find his way around, and he instinctively avoided branches and the thorny shrubs that most humans failed to see even when they were actually paying attention. And after an hour walking in the forest, a thought materialized. He stopped in the section of the forest and he dug in the light snow to reveal a vertebrate. And after smelling it a little, he shrugged his shoulders and handed the human vertebrate to Brunhilde. She put it in her small sack for later consumption, and based on a recent observation, the area was crawling with and the hunter in the area used black wolf furs for clothing, and they were known to periodically exterminate entire wolf packs to monopolize the meat supply in the forest. And the last wolf pack had been slain some 7 years ago, so they were a bit out of practice. And the new wolf pack had a high degree of habituation, and this meant that they were not afraid of humans or even fire. So their old wolf hunting tactics were not working on them, and Rad and Cube Brunhilde and he heard growling of a great wolf. And since the wolf's attack was a feint, she limited herself to biting their the wolf limited themselves to biting their cloaks and their legs. Brunhilde eventually punched the wolf mother in the mouth, and the wolf fled whimpering. Aho shook his head and said she was just playing. There was no need for you to be so aggressive with her. And ignoring him, Brunhilde pointed to a large hole in the ground, and the hole had been previously covered by tree roots and permafrost, and based on the entrance, the dragon was probably a young adult or a crossbreed. And he picked a belly scale near the entrance, and its color glistened pure white like alabaster, and he climbed down the remaining roots on the wall, and Brunhilde assumed her dragon form and gently glided to the bottom of the cave. And to create light, Brunhilde opened her mouth and created a slight spark in her mouth, and without breathing out the flames, she used her breath as a flashlight. And the interior was a limestone cave, and there were bacteria all over the place oxidizing the walls. And this gave it a strange red thin color, and the interior somewhat felt warm, and we heard the tinkling of the water deeper into the cave, and he walked in the direction of the sound, and Brunhilde trotted along, and she chose to maintain her draconic form since most dragons die while in their human form, and the ground was pretty even out, and so were the walls, and it was part of the dragon's method of making a cave livable, and they hold jagged corners and stalagmites in a pseudo-dragon habitation well. And by following the smoothened path, he and Brunhilde were nearing the lair of the beast. The cave went a few meters deeper, and by now we could hardly see a thing, and the only source of light was the bioluminescent bacteria on the roof and Brunhilde's flame. And the roof glowed like a sea of stars, and it really was one of the nicest dragon dwellings we had ever seen. And we eventually found a large opening in the cave, and there was water bubbling to its surface. And Brunhilde touched the tip of the water with her claw, and then went in, and he stepped on her back, not too eager to swim in the skin-peeling hot water. And the water was dripping from the walls, and in the left side there was a staircase-like structure with boiling water falling all over, and the steam rising all about felt rather pleasant, and it was certainly a nice contrast to the piercing cold. And in response to the heat, he put away his winter clothing, and he drew his clothing and he put his outfit away, and below he was wearing a short-sleeved white dress with a frilly skirt that went over his knee, and it had one large red ribbon over its sleeve and a large red bow tied to the waist. The waters became cooler the closer we got to our destination, and based on the smoothness of the cave, we turned left, and there were 5 paths in this intricate labyrinth, and we eventually saw a source of light. And shimmering in the distance, there was a boat with a little lantern, and there was also a natural light entering from one of the roofs, and the host allowed plenty of cold air to come within, and it was an ingenious natural ventilation engineering. And the cold air which entered was counterbalanced by the hot springs within the cave, and all in all, the interior was a comfortable 65 degrees. And the holes were made in such a way as to always allow natural light to fall on top of this cave island, for lack of a better word. And the island was 20 yards or so in diameter, and the top had a 2-story mansion, and the mansion was made of stone, possibly taken from parts of the cave that were smoothened out. And the windows were made of wood and glass, and there was a little chimney with smoke rising to the roof. And it was unusual for a non-magical dragon to have human habitation, and based on the fairy guidance system, this dragon had very low magical potential. And not much was known of alabaster dragons, since they were avoided other creatures like the plague, and they valued their privacy above anything else, and observing these creatures was always detrimental to our health. and at the moment the dragon was not at home, and if he was hunting, he should be back in a couple of hours. And like most dragons, alabaster dragons consumed their prey right away, and they were not hoarders like the noble squirrel. They thrive in areas with an abundance of prey, even in the winter, and the wolves in the south had to be serious to force a migration of this otherwise endemic creature. And Ahi and Brunhilde walked up to the house, and there were flowers growing on the ground, and neither the flowers nor the soil was native to this region. And the flowers were violet irises, and they were Arasa's favorite flower, and this continent had its own cosmology, so these flowers did not carry the same meaning that they did in the continent of Bersame. And on the back and surrounding these flowers were patches of lavender flowers, and there were also a few forget-me-nots, and it was a bit too early and a bit unusual to see such flower growing. Ahi and Brunhilde saw one of the curtains shift a little, and the door to the house was open slightly, and Ahi could see a little girl hiding behind the door, and in a trembling voice she asked, "Who are you?" "I am Ahi, and this is Brunhilde, and we came here to see the dragon," explained Ahi. "Why?" asked the girl, and Ahi shrugged his shoulders in response, and beckoning the girl with his left arm, he said, "The townspeople think he ate humans." "Not likely," said the girl, still hiding within. And upon closer inspection, we saw that she was a 17-year-old and a head taller than Ahi, and she had blue eyes and raven hair, and she was lighter skinned than most folks of the village, possibly from being indoors for so long. And she added, "Clematis doesn't like eating humans. They taste bad, except for nice." Brunhilde wants to know if he has eaten any humans recently, asked Ahi. The girl within thought a moment, and then he said, "No, I don't think so. He tends to ignore humans even when they wander into his territory. He doesn't consider us a significant threat." And there was a roar outside, and the light which entered the cave became a cloud for a second, and we saw Clematis' shadow for a brief second, and more apprehended the girl said, "I have answered your questions now. Leave here at once." It's fine, said Ahi, giving the thumbs up. And right on cue, we heard the clawing of the dragon, and he was climbing through the tall walls, and his head became visible, and his mouth was stained with fresh blood, and his armor scales were bronze colored, almost black, and they were metallic. And we said as he started lashing us, and after he flattened us against the ground with his claws, he asked Ahi, "Are these pesky little flies your—" "Yes, Ahi," said Ahi, nodding. Letting us go, we continued our observations, and less suspicious and a bit curious, the dragon descended from the roof, and the light from the outside glistened against his alabaster chest, and his body scales were immaculate pure white, and his mane was also silvery, as well as the horns in his back. And based on their size, we were able to determine that he was an older alabaster dragon, and his wings also looked pretty worn out. And his eyes were the color of burnt charcoal, and Clematis rolled his eyes while he heard us describing his physical perfection. And he was a fine specimen indeed, fully pumped out his sleeve, and he still had spikes which were flattened into thin blades. And alabaster dragon had shorter neck and tail than regular dragon, and it was only twice the head in its length instead of 3. Yawning a little, he asked, lying down on the ground, "And what does the Albion dragons want?" And half of his frame was submerged in the hot spring, and he purred, and we made him growl in content, and Brunhilde sat on her hind legs, and she folded her arms, and he said, "The villagers think you have been killing their hunters." "I might have," said Clematis, resting his head on his claw. When he saw the free hand, he started taking the water and grooming his wings. "And what did the humans ever do to you? Dragons do not kill without provocation," said Ahi, taking a step forward. John and Clematis said, "I know you, Ahi, and wasn't. And those that know you have a healthy respect for your powers and stupidity. Did the humans put you up to this?" Smiling, he said, showing his bloody teeth, "Define provocation." "No," smiling, the dragon said, "Define provocation. One does not live as long as I have by picking fight, and some of my cousins here traveled up north before, and I am somewhat familiar with how things run here." "So you did murder the humans," said Ahi, raising his voice. "I did kill one or two humans recently, but what of it?" said Clematis disdainfully. And then he added, "And they did provoke my ire. As for the rest, well, you have seen the wolves, and quite the audacious pack they have in the forest, and they even had the nerve to attack me, declared Clematis. "I agree," said Ahi, "and those wolves were not acting normal." "Well, it's not my problem," said Clematis. "Go tell the descendants of Albion what you have seen and heard." And just know that I do not plan on moving out of this cave. I am rather comfortable here. Alright, so that's the that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 47, The Dragon's Pet. Pointing towards the cabin, Ahi asked, "Who is the girl?" "My pet human. I found her abandoned in the forest, and I made her a tiny house and everything to keep her safe from the element. I am currently trying to teach her new tricks," he said, pointing towards the little house. On top of the doorway there was a giant sign with runes scribbled onto them, and based on our rudimentary knowledge on this dragon's particular dragon script, it read Heidi. Borgio then Ahi took a second look at the house and started laughing, and Clemente chuckled as well, proud of his well-formulated joke. He was indeed a very unusual alabaster dragon. Then again, their aggressive nature made it very rare to see one of their kind reach the age of an elder dragon. And all elder dragons had certain commonalities. They were docile, adaptable, cautious, and usually bored. And if boredom was not treated quickly, it degraded into depression. Clematis' laughter was suddenly cut short, and his eyes clouded deeper charcoal, and pointing towards the exit, he said, "Your presence annoys me. Be gone." He added, looking at us, "All of you." Not desiring to argue, Brunhilde went into the water, and Ahi stood on her back, and she swam her way out of Clematis' home as quickly as her legs could paddle. Summer had finally arrived in the northern continent, and all of the nature and fauna had burst to life, and there was the overabundance of fairy, fruits, and animals. The silver dragons had finally shaken off their winter lethargy, and they were actively hunting along the coastline and in the forest. The whole flight of them had traveled to this region, and in this coast there was a large gathering of marine life, and hunting was easier there since the fishes there were swept up by a large current from the east and back northward. And the place was also a breeding ground for seals, and it also had plenty of salmon, shrimps, and lobster. Tali was quite the prosperous port city, and its main export was shrimp, salmon, and furs, and it had a trading missions all over the coastlines in the northern continent. Tali was the capital of the Federation of the Huracan, and this federation had been forced by the unification of 6 warring tribes, and we use warring in the mildest sense, and the winter hardships never allowed for the conflicts to reach cataclysmic proportions. And these were old-fashioned disputes over land, women, and resources. However, most battles were usually resolved among the tribal chieftains without much bloodshed. And about 281 years ago, the southern tribes were attacked by an ambitious warring tribe from the western part of the continent, and to fend off invaders, the Huracan Federation was founded. It had been in working order since then, and like other tribes, the Federation shared similar cosmological beliefs, and they were also slaves to their tradition, and this slavery helped maintain something that could be called order. And as per tradition, his party had to settle in the outskirts of the city. The city was a few miles away from a dead volcano, and the locals called it Mount Chesta. And only the dragons knew the mountain was actually a volcano, and the volcano had innumerable amount of tunnels, and the interior was lined with precious minerals and gems like obsidian, honey, agate, onyx, peridot, and most importantly, gold. Dragons typically did not appropriate each other's nesting ground, and the summertime was also the time of courtship for the silver dragons. However, the female silver dragons never made it until their litter was fully grown, and even then some of their kind maintained perpetual virginity. And due to the female-speaking nature, it was not too uncommon for male silver dragons to crossbreed with other more willing specimens. And today Mildred came to discover his cave had been occupied, and a large part of the other cave had been appropriated by the unwelcome alabaster dragons. And there was about 25 nesting grounds inside the mountain, and as was a commonality among the alabaster dragons, they had a wide-ranging territory. And the end result was that their entire kin had lived in one of the most resource-abundant mountains in the entire region. The silver dragons naturally shunned conflict, and like the humans natives, they were slaves to their own ways. And Mulder was flying with Ahi and Brunhilde on his back, and his attention was drawn by a gathering of his kin at the base of the mountain. And this was unusual since his kin rarely got together to do much of anything. and Modern landed on top of a flat stalactite rock, and he asked the dragons closest to him, Uria, what is going on? And those bastards gone up and taken over our whole mountain, said Uriel angrily. And Filmer Silver Dragon had a larger mane and smaller horns and frame, but larger wings than their male counterparts. Are we going to do something about it? Asked Mulder. Doesn't look like it. It's the start of the summer, and the men don't seem too eager to fight over such trifling matters, responded Uriel, sighing. And Mulder sat a moment, folding his cloth, and he climbed onto his head to get a better view of the situation. The problem wasn't so much that there wasn't enough room for everyone. Rather, Alabaster Dragons were territorial, and the Silver Dragons were not. And despite not being territorial, the Silver Dragons were outraged by the loss of their home. So, like, the Silver Dragons would be willing to share space with the Alabaster Dragons, but the Alabaster Dragons don't like sharing space. So then you see the problem. He raised his hand and said, Guys, I have an idea. The dragons turned slightly to pay attention to the little Ahi, and with everyone's attention, he said, Why don't we try brutalize aggression? And that is, as Mulder somewhat amused. And have you ever seen two cats fighting for territory? They start up with some yelling and a display of power. And the trick is to both avoid any actual fighting, said Ahi, punching the air. This is stupid. We're not animals, and we're certainly not cats, snapped Uria. Cover for me, said Ahi, chuckling, and he added, The humans' non-violent approach involves cities, marching, labor strike, hunger strike, boycotts, other goods, etc. Said Uria, thinking, and the other dragons too were pensive. And after analyzing their options, Mordred said, Let's take the animal approach. And humans have tried the non-violence thing of King Bersamin for years, and he hasn't made a dent in his empire. And honestly, there comes a time when a man has to be a man. Any strategy that relies on the goodwill and compassion of one's adversary is doomed to fail from the start, said Ahi, agreeing with him. And one of the elder dragons in the group asked in a mocking tone, So how do we go about this? Do we imitate the wolf and send our betas to bite their feet and then flee? Or do we kill their younglings to show them who's boss? Just follow my lead, said Ahi, changing into the form of a dragon. And he flew and he faced the open mouth of the first cave. And Ahi spread his wing and the others did the same. And then he started roaring and the other dragons followed suit. And this was an unusual behavior of the super refined silver dragons. The humans entirely were deeply unnerved by the noise created by the usually pacifistic dragons, and even the Habadias were in a frenzy. They were leaving their tree homes and making their way towards the ocean. And the birds in the forest too were leaving because they were frightened by the silver dragon's unusual behavior. He showed his claws and he breathed smoke into the air, and the noise and the smell of burnt sulfur mingled with the icy blue flame of the silver dragons finally caught the attention of the alabaster dragon. The alabaster dragons were not as unified as the silver dragon clique, and they were showing signs of aggression towards one another, especially among the young males. And the 25 that had showed up kept a respectable 10-meter distance from their peers, and he made a sign to the others and they stopped making noise, and he climbed on top of the rocky surface of the mountain to face the first alabaster dragon. And he was a young male, about 60 years old. And the alabaster dragon sat up on his hind leg and he folded his arms and he looked down on the silver dragon, which were numbered 50 adults and 21 children. And barking, he said, And have you people gone feral? What happened to the dignified Albion race? And you bring shame to Dragonkin. And he spat slush at the dragon's feet and snapped, And you may look down on the feral race, but you cannot change the fact that we lie on top of the food chain, my good friend. The alabaster dragon frowned and then sneezed, and there were fumes rising from the sludge that he had spat near him. And the dragon flapped his wings, and he flew a few meters away from Ahi. And Ahi made a sign to the others, and they started invading the personal space of the alabaster dragon. And some of the silver dragons snapped their fans, and others breathed icy or lightning, and some even went as far as using magic. And this ritualized aggression was orchestrated in a way to show their power while avoiding any actual fighting. And when all of the alabaster dragons had retreated further up the mountain, Ahi said, And we should be able to get back inside now. Ahi's ritualized violence actually proved effective, and in time, this newly developed nasty neighbor effect among alabaster dragons. This meant that the alabaster dragons maintained the usual hostility to one another, however they tolerated the presence of the silver dragons. And while things had finally settled up in the mountain, the city of Stalik was in turmoil. Seers and magicians were coming from over the Federation to interpret the ill omen. And Mother was somewhat inclined to explain things, however the others refused to in order to save face. And to bring matters to a close, the citizens of Stalik decided to offer a sacrificial virgin to the dragons, and no one knew where this stupid bizarre tradition had originated, and the silver dragons were also not inclined to turn down a fresh addition to their pack. And as we said, it was not too uncommon for male silver dragons to crossbreed. Today, Ahi and Brunhilde were attending the choosing, and they were serving as the acting representatives of the silver dragons, and the choosing took place in the temple at the base of the mountain, and ideally all the virgins were chosen from all levels of society. However, it was not too uncommon for the names of the nobles to be taken out in exchange of a hefty sum. And there were 100 maidens to be chosen from, and from 21 of them were true virgins. And the virgins were dressed in cotton white, sleeveless dresses, and a white veil decorated with white anemones. And the temple was a circular series of posts and lintel stones, and at the center there was a round altar with a fire burning. And there were 4 other large stones facing the 4 cardinal points, and Ahi and Brunhilde were sitting before the fire facing the maidens, and there were 3 high priests dressed in blue robes without hoods, and they were wearing a poncho over it, and they had plenty of obsidian ornaments. And one of the priests was a blindfolded maiden, and she held up in her lap a small urn with an opening enough to fit 2 hands, and each girl was supposed to go up to there and reach for a small circular rune. The rune was then presented to either priest, and during the choosing a different rune was used, and this meant to prevent the cheating during the choosing. And like all lotteries, this one was rigged, and there was always only one rune within the urn, and the blindfolded maiden held the runes beneath her sleeves. And the name of each maiden was always announced, and when the chosen maiden spoke her name, the blind priestess would slip the rune into the urn, and this was a clever trick to be certain, but none of the locals were ever that observant. And by now they were out to the last 10 maidens, and Ahi was busy dozing off, and Brunhilde was drawing the participants, and suddenly Ahi looked up and he heard the name Jefine of the clan Draconic, and she was the name that they were waiting for, and like her namesake, Gefion was a farmer. And this lifestyle of farming was somewhat possible, and her family had sold her for some cliché reason or other, and Gefion was a stout but somewhat well-nourished 12-year-old girl. And she was also illiterate, and this was quite commonplace in this continent, and reading language was more of a fad among the priestly class. And Brunhilde looked up from her work, and shaking her head, she said she couldn't help but comment on the malnourished girl that they were offering up. Pity, said Ahi, another mouth to feed. Gefon was trembling from head to toe. As far as she knew, all humans that were sacrificed to the dragon were never heard from again. And she wasn't a bad-looking lass, with big, expressive black eyes, a small nose, thin lips, and raven black hair. And for the dragon, she was a useless specimen as far as mating was concerned, for the inhuman females were only potential breeding partners in their mid-20s. And Mother was one of the few among his kin who wanted to enlighten the poor humans. However, his kind had isolationist tendency, as long as they did not interfere in the events of other sentient species. They simply watched events unfold like a bad soap opera. And there was also the popular belief that dealing with humans on the same level would diminish draconic dignity, whatever that was. After being back for a few years, Mother was finally remembering why he had left his kind in the first place. And Gerfa had gotten the ill-fated rune, and like we had all expected, and the water would soon follow, and kissing at his feet, she begged for her life. And shaking her shoulders as he said, "Stop crying, you'll be fine, nothing bad's gonna happen to you." And looking at, she regained her composure and said, "Really? Oh, thank you. It's okay," said Ahi, patting her head. "If you don't cry, listen to what's going to happen. I'm going to take you back to the rendezvous point, and a healer is going to fix you up and feed you a meal." "I don't need a healer," said the girl, taking aback. And Ahi was making reference to her untreated broken leg. Though not visible, her left wrist also had been healed poorly. And she was also developing organic dust toxicity syndrome. And it sounds bad, but this syndrome usually only lasts for 1 to 5 days. and the seems to have flu-like symptoms, and it only affected farmers. Needless to say, the barn she worked in required better ventilation, and face masks also helped. Boy, the form was a real mess, and the rouge color added to her lips and cheeks were not making her look any livelier. In fact, they were having the opposite effect. Brunhilda started laughing and thrashing at our observation, and she had forgotten she was in her human form, and one of the priests spoke her with a rod and said, Brunhilda quickly quieted down and regained her composure, and from time to time her shoulders would shake and her face twisted into a grimace as she tried to restrain her laughter. The other priest struck Ahi in his hand to make him let go of the sacrifice, and Ahi and the rest of us dozed off during the rest of the ceremony. And we frankly specialized in nature shows, and we had no interest in human affairs. And Ahi tensed up for a moment, and we awoke for a second later, and the blind priestess was creating a mixture of coca leaves and maize beer. And Ahi asked the priestess, what's with the beer and drugs? If you're making it for me, know that I won't have it. The priestess stoically ignored Ahi, and after Ahi asked a second time, she answered in a harsh voice, it's not for your grace, it is for the sacrifice. The post is just our way of sending her off painlessly. And Ahi folded his arms, and looking at us, he asked, is it just me, or are they really going to kill the girl? And we nodded in response, and Ahi stood between the girl and the high priest, and he raised his head and folded his arm in defiance, and his blood-red eyes were burning twin charcoals for added effect, and he screamed at the priest, and do not kill your children out of fear of one, and human sacrifice is a sinful act of those who have gone astray. The priest and others present cowered and bowed. But it was you who desired human sacrifices, Great One, said the priest. Don't blame this one on me. I just came here as a favor, and I'm tired of putting up with your nonsense, and I'm trying really, really hard. So what is your excuse, said he angrily, and he added, we're taking girl with us now, back, alive. The crowd was speechless, and Brunhilda changed into her dragon form and shot fire into the air for added effect. He went to Gelfond and he placed her over his shoulder, and he climbed on top of Brunhilda and then set up Gelfond in front of him. And he held Gelfond with one hand, and with the other he held on to Brunhilda's mane. And before departing, he said, let it be known that from this day forward all human sacrifices are outlawed, and whoever performs this deed is accursed, and this is not a threat but an oath, and an oath you will sign with your victim's blood. He was scary when he was genuinely angry, and whenever he was angry, he spoke like our blood red. Our blood red was currently in the midst of its maiden voyage in Vanamione, and without King Bersamen, the continent had regained its ancient name, and there were other names currently being used. However, Vanamione was the name we liked. And he put pressure on Brunhilda's side, and she flew out towards the mountain, and Brunhilda was still small in comparison to her peers. However, her body was larger than a mule, and her wings were 4 times as big. While flying, Brunhilda arched her head backwards in an unnatural form to shoot a fast flame burst, and dispersed Cat 5 was surprised, but it did not cause any significant damage, and she was apparently just resented being compared to a pack mule. His bizarre trial was making reference to the silence or Vico, and he was a remnant of an original blood red, and he was currently being used by his sister Nalini to punish the second birth ritual or whatever, and being the odd by Vicos could easily be repurposed to crack down on human sacrifices. And sacrificial rituals involve the killing of one's own for the purpose of obtaining a desired effect, and the sad fact is that these magic death rituals do work, and to stop them, the side effect must outweigh the benefit gained from a ritual sacrifice, and even without our intervention, such rituals will always remain a curse, even if you get what you so desire. Like a bad monkey's paw thing. You get what you want, but it's bad. Saturnastra Ahi, chapter 48. The sacrifice. Brunhilda entered the cave a few meters up the mountain, and she landed there and struck her back, getting Ahi and the girl off. Ahi brushed off the dirt of his ceremonial vestment, and pointing towards the girl, he said, Pasha Komoen, I got the girl. It's Pasha Kamak, you fool, growled the voice within the cave. And now the silver dragon came into the picture, and he was the 3rd son of Albion, and in his old age he was getting lonely, and he had heard an alabaster dragon kept a human pet, so he felt like getting one to teach it tricks, and when he saw the girl, he said, oh, by all that is sacred, you got me a stupid farming girl. Couldn't you have kidnapped a livelier lass? I wasn't allowed to choose the girl, commented as he pointed to Gefion. Gefion was doubled over coughing and shaking his head. Pasha Camargue said, "Pick up the girl and we need to take her to the vet." "Huh, not funny, Pasha," said Ahi, laughing. And he picked the girl from like a sachet and he walked behind Pasha Camargue, and Brunhilde followed along, yawning. The hero was a crossbreed and he had the semblance of a delicate human, and like dragons he was flat at the front and chest as well, so there was no real way to discern his gender, and silver dragons had the ability to change genders based on will and even on temperature. And this was a commonality in the Albion of the North, and the draconic hero had long silvery mane or hair. And unlike his parents, his silver hair was pitch black, and this oxidation only occurred when the mother was human. And since his mother was human, the humane traits prevailed, and he had 5 human fingers and short nails, and like all silver dragons, his ears were beneath his skin, so they were not visible. And he had pale green eyes with a string of pearl pupil. And he also had a genetic mutation which awoke the dormant pineal eye, and it was somewhat covered by his skin, though it was photosensitive, like it had like a third eye, a la calamite. Like his dragon king, the healer shed his skin once every 10 years, and his name was Sin. And he was born during a full moon, and his magic had an affinity with the phases of the moons. And as such his powers were as varied as the number of moons in Saturnastra. And like the moon, he was inconsistent and prone to mood swings, and was a good boy at heart. Or girl. Sin examined the girl, and he placed his hands over her head, and he said words of magic and sprinkled some fairy dust, and she was good to go. Sin's eyes narrowed, and his, and it seemed to us he went to the same dentist as Ahi, and he said to Brunhilde, "I'm going on another journey. Wanna come with me? Solitude makes poor company." Brunhilde nodded after giving it a long consideration. "You're right, I should ask your dad for permission," responded Ahi. And he started walking towards Mordred's cave, and Brunhilde followed along, and he turned around at the sound of dull footsteps approaching. "You're leaving us already? Why?" asked him, putting his hand on his shoulder. "'Cause if I stay, I might bite the head off a human, and plus the silver dragons here make for dull company. And in the winter they spend it asleep, and in the summer it's eating and the occasional mating, and there's the study of the bad exercising. And none of them have done anything remotely interesting since I got here, and now you guys borrow doing the same thing all the bloody time," said Ahi, frowning. A nearby alabaster dragon who was napping said, "Yeah, it's a real snooze fest. And to think we were afraid of you guys, I suppose not all silver dragons can be Mordred." "From what I hear, he's the odd one among us," said Sin, resting his left hand on his waist. "And your eyes, and we may be savage, but we're not set in our ways, and the Albion race has declined. And the Owen race used to fear death, and look what's become of them. And you guys are dragons, so what are you afraid of?" commented the alabaster dragon. "You're right," said Sin, smiling. Then he said to Ahi, "I'm going to say goodbye to my parents, and don't you dare go on your journey without me." And despite having the size of an adult human, Sin was only 8 years old, and Crosby reached full adulthood at the age of 5, and whenever there was an outside company, Sin put it on a mature face, and he was in fact a stupid, spoiled brat. And as he found Mordred, and he started, and he was in the midst of sharpening a sword, and he was in his human form, and he said to him, "Brunhilde and I are going on a journey, and we came to say goodbye. Oh, and Sin is coming around too." Said Mordred, not looking up, and then he said, "Aren't you going to ask for my permission?" "I just did," said Ahi. "No, sure you did," said Mordred, and then he asked, "Where are you going?" "To the western continent," said Ahi. "I did not know there was a continent to the west of here," said Mordred, looking up. And Mordred put his sword away, and then he got up and said to Ahi, "Follow me." Looking at Brunhilde, he said, "You should go pack your things, pack the things you want to take on your journey." And he followed us to Mordred while Brunhilde was packing her things, and both went outside the mountain, and Mordred took his dragon form and flew to the top of the mountain, and he perched on the side of the mouth of the dead volcano, and there was a faint red glowing veins. And he landed beside him in his dragon form, and looking down, Mordred said, "Here is the map of the world." And we saw the world that had been mapped by the silver dragons, and in his younger years, Pasha Camargue had gone exploring, and he mapped out 5 out of the 15 continents of this world. And due to the size of the world, we had managed to fit quite a large numbers of body mass, and the unusual arrangement was a central continent, and one continent at each cardinal point, and the shape of them was quite varied, and the lines of Albion looked like Greenland, with the top western side resembling Alaska. And there was also a series of large islands to the way, and the central continent was shaped like Russia, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and China put together. And it had several large islands to the south and northwest, and each continent was long and thin and wide. I looked at the map, and he pointed up at a Pangea-looking continent, and due to the size of this world, this Pangea was twice the size of its earthly counterpart. And it was also semi-arid, and the bottom half had a series of tropical forests towards the eastern coast, and it had a few deserts here and there. And there was a single mountain range which sliced the continent into 3 main pieces. And Mulder nodded and said, "So that's where you're going." And he added, "I went there once about 500 years ago, and there were not a lot of people living there. Then again, I happened to land in a desert. I do not think there are any big game animals there, and I doubt you will run into any dragons or anything else of similar caliber." "I think that's where they're keeping the dinosaurs," said he, crossing his heart. "The dinosaurs?" asked Mulder. "What are dinosaurs?" He shrugged his shoulders in response, and we two were wondering where he was getting this information from. And we're not privy to all of the crazy specs, and people tend to add things add strange creatures when nobody's looking. Though it was possible that someone added the dinosaurs for the hell of it, and we forwarded this information to the archaeologists, who assured us that there were no dinosaurs, just a large abundance of ugly living fossils and ornithorhynchus. "When do you plan on going?" asked Mulder. "Today, maybe tomorrow, the sooner she finishes packing." Mulder left the mountain top, and he followed behind, and after returning to the safety of the cave, Mulder asked, "Are you going to fly there?" "Yes, since I am taking others. They could walk the same path I do," said he, nodded. And Mulder said, "But I can only fly for a couple of hours at the most, and Sin cannot even fly. And it roughly takes a month to go from here, and another month to fly across the tree, and another month to fly there. So how are you going to get there safely?" He shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. He hadn't thought it out. And Mulder continued, "And you will have to think this through. Don't just say, 'I'm going to go that way,' and then start walking that way." "Yes, you're fine, you're right," said he, shaking his hands. And stretching his wing, Mulder said, "I guess I had no choice. I'm going to go with you guys." "Are you certain?" asked he, smiling. "Mulder would never let Sin travel alone," commented Mulder, giggling. "But I'm an adult, I can handle things," said he, pointing to himself. "Sure you are," said Mulder, patting his head. "I'm an adult, and I am being instructed, and I dress myself, bathe myself, and I find my own food, and I know the difference between right and wrong," said he, shaking his tiny fist. Mulder shrugged and narrowed his eye. "If that is all that it took to become an adult, then most sentient beings still qualify as infants." Mulder lowered his head, and he closed his wing, and he put his left claw over his heart, and he stretched his right claw outward, and he put his left feet straight forward with his right one bent. And it was one of those proper bows done by human knights, and after bowing he said, "You hereby have my permission to go on your little adventure by yourself, and please bring my daughter back after 3 years, or maybe sooner. And by then I will sorely miss her company. As for Sin, I shall vouch on your behalf, so please don't make me look bad by getting the little lad killed." Alright, so that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. So, my name is Teresita Blanco Artsy sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Ahi. This is chapter 49, New Horizons. The Wanderer docked in the northern shores of the west continent after a couple of months, and those few months at sea had been somewhat uneventful. The raw meat ran out after 3 months, and to supplement the diet, Brunhilde started fishing. And when the lumber ran out, Sin suggested eating usually wooden parts of the ship. He did not allow it, and a good portion of the supplies were soaked after a bad lightning storm. The repairs on the ship set the time schedule back a couple of weeks, and once they were to the halfway points, there were no pirates within sight. And the ship sails were in tatter, and the ship almost sank as it tried to dock in the western continent, and thankfully the high tide helped it move it along somewhat. He dropped anchor near the shore, and he went downstairs with Brunhilde to pack whatever supplies remained. The trip back will require acquiring new provisions in this continent, and while he and Brunhilde kept themselves busy seeing to his time to peruse the coast with his telescope. And there were large red cedar black cliffs obstructing most of the view beyond, and the bottom had greatly eroded. In this case the beach had somewhat bloody red tint, and the cliffs slanted towards the left with numerous gentle mounds, and this section was brownish color, and the water was a dark sapphire blue, and there was also the fin of a tiger shark circling around the little schooner ship. When he and Brunhilde came to the surface, seeing us, and do you guys remember to bring money? He commented, we had money, but we had to eat it. Oh, so what are we going to do if we run into another person? How will we buy you supplies? Inquired Sin, straightening out his bangs. Well, we brought pelts, ceramics, and handicraft. Most degrees that our currency will be worthless, seeing as though we're in a different country, as all, explained he. And Sin nodded in approval, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Before getting out the schooner, Brunhilde spent some time looking through their wardrobe, and it was essential that there were something which conveyed the message, we come in peace. During her time in court, Brunhilde observed the visual communications conveyed by the lady's attire, and her feral blood made her attuned to the messages conveyed in the people's clothing and mannerism. And there was also the weather to consider. It was barely 100 degrees, and Sin's head was melting off. And after giving it some thought, she dug up 3 attires. And for his wardrobe, she chose a red satin dress, and the dress was tied to the top, delineating his graceful figures and hands. Brunhilde gave Sin a white cashmere dress, and the dress was baggy and the long sleeves a bit thick, and over Sin wore a veil covering the top half of the dress and thrown on the back. And he tied his hair into a bun. Brunhilde wore a Greekish green dress, and it had a golden belt dangling slightly around the waist, and the top was sustained with 2 golden buttons. And he and Brunhilde jumped ashore, and Sin dropped overboard and hovered slightly over the water, and thanks to his float spell, he managed to avoid getting his dress wet. And once on dry land, he tapped on his angler, and the ship and he made the ship disappear. The trio walked over the smooth slope, and a strong wind from the ocean was a welcome reprieve from the heat, and he brushed his red shoes over the paths on the ground, and small pieces of lumber were revealed, and this was a sure sign that people had been by the sea at some point or another recently. And once on top of the mountain, they saw a brown savanna for miles on end, and there were a few trees and shrubs here and there. After walking a few kilometers, he saw a caravan. This caravan had 8 horses, 2 elephants, and several dozen llamas and alpacas. The party ran in their direction of the caravan with the hope of being able to barter with them, and after an hour of running, Sin dropped dead, figuratively speaking, and he opened his palm, and a circle with a star appeared on it, and Monkey King had put a design on it to allow him to treat horses like a summon horse, and summoning rituals could be done by just about anyone, and there was truly no magical requirement as long as the right ingredients were involved. And he threw some salt in the 4 directions, and the circle appeared before him, and from the ground Horsey manifested, and he was in the middle of a napping, and he snorted when he saw he and the terrible desert. And he said to he, I thought you had forgotten about me. Not really, I was just here and there and too much, and then I went up north, and I know how much you hate the cold, so, said he, pointing and then eastward. Fine, forget about it, so where are we off? Inquired Horsey, scanning the horizon. And he pointed in the direction of the caravan. Horsey narrowed his eyes and said, I don't see anything except for a few overgrown cats. Are you hungry? And he shook his head, and then he said, while pointing at Sin, this guy is going to ride you, and we will then match your speed in a human form. Sure, if it is humanly possible for you to keep up with me, snorted Horsey, and he tapped the ground with his left feet twice. Brunhilde dug out from her back a fur saddle and a leather bag collar reins, and he saddled Horsey with a snow fur saddle. And the handle of the rein was of cushion, and other pieces of Horsey felt soft to the touch. Horsey neighed and showed his teeth, and the gesture could be interpreted as a smile. And he helped Sin get on the horse, and Sis was riding Horsey on the side like a little lady. And he and Brunhilde started running ahead at 60 miles per hour, and the air felt heavy and stagnant, and the sun overhead was scorching dry, and the ocean breeze was barely felt. Sin followed behind while riding Horsey, and Horsey was doing a bizarre swift type of trot, and he maintained some distance to keep Sin from falling off, and from time to time he had to give an odd jump, and Horsey was forced to make a few circular detours to avoid a lioness. and the lioness quit a chase after 5 yards. Even after riding for an hour, Horsey felt more certain about his rider, and he was soon closing in on the others. And he was only 10 meters away from Ahi when Ahi and Brunhilde slowed down their trot to prevent themselves from overheating. And by night fell, and Ahi and his friend, by the time night fell, Ahi and his friend had caught up to the caravan. Horsey asking, "Ever ridden a horse?" "No, I suppose it can't be any different than riding Brunhilde," said Sin thoughtlessly. "Is that so? And I thought Brunhilde only allowed Ahi to ride her," said Nate, laughing. "No, she did let me ride her once, and when I fell overboard, and I had a pretty good idea how it was done." And Sin nodded frankly, "I'm a little bit jealous. I can't blame you. Ahi is a magnificent specimen of the draconic race," commented Horsey. And indeed Sin had no clue of Ahi's greatness, and he was a formidable pacifist who occasionally stepped on a few ants. And nightfall was quickly descending, and the group had not eaten for hours, and this was a mild nuisance. However, the dragons can go centuries without taking a bite to eat, though it isn't their favorite pastime to fast. Ahi suddenly stopped and said, "And we should stop and eat, and the caravan is within walking distance, and there's no need to be hurry anymore." Sin descended from Horsey, and he sat on the